Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Prologue. Prologue. Cough. 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 Damn it. What the hell is happening? A dark-haired man rasped, wincing as he touched his throat. His fingers met something rough and he froze. A noose. I don't remember anything like that. I'm not going to hang myself at such a young age, I'm only 47. Wait. My voice. What's wrong with my voice? He hurriedly patted himself down, touching long black hair and smooth, youthful skin. What? Did I turn into a woman? Are you laughing at me? He grabbed at his groin, went rigid for a heartbeat, then let out a long breath. It's there. Otherwise, I really would have gone and hanged myself. He pulled the rope off his neck and studied the black robe with mild interest. Under it was a classic gray suit with a green tie. Then he stepped up to the mirror and saw a young man with black, shoulder-length greasy hair, a hooked nose, and cold black eyes that tugged a nostalgic smile from him. Not a bad look. It reminds me of my own, back before I wiped out the entire Magistracy. Oh, those eyes full of hatred and despair, how magnificent that was. A faint smirk touched his mouth, and his gaze turned to ice as the memory returned. I remember. The smirk dimmed into something almost sad. I died. How depressing, you damned old bastard. A lone man in a black cloak stood in the middle of a ruined building. His long black hair was ruffled by the autumn wind. The scene might have looked ordinary, if not for the corpses scattered around him, all dressed in similar dark cloaks. Some were missing eyes, others limbs. There were even those who had been stripped of everything, eyes, nose, ears, tongue, skin. For any ordinary person, it would have been a nightmare, a real hell on earth. But the man standing at the center of the ruin felt only one thing, relief. He hadn't moved from that spot for hours. His black eyes stared up at the sky, as if all life had drained from them. Then, a moment later, bloodlust flared in his gaze as he looked at the figure that had appeared. It was an old man in a gray cloak. The hood had fallen back, revealing long gray hair, deep wrinkles, and black eyes filled with disbelief and hatred. Alan. You bastard. What have you done? The old man roared, and darkness spilled over the clearing. Black fog swirled around him, and his eyes burned with an ominous red hue. You're back early, old man, Alan greeted him with a light smile. His voice was calm, even slightly monotonous, though sarcasm still threaded through it. I thought you'd be here tomorrow, so I entertained myself with your students and started setting a trap for yo, KH. He didn't finish. Only a rasp escaped him as a wrinkled hand closed around his throat. Alan's smile only widened as he looked at that hand, then at the old man's twisted face. Alan. I won't kill you. The promise in that voice chilled to the bone. I won't let you die. You'll go through every torment my students endured. You'll feel everything they felt, but 100 times worse. Seeing Alan try to speak, the old man loosened his grip slightly. Really? I'm honored. Tell me, old man, do you remember the city of Ramalia? For a moment, the old man went still, peering into Alan's face as if seeing it for the first time. With each passing second, his eyes grew wider. You, that child, he breathed, stunned. How did you survive? Do you remember what you said after you destroyed my home, slaughtered my entire family and friends, and left only me to drag out an existence without arms or legs? Alan's smile never left his face, and it made something unpleasant coil in the old man's gut. I won't kill you. Live. I want to see how you'll live and take revenge. Those words sank deep into my heart. And as you can see, I survived. In 37 years, I reached the rank of Archmage, all for the sake of revenge. And as you can see, I succeed, KH. The hand on his throat tightened again. A genius, the head of the Magistracy drawled with a grimace. It took me nearly 500 years to reach that title, and you rushed it. Perhaps in a couple hundred more years, you would have become a great Archmage. Then you might have had a chance. But you chose revenge now, and you tried to kill someone who reached the peak long ago. You were going to attempt advancement to Creator this month, and I realized that if I didn't kill you now, I wouldn't have a chance later. Once you achieved that, you'd recognize me immediately. So that's it. You're right, but it's too late. Why do you think that? And isn't it strange that I can speak? Alan caught the old man's hand, easily tore it away, and looked him in the eyes. I fooled you. I managed to set the trap. A small dagger appeared in his hand. I have only 1 minute. That's how long this spell will last. The smile on his face did not waver. When fear finally flickered in the old man's eyes, it only grew wider. Alan sliced his finger and began tracing words onto the dagger, while his enemy stared at the hilt in genuine horror. I see you recognize what I'm about to do. You'll die. You understand that, right? The old man tried to frighten him, convinced Alan didn't grasp what using that would do. Something worse than death for you. The next instant, Alan drove the dagger into the old man's chest. The runes on the hilt flared, sank into his body, and the dagger crumbled into nothing. The wound sealed almost at once, and the old man could move again. That's it. The light slowly drained from Alan's eyes. 2 lone tears rolled down his cheeks. Mom, Dad, brother, Din, Rudy, Clea, and everyone else. I did it. Just wait for me. I'll come to you soon. Just a little longer. Black blood spilled from his mouth. What did you do? The old man screamed, horror cracking his voice. My power. My power. How could you? You bastard. I'll kill you. Too late, but. Alan met those eyes, filled with hatred and terror, and couldn't hold back a malicious smile. They were so like his own had been that day. You only lost your power, that's all. Swaying, he stepped closer and grabbed the old man's arm. The old man could do nothing. He no longer had the strength to resist an Archmage. But you still have too many advantages. 4 of them. That needs to be corrected. No. Crack. The old man's arm went limp, and tears poured from his eyes. He had felt pain like that only once, 1,500 years ago, back when he was an ordinary magister. Then, his arm had been broken for touching something he shouldn't have. Crack. He lost his second arm. His scream rose higher, and so did the tears. The next moment he lost a leg, then the other. He lay on the ground with nothing left in his eyes but despair. You could be quieter, Alan reproached him. Wolves often roam here in packs. Did you forget? The old man didn't seem to hear. In a single instant, he had lost everything he had built over millennia, all at the hands of a mere Archmage. Alan stared sadly at his hands as they began to blacken and crumble right in front of his eyes. So this is death. I hope that before I go to hell, I'll see them all, at least one last time. A moment before the end, he thought he heard someone scream. From beyond the horizon, toward the site of the final battle between Archmage Alan Ilias and Great Archmage Avalon, a bright green light rushed closer, and inside it one could barely make out a human silhouette. If I don't remember anything, then I probably didn't meet anyone. And it's the first time I've heard that after using the Cursed God's seal, you reincarnate, though where would I have heard that? Alan peered into the mirror again. With a face like this, it's unlikely anyone will give me anything, for free. But whatever. He sniffed his clothes, touched his hair, and grimaced automatically. Wash up, and wash all my clothes. That's the first thing to do. He closed his eyes and tried to sense the magic flowing through his body. There was magic, but it felt different, and the density was about 100 times lower than in his world, which made control much harder. What's going on? Alan didn't panic right away. Instead, he decided to look around first. The room was magnificent. He felt as if he'd woken in a nobleman's bedroom. The first thing that caught his eye was a large canopy bed. It was wooden, carved with beautiful patterns, obviously handmade. A soft mattress lay beneath a silk sheet, and the silk alone shocked him, because it was expensive. Even high nobles couldn't have afforded something like that. To the right of the bed stood a nightstand. In the left corner was a wardrobe. And directly in front of the wardrobe stood another nightstand, larger, with a big mirror above it. What surprised him was that every piece looked like the work of a true master. Who did this body belong to? Alan wondered. The next moment he clutched his head and dropped to his knees. Damn it. My head. What the hell? It hurts, damn it. Alan clenched his teeth. Sitting on the floor, he shut his eyes and forced himself to breathe, letting the new memory settle into place. Only after 20 minutes did he open his eyes again, having skimmed the previous owner's memories and blocked them. If that torrent of knowledge had flooded his mind all at once, anyone would have gone mad, and Alan was no exception. Damn, my head is splitting. They should warn you about something like that. Still, he drew a deep breath and looked up with a sad smile at the frayed end of the rope on the beam. He closed his eyes and shook his head. The kid had it rough. But fine. For this second life, I'll help you a little, and then I'll keep living for both of us. I promise your name will be remembered for a long time, whether that's good or bad, depending on how fate plays out. // Chapter 2, Chapter 1. Hogwarts. Sitting on the bed, Alan began reviewing the memories in more detail, studying Severus's personality and history. For a full hour, the smile never left his face, but it wasn't cheerful. It was sad. They drove the kid straight to the noose, and all because of women. Alan truly pitied Severus. Losing his mother, enduring constant humiliation, being betrayed by the person he loved more than life, and in the end, being defeated by his own spell when his enemy used it against him, an enemy who was also a rival in love. When Alan replayed that moment, he felt only resentment, but that wasn't his. It was Severus's. Children. How childish they are. Alan thought irritably, stripping away the emotions and feelings tangled in the memories of the body's previous owner. He pitied Severus, but he refused to lose himself. When he opened his eyes again, the clock already read midnight. Past midnight already. That examination dragged on far too long, and it's still too much information. Alan felt a flicker of annoyance. I'll have to adjust the block so the memories seep in gradually. And this world is pretty miserable, especially when it comes to magic. It's so far behind. He drew a dark wand from his sleeve and gave it a nostalgic wave. A conduit. I only used one when I was learning magic, and even then, only for a week. I need to get rid of a crutch like that as soon as possible, or remake it into something more interesting. But for now. He closed his eyes, flicked the wand, and whispered, barely audible, Catharismus. Cool air wrapped around his body. A few seconds later he cracked his eyes open and, satisfied, touched his hair, sniffed his clothes, and checked his nails. It works. In Alan's world, this was a basic spell every self-respecting mage was expected to know. It happened that you got lost in study and forgot the time, and this spell saved you, instantly cleaning both your body and your clothes. It could be used on your surroundings too, though that cost a little more magic. If that's the case, then for now it will be easier to use spells from this world and keep my own for the most extreme cases. For a moment, a bloodthirsty smile flickered across his face. He held out his hand and whispered again, Mavri Floga. A black flame, no bigger than a ping-pong ball, bloomed on his fingertip. There it is. He looked at it with something like affection. That flame had saved him more than once. Alan had created the spell himself when he reached the rank of Archmage. It held all his knowledge and nearly 5 years of uninterrupted research. With it, he had once killed a great Archmage, a being no state would ever dare offend, because destroying a country would be effortless for someone like that. Still, it's too early to use it, Alan said, irritated, as he extinguished the flame. 10 seconds, and my magical core is already under that kind of load. It's not capable of absorbing enough magic yet. I'll have to fix that as soon as possible. He spread his hands, and nearby objects rose into the air, but only for a few seconds before they drifted back down. Telekinesis. Still, I got lucky with this body. For this world, it would be called a true genius. Talent for alchemy, a strong core at what they call master level, and the ability to use what they call wandless magic. What more could I want? With a faint smile, Alan dropped back onto the bed. I want to live this life to the fullest. And if I don't want anyone interfering, I need to become strong enough that no one can threaten me. That shouldn't be difficult. 3 years should be enough. At worst, 5. With those thoughts, he fell asleep. In his dream he saw his smiling parents, his brother, his friends, and the one he had once loved. They all said goodbye and walked toward a bright white light. No matter how Alan ran after them, he couldn't catch up. Still, no matter how painful it was to say goodbye, there was a happy smile on his face, because he had seen them, just as he had dreamed, one last time before the end. He woke early, glanced at the clock, and climbed out of bed with a heavy sigh. A tired smile still clung to his face. And why do classes start so early? Alan drew the wand to his hand, flicked it, and felt the fatigue drain from his body. Better. He waved his other hand toward the clothes on the floor. They flew to him and hung in the air, and he quickly dressed in a shirt, long black trousers, a black jacket, and finally a black robe settled over his shoulders. What do they have now? He paused, and Severus's memory surfaced. Not a lesson. OWLs, exams. I've never liked exams. He went to the wardrobe with the big mirror, opened the first drawer, and pulled out a sheet of paper. 12 exams total. He's already passed 10 with outstanding. You can tell he loved books. Only potions and transfiguration left. Alan nodded, satisfied. Potions won't be a problem. It's his favorite subject. But transfiguration. Though Severus handled it well, Alan still needed to review it and get used to this world's magic. He rummaged through the wardrobe, pulled out a transfiguration book, and frowned slightly. And where's the potions textbook? The next moment, an image rose in his mind, a girl with long red hair, green eyes, and a bright smile. Lily, so you gave her the textbook. Fine. I'll take it back today. I don't want his spells leaking out anymore. He checked the clock again, put on his shoes, and left the room, heading down toward the house common room. The house common room was furnished with taste. Tapestries and paintings of the greatest wizards who had graduated from this house hung on the walls. Antique darkwood cabinets stood along the sides. Despite the fireplaces, the room was cool and gloomy. It was lit by a pair of lamps that glowed a dim swamp green. The school where Severus studied was called Hogwarts, and it was the only one in the country. There were 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. A magical hat decided where a student would go, sorting them by their traits. Nobility and bravery meant Gryffindor. Intelligence, humor, and wisdom meant Ravenclaw. Persistence, hard work, and honesty meant Hufflepuff. Cunning, a thirst for power, and resourcefulness meant Slytherin. Severus himself belonged to Slytherin, where most of the students were nobles and aristocrats from pure wizarding lineages. As Alan scanned the common room, watching teenagers and children scurry back and forth, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It feels like I've returned to childhood. As he passed his so-called classmates, the strangest thing was that he saw no real contempt, only occasional dissatisfaction mixed with envy. Those were rare. Most didn't care about him at all. After thinking for a moment, he understood why. The future. Most of them will be the heads of their families one day, and from the moment they step into this place they start making connections and building relationships with anyone who might be useful later. No one wants to spoil relations with a potentially excellent potion maker, especially someone like Severus, the half-blood prince. Anything can happen in life. As he thought it over, he pictured a man with long silver hair. Lucius Malfoy, and he still kept in touch with Severus. In my world or this one, aristocrats are all the same. Shaking his head, Alan left the common room and headed at an unhurried pace toward the potions classroom, walking through dark corridors with huge medieval windows. Along the way, several students from other houses followed, but Alan paid them no attention. He only studied the surroundings with mild curiosity. Even though all of this is in my head, it still feels like I never left my world. It's exactly the same as there, maybe I'll seize this place someday. On the way to the classroom, Alan ran into a group that was hard to miss: Lily, the very girl Severus had loved, and the 4 boys who had bullied him for years. You chose the wrong one, Severus. The wrong one. Alan shook his head and walked toward them. The 4 boys noticed him and smirked. Lily turned away, as if she had no intention of speaking to her former friend. Snotty, do you want more? You were told not to come near Lily. She doesn't want to talk to you, said a boy with short, messy dark hair and round glasses as he stepped forward, chest puffed out. Is that so? I see. Alan nodded, and irritation stirred somewhere deep in the borrowed memories. I'll have to look through them again. I missed a few emotions. He smiled lightly at the boy's stretched expressions. I won't take much of your time. Keep her if you want. I'm not claiming this mudblood. I just need you to return the book I lent her. You're not worthy of it. In Alan's world, the spells a wizard created were honor and pride. Their creators never entrusted them to anyone. The only exception was for the closest people, those the mage trusted as deeply as himself. Anyone who passed such spells to others could be killed on the spot without trial. So Alan wanted the textbook back. The spells inside were useless to him, but they were still something Severus had once created. Apologize to her. Right now. James shouted, grabbing Alan by the jacket. Hands off. I told you to him. James didn't finish. His eyes went wide. He let go, clutched his throat, and collapsed to his knees. I'd hit you, but I don't kick animals. Alan raised a contempt-filled gaze from the writhing James to the others and saw 3 wands pointed at him. What did you do to James? Stop it right now, demanded a boy with dark curly hair and gray eyes. Or else. I asked the mudblood behind you to return my textbook, and your friend attacked first. Alan shrugged as his book slid neatly into his hand. See? It's simple. We could have avoided all this. He smirked at Lily's furious face. Then, as he released the pressure on James's throat with telekinesis, he walked past them and continued toward the potions classroom. Go on, Lily. Comfort that animal. You like deer, after all. I'll kill you. James spat, lifting his wand at Alan's back. Bomba. Again, he didn't get to finish. His wand ripped out of his hand, and his mouth vanished. Minus 50 points from Gryffindor, a rough male voice said. Horace Slughorn, head of Slytherin House, stepped into view before the stunned 5. He was a middle-aged man with neatly styled straw-colored hair and a thick mustache. He was rather plump and wore a 3-piece suit. His wand was aimed at James. Mr. Potter. Explain immediately why you tried to use a spell like Bombarda on Mr. Snape. Do you understand you could have seriously injured him, or even killed him? Slughorn demanded, furious. Forward slash forward slash. Forward slash forward slash. Chapter 3, Chapter 2. Exam. Chapter 2. Exam. Professor, it was Severus who attacked first and insulted Lily. I was just defending myself. The moment Slughorn lifted the spell, James blurted out, glaring across at Severus. Professor Slughorn, Severus began, his voice calm and even. I simply asked Miss Evans to return my textbook, the one I lent her some time ago. Mr. Potter grabbed my jacket and started making unreasonable demands, then threatened me. So I used a nonverbal silencio. Apparently he didn't care for that, and decided to attack me from behind. He paused. Though what am I saying? He's an animal. Animals don't understand honor. Please, forget I said that. That's not true. Sirius cut in immediately, springing to his friend's defense. He had pleasant, aristocratic features and the kind of pallor that came with old money. He attacked James first, and it definitely wasn't just a silencio. And he called Lily a mudblood. I called her that because it's what she is. I beg your pardon. She's a mudblood. A witch born to muggle parents. I wasn't insulting her. I see, Slughorn said, cutting in before it could escalate further. His voice was carefully controlled, though his eyes rested on Severus with something close to surprise. Severus was one of Slughorn's favorites, and Horace knew him well enough for this to set off an alarm. The boy he remembered would never have said that to Lily. Lily had been his only friend, the person who mattered most to him. Slughorn had always considered Severus one of the most gifted young wizards he'd ever taught, with real promise ahead of him. That was why he had invited him into the Slug Club, the circle he'd built over decades for students who were likely to matter one day. Comfort was Horace's great weakness, and collecting talented people was his great pleasure, nurturing them, drawing out what they had, introducing them to one another. He was head of Slytherin, yes, but he had never let that make him partial. He treated every student the same, regardless of house. 5 points from Slytherin, Slughorn said, shaking his head. Mr. Severus, mudblood is an insult, and I'm asking you not to direct that word at Miss Evans again. I apologize, Professor, but I don't see it as an insult, Severus replied, equally measured. The Daily Prophet ran an article making exactly that argument, that the word isn't an insult, only an unofficial term for wizards of muggle parentage. Did it indeed? Then give me the issue number. Certainly. Issue 6910. Good. I'll verify that. And if it checks out, Slytherin gets 10 points back. Slughorn allowed himself a small smile, then turned to the Gryffindors. Mr. Potter, for attempting to harm Mr. Severus, you'll also be serving a month's detention with Mr. Filch. But he started it. Lily, why aren't you saying anything? Tell him. You were right there. Lily had been staring at Severus the whole time. She simply didn't recognize him. She had never seen that coldness in him before, and the blank indifference in his eyes while he choked James had frightened her in a way she couldn't quite name. She didn't understand how he could have changed so completely in just a few days. When Potter's voice reached her, she flinched and looked at him as though the words hadn't quite landed. What? Severus attacked first. Yes. Lily nodded numbly and looked back at Severus. When their eyes met, she shuddered. There was nothing there. That was self-defense, Miss Evans. And it was a silencio. A silencing charm. It poses no threat to anyone's life. At that moment, 3 more students rounded the corner. On the front of their robes sat the silver serpent on green, the same crest Severus wore. Professor, forgive the interruption, but we can corroborate Mr. Severus's account, said a boy with sharp, aristocratic features and blonde hair slicked back. We watched him approach and ask for his textbook, civilly. Mr. Potter grabbed his jacket and started making demands, raising his voice. Mr. Severus asked to be let go. When that didn't work, he cast a spell to quiet things down. The moment the book was returned, he released the spell and turned to leave. Mr. Potter then aimed his wand at his back. We were about to step in when you arrived. Noted. I'll take your account into consideration, Slughorn said, with a satisfied nod. He appreciated seeing his students look out for one another, even when the motives were largely self-interest. That said, Mr. Severus, you won't be escaping without punishment. I trust one don't need to explain why. No, Professor. Good. 3 days detention with Mr. Filch, starting tomorrow. And I'll expect you in my office this evening. There's something I want to discuss. He added a brief smile. You 5, with me to the exam. Mr. Macmillan, you're free to go. Of course. With a contemptuous glance at the 4 Gryffindors and a brief nod to Severus, Macmillan left with the 2 boys at his heels. Severus returned the nod with a thin smile and fell into step behind Slughorn, taking no notice of the 4 pairs of eyes burning into his back. Professor. Yes, Mr. Snape. After the exam, might I have a pass for the restricted section? What for? I want to go deeper into potions. And I want to know what this world's magic is actually capable of. Is that so? Slughorn nodded with an approving look, opened his notebook, murmured something, tore out a sheet, and held it out. Any questions about potions, you know where to find me. Thank you, Professor. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, and they reached it quickly, a spacious, gloomy, rather cool room that smelled of things steeped too long, its shelves dense with ingredients. Everyone present. Slughorn scanned the class. Then we'll begin. Dozens of sheets rose from his desk and drifted down to land in front of each student. 2 parts, written first, then practical. 45 minutes each. Questions. He waited 10 seconds. Good. Begin. Severus glanced down at the page, and the faintest smile touched his lips. He didn't even need to think. The answer was simply there. He could have been a great potions master, Severus thought, with a flicker of something like regret. Why did the brilliant ones always have to go so soon? He sighed, picked up his quill, and finished in 5 minutes. The sheet vanished from under his hand and reappeared in Slughorn's. Slughorn skimmed it, smiled to himself, nodded, set it aside. When the written portion ended, everyone rose. The chairs and desks vanished at once, replaced by cauldrons. Second part, the draft of peace. All ingredients are provided. Begin. Severus went to the ingredient table, gathered what he needed, returned to his station, and started work. His hands moved without any conscious direction, adding each component at precisely the right moment in precisely the right measure. Potions aren't complicated. You follow the recipe. These hands know it, too. The real Severus put serious work in here. Still, seals and runes feel more like home. After half an hour, a thick grey paste filled the cauldron, carrying a soft, pleasant scent. One breath of it and something in the shoulders and chest began, slowly, to ease. Excellent, Slughorn said, peering in with satisfaction. Mr. Severus, outstanding as always. Perfectly done. Thank you, Professor. 10 minutes later, the practical ended, and Severus left the classroom. Next was the library, receiving him in its usual silence, total and slightly oppressive. The room was large, lined floor to ceiling with shelves. It looked like any library, except that nothing on those shelves had anything to do with ordinary life. He approached the librarian's desk. Madame Pants was middle-aged, not conventionally pretty, but with something still striking about her. Severus placed Slughorn's note on the desk. Madame Pants, you look as wonderful as ever. She wasn't particularly surprised, but she was a woman, and the compliment landed well enough. Her expression thawed by a fraction, and the eyes she turned on him lacked their usual quality of a guard dog sizing up a potential threat. Madame Pants loved her books the way some people love their children, fiercely, possessively, and without any sense of proportion. So much as a scuffed spine was grounds for a personal grudge. Heaven help anyone who tore a page. There was even a story at Hogwarts, not quite a rumor and not quite a legend, that the headmaster had once borrowed a copy of Theory of Transubstantial Transfiguration and, lost in thought, started scribbling in the margins. The book had smacked him on the forehead. The enchantment was said to be Madame Pants's work, and not even the most powerful wizard in Britain had been safe from it. That was why students feared her. If she'd take on the headmaster, what chance did they have? Severus. She examined the note, then returned it with a nod. You may go in. But if I find a single mark on a single page. I know, Madame Pants, he said, with a polite smile. He nodded and headed for the locked gate. Beyond it was a smaller, darker room, far more interesting than the main library. Right. Let's see what a world starved of magic has actually managed to figure out. //. Chapter 4, Chapter 3. Actor. Chapter 3. Actor. Not bad, actually. Severus turned a page, genuinely interested. They've made up for the shortage of raw power by developing spells that require very little of it, yet still hit hard in a fight. Clever. He sighed and reached for another book. Pity I can't cast openly yet. The last thing I want is to draw attention, and a place like this almost certainly has tracking charms on underage casting. He held up the new volume. History of the Wizarding World. The contents surfaced in his memory before he'd even opened it, a vast tangle of lessons and textbooks the original Severus had absorbed while staring across the room at a red-haired girl, most of it taken in without any apparent effort on his part. For an Archmage, that kind of passive absorption costs nothing. Interesting. Over 1,000 years old, and founded by people who were at least magisters. There had to be something hidden here. In his world, plenty of old men on their deathbeds left things behind so their names would outlast them. He should dig into the history, see what turns up. The book drifted out of his hands and settled back on the shelf. Start with Slytherin's founder. I've got 2 years, and those 4 hid something in this school. If memory serves, Salazar had a thing for snakes, spoke their language, kept a basilisk as a pet. He paused, smirking at his own reasoning. No. That's ridiculous. He couldn't have left a creature like that inside a school. Never mind the Muggleborns, half the noble families in Britain send their children here. No one with the cunning to found Slytherin House would leave a giant killing machine in the walls just because he liked snakes. He pulled out a biography of Slytherin, but Severus's memory surged up before he'd cracked the spine, full contents, annotations, related texts. Am I going to learn anything new in this section at all? He's apparently already read everything. He shelved the book, stood looking at it for a moment, then turned and walked out of the restricted section. I need to sort through these memories properly first. Stumbling into them blind would be a disaster. Tonight, I should reach out to Slughorn, and he seemed sane enough, and I thought we could work together. It was 6:30 when Severus left the library. He had 2.5 hours before his meeting with the head of house. He used the time to review what he'd pulled from the memories about Slughorn, temperament, preferences, vulnerabilities. He also went back over Severus's habits, his gestures, the particular rhythms of his speech. One careless slip in front of a professor who'd known the real boy for years caused the whole thing to unravel. He had no illusions about standing up to the staff here, whatever rank he'd held in his own world. His Archmage power meant nothing without the core to back it up. The simple offensive spells he'd barely bothered to learn, only a few dozen, were far too taxing for this body. First priority, adapt. Learn to survive on what he had. 2 hours later. He'd sorted through enough of the memories to feel settled, and he left the room in a considerably lighter mood. When he walked into the common room, a voice called out, and it belonged to the same boy who'd stood up for him in front of Slughorn. Not a bad showing today. And I see you finally stopped keeping company with Gryffindor. You're right. Not the best crowd. Glad to hear it. Even if we drop 5 points today, taking 50 from Gryffindor hurts them a great deal more than it hurts us. Macmillan gave him a satisfied pat on the shoulder. What makes you think we'll lose any? Severus raised an eyebrow, already glancing at the clock on the wall. Let's talk later. Slughorn's expecting me. Of course. Any trouble, come and find me. Macmillan touched the prefect badge on his chest with a certain pride. I'll remember that. The moment Severus disappeared around the corner, Macmillan turned the conversation over in his mind, then headed the other way, toward the hall where the house hourglasses stood, tall columns of glass filled with precious stones rather than sand, each one tallying the points of a house. A few minutes later, Severus knocked at Slughorn's office door. Come in, Severus. The office was decorated in dark green, much like the common room. 2 tall cabinets flanked the walls in one corner, one stuffed with books and one with potion ingredients. Between them stood a table, and behind it Slughorn smiled at the young man coming through the door. Sit down. Tea. No, thank you. Severus settled opposite him. The word, Professor. Did you look it up? Slughorn smiled warmly and nodded. As it happens, you were right, it isn't officially classified as an insult. But I still want you to stop using it with Miss Evans, or with anyone else from a Muggle background. Official classification aside, it causes real offense. Understood, Professor. I won't use it again. Good. Glad to hear it. Slughorn took a sip of the glass at his elbow and let his expression settle into something more serious. Now, what's happened to you? There it is. Don't give anything away. Then a faint sweetness pricked at the back of his throat, and his thoughts went briefly soft at the edges. Veritaserum. Of course. I've been too obvious. He purged the effect from his system without expression. Professor, you didn't need to do that. You taught us yourself, always be on your guard with a skilled potion maker. And I respect you too much to lie to you. Slughorn wasn't surprised. He'd only half expected the potion to work, this had been a test more than anything. Removing Veritaserum that quickly took real skill. Only a handful of people in the country could manage it. One of them was apparently sitting across from him. He gave an almost invisible nod. Fair enough. Then tell me what happened between you and Miss Evans. I was quite certain you were in love with her. I'd rather not go into it at length. But the short version is, she betrayed me. Twice. The sad smile that went with those words was entirely convincing. Slughorn felt a prickle of discomfort. He had briefly entertained the idea that someone else was wearing this boy's face, but something as ordinary as heartbreak hadn't crossed his mind. In retrospect, Severus's behavior made a great deal more sense. Slughorn knew about the incident after one of the exams, when the marauders had strung Severus up by his ankle and his robe had fallen, exposing him to half the school. He knew about the other incidents too, the casual, grinding cruelty that Slughorn had tried and failed to stop, offering help each time and being refused. He would have sorted the marauders out himself if he'd been able to, but the ministry would have had him out on his ear for it, possibly worse. All he could do was dock points and set detentions, which was, in the grand scale of things, not very much at all. Is that so? Slughorn began, but Severus wasn't finished. When I actually sat down and thought about it, I realized I'd been letting everyone walk over me for years. I loved Lily. And she used that, keeping me on a leash like a dog she was fond of. He looked straight at Slughorn with an expression that made the old man very uncomfortable indeed. And then she went to him. My enemy. The one who's been making my life a misery since my first year, who humiliated me in front of half the school. She even passed on a spell I invented. Tell me, Professor, what exactly am I supposed to feel about that? His voice had climbed to something close to a shout. Slughorn sat very still, at a complete loss. Severus, I'm sorry for the outburst, Professor. I should go. He stood and walked to the door without looking back. Slughorn watched him go and thought about calling him back, then thought better of it. Better to let him be for now. Cool down. He took a long sip of wine, steadying himself. In over 30 years of teaching, he'd never faced anything quite like this, and he wasn't sure he'd handled it well at all. I'll talk to him tomorrow. Properly, this time. Chapter 5, Chapter 4. Backstab. Chapter 4. Backstab. Severus went straight back to the Slytherin common room. The moment his bedroom door shut behind him, the carefully held expression dropped away, and he smiled. Haven't lost the knack entirely. I nearly convinced myself. He pressed his wand to his temple, and for a moment his face tightened. I didn't think you'd still be worth anything. 2 hours before the meeting, he'd found a fragment of Severus's actual personality buried deep in the subconscious, and when he drew the wand away, a pale gray wisp followed it, drifting like a trapped firefly. What am I supposed to do with you? He studied it with a slight smile. Get rid of you. Keep you for now. Without that fragment, the performance in Slughorn's office would have been hollow at best. He'd borrowed its emotions, and they were what had made the old man believe him. Fine. Stay, then. You'll be useful again. He raised one hand, closed his eyes, and murmured something low and indistinct. A thin green barrier formed around the wisp. Then he pressed it back into his own head and lay down on the bed, exhaling slowly. That does make things considerably easier. He rested for a while with his eyes closed, then got up and set to work. The moment he reached for anything to do with Slytherin, information flooded up at once, and he couldn't help feeling pleased. The greatest dark wizard. What an arrogant thing to put on a plaque. I'd like to see Salazar up against an actual dark mage. And as for Parselmouths, he said to himself, with a short, humorless breath. If they think speaking to snakes is proof of dark allegiance, they've completely lost it. Idiotic, but not my problem to fix. He shook his head and pushed further into the memories. Legilimency. That's more interesting. Rare, even in my world, genuine mind magic. Worth looking into. The thought was barely finished before everything Severus had gathered on the subject presented itself, and the smile came back. Apparently I wasn't the only one who planned to study it. He compiled quite a bit of work. Good. That saves time. He kept going, working through everything Severus had ever learned about the founder of Slytherin House. An hour later, he'd absorbed it all. Nothing of particular use had turned up, which was mildly disappointing but hardly unexpected. No one with sense would leave that kind of information somewhere students could stumble across it. I'll need to bring this to Slughorn. He'll know more. For now, sleep. Tomorrow I can start walking around the castle properly. He yawned, stripped off, and dropped into bed. At least the beds are decent. The next day opened with a transfiguration exam, which he passed with an outstanding and no real effort. Back home, transformation was foundation-level work, the most basic branch of eternal transformation, which was a genuine discipline requiring Archmage-level understanding and power to do properly. He'd mastered it, of course, but his current core was too weak to attempt even the simplest version of it. That said, he had to give this wizarding world its due. Basic transfiguration here was genuinely more advanced than what he was used to, the breadth of spells available was remarkable, and they were designed so even practitioners with poor control could use them effectively. During the exam, he kept all of that to himself and worked entirely from Severus's memory. Leaving Minerva McGonagall's classroom with her thoughtful gaze, he started with the first floor. Not because he wanted a stroll, he was looking for hidden rooms. A castle this old had to have them. The first floor held nothing beyond the obvious: classrooms for defense against the dark arts, Muggle studies, and transfiguration, a pair of teachers' offices, the Gryffindor head of house's office, the toilets. He'd known that already, but he walked the whole length anyway, running a low-level perception charm the whole way. It took about an hour to work through every room and get a proper sense of the teachers. He had 2 years here, and he meant to use them. He kept to a potions book the whole time, appearing absorbed in it, occasionally wandering without apparent purpose. That had been one of the real Severus's habits, getting so lost in a text that he drifted through the castle without noticing. Mostly, though, the boy had craved quiet, hiding in empty classrooms and reading in peace, trying to keep clear of Potter and company. One reliable refuge had been the out-of-order girls' bathroom on the first floor, where the ghost of a girl called Myrtle had taken up residence after dying there. When Severus stopped in front of the door marked out of order, he could already hear it, quiet, persistent sobbing. That was entirely expected. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, taking in the layout with mild curiosity. Sinks were arranged around a large central pillar. That pillar gave him a faint flicker of suspicion, which he filed away without acting on it. He looked toward the cubicles, and a ghost in school uniform came flying out. "You again." Myrtle pushed her glasses up and dabbed at her eyes, looking at him with that particular brand of concern that was really just sorrow turned outward. "Are they at you again?" "Something like that. Bring them here next time. I'd give them something to remember." "Maybe I will. But first, have you noticed anything unusual in here? Anything at all?" "Unusual?" Myrtle rubbed her chin and shook her head. "Nobody comes here. Just you." She drifted in a slow circle around him. "And how did you die? This is Hogwarts, someone should have been held responsible." She blinked at him. He'd never asked before. In all the times he'd come here and locked himself in a cubicle with a book, he'd never once asked. "Nobody's ever asked me that. And I don't remember all of it." She dropped her eyes. "There was a party, and I had a row with someone and ran in here. Then I heard hissing. And there were these enormous eyes, and then, nothing." "Enormous eyes." He held up one finger and shaped a small eye in the air between them, vertical pupil, yellow sclera. He kept his gaze on her face. She went rigid, caught somewhere between fear and recognition. "I see. Salazar, you reckless lunatic," he thought, keeping his expression neutral. "Hiding something like that in a school. But then, I should probably thank you. Skin, saliva, teeth, venom glands, eyes, blood, heart." He couldn't quite stop the corner of his mouth from lifting. "I might manage something very interesting indeed before I'm done here. That's. I. Thank you. That tells me what I needed to know." He'd always thought well of Myrtle. In a way she'd been Severus's second closest friend, after Lily, the one who'd simply been present during the worst of it, and hadn't tried to fix it, just stayed. "Think you can hide here, Snevelis?" The door hit the wall with a crack like a spell. "Stupefy." 3 voices at once. 3 white beams crossed the room and caught Severus squarely in the back. He lurched forward but stayed upright, and a sharp look entered his eyes. "Cowards." Striking from behind, 3 on 1. Myrtle's voice rose in furious indignation, and all around her the taps began to run. "Get out of it, crybaby, this doesn't concern you." James hadn't taken his eyes off Severus's back, and he was grinning. "So, Severus. How does it feel? You made me look like an idiot in front of Lily. Today you're going to. And." The complete absence of feeling in that voice stopped all 3 of them cold. Their eyes went wide as Severus turned around slowly. Silencio. Another beam, from behind James this time, straight into Severus's chest. "Nice, serious. Now, Expelliarmus." The wand in Severus's sleeve shot out and clattered to the wet floor at the trio's feet. "Let's hear it, then. What's the plan?" "Not bad. Fast." Severus nodded, almost to himself, and the trio's grins faltered. "What comes next?" "We hang you up in the Great Hall. No robes." Ambitious." "And after that?" "We beat you first. Not much you can do without a wand, is there? Stop it right now or I'll fetch Professor McGonagall and she'll have all 3 of you." Myrtle planted herself in front of the marauders, shaking with anger. She knew exactly what it was to be on the wrong end of this. Watching it happen to the only person in the castle she considered a friend was more than she could bear. "No need. I've got this. You've done enough." Severus raised one palm toward them and said, quietly, "Aguamenti." The taps, the sinks, the toilet bowls, all of them erupted at once. Jets of water hit the marauders' wand hands and sent the wands skidding away, and then several streams as thick as a man's forearm drove into their stomachs and slammed them into the walls. "Myrtle. Tell anyone who asks exactly what happened here. Everything except the questions I put to you." "Huh." She hadn't fully recovered when Severus's color left his face in one sudden rush and he went straight down onto the flooded tiles. "Stop this at once." Chapter 6, Chapter 5. Headmaster. Chapter 5. Headmaster. Minerva McGonagall came through the door at something between a stride and a run, black robes snapping behind her, pointed hat slightly crooked. She saw the trio on the floor first and went straight to them. A quick check, conscious, no serious damage. She let out a breath, then turned toward Severus, already forming the words of the reprimand, and stopped. The color had gone out of him entirely. The words dried up. Professor McGonagall, thank goodness you're here. Those three broke in and attacked Severus without any warning. Myrtle rushed forward, reading the displeasure on McGonagall's face and trying to head it off. She's lying. I saw exactly what happened, the snee. Mr. Severus attacked James and the others first. They only came to apologize. A heavy-set boy appeared in the doorway, red-faced and out of breath. I ran for you to stop him before he could go further. He's lying. I'll determine that myself. McGonagall said, each word clipped and precise, and raised her wand over each student in turn. What on earth is going on in here? Where did all this water come from? Horace Slughorn appeared in the doorway, smiling in the vague way of someone who expected to be mildly amused. He'd been on his way to the headmaster with the OWL results. The moment he saw Severus on the floor, the papers went everywhere. He crossed the room in 3 strides, drew his wand, and pressed it to Severus's temple. Then he rounded on McGonagall. Professor McGonagall. Would you care to explain yourself? The pleasant expression was entirely gone. I understand you have no great affection for my house, but have you genuinely stood here and watched a student in this state without doing a thing about it? How am I supposed to interpret that? I recommended you for the head of house position myself. If this is what those prejudices of yours amount to, it appears I was wrong to do so. I will be speaking to Dumbledore today, and I will be asking him to relieve you of the post. With that he gathered Severus up, limp and pale, and carried him out of the bathroom toward the hospital wing. Minerva stood very still. In all her years no one had spoken to her like that, and the fact that it was Horace, of all people, made it considerably worse. Miss Myrtle, she said. She pulled in a slow breath, steadied herself, and turned to the ghost, studiously not looking at the 3 white-faced boys on the floor. Tell me what happened. Of course. Severus and I were talking when. Meanwhile, at the hospital wing, a woman in a bonnet and a white apron over a red dress came briskly into the ward. Poppy, how is he? Slughorn asked, not managing to keep the worry out of it. Nothing to panic about. He pushed a higher-level spell past what this body could handle and lost the grip on it. He'll sleep it off. What a relief. Can I sit with him? Let him rest. He'll be fit to leave by this evening. Of course. I won't disturb him, then. Slughorn thanked her with a smile and headed back to collect the OWL papers he'd scattered across the bathroom floor. He shuddered at the memory of the training, the specific, relentless, almost cheerful brutality of it. Or maybe it's just as well they can't meet again. The headmaster's office. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, widely held to be the most powerful wizard of his generation. At that same moment, in a circular office full of tall windows and the quietly watching portraits of Hogwarts' former headmasters, surrounded by delicate silver instruments on every surface and books on every wall, 3 people stood facing one another. The oldest of the 3 had long silver hair and a beard to match. There was tiredness in his face, but it sat beside something else, eyes of a very particular blue behind half-moon glasses, entirely alive, carrying the accumulated weight of a long life spent paying attention. He wore a long frock coat, a purple robe, and buckled boots without any pretension to grandeur. Opposite him stood the 2 heads of house. Slughorn and Minerva McGonagall, who had not yet managed to meet Dumbledore's eyes. I can't remove Minerva from the Gryffindor headship. She made a mistake, but we all do. And I don't believe she'll repeat it. Am I right? Headmaster, I. McGonagall pressed her lips together, then lifted her chin. I agree with my colleague's assessment. I allowed my own assumptions to cloud my judgment, and as a result I failed a student who needed my protection. Mr. Severus was innocent and injured, and I stood there and did nothing. My role as head of house requires that I set an example, fairness, consistency, no exceptions. I failed that standard entirely, and I accept it. That's enough. Dumbledore shook his head, and the tired smile returned. That she could admit it so cleanly made things considerably simpler. He turned to Slughorn. The head of house position isn't one you can fill overnight. I understand your anger, Horace, I do. But what I can offer is my word that this will not happen again. Will you give Minerva that second chance? As you wish. Slughorn had seen this coming. He knew better than most how Dumbledore felt about his Gryffindors. The man had been one himself, and old affections die hard. In that case I want those 4 given a proper punishment, not the usual excuses about boys being boys. This isn't the first incident, and what they do isn't remotely what I'd call a prank. Shall I remind you about Miss Geordie? An unknown potion slipped into her food, leaving her nearly a month in the hospital wing with a dangerous fever. Children and pranks. I've had enough of hearing those words. Take the appropriate action, or I hand in my notice tomorrow. He moved toward the door. Slughorn, wait. Can we? I've said what I came to say. If I'm not satisfied with their punishment, I'll be gone by morning, and you'll be looking for a new potions master and a new head of Slytherin. The door shut. Dumbledore let out a long, slow sigh and lowered himself into his chair. Headmaster. It's all right. He may well be right. You're too generous with them. McGonagall tried to say it gently. She knew what this period cost him, the dark wizards growing bolder, the attacks on Muggle-born families, all of it pressing down on him as though it were personally his fault. And the school's troubles never stopped. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, eyes closed. 50 points from Gryffindor. James Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin are suspended from classes for 3 months, beginning at the start of next year. When that ends, 3 further months of nightly detention with Filch. I'll speak with Walburga and Fleamont separately. A pause. That's my decision. Yes, Headmaster. Chapter 7, Chapter 6. Plans. Chapter 6. Plans. By evening, Severus had come around properly. Madame Pomfrey checked him over, pronounced him fit, and he made his way down through the castle to the dungeons. He reached the skull-carved stretch of wall, said pure blood, and waited for it to slide open. The common room was typically buzzing with evening noise. The moment he walked in, it quieted, and a dozen faces turned toward him with something that looked, unexpectedly, like approval. Here he is, called a cheerful voice. A house prefect came forward, Macmillan, the same boy who'd backed him up in front of Slughorn. Did I miss something? Severus raised an eyebrow. Don't play innocent. 100 points off Gryffindor in 2 days. That's not something many people manage. Several of the other Slytherins nodded along. Glad it helped. He moved straight toward the dormitories. I'm done for today. Anyone who wants to talk, I'll be in my room. The look that rippled through the common room at that moment was not warm. These were not people who took kindly to being brushed off. Macmillan said nothing, just offered a good night and went about his business, a perfectly appropriate response since he knew considerably more than the others about where Severus had actually spent the day. He also understood that making himself pleasant now, while the others were busy putting Severus's back up, was the most sensible possible investment. Severus was interesting, and not only for the potion's gift, though that was real enough. From their very first meeting, Macmillan had felt it, something had changed in the boy. The quiet, battered quality was gone, replaced by something he couldn't quite name but very much wanted to understand. This was Macmillan's last year at Hogwarts. If he didn't build something with Severus now, he wouldn't get another opportunity. That was the thinking behind the politeness, the patience, the careful lack of pressure. Severus closed his bedroom door, ran a swift check for surveillance charms, and then collapsed face down onto the bed. Another one done. He rolled over, pointed at the nightstand, and an inkwell, a quill, and a blank sheet of parchment floated out. I'm going to need some outside help with this next part. The quill scratched away for a few minutes, then stopped. The sheet rolled itself into a scroll. Need an owl. The location of the Ollery surfaced immediately, west wing, upper floors. Convenient. He opened the nightstand drawer and pulled out a small pouch that jingled softly. 10 galleons and 7 sickles rolled onto the bed. Not exactly flush. Money's going to be a problem. He extended one hand. Phosha. A small sphere of fire bloomed in his palm, warm and obedient. One word, and I've got fire. And the runes from home work here, which is something. Still not enough until I've built up the core and taken that potion. I need to reach at least Magister level before I can feel reasonably safe, and then I can work on everything else somewhere quiet, away from whatever this war is turning into. He yawned and closed his eyes, then snapped them open again. Wait. He sat up. That could actually work. If the runes function here, then. I'll need materials, but there's a forest right on the grounds. He turned the plan over for a while, decided it was sound, and committed to the next evening as his starting point. He spent the rest of that day in the library, the full castle layout, current versus old, whatever the general stacks would give him. Most interestingly, the oldest blueprints he could find anywhere in the library, even after going through every shelf under Madame Pance's long-suffering watch, dated back to 1780. Nothing earlier. That was disappointing at first glance, and then rather pleasing. Things don't simply disappear from a school archive that size. Someone had made a deliberate choice to remove them. The water and sewage plans were the same, 1780 and nothing before. Still, you couldn't hide everything. Blueprints were only one kind of record. In a historical text he found a brief note about a Corvinus Dark, surnamed Gaunt in parentheses, who had been responsible for installing the Hogwarts plumbing system in 1750. Taken alone, unremarkable. Taken with the knowledge that the Darks were descended from Salazar Slytherin himself, it became peculiar. Severus knew exactly how pureblood aristocrats thought about manual labor. If you suggest to any Slytherin student that they spend their time digging channels and laying pipe, and they'd look at you as though you'd said something offensive. Yet Dark, a man of that lineage, had apparently done exactly that, without any apparent objection, in what amounted to a glorified sewer. The absurdity was the point. No one would choose to do that without a reason, and the reason wasn't the plumbing. Severus hadn't found anything concrete. He felt, nonetheless, that he was standing on the right ground. Evening came, and he left the library. He had taken perhaps 2 steps when he stopped. Sitting in the middle of the corridor, regarding him with cool, measured hostility, was a grey cat with dark tabby markings. It had drawn itself up to its full height and was watching him with the focused wariness of an animal that had decided he was probably a problem. Severus smiled. The cat's fur stood on end. At almost exactly the same moment, as though some instinct had fired, an elderly man came around the far corner at a pace that would have done credit to someone 30 years younger. His face was deeply lined and permanently set into an expression of aggrieved suspicion. His pale eyes moved in quick, calculating sweeps, clocking everything. Students scattered out of his path as he passed them. When the yowling reached him, his expression curdled, and he was already running. He rounded the last corner and found Severus standing in the corridor with Miss Norris cradled in his arms, purring loudly. "Put her down this instant. She belongs to you." Severus looked up with a pleasant expression, one hand moving in slow, even strokes along the cat's spine. "Miss Norris. That's a good name." He nodded at Filch in a courteous way. "Could I hold her just a little longer?" "Miss Norris." Filch's voice had dropped an octave. Miss Norris gave a lazy, deeply contented meow and flicked her tail. Filch stared. He was clearly trying to work himself back up to outrage and finding it difficult. He had just drawn himself up to say something cutting when Severus said, "You take exceptional care of her. It's genuinely rare to see it done this well. The coat's healthy all the way through, soft, clean, good sheen. Eyes clear, no cloudiness, no discharge. She's alert and well-proportioned." He paused. "There's one small thing I'd want to look at, though." "What?" All the hostility had gone out of Filch's face, replaced by something raw and worried. He leaned in toward Miss Norris, as if proximity would reveal the problem. "Nothing urgent." Severus tapped her nose gently. Her mouth opened just slightly. That faint off note in the smell. "You probably caught it." Filch sniffed. He nodded slowly and solemnly. "Just a slight dietary imbalance. Easy to correct." Severus held out a hand, and Filch, without seeming to consciously decide to, passed over the paper he'd been scribbling notes on. Severus flipped it over and wrote a balanced diet plan for cats on the back. His father had been particular about cats, had made Severus learn everything there was to know about them, whether he wanted to or not, though in truth he'd never minded. "Don't let her overeat. It won't end well." Miss Norris expressed an opinion on this in no uncertain terms. Severus stroked the top of her head with a warm smile. "Play with her properly, regularly. She needs your attention as much as anything else." "Right. Yes." Filch was taking down every word. He took the sheet back, folded it with a care bordering on reverence, and tucked it into the inside pocket of his jacket as though it were something valuable. "I won't keep you." Severus passed Miss Norris back to him and walked away. Filch stood in the corridor for a full minute staring after the boy. Then it landed. "He ran rings around me." Miss Norris purred. Filch looked down at her, and the sour lines of his face went soft. "Fine. Didn't see a thing tonight. Come on, Miss Norris, there are 4 others still to catch." He grinned in a way that didn't bode well for anyone, set her down, and she vanished around the corner with an ominous chirp. Filch followed. At the same moment, on the other side of the castle, Severus stepped out through a ground-floor door and crossed the darkening grounds toward a large solitary tree. Chapter 8, Chapter 7. Werewolf. Chapter 7. Werewolf. Severus stood before the enormous tree with a folded-in-half sheet of paper in his hand, regarding it with mild interest. "I wonder what those kids are planning." The note had appeared on his desk by accident, delivered by a rat while he was absorbed in a book in the library. According to the message, it was from Lily. She was asking him to come that evening to the great tree on the school grounds, slip through a gap between the roots, find a specific shack, and wait for her there. She had something serious to discuss. He might have believed it was from Lily, were it not for 2 things. First, the messenger was a rat reeking of magic. It belonged to one of Potter's hangers-on, Peter Pettigrew, the same graceless boy who had fetched the Gryffindor prefect to the bathroom. Second, the handwriting only vaguely resembled Lily's. Severus tucked the letter away and looked back up at the tree. The Whomping Willow. A rather rare specimen of the whipping willow subspecies. He walked up to it and pressed his palm against the thick trunk. Exactly what I need. I did not think I would find such good material for my toys. He drew his wand from his sleeve, pointed it at the rough bark, and made a slow circular motion. A beam shot from the tip, tracing an oval that sank several inches into the wood before collapsing back to a single point. Telekinesis would drain me too quickly. Better to use a local spell. He pointed the wand at the tree again, and with a faint smile watched a 2-meter section of bark peel cleanly away from the trunk. Wingardium Leviosa. Interesting concept. The magical cost is minimal with this formula. I never stop being amazed by this world. A few seconds later, a perfectly round piece of wood, 10 centimeters thick, was hovering in front of him. Not bad. That should be enough for practice and a first batch. He nodded and brought it down to the ground. Glancing up, he let the gray light wash over his face. Full moon. Whomping Willow. A werewolf boy. Now I understand what they are after. They disabled the tree's defense so I could slip through the tunnel beneath it and reach whatever it guards. What surprised him even more was that the headmaster and the staff allowed a werewolf to study alongside ordinary students. Then he remembered the basilisk living beneath the castle, and the surprise faded. If I ever have children, I am definitely not sending them to this charming place. He examined the tree a little longer, then located the hidden passage and went in. A few minutes after he disappeared, 3 figures in Hogwarts uniforms emerged from behind a low slope. I told you that idiot would fall for our letter. Potter grinned, though the expression didn't reach his eyes in a pleasant way. I cannot believe he turned out to be such a fool. James, are you sure about this? His laughter died as a dark-haired boy cut in, handsome in the sharp-featured way common to a certain type of Slytherin, and frowning hard. Lupin might actually tear him apart. Then we are all in serious trouble. Relax, Padfoot. I spoke to him beforehand. He will try to control himself. And even if that rotten Snevelis does get hurt, that's his own fault. He walked straight into the wolf's jaws. Potter shot them a challenging look. Don't you want revenge too? Because of him we are suspended for 3 months. And imagine tomorrow, when our parents show up. Especially your grandmother. At the mention of grandmother, the dark-haired boy's face tightened. You are right. But we follow him. We cannot let him die. That would be the end for Moony. Obviously. That is exactly what I was about to say. You were stalling. James said nothing. The smile that died on his face told Sirius everything. Black knew they had gone too far, but he could no longer bring himself to stop his friend, and if he were honest with himself, no longer wanted to. Wormtail, stay here. If you see anyone, touch the tree. You know where the knot is. Got it. Pettigrew nodded, transformed before their very eyes into a large rat, and scrambled up the trunk. The 2 boys approached the willow and paused, noticing the chunk of wood lying near the passage entrance. What did he need that for? Who the hell knows what goes on in that moron's head? Meanwhile, Severus emerged from the far end of the tunnel and looked around. Hogsmeade lay nearby. Hogwarts itself was a couple of kilometers back. There is the little house. He turned his gaze to the dilapidated shack, from which growls and whimpers seeped through the walls. So my suspicions were right. They wanted to sick a werewolf on me. They did not even bother with silencing charms. Bloody amateurs. The next moment the shack door burst open with a crash, and a creature that looked like a humanoid wolf stepped out into the moonlight. Its body was covered in thick fur. Its head and limbs barely differed from a wolf's. Its mouth was full of razor-sharp fangs, and its bestial eyes stirred nothing in Severus but pity. What a wretched sight. I have never seen such a pathetic creature. He had expected massive muscle. Instead there were only bones wrapped in skin. And this is a werewolf. A disgrace. Rare. The monster roared and charged straight at him. Severus snorted. A disgrace to all werewolves. He raised his palm and a transparent barrier formed with no visible effort. The creature's claws scraped across it with a horrible screech. You cannot even break a shield this weak. He drew his wand and leveled it at the beast's forehead. Should I kill you? He shook his head. He let the idea go. Too many problems. At that moment the claws finally pierced the barrier. Severus used wind magic to throw himself backward a good 10 meters, then raised his wand again. A glowing rope burst from the tip and bound the monster's arms, then its legs. It hit the ground with a heavy thud and kept growling. Quiet down, puppy. Or I will castrate you and turn you into a good little boy. He grinned and aimed the wand at Lupin's groin. The monster seemed to understand exactly what that meant. It went still, then began to whimper, though every few seconds a low growl escaped it, warning that if Severus actually tried it, the consequences would be severe. Oh! Threatening me. He smirked and walked right up to the werewolf. Freeze. The wand tip flashed blue. The monster locked up, eyes bulging, mouth hanging open mid-snarl. Be glad I don't want trouble. Keep looking at me like that and I'll knock out every last one of your teeth. He tapped the fangs lightly with his wand, then sat on the creature as casually as if it were a park bench and turned his gaze toward the tunnel entrance. I've been waiting for you. James and Sirius stared at him from the mouth of the passage, unable to move, unable to speak. Well. Come on out. Instead of answering, they both raised their wands. Get away from Lupin. Or what? You'll tell the headmaster. Your dean. Severus, I said get away from him. Too much trouble. And why do you think you're the ones calling the shots? My wand is at this werewolf's throat. One wrong move, and I might accidentally use your favorite spell, Bombarda, and blow your friend's head clean off. Nothing happens to me. I was simply defending myself against a magical beast. What do you want? Sirius asked, his voice flat, his eyes never leaving the wand pressed to his friend's neck. At least one of you knows how to think. I don't want much. I want the artifact you used to find me that day in the toilet. They were children when all was said and done. He could see the flash of surprise underneath their confusion, and it confirmed everything. We don't know what you're talking about. Play dumb for another second, and I'll start with his ear. The wand, glowing bright blue, slid from the throat to the werewolf's ear. And don't tell me you simply followed me here, or that your friend is an unregistered animagus. 3 seconds. 1. The light brightened. We don't have it. 2. Just let us. 3. SEC. Fine. James snarled through clenched teeth. He yanked a folded piece of parchment from his sleeve and threw it. At that moment the two of them exchanged a glance and gave a tight nod. Severus raised his palm and caught it. And how do I open it? What is the password? I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Potter spat. And to close it? Mischief managed. Got it. Clever. Severus tucked it into his sleeve and watched the disappointment settle over their faces. You thought I would open it right now. What if it's a trap? James merely snorted and lowered his wand slowly. Now let him go. Of course. Everyone stepped back. Obliviate. He thrust his palm toward them and said the word firmly. They had no time to react. The spell struck almost instantly and they froze, staring at nothing. Did you really think I would simply let you walk away? He stepped away from the werewolf and moved toward them. You saw far too much tonight. A couple of hours should cover it. Standing before the two frozen wizards, Severus pressed his wand to Sirius's forehead and whispered again. Obliviate. Once I finish with these two, I must not forget the rat. He erased the last 7 hours from the first and moved on to the second. Letting them off so easily still doesn't sit right. His gaze drifted to the prone werewolf. A plan took shape, neat and satisfying. There is no point studying dream magic, the nightmare branch in particular, if I never put it to use. In James Potter's dream. James was walking through thick gray fog, unable to tell which way to go. What is this place? Is anyone here? Silence. The silence frightened him. James. He knew that voice at once. Lupin, where are you? H here. Cough. Cough. A few minutes later he broke through into a wide clearing. Near a massive tree sat his werewolf friend, coughing, his face as white as chalk. Mooney, what's wrong with you? Potter demanded, rushing to his side. Whatever his faults, he genuinely valued his friends. Perhaps that was the only quality Severus respected in him. Help. How? I harg. Get away. I cannot control myself. He shoved James aside and transformed. Lupin, calm down. I am your friend. Severus's voice seemed to come from the darkness itself, amused and unhurried. James looked down and swallowed hard. Between the creature's legs, fully erect, was a soldier over 30 centimeters long. Lupin, easy now. Potter reached into his sleeve for his wand. Nothing there. He turned white. His friend began moving toward him. Help. I am hot. Stay where you are. Do not come any closer. James turned and ran into the fog as fast as his legs would carry him. But no one outruns a werewolf. The creature closed the gap quickly, and James's face twisted in pure horror. Then he caught his foot on nothing at all and went down hard. He barely had time to register the fall before a heavy weight landed on his back. He refused to give up. He got onto all fours and tried to crawl, but his legs had stopped obeying him entirely. A moment later, Potter felt a coolness at his rear and hot breath against the back of his neck. Then pain. Chapter 9, Chapter 8. Artifact. Half an hour later. Severus came back through the tunnel and returned to the Whomping Willow. There you are. He pointed his wand at a large branch. A blue flash. A rather large rat dropped from the tree. He did not waste words. Obliviate, 7 hours gone, done. He picked up the chunk of wood he transfigured into a coin earlier and headed back to the castle. In his room, he dropped the coin on the floor. A few seconds later it expanded back into a large piece of wood. Right. Time to get to work. He pointed his wand at it and used wind elemental magic to split it into several dozen small cubes. He picked one up and turned it over. This will do. He put his wand away, held the cube, and touched a fingertip to its surface. A small flame bloomed. Carefully, he began tracing a pattern. A few minutes later he turned it over and started on the second face. Half an hour after that, a finished cube was hovering in front of him. Every face was covered in dark symbols. Aparodi, absorption. Iorisi, levitation. Impodio, barrier. Therapia, healing. Antinaclisi, reflection. Apocrypsy, concealment. A simple toy. But in this world it will serve the locals well enough. Magical cost is minimal. Production cost is minimal. He was not worried about anyone recognizing the runes. The concealment rune buried their presence entirely. What appeared on the surface was random noise. And if anyone tried to force the artifact open, it would destroy itself. He had stumbled onto the design by accident, through an acquaintance who had looted an ancient tomb and made a comfortable living selling the finds. One of the blueprints had been for this item. The tomb raider had assumed it was something powerful. Once Severus had built one and studied it, the truth was more modest, a training toy for improving magical control, and a simple way to identify whether a young wizard had any talent for supportive magic. For a mage it was nothing. For ordinary people, particularly those living far from any city, it was something else entirely. A protective artifact capable of reflecting spells cast by a master, and of shielding its owner from common magical beasts. To put that in context, Severus's current power was roughly at the level of a weak master, and Severus had been a talented boy. From the memories he had inherited, he knew that most wizards left school after their OWLs, and the majority of those were barely journeymen. So an artifact like this had a clear place in this world. It healed, too. Nothing dramatic, it would not regrow a severed arm. But press a severed finger against it quickly enough, and yes. It needed no magic to operate, only a drop of blood to bind it to its owner. It was the perfect protective artifact for this world, and one that promised him a considerable profit. He had no intention of stopping there. He wanted to live without ever worrying about money. He had ideas, plenty of them, but ideas needed capital. The cubes would earn him a starting fund. After that, he would invest in research. 4 more. Then I will see how the local wizards react to my little toy. That evening he made 2 more and went to bed. In the morning he finished the last 2, transfigured all 4 into black needles, and tucked them into an inner pocket. The remaining wooden cubes he hid in the wardrobe and under the bed. Then he left the room and went back to the library. He left the Marauder's booklet alone for now. He had already checked it for tracking charms, transfigured it into a white needle, and stored it with the others. He would examine it properly over the holidays, well away from Hogwarts. He sat in the library until nearly lunch, found nothing of interest, and was on his way to the Great Hall when a familiar voice stopped him. Mr. Severus. Slughorn was coming toward him, smiling. How are you feeling? Fine, Professor. Madame Pomfrey had me back on my feet quickly. Glad to hear it. I see you are heading to lunch. Care to join me? I would be delighted. I actually have a few questions about potions. With a wave of his hand, Severus returned the books he had been carrying to their shelves and fell into step beside Slughorn. Questions are always welcome. I am listening. I am working on a potion that can temporarily double magical ability. Commendable. To finish it, I need a specific type of mushroom I came across in a book. Its properties were the closest match to what I need, but the name was not given. He pulled out a sheet of parchment and, under Slughorn's mildly interested gaze, quickly sketched a mushroom, thin red cap, black spots, entirely gray stem. The cap is red with black dots, the stem entirely gray, and the mycelium. HM. That is the delusion mushroom. If a wizard eats it, his magical power triples, but death follows without exception. Slughorn muttered, looking genuinely astonished. I assume you plan to use it as a base and strip out the poison while weakening the effect. Sound thinking. But it will not work. Why not? I tried the same thing once and eventually gave it up. There is a narrow path to neutralizing the poison, but the moment you do, the potion becomes too weak to be worth anything. He looked at Severus's puzzled expression and smiled, though it did not quite reach his eyes. I will not discourage you, though. Perhaps you will find what I missed. I will do my best. Severus replied, lifting his chin with a slightly theatrical pride that made Slughorn laugh. Good. You know where to find me. Of course. May I ask a few more things? I am listening. About White Mandrake. For the next hour, Severus kept him talking. He stayed carefully within the school curriculum and the books available in the library. He also made a point of performing it properly, the right amount of childish enthusiasm, the right amount of nervous eagerness, exactly the way Severus behaved whenever potions came up. After lunch they parted, Slughorn reassured, Severus already thinking ahead. He went back to the library. Tomorrow was the end-of-year banquet and the award ceremony, and he intended to spend every remaining hour searching for more on Salazar and his descendants. By evening, Madame Pants was practically steering him toward the door by sheer force of disapproval. A woman in a black pointed hat entered the library. Mr. Severus. The headmaster wishes to see you. Come with me. Minerva McGonagall looked at him with that cool indifference she seemed to reserve specifically for him. Is it urgent? He looked up from the book. He had finally found something worth finding, words Salazar had left behind after his departure from Hogwarts, a dense anagram spanning several scripts and languages. In 2 hours he had cracked exactly one word, and only then by luck, after stumbling across a reference in a historical chronicle filled with quotations from notable wizards. The word was hidden. The next one began with in. He sighed, closed the book, and returned it to the shelf along with the others on the table. Could we bring Professor Slughorn? I feel considerably easier with him present. McGonagall heard that, took in the distrust in his eyes, and pressed her lips together. His gaze made her uncomfortable. So did the memory of the incident 2 days ago, which had not improved her opinion of herself. She was not angry with Severus. She was angry with herself for the prejudice she had let run unchecked. Looking at him, she recognized something she did not especially enjoy recognizing. She had once spent whole days in the library too. They had seriously considered sorting her into Ravenclaw. Very well. And I owe you an apology for that incident. My behavior was inappropriate. There is no need. I understand. Let's go and collect Professor Slughorn. The headmaster is probably waiting. Yes. 10 minutes later, the three of them were standing in front of the stone gargoyle on the second floor. Lemon drop, Minerva said, with rather more confidence than the slight color in her cheeks suggested. Severus kept his expression neutral. What a cheerful old man. The gargoyle's eyes glowed and it stepped aside, revealing a spiral wooden staircase. The moment they stepped onto it, the stairs began to rise, smooth and unhurried, like a lift. Seconds later they reached the headmaster's office. The old man behind the desk had Severus's full attention immediately. A magister. Weak, by the standards he knew, but the fact that such a mage existed here at all was a surprise. He had assumed the strongest wizard he would encounter in this world would be a peak master. He had been wrong. In his own world, a man like this would certainly have reached great Archmage. He had ranked the Hogwarts founders as magisters as well. The memories he had inherited made clear that wizards of this era were far weaker than those of the past, which was part of why he had set his expectations where he had. Clearly he needed to revise them. Then he shifted his attention to the other person in the room, Lily, watching him with wary eyes. In his old world, the mage ranks ran: apprentice, journeyman, master, magister, archmage, great archmage, creator. Chapter 10, Chapter 9. Magister. Chapter 9. Magister. McGonagall stepped off the staircase and moved immediately to Lily's side. Headmaster, I have brought him. Thank you, Minerva. Dumbledore nodded, then looked at Severus with a kind smile, lowering his half-moon spectacles slightly. There is nothing to worry about. I simply wish to ask you a few questions about the incident several days ago, involving you, Miss Evans, and her friends. Of course, Headmaster. Please, ask your questions. Good. Tell me what happened. Leave nothing out. Yes. That day, Over the next 10 minutes, Severus laid out everything that had happened between himself and Potter's companions before the potions exam. He kept his voice level, his manner subdued, pressing the fragments of his own true personality down beneath the surface like a second skin. The speech patterns, the small habits, the particular way Severus carried himself when he was trying not to be noticed. Every detail had to hold. It was not a matter of performance. It was a matter of survival. Defeating a magister was still beyond him. And beyond Dumbledore, two masters were standing in the same room, which made his position considerably less comfortable. That is how it was, he finished, lowering his eyes as though reluctant to meet Dumbledore's gaze. Dumbledore had listened throughout without interrupting, nodding occasionally. I see. You used a nonverbal silencio. Then why did Mr. Potter say he could not breathe? It was the first time I had cast it nonverbally. I may have made an error in the execution. That could very well have happened. In the future, do not use such spells unless you are certain they will behave as intended. Dumbledore's tone was firm rather than unkind. Severus nodded, looking suitably guilty. Lily, do you have any questions? Yes. She swallowed, then turned to Severus. Do you remember what you said to me in fourth year? That evening. The reason we fought. I am sorry. I don't remember, Severus said, meeting her eyes without warmth. I see. She straightened. Headmaster Dumbledore, I am certain this is not Severus. He is not like this. And perhaps you simply never knew me well. You say I am not like this. What am I like, then? A dark wizard. A Death Eater. That is what you think, isn't it? Mr. Snape, please calm yourself, McGonagall stepped sharply in front of Lily. Slughorn's hands came down on Severus's shoulders, firm and steady. Severus went still. He took a slow breath, let it out, and shook his head. I apologize for the outburst, Headmaster. Might we speak privately? Very well. The room cleared. When the door closed, Severus raised his eyes to Dumbledore's face. He bit his lower lip, reached up, and tugged his collar down. He drew his wand and touched the tip to his own throat. A few seconds later, purple marks bloomed across the skin. Dumbledore frowned. He rose from behind the desk and came closer, reaching out to touch one of the bruises. Could it be that you? Severus nodded, his smile small and sad. I tried to end my life that day. But it did not work. The rope snapped. Why didn't you come to me? Or speak with Professor Slughorn? Dumbledore held his gaze steadily. Suicide is never the answer. I hope you understand that. I do understand. But when I came so close to dying, something shifted. I understood how desperately I wanted to keep this life. It opened my eyes. He paused. I decided to change. I am very glad to hear that, my boy. James, whom I always feared, made every corridor feel dangerous. I stood up to him. Lily, whom I loved, ultimately turned away from me. I decided to let her go. I want to start again. Bury myself in my studies. See what I can become. He touched his wand to his temple and drew out a thin strand of memory, carefully selected, and held it out. This is what you were hoping to see, is it not? Dumbledore looked mildly surprised, then nodded. He produced a small transparent vial and placed the memory inside. My dream now is to finish Hogwarts and travel, Severus said, tucking his wand away. A distant, slightly dreamy quality came into his voice. I want to see this world properly. Is that not a worthy thing to want? It is a wonderful dream. I once wanted the same. A pause. It did not come to pass. Dumbledore straightened Severus's collar, covering the rope mark, and returned to his desk. His hand rested briefly on a small steel globe, and something old and private flickered behind his eyes. But it is never too late to begin. Of course. Though certainly not any time soon. Severus smiled tiredly and shrugged. As for Lily's question, the reason we fought that day was Avery and Mulciber. He dropped his gaze, letting embarrassment show. I know they are not good people. But I had no other friends. Very few in Slytherin were willing to befriend a half-blood, and I think you understand why. Lily told me to stop seeing them entirely. To give up the only people who treated me as though I mattered. That is not fair. She had friends. Was I supposed to simply be alone? Lily was worried about you, my boy. She wanted you to have better. You may be right, Headmaster. But I find her methods difficult to forgive. I'm done with her. I'd like to drop this subject. 5 minutes later, Severus left the office. He didn't look at Lily, who was hovering behind McGonagall, watching him with unease. He went straight to Slughorn. Professor, the headmaster wants to see you. Professor McGonagall, could you escort Miss Evans back to Gryffindor Tower? Are you all right? Slughorn asked, studying him. Yes. I've explained everything to the headmaster. It went well. Good, then. Good night, Mr. Severus. Good night to you too, Professor. Back in his room, Severus let the personality fragment go. A magister. That was genuinely unexpected. And Dumbledore is merely one of the strongest wizards in the country, which means there are others. He dropped onto the bed and closed his eyes, letting the thought drift where it wanted. Many countries. Likely several more magisters scattered across the world. And here is an uncomfortable question: why did I spend so little time on spells that don't require massive magical reserves? The weakest spells he knew required at least a peak master's power to cast. His core was currently sitting at the very beginning of that rank. After I return to Hogwarts, I need the basilisk's blood and heart. Over the holidays, dragon and phoenix, same ingredients. Though given the size of the basilisk here, and Dumbledore's phoenix, I probably will not reach Archmage straight away. Early stage magister at best. Mid-stage if the quality is good. This war, though. I want nothing to do with it. Though I am already connected to Lucius, which complicates things. He did not know much about the war, only the surface of it. But he had lived long enough to read a situation, and this one was profoundly unstable. The fact that open talk of the Dark Lord recruiting followers was commonplace in Slytherin House told him enough. The cause of the war inspired nothing but contempt in him. World conquest, he could understand. It was brutal, but it had a certain logic. Exterminating everyone who was not a pureblood was something else entirely. It was simply stupid. Even setting aside the moral dimension, if he joined the Dark Wizards, he would almost certainly die. The category of non-purebloods was not limited to Muggles. It included Muggleborns and half-bloods, and Severus was a half-blood. His mother, Eileen Prince, had been a witch from the pureblood Prince family. His father, Tobias Snape, was a Muggle. He had always found Eileen's choice surprising. She was a daughter from an aristocratic family, running off with a common Muggle. It struck a familiar note. He had seen the same pattern before, in other contexts, and it rarely came from nowhere. It was a love potion, most likely. It was something binding, something that removed the choice. He had seen far worse. He had once worked as a mercenary in a family dispute, and watched a son put a dagger into his father's heart without hesitation. So he would investigate. If his suspicions proved correct, he would find the culprit, and he would make their life very unpleasant indeed. That would settle the debt he owed for this second life. He turned it over for a few more minutes, then sat up and made 5 more cubes, transfiguring them into needles before going to sleep. The next morning, right after breakfast, he went back to the library. The moment he crossed the threshold, he stopped. A red-haired girl was sitting at his usual table. But it was not Lily herself who held his attention. It was the book open in front of her. He caught a glimpse of the title. Patronus. Now that is interesting. We had nothing like that where I come from. His eyes lit up. For the first time since arriving in this world, he had run into something genuinely outside his knowledge. I can hardly wait to study that spell. But Salazar's words come first. I can do that properly over the holidays. He filed it away and turned from her without a second glance. He summoned the books he had been working through the day before and picked up the decipherment exactly where he had left it. At the same table, Lily had not moved. She was watching him steadily, her gaze fixed and intent. Even if the headmaster believes him, I know it is not Severus. Someone has taken over his body. And I am going to prove it. Her jaw was set. Her eyes were absolutely certain. Chapter 11, Chapter 10. History. Chapter 10. History. By evening, an hour before the banquet, he finally finished. Hidden in the mouth of the snake. H.M. Severus exhaled and closed the book. Nothing is clear. He sat with it. On the surface, the legacy was inside a snake's mouth. But snake could mean something else entirely. Slytherins were called snakes. It might be a statue, a painting, anything that depicted one, or Salazar himself. The man had been a narcissist, by all accounts. The entrance was most likely tied to his image. The only real problem was Parseltongue. He had never studied it. If it was required to enter, he would need to find someone who knew it and learn it from them. It was not some rare inborn gift, after all. It could be learned. His hand moved toward his wand by reflex. He stopped it, used telekinesis instead, and calmly walked the books back to their shelves. Still turning the problem over in his mind, he left the library. The moment he stepped out, Lily put the book back and followed. She turned a corner and walked straight into someone, and went down hard. Why are you following me? Severus's voice was flat, edged with irritation. I am not following you. She scrambled upright, wand out, pointing it at his chest. And the headmaster may believe you, but I know you are not Sev. What have you done with him? I ate him. Then I used a potion to take his appearance. He pushed her wand tip aside and smiled at her, a slow and rather unpleasant smile that made her step back. What exactly are you going to do about it? You ended our friendship yourself. So leave me alone and stop following me, or I will go to the headmaster. He turned and walked toward the great hall and did not look back. Lily stood very still, watching him go, her wand still raised and her hands visibly shaking. I will prove you are not Sev. Hey, Lily, what are you doing here? 4 boys came around the corner. One of them trailed a meter behind the rest, looking thoroughly miserable. James. The moment she saw him, the fear from the encounter with Severus dissolved almost entirely. I was just thinking. She smiled. Then she looked past them, puzzled. Lupin was dragging his feet in the back, head down, dejected. Did something happen? The other 3 went rigid. Their faces drained of color. As one, their hands moved reflexively toward their backsides. The Great Hall was where all meals were served, along with the great celebrations of the school year, the beginning of term and the end of it. 4 long tables filled the space, crowded with excited students chatting over each other. The staff table stood at the far end. Behind it hung an enormous green banner bearing the Slytherin emblem, and smaller banners ran along the walls. Severus walked in and headed straight for the Slytherin table. Not bad, he thought, taking in the dishes that were practically overflowing the tables. The festive energy in the room was infectious. He felt it pulling at him before he had consciously decided to let it. I think tonight I can actually let myself relax. As he approached his seat, he noticed the ghosts drifting overhead in large numbers and smiled to himself. Then, from the corner of his eye, he caught a familiar figure standing alone in the corner of the hall, away from everything. He tilted his head and changed course. Myrtle, the ghost of a 14-year-old girl, was sitting apart from everyone, watching the chattering students from a distance. Longing was written plainly across her face, and underneath it, a quiet envy. Myrtle. Why are you sitting all the way over here? She looked up at the sound of a familiar voice, mildly startled. Few people ever spoke to her. Among the students, she had a dreadful reputation, and she had very little in common with the older ghosts. Many of them were centuries old. Severus, I am glad you are all right. But you should go. He raised an eyebrow. Is something wrong? Or are you upset I did not come and visit after Madame Pomfrey discharged me? He said it with a smile and tried to pat her head. His hand passed straight through, and he looked briefly embarrassed. Forgot. No, it is not that. It is just, you are from Slytherin, and they do not like Muggle-borns. If you talk to me, they will start something. Ah. Forget it. I have no friends there, so there is nothing to lose. And I do not particularly care what they think. Mind if I stand here with you until the banquet starts? She looked flustered by such blunt honesty. Wonderful. Without waiting for a reply, Severus leaned against the wall and glanced toward the staff table. You have been here a long time. I imagine you have accumulated a few interesting stories. Stories? Yes. Like this one, a ghost once told me. One evening, a Gryffindor student had detention late with Filch. Running back through the dark corridors toward his common room, he realized he had missed dinner, and his stomach was making itself heard. He slowed down and dug through his pockets, but the only thing he found was a lemon drop, which he hated. He was cursing himself quietly when his stomach went again. He stared at the sweet. Just as he was about to give in and eat it, footsteps echoed in the corridor. At that point, Severus let his voice drop, pulling a darker quality into it. Ravenclaws nearby went very quiet. Even Myrtle was leaning in. The boy flinched and called out, "Who is there?" Silence. Then the footsteps came again, closer this time. "Who is it?" Nothing. Just silence and those approaching steps, louder with every second. He backed away. He tried to run, tripped over something, and went down. He curled up on the floor, eyes squeezed shut, and the steps kept coming. And then Severus paused. They stopped, right beside his ear. More students had drifted over. Hufflepuffs too. Everyone was waiting. He heard rustling. Then a smacking sound. Then, satisfied, mutters, lemon. He recognized the voice immediately. He opened his eyes. Another pause, properly held this time. Headmaster Dumbledore. Their eyes went wide across the gathered crowd. The older student smiled, recognizing the shape of the story. But Severus was not finished. The boy stammered, Headmaster. He could not believe what he was seeing. A wrapper drifted down onto his face. The headmaster looked down at him, squinting for a long, deeply uncomfortable second. Then, very quietly, he said, "You cannot prove anything." He lifted his gaze, turned, and walked back into the darkness. The boy was found unconscious in the corridor the following morning. Whether it was the real headmaster or an elaborate prank on a first year, no one ever knew. But remember, if you stay out past curfew and wander the dark corridors of Hogwarts at night, always carry a lemon drop. Because, you might run into the headmaster. On that last, questioning note, several first and second years shuddered and immediately began patting their pockets. The older students were barely holding themselves together. That is the story. Is it true? A shaggy 12-year-old was staring at Severus with enormous eyes. Of course not. I made it up just now, Severus said pleasantly. He let a beat pass, then lowered his voice. But you had better carry a lemon drop all the same. The students dissolved into laughter. The 12-year-old went red. Ahem. Ahem. Quite an entertaining story, Mr. Severus. The laughter cut off immediately. Did you enjoy it, headmaster? Severus turned. Dumbledore stood there, working his beard thoughtfully between his fingers, smiling in the way he smiled when something genuinely pleased him. McGonagall, just behind him, was frowning. Of course. But why choose me as the main character? That day I noticed a dish of lemon drops on your desk. You are the only professor with a sweet tooth, so it seemed natural. Severus sounded slightly sheepish. I hope I did not offend you. Of course not. Dumbledore reached into his sleeve and produced a wrapped sweet with a lemon printed on it. Under the stares of the assembled students, he put it in his mouth. He lowered his glasses and squinted at the crowd as they turned increasingly pale. He turned and walked calmly toward the staff table, chewing contentedly. McGonagall closed her eyes for a moment, sighed deeply, and followed. What a cheerful old man. Severus watched the pale first years with quiet amusement, then turned back to Myrtle, who was brick-red from all the attention. Will you not tell us something too? I am sure you have no shortage of material. Well. She gathered herself. I will try. Wonderful. He gestured toward the Gryffindor table, used telekinesis to pull a chair across, and sat down. Oi. Get your own chair from your own house. A sixth year was already on his feet, several others rising with him. Do you know where we are? Severus asked mildly, that insolent edge creeping into his voice. The sixth year stopped. He glanced at the staff table. McGonagall was looking at him as though she was considering whether arson was technically against the rules. Go ahead and take it back. I don't mind taking another 50 points from Gryffindor. Damn you. You'd better not wander the corridors alone. Is that a threat? Out loud, in front of witnesses. Severus's tone remained pleasant. You don't seem particularly concerned about your house. I would also remind you that powerful wizards, such as our headmaster, tend to have considerably better hearing than the rest of us. Sit down. He turned back to Myrtle without waiting to see if the boy obeyed. Begin. Chapter 12, Chapter 11. Home, Sweet Home. Chapter 11. Home, Sweet Home. The sixth year had no real choice. He threw one last look at the staff table, where McGonagall was still watching him, grounded his teeth, and sat down. Damn snake. Just wait till later. I'll knock some sense into you. With each passing minute, more students came in and found their seats. A bell rang. Then Dumbledore's voice carried clearly through the hall. Please take your seats. The noise settled. When everyone was seated, he went on, with the same kind smile in place. Another year has come to its end. As headmaster, I congratulate each of you. Never give up, and always reach for what you want. Now, I will not keep you in suspense. Here are this year's results. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 275 points. Polite applause. The Gryffindors stared at the table. The 4 marauders looked especially wrecked. This was their fault and they knew it. None of them could bring themselves to look at their housemates. James found Severus across the hall and burned him with a look. Severus smiled back at him. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 310 points. More applause. Unlike Gryffindor, Hufflepuff took it in stride. 3rd was familiar territory. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 330 points. And 1st place, and this year's champions, Slytherin. 380 points. Congratulations. Dumbledore nodded, smiling. The Slytherin table erupted. Cheers, applause, hats thrown into the air. From the other houses, scattered clapping. Over the Gryffindor table, silence. The House Cup this year goes to Slytherin. The banners behind the staff table blazed green. The ones along the walls followed. Slytherins were on their feet, and Severus was among them. When the noise settled, everyone found their seats and the feast began. They feed you well enough here, Severus narrowed his eyes with satisfaction, tearing a piece from a chicken leg. Not dragon meat, but very good. He washed it down with juice. Though I would not say no to wine. Half an hour before curfew, the food vanished from the tables. Dumbledore rose. Today's celebration is at an end. Do not forget to pack your things. The train leaves tomorrow at 11. Some grumbling. Then the benches scraped back and students began moving toward the exits. Severus said his goodbyes to Myrtle, who had by now acquired a small audience of Ravenclaws, and left the hall. He went back to his room, packed his few belongings without any fuss, and slept. The next morning he stood on the platform with a small battered suitcase over his shoulder, looking at the red train with mild curiosity. This world has come further than I gave it credit for, in small things at least. But simple teleportation is still superior to all of this. Stupid rules. I won't get permission to apparate until 6th year, even though I know a form of teleportation far safer than anything they teach here. I have no wish to attract the attention of the local law enforcers. 2 months is easy enough to endure. Then the application, and I can use it freely, *. He handed his suitcase to a man in a red uniform with a round cap and boarded the train. In the Slytherin carriage he found an empty seat and pulled out the book on the Patronus. Is this seat taken? Of course not. Sit down. The person opposite was John Macmillan, the former Slytherin prefect. I assumed you would leave by apparition. Decided to ride one last time. It is my last visit to this place, after all. Severus settled by the window with a nostalgic smile and let himself look at the castle. 7 years went by quickly. You sound like an old man. Macmillan looked at him for a moment, puzzled, then shook his head. You have changed. Circumstances have a way of doing that. So, what are your plans? Severus glanced up from the book, though he already knew the answer. He had gathered considerable information about the Macmillan family, their neutrality, their reputation, the artifact shop Macmillan's father ran. Follow in my father's footsteps. Though I suspect you have a reason for asking. And you have been asking questions about us. I wasn't trying to hide it. Severus gestured lazily and called one of the black needles to his hand. I want to sell an artifact. The moment the needle landed in Macmillan's hand, he felt the transfiguration on it. He slid it into his jacket pocket and infused it with a touch of his own magic. I will show it to my father. I am sure he will not be disappointed. And if the price suits me, I am willing to sell more. Fair warning, though, if he tries to take it apart, he will lose his hands. Not a threat. A simple fact. I built a security measure into it. Severus's smile faltered, but he nodded. My address in the Muggle world. Severus passed him a small card. I will be there for a while. I thought you were simply a brilliant potions student. Macmillan started to say more, but Severus's expression shifted and he caught himself. All right. Not another word. Cokeworth. Even with Severus's memory sitting in his head, the town caught him off guard. The buildings, the cars rushing in both directions, the way people dressed, small details that still surprised him at odd moments. But the town itself was depressing in a way that went beyond the physical. Dark, monotonous houses. Clouds sitting low and gray over everything. Air that tasted of the textile factory nearby, whose chimneys had been steadily killing the surrounding forests and rivers for decades. The faces of the people he passed were blank or openly grim. It worked on the spirit the way Dementors did, draining something out of you the longer you stayed. Now I understand why he loved her. Cheerful, pretty, always talking, in a place like this, Lily would have felt like opening a window. As he neared the house he felt her gaze on his back. They were almost neighbors. I need to sell this house and move somewhere with clean air. A few blocks later, Spinner's End. An unremarkable street. An unremarkable house, 2 stories, brick, tiled roof. What a palace. He stood looking at it for a moment, feeling the urge to simply keep walking. He opened the door and the smell hit him immediately, damp and stale and closed in. He snapped his fingers, raised a barrier around his head to filter the air, and stepped inside. Who is here? A furious, hoarse voice from one of the rooms. Then the men came around the corner. Bloated face. Bags under his eyes. Rough skin the color of turned earth. A starved frame in dirty, torn clothing. A smell that arrived before he did. You. I am surprised they have not thrown you in prison yet. Heh. So you dare, hick, talk to your father like that, you little monster. Tobias grinned and swayed forward. Time to show who's boss here. As you did with your wife. Don't call that creature my wife. Tobias roared and swung at him. A muggle wants to hit a wizard. If I told my classmates, not one of them would believe it. A lazy wave of his hand, and the drunk hit the wall with a dull thud and slid down it. Sleep for now. I will wake you later. He activated the perception-enhancing spell and made his way downstairs. The basement was exactly as expected, junk, dim light, nothing remarkable. In the corner were 2 shelves. One held ordinary books alongside worn, decades-old magical books. He barely glanced at them. What caught his eye was a small box in the corner, emanating a faint but distinct trace of magic. Easier than I expected. He lifted it and opened it. Inside was what appeared to be a simple mirror. On closer inspection, it was a cursed mirror. Chapter 13, Chapter 12. Letter. Chapter 12. Letter. 10 minutes later. Severus drew back his fist and hit Tobias with everything he had, sending him crashing into the brick wall on the left. Get up. Severus looked down at his stunned father indifferently. Time to work. Clean this place up first, then sit back down and wait for your next order. What? How could you, why can't I move my own body? What did you do to me? Tobias, now sober whether he liked it or not, screamed as he lurched toward the kitchen. Master. From today, that's what you call me. You're my slave now. And don't touch the collar. I'm your father, you little. He stopped. Release me right now, or I swear. Hit yourself in the face. Then shut up and start cleaning. A moment later Tobias punched himself in the jaw. He shot Severus a murderous look, grabbed a rag, and began scrubbing the tables. Severus didn't spare him a glance as he headed upstairs to his room. One more thing. When you're done, and until I come back down, you'll push a needle under one fingernail every minute. Run out of fingers, pull the nails out and start again. He glanced at the table scattered with bottles, flicked a hand, and the bottles became needles. He left Tobias's panic behind him and went to his room. Bare walls. A mattress, a pillow, a blanket. A small table. That was all. He sold the wardrobe, the bed, everything. I was too easy on him. Severus crossed to the wall and tapped 3 specific bricks. A section slid back, revealing a small bag, a diary, and a case with a plain-looking wand inside. A memory surfaced with it, a painfully thin woman, almost unrecognizable as the beauty she'd once been, looking at him with warmth, one hand stroking his hair, the other tapping certain bricks with her wand. If anything ever happens to me, take everything here and don't come back. And don't go to the princes for help. She'd understood something, or perhaps she'd simply had enough. Severus exhaled slowly, picked up the notebook, and flipped through a few pages. Then he closed it, shrunk it, and tucked it into his breast pocket. The diary held Eileen's story from the moment she'd walked through the doors of Hogwarts as a first year, her thoughts, her ideas, and a message to her son. I'll read it properly later. There may be something useful in it. For now. He took out the pouch and the wand, transfigured the mattress into a chair, and pulled it up to the table. An expansion-charmed pouch and Eileen's wand lay before him. He opened the pouch, which held only a couple of galleons, and fed a thread of magic into it. Right before his eyes, it began to fill with gold. At the same time, a count appeared in his head, exact and immediate. 440 galleons. How did Eileen manage to put away that much when she wasn't working? Though it's entirely possible the princes gave it to her. He reached in and drew out a golden key, turning it over with mild interest. She never said a word to me about this. Strange. I'll ask Macmillan about it when we meet. This key reads like an artifact. He tipped everything into the bag, dropped it into the chair, and closed his eyes. Well, at least I have money. Tomorrow, Diagon Alley. I need potion ingredients, and even though most of what's available matches what I know, it's worth checking firsthand before I brew anything. The basilisk won't wait forever, and those creatures are intelligent and resistant to most magic. I need a sword. I'm not going in with my bare hands. While he considered all this, there came a knock at the window. Then another. Then several more. He opened his eyes. A grey owl sat on the sill with a letter in its beak. Took him long enough. Severus got up, opened the window, and smiled as he stroked the bird's head and took the letter. He pulled out a sickle from the pouch and placed it in the owl's beak. The owl gave a satisfied hoot, pressed its head briefly against him, and was gone. There's something about these owls, Severus said to nobody in particular, turning the envelope over. The Malfoy seal pressed into the wax seemed to stare back at him. You could have simply signed it. He opened it, sat at the table, read it quickly, and put it down with a smile. If you want to meet, fine. I've been waiting for this. He'd reached out to Lucius for several reasons, but 2 of them mattered most. The first was information. Lucius moved in the Dark Lord's inner circle, had even reached out to Severus more than once. Every time, Severus had found a reason to be elsewhere. He hadn't wanted to slip any deeper into that world, or to put any more distance between himself and Lily. The second was legilimency and occlumency. Penetrating minds, and defending your own. His own defenses were solid, but solid wasn't the same as unbreakable, and he'd never had the gift for mind magic in his old world. When the chance to actually learn it appeared, he wasn't going to walk past it. At Hogwarts, even the restricted section offered nothing but theory on the subject. No practice, no method, no instruction worth the name. His stomach growled. I should go shopping. He glanced down at himself, a robe over a shabby jacket that was slightly too big, the kind of clothes that announced poverty before you'd opened your mouth. He pulled the robe off, closed his eyes, and built an image in his mind, a man with medium-length black hair, wearing a plain white shirt, dark heavy trousers, and high boots. When he opened his eyes, those were the clothes on his body. He stretched, feeling nothing catch or restrict him, then walked out of the room. On the way downstairs, he glanced at Tobias, who was scrubbing the table with furious concentration. Severus held out a hand. Accio, pounds sterling. Several notes and coins flew from Tobias's pocket and from under the sofa and landed in his palm. Nearly 10 pounds. Not much, but enough for food. He pocketed the money, turned his wand into a needle, and left the house. He took his time, strolling without any particular hurry, looking at the town and the things in the shop windows. The longer he walked, the more impressed he became with what people had managed to build without magic. Electronics especially caught his attention. A basic iron cost an absurd amount. A television or a refrigerator was out of the question entirely. Severus's family had owned a refrigerator once, before Tobias drank its value away. There was nothing left in the house now, not a single thing. He paid some attention to the clothing as well. Bright colors dominated everything on display, and he had no use for it. In his world, dressing like that was an open invitation. You might as well have had a target painted on you. If you needed to move quietly, dark gray was your friend. Severus had never cared much about clothing beyond what it could do for him: practical, comfortable, unremarkable. He bought enough food for a couple of days and headed home, where he was met by sobbing and pained moaning. Tobias stood at the bottom of the stairs, eyes red and swollen, watching Severus's face as he pushed the 10th needle beneath his own fingernail. Forgot about you, honestly. Severus walked past him without breaking stride. Carry on. Tobias watched his back with pure despair. Gas is off too, I see. Severus took an apple and a saucepan from the cupboard. No water either. How were you even living here? He cast aguamenti non-verbally, and water began filling the pan. He dropped 3 eggs in, then called up a quiet thread of pyrokinesis, a skill he'd had for so long it was as natural as breathing. The water came to a boil in seconds under a steady tongue of flame. He could have done far more with fire. In his old world, he'd earned the name Fire Calamity for what he could do with it, and the black fire in particular, which had made him a target for archmages and a handful of great archmages besides. But right now, with this core, that was all out of reach. He had barely enough to cook eggs. They were done in moments. After dinner, he took one last look at Tobias, gave him a few additional instructions, and went back upstairs. The next morning, after breakfast, Severus locked Tobias in the basement. Tobias had been methodically breaking the fingers of his left hand through the night. He now had a new task: one finger of the right hand every hour, while staring at Eileen's portrait and asking her forgiveness. With that settled, Severus left the house. He reached the road, took out his wand, and waved it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with an enormous bang, a 3-story purple bus materialized in front of him. The door swung open to reveal an elderly driver in thick glasses, grinning as if he'd been waiting all day for exactly this. Hop in, young man. 11 sickles. Want a toothbrush? Some cocoa? Can I actually drink it? Severus asked, gripping the handrail rather firmly. Where am I taking you? Leaky cauldron. Right, hold on tight. The driver bared his teeth, seized the wheel with both hands, and the bus vanished. Chapter 14, Chapter 13 Malfoy. Chapter. London. Charing Cross Road. A 3-story purple bus erupted into existence on a reasonably busy street with a violent gust of displaced air, missed a lamppost by a margin that should not have been survivable, and somehow stopped. Here we are, young man, the driver announced with great cheer, swinging the door open for a very pale Severus. Don't worry, it passes quickly the first time. Right. Thank you. Severus stepped down, swallowing carefully as his stomach continued to make its opinion known, and swore on the spot never to use that particular instrument of suffering again. Not until this body was in considerably better shape. Possibly not ever. He drew a long breath of London air, which was not clean, but was at least stationary, and heard only the old man's wheezing laughter behind him. The bus lurched forward, bore down on the building at the end of the street with absolute conviction, hit it at an angle that made Severus's back teeth ache in sympathy, then somehow twisted, skidded, and disappeared around the corner as though the road had simply made room. Whoever authorized that vehicle is completely unhinged. Don't get any ideas about mixing that with Muggle technology, said a contemptuous voice beside him. Severus had noticed the young man a moment ago and filed him away, keeping him at the edge of his awareness without giving anything away. Who are you? He turned toward him, studying the face with a slight frown. I'm already in my 5th year at Hogwarts, same house as you, the boy said, chin up, the displeasure on his face entirely unconcealed. He wore plain robes, but something in the way he held himself made them look like a uniform, spine straight, chin lifted, the particular stiffness of someone raised being told since birth that slouching was a moral failing. I'm a Black. Regulus Black. Sirius Black's little brother, Severus said, and a half-second later it clicked why the resemblance had nagged at him. Don't call him my brother. He's a traitor. Ah. So that's how it stands. Severus looked at him with something that might charitably have been described as a smile. I have a feeling we're going to get along. He clapped a hand on the startled Slytherin's shoulder and steered him toward the bar with a cheerful firmness that left very little room for argument. Come on, then. Tell me everything. Tell you what, exactly? Regulus managed, eyes wide. Every single one of Sirius's faults, obviously. The words were out before Regulus could stop them, and the smile that followed was bright enough to be alarming. He looked immediately as though he regretted both. The leaky cauldron was small, dim, and largely unremarkable. It had the specific atmosphere of a place where people came to eat something cheap, ask no questions, and be asked none in return, hunched figures in worn cloaks, men with the kind of beards that happened rather than were chosen, witches with stained sleeves and lowered eyes, faces half turned away as though everyone inside had either something to fear or something to hide. It really is exactly like walking into one of the taverns back home. It was dark and battered, the floor sticky with old ale, a faint smell of alcohol, and everyone quietly minding their own business. If a brawl broke out, he'd probably feel right at home, Severus thought with dry amusement. He steered Regulus through the room, but the moment they were through the next door, Regulus pulled free. Sorry, Severus said, entirely without remorse. I needed to get through there without drawing attention, and you were convenient. He crossed to the brick wall from memory, tapped the right sequence, and the bricks shifted and separated, opening into an archway. It was practical, just secretive enough to appeal to the wizarding instinct for theater. Why are you on your own? He asked, not looking back. I'd have thought the old families would have guards everywhere in times like these, not their heirs wandering around by themselves. That's none of your business. Did you run away? And you still haven't told me a single thing about your brother. Where are you going? Leave me alone. Regulus wrenched free of Severus's orbit, turned the corner, and disappeared into a small crowd gathered outside a shop window. The best way to get rid of someone who won't leave you alone is to first become more annoying than they are. Severus smiled faintly, recalling the old advice, and turned the other way. But it was quiet out here. It was unnervingly quiet, compared to what he'd expected. The bright signs and bustling crowds he'd inherited from Severus's memories of Diagon Alley were simply gone. Most of the shutters were down. The few windows still lit sat in the grey street like embers, isolated, watchful. At most a couple of dozen shops were still open, and the people moving between them were few, mostly in pairs or threes, wrapped in dark robes with their hoods drawn. Even the conversations he caught sounded muffled, as though the alley itself was listening and knew it. War. And of course it had to start now, when I've just arrived and have nothing to show for it yet. Couldn't they have given it another 5 years? A few minutes later he reached a small pastry shop. A silver-haired man was already there, waiting outside, a long black coat to his knees, white shirt beneath it, dark trousers, shoes polished to a mirror finish. Lucius Malfoy looked exactly like what he was, a man who had never once doubted his own right to take up space. He was arrogant, controlled, the sort who could smile at you warmly while filing away every weakness you'd shown, and who could walk all over anyone if it served a purpose and sleep perfectly well afterwards. He was also one of the few people Severus had genuinely considered a friend. He'd respected Lucius, even used him as something of a model. It had been Lucius who'd first drawn him toward the dark arts and introduced him to the circles that actually mattered in Slytherin. For a half-blood in that house, allies weren't a luxury. Lucius had been one, for his own reasons, and that had counted. Hope I'm not late, Severus said, taking the seat across from him with an easy smile. I didn't know you had a sweet tooth, Lucius. They told me you'd changed. Lucius's eyes narrowed fractionally, his fingers tightening on his cane. But I have the strong impression that I'm sitting across from an entirely different person. You've always been sharp. Severus took out a needle and turned it into his wand. I swear by my magic that I am Severus Snape and no one else. Light flared above the wand tip. Something in Lucius's shoulder eased slightly. I see. Have you given any more thought to my proposal? Joining you? Yes. No. It's too dangerous. That drew a genuine frown. We've talked about this at length, and you were close to yes. Surely. Severus shook his head. A small flick of the wand, and a transparent dome settled over their table, cutting off every sound from outside. No. And I'm not joining Dumbledore either, he said, keeping his voice quiet. I have no interest in dying because someone decides a half-blood makes a useful example. You know what he does to people who aren't pure. Don't tell me it hasn't happened. Lucius didn't answer, but his eyes confirmed it. I value my life, Severus went on. But I also don't want to lose our friendship. So I'm willing to do you a favor. A favor. Yes. I can relieve you of a problem on your left arm. You. Lucius half rose, shock crossing his face before he caught himself and sat back down, gripping the cane hard. You can remove it. You can actually remove this. Yes. I've studied it, and I know how. Severus kept his voice level. I won't erase the mark itself, but I can strip out the parts that actually hurt you, the compulsion to obey, the pain. How does that sound? What do you want in return? Lucius asked immediately. Nothing unreasonable. Teach me legilimency and occlumency. That shouldn't be difficult for you. And track down someone willing to sell me a dragon's heart and blood, and a phoenix's heart and blood. Can you manage that? What do you need those for? Lucius asked, clearly thrown. A potion. Does it matter? He paused. First I want proof you can do what you're claiming. Fine. Give me your hand. Lucius glanced at the room, the table behind them, the cluster of wizards, the young witch in a pink waitress uniform, moving between tables. Here. It takes seconds, Severus said, brushing the concern aside. The tables were small enough that catching Lucius's hand was easy. He pointed his wand at the mark and sent an invisible pulse of magic into it. Removing a binding seal wasn't difficult for him. He'd spent the last 5 years of his previous life within the darkest organization in his world, the Magistrate, gathering intelligence and preparing for something he'd waited a long time to do. In that environment, he'd studied genuine dark magic, not the pale approximations this world had settled on, and the mechanics of binding seals were well within his capabilities. He could summon demons. He knew necromancy. He carried curses that no one in this world would be able to undo. He rarely used any of it in practice, except for the curses, but it was all there, lodged deep, as reliable as memory. The dark mark was different from what he'd encountered before, but the underlying structure was the same, and he could work inside it without the one who'd placed it noticing a thing. What are you? Lucius yanked his hand back, already drawing breath to say something cutting, and then stopped. He went very still. I've removed the compulsion and the pain, Severus said calmly. The mark itself remains, and your master can still reach you through it. When he tries to cause pain, you'll feel warmth instead. The stronger the warmth, the more convincingly you'll need to perform. Severus tilted his head. Why are you looking at me like that? How? Lucius said carefully, do you know this? Let's say I came across a description of a binding seal in an encrypted text from the restricted archive, written by Salazar himself, as it happens. I tested the principles on a Death Eater first. Severus kept his tone light. You know how I am with books. Lucius believed him, though not entirely. But who knew better than Severus which bloodline his master claimed? His own father had been practically at the Dark Lord's right hand, and the Malfoys had the kind of money and connections that turned questions into answers. Tracking down what one specific wizard had managed to find would not be hard. He won't tell father. He'll use this himself. Lucius served Voldemort, but loyalty had never been the point. He was always watching for when the scales would shift, always keeping his options open, ties to the Black family, favors with the Sacred 28, quiet debts with foreign wizards who might matter later. The Malfoys treated influence the way other families treated investments. Lucius attended meetings, smoothed over disputes, arranged deliveries of potions and dark artifacts, and made absolutely certain nothing ever traced back to his name. What he was waiting for was control of the family, fully and finally, so that he could decide for himself which side deserved his backing and which side deserved to burn. Fine, Lucius said. I'll look into those ingredients, but I can't promise speed. You understand the situation. I'll send the books with a house elf. I'll be waiting. One additional condition. You remove the same components from the marks of a few others. No difficulty there. Severus smiled. Then I have one condition of my own, the ingredients come at no cost to me. Lucius's expression didn't change. For a family like yours, even 100 sets wouldn't make a dent, Severus added. Naturally. That isn't a problem. And give me a general picture of how things stand between the two sides. Nothing sensitive, just enough that I know when to keep my head down. They talked for a while longer, then both stood. One more thing, Severus said. Severus's eyes narrowed slightly. There's no point trying to take what I know by force. The source is destroyed, and I've made a vow of silence. Break it and I die. So let's keep using each other quietly and in good faith. Lucius's face didn't change, but Severus caught the brief shift in his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. We're friends. Glad to hear it, Severus said, with a small, entirely genuine smile. Let's stay that way. //. Chapter 15, Chapter 14, Procurement. Chapter. After saying goodbye to Lucius, Severus didn't go straight back. He made his way to a small two-story building with a dark wooden sign, Mr. Mulpepper's Apothecary. The moment he stepped inside, the smell hit him: herbs, potions, bitter roots, all of it layered together into something dense and deeply familiar. Shelves lined every wall from floor to ceiling, packed with glass jars of dried plants, powders, and ingredients of every conceivable kind. An elderly man in a white coat stood at a small workbench, looking worn, like someone who'd been weary for a long time. "Hello there, young man. Can I help you with something?" He glanced up as Severus moved along the shelves. "Yes." Severus took a folded list from his pocket and handed it over, still scanning the jars with interest. The apothecary put on his glasses, read quickly, and frowned when he reached the end. "These last two, stranger's slime and kelpie's blood. I'm afraid I can't sell you either. The blood is out of stock, and the slime requires ministry clearance. It's most commonly used in cursed potions or dark rituals. Cross off the slime, pack everything else, and add a cauldron and glass flasks. Of course. Give me a few minutes. Take your time." The man nodded, opened a door behind the counter, and went downstairs. Severus closed his eyes and murmured a quiet incantation. A wave of pale light washed through the shop. Pity. The place was webbed with tracking charms, some clumsy and some considerably more sophisticated, all calibrated to catch anything that looked like trouble. And there was someone watching, not with eyes but with magic, a steady pressure at the edge of awareness. Whoever it was had real power, roughly on Slughorn's level, which put them among the most powerful practitioners in this world. A confrontation here would be a mess, horrors, questions, the kind of attention he didn't need. He dismissed the thought and went back to browsing as though nothing had happened. 10 minutes later the pharmacist returned with a tray and a startling number of jars. 349 galleons. "Would you like it delivered?" "No." Severus took out his pouch and counted out the coins. He gathered the jars, flicked a casual hand, and transfigured them into needles, then slipped them into the spatial pouch at his side. The pharmacist watched this with wide eyes and said nothing. "The simplest cauldron will be 11 galleons. "That's fine. I'll bring it up now." A few minutes later, Severus emerged from the shop. The owner stood in the doorway, watching him go. "Toonie, did you feel anything?" the man said. A small, wrinkled creature appeared at his side, huge green eyes, enormous ears, draped in what had once been some kind of cloth. It spoke quickly, sounding frightened. Toonie saw the young mage cast a spell. Toonie got ready to protect her master. But the young mage did nothing after, so Toonie did nothing either, like master said. "He noticed you," the old man murmured, more to himself than to Toonie. He sighed, sat down, and reached for his pipe. Troubled times. What a dangerous young man. That control. He shook his head slowly. "It frightens me. And I envy it." With that purchase complete, Severus had under 100 galleons left, but he wasn't ready to leave yet. He wandered on, and eventually his steps carried him somewhere he hadn't planned to end up. A narrow street branched off from Diagon Alley, and the change was immediate. The air cooled by several degrees. The light thinned. Even the cobblestones looked different, slick in a way that had nothing to do with rain. A few shops sat along it, but they were nearly empty of customers, and the few people moving through had the look of people who were used to being watched and didn't intend to be caught off guard: sharp eyes, tight mouths, hands tucked where wands could be reached quickly. This was clearly not the respectable part of the wizarding world. Severus didn't particularly care. He walked. Borgin and Burke's. He stopped in front of a shop window full of objects, glass cases full of rings, cracked mirrors, something that might have been a hand, things that seemed to watch him back. In one corner, tucked in a barrel like an afterthought, a row of swords lay stacked atop one another. Artifacts. Possibly antiques. He went in. "Good day, young man. Has something caught your eye?" The owner's voice carried a quality that put you instinctively on your guard, the tone of a man who made a point of knowing exactly how much he could get away with. Severus gave him almost no attention and studied the 10 swords with care instead. The owner, who had dealt with far stranger customers, didn't take it as an insult. "Every single one of them is cursed. Not gently, either, the kind of curse that sets into metal like rot, runs deep, and waits. Most of the things in this shop hum with it quietly. That makes selling them illegal, and when you consider the street name, the location makes complete sense. Nocturne Alley." Nocturne Alley was the black market of the wizarding world, where dark artifacts, ingredients for illegal magic, and a broad range of other things best not examined too closely could change hands without anyone officially knowing about it. "How much for this one?" Severus drew out a plain, worn silver blade, nothing special about it, no curses whispering from the metal, no dark resonance. The disappointment on the owner's face was brief but genuine. "I'd recommend something else. That one's ordinary. A squib with no family connections brought it in, it has no antique value whatsoever. I want it." With an irritated hiss, the owner went to the counter. 30 galleons. He took the coins, made a note in his ledger, and lost interest in Severus entirely. Severus transfigured the sword into a green needle, tucked it into his shirt pocket, and walked out. Good enough for a start. He hadn't reached the end of the street before he ducked into the next shop. This one dealt in poisons. Half an hour later, Severus came back out into Diagon Alley with 7 galleons left and a quiet satisfaction, because he'd managed to get the last 2 ingredients. They'd cost more than they would have through proper channels, but they were his. Now he could start work. The foundation first, then the potion. The early stages were always the worst, forcing the body to accept change required patience more than anything, and patience had never been his strong suit. He needed Lucius to come through with the remaining ingredients before term started, and he needed him not to do anything clever in the meantime. And there was still the Parseltongue question to settle. While he was sorting through all of this, a sharp gust swept down from a side alley, followed by a dull impact. He looked down the alley. 6 cloaked wizards had a boy cornered. Regulus Black, unmistakably. That was exactly what happened when you walked alone in times like these. It was especially true with a name everyone knew. 3 of the 6 cast at once. Regulus threw up a shield, and the instant he braced to push back, the other 3 fired in unison and pinned him. They weren't in any hurry to finish it. They circled him the way dogs circle something they've already decided is theirs, hurling spells between taunts. Where's that pure blood strength now? Gone quiet, has it, and strutted around school like a king, didn't you? Look at you now, you little runt. One of them laughed, loud and wet, and spat. Blacks, Malfoys, you're all the same. When the Dark Lord falls, you're next. We'll personally make sure of it. Regulus held himself in check. He knew exactly what they were trying to do. But the rage building in him was real, because they weren't just mocking the Dark Lord, whom he followed with genuine conviction, they were mocking his family. For someone raised to treat family honor as the most serious thing in the world, it was difficult to think clearly. Need a hand? Severus asked. A spell grazed Regulus's leg just then. A transparent barrier rose in front of him and threw the blue beam straight back. Regulus heard the voice, recognized it immediately, and wanted very much to tell him to go away. He ground his teeth instead and nodded once, sharp. Yes. Help me, and my family will repay it. Happy to, Severus said. He turned to face the 6 and smiled pleasantly. No personal offense. You're going to die today. The temperature in the alley climbed. Flames ran over his arms and shoulders, and a row of fiery spears formed at his back. They shot forward. The 6 conjured shields. The spears went through them as though they weren't there, punched into their chests, and the fire took them. Their robes caught, their bodies folded, and then there was only the smell of burning and grayish drifting down across the wet cobblestones. They hadn't had time to make a sound. Regulus stood very still, and the cold that settled over him had nothing to do with the air. That isn't ordinary fire. Ordinary fire doesn't move like that. He was still trying to process it when a dark-haired woman appeared 10 meters away, wand already up and aimed at Severus's chest. Eve Root. Bella, stop. Regulus shouted. Too late. Statum. Chapter 16, Chapter. Severus didn't panic. He cast Protego, the dome catching the knockback jinx cleanly, and fired a disarming spell at the woman in the same motion. She blocked it without effort and stepped aside with a sharpness that meant she'd been in real fights before. She looked ready to follow up, but Regulus moved between them. Cousin, stop. He helped me. The woman gave Regulus a look of pronounced displeasure, pushed a strand of dark hair back from her face, and shifted her attention to Severus. Up close she was striking in the way the Black family often was, sharp-featured, aristocratic, with something predatory running just beneath the surface, like a blade kept inside a very fine scabbard. Grandmother has told you 100 times not to go out alone, and not to associate with any Muggle-borns. I needed to pick something up, Regulus said, with the tone of someone who'd had this conversation before and had no energy left for it. I wasn't expecting a trap or to be used as a kidnapping target. I wanted to handle it myself. I'm sorry. I see. Bellatrix's eyes moved back to Severus, still hostile. I'm not thanking you. What do you want? He'd had an idea moments ago, something to do with the Blacks and finding a Parselmouth. Then he'd seen the marks on her arm, and he'd set it aside. He wasn't going to use that route. I'll keep it to myself. Tell me, Bellatrix said, voice hardening. I don't want it known that the Blacks owe anything to a half-blood. Very well. Severus walked past Regulus and stopped in front of her. He smiled and let his gaze drift unhurriedly over her face, the aristocratic pallor, the full mouth, the thick dark lashes, and her eyes narrowed as she pressed her wand tip to his chest and held herself back, just barely, because he'd just saved her cousin. Then what I want from Miss Black, Severus said quietly, is one kiss. A fair price for saving Regulus's life, I'd have thought. Would you like to die? She said, completely calm. The sparks in her eyes weren't just for show. I was under the impression the blacks never went back on their word. Her eye twitched. The wand tip flared brighter. Regulus had broken out in a cold sweat. The tension in the alley was thick enough to press against his skin. He knew Bellatrix better than most, and he knew her absolute contempt for anyone who wasn't pure blood, her temper, and the particular pleasure she took in certain spells. The fact that she had not already shouted Crucio was a small miracle, and he was very aware that the miracle had an expiration date. You might want to reconsider, Bellatrix said, flat and dangerous. Of course not. It's not every day you meet someone as attractive as you. Pure revulsion crossed her face, and the wand brightened again. All right, then I want nothing, Severus said with a dismissive wave. I shouldn't have expected anything different from pure-blood wizards. All talk and no follow-through. The only thing you're any good at is stabbing people in the back. He walked past her, toward the alley exit, and didn't look back. You. Bellatrix hissed at his retreating figure. You dare speak about pure-blood wizards like that, you filthy little muggle-born. I will kill you where you stand. She raised her wand at his back and couldn't bring herself to fire. His words still rang in her ears, and if she struck him from behind now, she would only prove him right. She ground her teeth, strode forward, grabbed his shirt, and shoved him hard into the wall. The wand tip was pressed to his chest. Her other hand seized his collar, and she bit down on his mouth, sharp and furious. How straightforward she is, Severus thought, with a private amusement he didn't let show on his face. But she needs to understand this isn't how it works. He slid one hand to her waist, the other to the back of her head, turned her smoothly, and pressed her back against the brick. Bellatrix went rigid, a heartbeat of pure shock, anger surging behind it, and then a second, different shock as Severus kissed her back with a calm, unhurried confidence that had no right to exist given the circumstances. It didn't last long. She came back to herself, bit his tongue hard, and he stepped back, letting her pull free. Lovely, Severus said, running his tongue across his lips. Have you ever had strawberry cake before? A faint color rose in her pale face, and whatever had been burning in her eyes went several degrees past anger into something more dangerous. I am going to torture you, you absolute bastard. Crucio. Severus stepped aside. Crucio. He stepped aside again. A black needle slipped from his pocket, unfolded in midair, and locked into place as a cube. Crucio. This time he didn't bother to dodge. He simply kept backing away as the curse struck the cube and fizzled out. The cube flared azure, swallowing the beam entirely. Crucio. Bellatrix, enough. Regulus caught her wrist as people began gathering at the mouth of the alley. Severus turned once, blew her a kiss, and disappeared around the corner. Let go of me. I'll kill him. He's gone, Regulus said, straining to keep his voice down. And if you keep casting in a public alley, you're going to bring every auror in the city. Bellatrix tore her arm free, stared at the corner where Severus had vanished, then turned her cold gaze on Regulus. If you tell anyone about this, I will kill you. Of course, Regulus agreed, with a smile that cost him considerable effort, and silently cursed Severus from the bottom of his heart for leaving him alone with her. Severus was fighting down genuine laughter as he walked back into Diagon Alley. You're extraordinary, you mad woman. If Regulus hadn't been there, you'd have tried to kill me before I'd finished the first sentence. But all the same. He ran his tongue over his lip and glanced back at the unremarkable building that was the Leaky Cauldron. That was actually pleasant. It's been a long time since I've been interested in anyone. He nicked his index finger and traced a small diamond on his palm in blood. After a few seconds it flared, contracted, and settled into a tiny tattoo, 2 centimeters square. He fed it a thread of magic, and an image of Bellatrix surfaced at once in his mind. She was currently destroying her room. Getting anywhere with someone like that would be a serious undertaking. Crucio did lasting damage to the mind, she'd had it used on her more than once, and no simple restorative potion could fix that. Something to think about later. For now, at least he had a first-hand view of what was happening in the country. The mechanics of what he'd done were straightforward, blood magic based on a simple principle. Bellatrix had bitten his lip hard enough to draw blood, and 1 drop was all the spell needed. If the target consumed even a trace of the caster's blood, the caster could form a seal within them and observe their health, mental state, and whatever was happening in their immediate environment. Right. Home. The potion wasn't going to brew itself. He looked toward the road and, with obvious reluctance, pulled out his wand and waved it. The purple bus appeared. The door opened. The driver leaned out, beaming. Back already. Hot chocolate. A hot water bottle. Toothbrush. The old man's enthusiasm was frankly inhuman. No. As you like. A few minutes later the bus braked hard, throwing Severus forward with what felt like personal malice. We hope you enjoyed your journey and that you'll choose the night bus again. Thank you, Severus said, stepping down and breathing deeply. He was already handling it better than the first time. He walked home without looking back, and the bus was gone with a light rush of air and the baffled stares of several passing muggles. Muggles couldn't see the bus. They had no magic, and the International Statute of Secrecy, signed in 1689, made performing magic in front of them a serious offense. When secrecy was broken, muggles were obliviated. A memory charm rewrote the relevant recollection, and the wizard responsible attracted the ministry's attention. Spinner's End settled around him as he turned onto the street, cramped houses, soot-dark bricks, dampness pressing into everything. He frowned. The tracking charm he'd placed on the house before leaving was gone. That meant only one thing. Looks like my quiet evening is postponed. He kept his face neutral. He could feel someone inside, and he didn't want them to bolt. He opened the door without hurry, looked at the basement door sitting slightly ajar, and raised an eyebrow. I'm genuinely impressed. They even found that door. The person who saw through the concealment charm deserves some credit. Please, stop this. We need to go. A woman's voice, agitated and low. Severus recognized it immediately, and his expression went flat. A moment later, a red-haired girl came out of the basement dragging a grown man behind her. The men kept twisting back toward the stairs. The moment she saw Severus standing there, she went pale and reached for her wand. It flew out of her hand before she could grip it and landed in his hand. Lily. His voice was flat. So that's why you've been so restless. He moved her against the wall with a firm telekinetic push, hard enough to rattle the frame, then walked past her into the room and cleared it with an impatient sweep. Chairs, junk, everything shoved aside, leaving only the table. The cauldron landed on it with a heavy, solid clunk. Why do you keep coming here? He asked, not turning around. You have James. Go to him. You have no idea how much effort it takes not to simply kill you and solve the problem at the root. Sev, why are you? Her voice was shaking. Women are bewildering creatures. Severus shook his head and stepped closer, raising one hand toward her throat. Lily shut her eyes, braced for something. When she opened them again, a strand of her red hair lay between his fingers. He was looking at it with no expression at all. First you say I'm not him, Severus said. Now you're calling me by his name. Make up your mind. Sev would never hurt me. You might be right. He wouldn't. His fingers moved to her throat, light but deliberate. Just enough. I can. And I won't. He let go, turned to the cauldron, and took out his wand. I swear by my magic that I am Severus Snape, and no one else. Light flared. Lily stared at it and said nothing. You've never understood me, Severus said, not unkindly, but without warmth either. You decided I was heading somewhere dark, and I imagine in your head I ended up on the same shelf as Death Eaters. That's not true. I've always thought of you as my friend. Then why did you never support my work? The irritation in his voice was real. Why only criticism? Because dark magic is evil. Lily pressed her lips together. You're not thinking about it broadly enough. He shook his head. Tell me, do you consider Merlin a dark wizard? Evil incarnate? Of course not. But he was. One of the most powerful dark wizards of his time. He used light magic as well, but in battle he relied on dark because it was stronger. By your logic, he was worse than Voldemort. She flinched at the name. And you criticized my friends. Because they were dreadful people. I'm not disputing that, Severus said. But did you want me to be completely alone? Sitting there waiting for whenever you decided to call? No, I didn't mean. Help you. Open my eyes. He cut her off, his gaze steady and cold. Did you genuinely think I didn't already know what they were? Lily, I was in Slytherin, a house of purebloods. Who exactly was I supposed to make friends with? I'm a half-blood, and in times like these, with the Dark Lord actively recruiting, who do you think was going to associate with someone like me? He let that settle, watching her face as something new moved across it. And when people finally did, you immediately told me to drop them, which meant dropping the only allies I had in my entire house. While you had friends to laugh with, I had no one, and at the first moment you wanted company, I was supposed to drop everything and run to you. Wasn't I? No. I never. Severus raised his hand. She stopped. He went back to the table, took out the pouch, and began removing needles from it. They turned back into jars as he withdrew them. Sev. Lily's voice had dropped to barely a whisper. What did you do to your father? It's called revenge. Revenge. Yes. He raised his voice. Get up here. Tobias came up from the basement with heavy, stumbling steps. He swayed, hands twitching, and his eyes, which Lily had previously only seen burning with drink and cruelty, held something she had never seen in them before, simple, naked terror, fixed entirely on Severus. "Tell me," Severus said. "Why am I doing this to you? You're a monster." "A monster." He sounded almost disappointed. "You still haven't figured out where you went wrong. And I had intended to keep you alive." He glanced at a photograph in the corner of the room. "Tell me what you did to my mother." "I." Tobias's face was the color of old ash. "I beat her until she was dead." Lily went very still. She hadn't known. She hadn't known Eileen Snape was dead at all. "And what did you feel at the time?" Severus asked. "I was." Tobias's voice broke on almost every word. "I was happy. The witch should have died years ago. Should have left me in peace. And over the 10 years before that, what did it feel like, beating her? I felt alive." The words came out in a rush, half choking. "That damned witch should have gone long ago. Now do you understand?" Severus asked Lily. Her face had gone the same color as Tobias's. "Sev, please stop." Her voice broke. "You can't sink to his level. I understand what he did was monstrous, but..." Severus's palm connected with her cheek before she could finish. "Lily, you're too naive," he said quietly. "The world isn't a story where kindness is always the right answer. If you keep thinking the way you do, it will kill you. Remember that." He raised his wand. "Obliviate. //. Chapter 17, Chapter 16, Dobby. Chapter. Once Severus had walked Lily home, having adjusted her memory beforehand with the particular care the job required, he got back to work. He'd started that conversation with one purpose, to understand what she really was. And the answer left him slightly flat. He'd expected a fox, sharp and self-aware behind the warmth. What he'd found was something considerably simpler, well-meaning, narrow-minded, and too careless to last long in the world she was living in. People like that didn't usually need any help finding their end. He pushed her out of his thoughts and gave his full attention to the cauldron. He stared at the dark liquid inside and clicked his tongue in displeasure. "Exactly as I suspected. The plants look almost right, but the magical saturation here is lower, so the properties are weaker. I'll have to adjust the formula." He shook his head, took out the second set of ingredients, and began examining them one by one. Should have anticipated this. Wasted money. Potion making was not foreign to him. Beyond the knowledge he'd inherited, he had studied alchemy in his old life, and its magical equivalent, and had done well enough with that, the full beginner's program, the names and properties of over 10,000 plants. Editing a recipe was routine, especially with the original Severus's expertise sitting in his memory like a second library. The boy had been genuinely gifted, perhaps the most naturally talented in this field Severus had ever encountered. 6 hours later, the cauldron held a thick, dark green mixture with a strong smell of herbs and a clean mint note running through it. 3 times weaker than it ought to be. But that's the ceiling with these ingredients. He poured it into a jar, purified it immediately, and moved on to the next batch. He needed 10 portions total for the training sequence, 1 month's supply, a dose every 3 days, because the diluted formula needed time to accumulate properly. Several herbs drifted toward him and dropped into the flame burning in his palm. Water began filling the cauldron at the same time, and a second group of herbs held themselves above it, waiting. The moment the water showed the first signs of boiling, a light gust of air ground the waiting herbs into powder and let it fall in. After exactly 10 minutes, the herbs above the flame began to split. That was his signal. He drew a drop of Kelpie's blood from its vial and, at the same moment, squeezed drops of clear oil from a variety of dried herbs, letting them flow together. A turquoise glow rose where they met. The pale green mixture in the cauldron had reached a rolling boil. He moved to the final step and took out the last 2 ingredients, one herb that was almost black, exhaling a dark, slow miasma, and one that was pale and clean, with the same sharp mint note. The moment they came close to each other, something happened that looked less like chemistry and more like a small, private war. Both plants radiated like living things, each pressing against the other, neither yielding. Then the red droplet, which had been hanging in the air above them, shot down into the pale grass and sank into it. Red lines spread through the plant like veins filling with light, and the pale aura turned crimson and began to bear down on the dark one. Within a minute, the dark grass was visibly weakening, its strength draining steadily into the other. Less than 10 minutes later, almost nothing remained of it, and precisely at that moment a clean gust sliced the winner into hundreds of pieces. Whoever invented this potion had a genuinely unpleasant mind. The pieces fell into the cauldron under his calm observation, and the sharp scent of mint rose. He moved the empty jars to the corner and set out the next identical set of ingredients. 15 more minutes, and then he could check in on Bellatrix. A Death Eater meeting, possibly. Or perhaps she was still destroying her room. He closed his eyes and found the seal in her body, and a slow, satisfied smile appeared on his face that was also just slightly something else. She was in the bathroom, washing her hair. 2 small cloths drifted through the water around her in idle, practiced arcs. He looked, and didn't immediately stop looking. Right, he thought, with the weary self-awareness of someone who knew exactly what was happening to him. 16-year-old hormones. An Archmage's dignity, thoroughly undermined. He noted the time carefully, so that in the future he could be certain to call this up only when she was fully clothed, and disengage his attention from the seal. He finished the 10th and final portion just before midnight and went almost directly to bed. He wasn't physically exhausted, it was the sustained concentration that had worn him out, the constant careful management of magic over hours. The core needed to rest as much as the mind did. His next morning began with an intruder. The moment he registered something teleporting through his barrier, he was already summoning fire to his palm. He stopped himself in time when the shape resolved into a small, bald house elf beside the bed, ancient-looking with enormous eyes, dressed in rags, clutching a stack of books. It was Malfoy's, unmistakably. "The master instructed me to deliver these to you," the elf said quickly, watching the irritation on Severus's still half-asleep face with audible anxiety. "What time is it?" "10 o'clock. 10. Severus stared at the ceiling. "Why so early?" The master instructed. "What's your name?" "Dobby." The elf's ears drooped as if bracing for something. "Right. Make me a coffee and we'll call it even before you go." He dropped back onto the pillow, and Dobby vanished instantly. Less than 10 seconds passed before Dobby reappeared, holding a tray with coffee, scrambled eggs, and a small vase with a single rose in it. "You're fast," Severus said, tasting the coffee first, then glancing at Dobby with mild surprise. "That's excellent." He patted Dobby on the head twice, with genuine approval. Dobby flinched each time and then, slowly, looked up at him with an expression of profound bewilderment. Dobby is happy to serve his master's friend. "Good. Leave the tray, you're free to go." Dobby gave a small, uncertain nod and vanished, leaving Severus alone with the coffee and a thought that was forming itself without having asked it to. Now I understand why house elves are standard practice. Not much to look at, perhaps, but the work gets done quickly and properly, and the loyalty, given who Dobby's actual master is, says something considerable. Once the money situation improves, I should look into acquiring one from Hogwarts. It would solve a fairly tedious number of problems. He picked up the first book from the floor. The title, in neat gold letters, read Legilimency for Dummies. He opened it and started reading. It was past midday before he put down the 3rd book on the subject and actually got out of bed. He'd have kept going, but there was a knock at the window, which had a particular quality of determination about it. "Today is apparently an open house," he muttered, getting up and letting the owl in. He took the envelope, transfigured the bed into a chair, and settled at the table while the owl occupied his shoulder. "Macmillan." They finished looking at it, then. The first lines of the letter brought a quiet, satisfied smile. It was a request for a meeting, written with studied restraint that didn't quite conceal the eagerness underneath. The letter covered questions about the artifact itself, how many he had in stock, and asked him to name the earliest possible date for a discussion about price. "Tomorrow would work, but I want to finish going through the Legilimency and Occlumency material today." He tapped his chin, then reached for a sheet of paper, wrote a reply with a meeting time and place, sealed it, and held it out to the owl. "Take it back." The owl departed at once. He sat back down and picked up where he'd left off. Chapter 18, Chapter. The next day, closer to lunch, Severus was standing in front of a small shop in Diagon Alley with a name straightforward enough to border on insulting, Artifacts for Everyone. The moment he stepped inside, his gaze moved across cabinets and tables packed with trinkets that hummed with magic, and behind the counter stood a middle-aged wizard who looked very much like an older version of the former Slytherin head boy. "Good afternoon. Mr. Severus, I take it." The wizard greeted him with a friendly smile, flicked his wand, and the door swung shut and locked behind them. "And I am glad to meet you. John's father, am I right? Where is he, by the way?" "Waiting for us downstairs." Mr. Macmillan waved his wand again, and a hatch opened in the floor. "I am very interested in that artifact. I am prepared to buy everything you have, 700 galleons apiece. What do you say?" Severus had to work to keep the smile off his face. The man was plainly trying to seem indifferent, feigning only mild interest in the toys with all the conviction of a bad actor reading his lines. Severus wanted to tell him outright that he did not believe a word of it. He held back, and simply shook his head. "That will not work. A single artifact costs me well over 300 galleons in materials alone, and that is before I count the time it takes away from developing my own abilities. Time is not cheap, especially now, with everything going on. And once the school year begins, there will be no time at all. Professor Slughorn is a serious man, and if he catches me sleep-deprived, he will start lecturing. And that is without mentioning the head of Gryffindor, who has already taken a particular dislike to me. For the next 10 minutes, Severus kept the shop owner occupied, working through his problems one by one, dragging in every teacher he could think of, including the headmaster, always finding some way to loop the artifact into the center of whatever disaster he was describing, all while maintaining an expression of such earnest sincerity that it was almost artistic. Mr. Macmillan began twitching at the 5-minute mark. By the 8th his lips were pressed thin. By the 10th he lowered his head and raised one hand. Enough. I surrender. Glad to hear it. I was running out of material anyway. Severus nodded pleasantly. Now, can we discuss the actual price? Mr. Macmillan stroked his goatee with a sound of deep displeasure, turned, and started down. Follow me. Severus followed without worry. He had 10 cubes tucked in his pocket from Transfiguration, and he was confident enough in his own abilities that any trap waiting below was simply a problem to be dealt with. Besides, Mr. Macmillan did not strike him as that kind of man, and nearly 50 years of reading people had made Severus reasonably certain of his judgment. The man was an open book. The stone room at the bottom was small and enclosed within some kind of barrier. John was already there, sitting at a round table and raising a hand in greeting. A special room for important negotiations, Mr. Macmillan said, settling into the chair at the head of the table. No one will hear or disturb us here. Sit down. Name your price. Severus crossed to the table under Macmillan's watchful gaze and sat opposite John. I have been looking into comparable artifacts for a while, and given everything happening in the country right now, I was thinking 700 galleons. He watched Mr. Macmillan's reaction from the corner of his eye. But I understand that is steep, so I will come down to 600. What do you think? John went rigid at the number. Mr. Macmillan only frowned slightly, as though he had expected something roughly in this range. It is expensive. What exactly makes up that price? The factors I already mentioned, Severus said, letting his right eye glint. And full protection against all 3 unforgivables. What? Avada Kedavra works by tearing the soul from the body, Severus continued, unhurried. An artifact has no soul to tear out. Crucio I have already tested personally, the artifact blocked it without difficulty. Imperius is rarely deployed in open combat, but the artifact repels that too. Most importantly, while the artifact is active, no legilimens can enter the user's mind. That said, I should be honest, someone at the level of Voldemort or Albus Dumbledore is a different matter. No artifact will stop them. That is understandable, but it's worth every galleon. Stop trying to drive the price down. You've already tested it. You know what it does. It was almost embarrassing to call this a powerful artifact. In my world, someone would laugh at me for saying it with a straight face. And don't forget who needs artifacts like this most, right now, today. Faced with how completely unmoved Severus was, Mr. Macmillan had no real choice. He knew the price was already fair, and if he thought about the wealth of people like the Potter family, or Albus Dumbledore and his circle, 700 galleons was nothing. Even if Macmillan marked them up by 500 on top of that, they would buy without hesitation for the edge it gave them in a war that had not yet gone fully cold. Fine. I agree. How many can you provide now? 6. As I said, each one takes considerable time. 2 per month is the most I can manage, and that is on barely any sleep. As I expected. And if I wanted to purchase the design itself? 1 million, and it is yours. Just say you are not selling it. Mr. Macmillan waved his hand wearily, opened a chest in the corner, and a moment later galleons poured out like water filling a basin, covering the table completely without a single coin going over the edge. 10,000. Twice as much as we agreed. Why so generous? I am hoping for a long and productive arrangement, Mr. Macmillan said, looking quietly satisfied, and that artifacts like these will only be sold through my shop. I see. Severus considered it for a moment. I need galleons right now, so yes. I accept. Glad to hear it. Shall we celebrate? I will take a rain check. There is not much time to spare at the moment, but I will happily make up for it another time. He shook Macmillan's outstretched hand. John was still staring at the mountain of gold, slightly dazed. I do have one request, though. I am listening. Do you know any Parselmouths? Both Macmillans went very still. I know what you are thinking, Severus said before either of them could speak. That business about snake language belonging exclusively to dark wizards. It is nonsense. If Salazar had spoken to cats, would we call it the language of dark wizards and assume every cat was their minion? He looked at Mr. Macmillan with a mild smile. Macmillan stared at him for a moment, then burst out laughing. Well said. I have never believed every Parselmouth was a Dark Lord's servant, even if most of the ones I have met happen to be dark wizards. I am sorry to say I do not have any such acquaintances. But. Something flickered in Mr. Macmillan's expression, a brief, visible struggle. I will be right back, he said, and left quickly. Severus watched him go, puzzled, then turned to John, who promptly looked at the floor. You used to be more talkative. You used to be my junior. Now you're a business partner. My father taught me to treat people accordingly. I understand, but there's no need to stand on ceremony. I'm not that important. Just 2 of these artifacts represented 6 months of net income for this shop. John thought this, though he kept it to himself and only nodded. I need to find a way to get closer to him. Perhaps I could introduce him to my younger sister. You've gone quiet, Severus observed. Ah. Sorry, I was miles away. What were you saying? John said quickly, coloring slightly. I was thinking about your sister, actually. What? You think too loudly. You, how? A slow, easy grin spread across Severus's face at John's expression. Legilimency. Nothing impressive. I would strongly recommend you study occlumency with your father. Your mind is very open. Non-verbally. John still could not quite get past it. Only 2 living wizards were known to be capable of non-verbal legilimency, and those 2 were the most powerful wizards of this century. The longer he sat with this knowledge, the more his respect shifted into something closer to awe. Mr. Macmillan returned carrying a plain wooden box. This was brought to me. He stopped, clearly sensing something had shifted in the room. He looked at John, then at Severus. Did something happen? We were just discussing something. Everything is fine, father, John said quickly, pulling himself together and managing a small smile. All right. Mr. Macmillan nodded slowly and turned his attention to Severus, opening the box. Inside lay a silver chain with a small black snake attached, its eyes set with red stones. I have had this for 20 years and never got around to selling it. It lets the wearer speak and understand the language of snakes. I do not think I need to explain why I kept it off the shelves. I understand completely, though I am surprised you did not destroy it. If the wrong person had found it, you would have been looking at a very unpleasant journey to a very unpleasant place. Severus drew the artifact toward himself and touched the snake, a faint smile forming. And you are right, I was thinking too narrowly. Why learn the language when there is an artifact that does it for me? Thank you, Mr. Macmillan. You have been more help than you know. Take the cost from the 10,000. No need. It has been sitting unused for years, and storing it carries its own risks. Consider it a gift, in the spirit of friendship. Then I accept gratefully. I am in your debt. Severus smiled, and this time it came easily, because the path to the basilisk's heart had just become considerably shorter. All that remained now was strengthening his body, removing the curse from his sword, and preparing himself. Chapter 19, Chapter 18, Leaving Home. Chapter. After saying goodbye to the Macmillan family, Severus wandered Diagon Alley for a while, picked up a few more potion ingredients, and went home. 2 days later. He opened his eyes slowly, pulled toward consciousness by a pleasant smell drifting through the room, and looked at the tray on the bedside table, coffee and pastries. Strange creatures, house elves. Though I am hardly one to talk. He pulled the cup toward himself, took a sip, and got up. Am I forgetting something? He took another sip and shrugged. If he couldn't remember, it probably didn't matter. After breakfast he went down to the ground floor, caught sight of the basement door, and it came back to him all at once. That was it. He drove his fist into his palm, threw the door open, and went down quickly, only to find Tobias lying in a pool of dried blood. Right. If he had left it another couple of hours, he would almost certainly have died. He pulled a potion from his pouch and began working it down Tobias's throat, using a thread of magic to help his body absorb it. The wounds on his forehead started to close. His fingers, broken and bent at wrong angles where the hammer had found them, began to straighten. The gray pallor faded slowly from his skin. A standard restoration potion working this well is a little surprising. He was a muggle, which probably accounts for it. I should find a mage to test on at some point. Severus studied Tobias's face. The man's eyelids were fluttering, but his eyes stayed shut even though he was already conscious. Without any particular feeling about it, Severus slapped him hard enough to send him into the wall with a dull thud. Awake, or shall I do it again? Awake. Awake. Tobias scrambled upright, shaking, his eyes full of something close to animal terror. Calm down. I am not going to torture you today, and I am not going to kill you. I have a job for you. Do it, and you go free. The word free did something immediate to Tobias's face. He nodded like a puppet. Anything. Anything you want. You have 2 days to sell this house at a fair market price. If you try to cheat me, what you went through before this will seem like a pleasant afternoon walk. Is that understood? And where will I live? Should that concern me? Severus's gaze narrowed, and he raised one hand, his finger pointing at Tobias's pale face. One more word and I end this now. Get to work. And I would strongly advise against contacting the police or anyone like them. They will not reach you before I do. Do not make the mistake of thinking that because you could bully a weakened witch, you can pull the same tricks on me. He paused. The sooner you sell, the sooner I am gone. He left the basement without another word and went back to his potions. The very next day, while he was working on a recipe from his old world, Tobias shuffled into the living room holding a thick bag in both hands. I sold it. Good. Leave the money on the table and go. Tobias set the bag down carefully and, clearly afraid Severus might change his mind in the next 10 seconds, moved quickly toward the front door. Live while you can, you monster. I know exactly who to call to deal with you. You will be begging on your knees. Tobias turned the thought over with a quiet, ugly satisfaction, already composing the scene in his head as he stepped outside, pulled the door shut behind him, and broke into a near run toward the nearest busy street. Eileen had taught him a few things about wizarding law during their years together, including the ban on using magic where ordinary people might see it. Tobias figured the crowd would offer him some protection if Severus changed his mind. 10 minutes later, surrounded by people, his pulse settled. He pulled a small business card from his pocket, walked to a phone booth, and picked up the receiver with a trembling hand. The moment I make this call, it is over for you. He reached for the buttons, anticipation twisting his mouth. You are finished. You are absolutely. His finger stopped. His whole body stopped. He could not move at all, as though something had turned him to ice. A moment later, his arm went slack, and he dropped to his knees, his forehead cracking against the phone housing. What is happening? Why can I not move? And then, because something seemed to force his head to turn, he looked to the side, and every trace of color left his face. On the bench sat Rowena. The same Rowena from the portrait, the one he had spent these past few days begging for forgiveness in front of, sat there. She was his wife. The woman he had beaten to death while drunk sat before him. She sat looking straight at him with cold, empty eyes, not a single thing moving in her expression. It is impossible. I killed her myself. His whole body shook, and cold sweat soaked through his shirt. Barely 10 meters away stood the woman he had killed with his own hands. No. This is the monster's doing. I killed her. She cannot be alive. She cannot. She cannot. No. The moment she stood and took her first step toward him, Tobias snapped back to full alertness and flattened himself against the wall. Stay back. You're dead. You're dead. Dead. You're just an illusion, something he sent. Just an illusion. The words came spilling out, and with each one her steps quickened. The blankness left her face and something replaced it, something like hatred mixed with rage so that Tobias nearly lost consciousness on the spot, though something held him upright and wouldn't let him fall. Don't come any closer. I killed you. You're not real. She's dead. 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 A small crowd gathered around the phone booth, confused by the screaming men inside. Several people tried to open the door and pull him out, but the lock would not give. Most of them, hearing him confess to a murder while gesturing at empty air, eventually concluded he was simply having some kind of episode. Meanwhile, in the living room of the house on Spinner's End, Severus stood before the cauldron with a quiet, satisfied smile. He had finally finished the potion. Tobias, I was going to let you go. He still could not help laughing, though. What a hypocrite I am. I would have killed you anyway, just cleanly and quickly, and now you have to earn it the long way. The curse of desolation and the vengeful phantom used together is an elegant combination. The first slowly eats away at the magical core and strips control from the body, the second goes for the mind, dismantling it piece by piece, starving on every bright thought while feeding on the dark ones until there is nothing left. I never thought I would actually use those two together. He poured the cauldron's contents into 2 vials, turned them in the light, and frowned slightly. The effect came out weaker than he intended. It was only half the boost he was aiming for. As for duration, he needs a test subject. Or several test subjects, he would not mind poisoning them. His eyes brightened at the thought, and a slow, cold smile settled on his face. He could not wait for the school year to start. He did not linger in the house much longer. That evening he gathered everything with a trace of magic on it, erased all evidence that magic had been performed there, and the following morning, after breakfast, he was preparing to leave. He did not get the chance. Someone started hammering on the door, loud and relentless, as though they intended to bring it down. Knock. 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 Open up. We know you are in there. A rough male voice. Severus had not invited anyone, and he found himself genuinely curious. He opened the door, and 2 men came in as though they owned the place, shouldering past him without slowing, spreading out immediately and moving through the rooms with the casual authority of people conducting an inspection they had every right to conduct. Severus stood and watched them, briefly too surprised to respond. He assumed at first they must be the new owners, the ones Tobias had sold it to. But listening to them talk about the going price for a property like this, and who they might move it on to, he understood he was wrong. He cleared his throat. "And who, exactly, are you?" A bald man roughly 2 meters tall, wearing a white shirt and dark trousers, walked over to him. "Are you a relative of that one? His boy?" "Yes." "Why?" The man's gaze moved over Severus in a slow, deliberate way that made him want to kill him where he stood. He held back. This man was already dead. He just did not know it yet. "Your dad borrowed a fair amount from some people and then went and lost his mind, so someone needs to settle up. The house will fetch a couple of thousand at most, which is nowhere near enough," the second man called down from upstairs. The bald one turned back to Severus with a wide, almost paternal smile, and dropped a hand on his shoulder. "Look at it this way, kid, you are lucky. You can work off your father's debt for us. A couple of years, and you walk away clean. We have plenty of friends who appreciate a quiet boy like you. You will clear it fast, trust me." "I see," Severus said. A cold smile formed at the corner of his mouth, and something small and very bright moved in his eyes. Last words. Chapter 20, Chapter 19, Gringotts Bank. Chapter. London. Charing Cross Road. The Leaky Cauldron. The moment Severus walked through the door, he went straight to the bar. A stooped man in dark clothes stood behind it, polishing a glass with a white cloth in the methodical way of someone who had been doing it for decades. "How much for a room for 2 nights?" "A galleon. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are 4 sickles on top of that," the man answered without looking up. Then 7 gold coins appeared on the counter, and he did look up. He set down the glass, smiled briskly, and produced a key. "Room 29. Dinner in 2 hours." "Good." Severus took the key but did not go upstairs. He left through the back door into Diagon Alley instead, pausing for just a moment as he stepped out. There is something familiar about that man. I cannot quite place it. A few minutes later he was standing in front of a vast white building that dwarfed every shop around it. Gringotts Bank, he read, the name inscribed above the massive bronze doors. Trusting goblins with your money. What had the world come to? Though I suppose that after a basilisk living under a school full of children, this shouldn't really surprise me. The goblins of his old world had been something else entirely, savage, driven entirely by instinct, fit for nothing but destruction. The concept of one of them running a bank would have been genuinely absurd. But this was not his world, and he made himself set the comparison aside. He passed a small creature near the entrance, all enormous ears and a long nose and limbs slightly too large for its body, and pushed through into a marble hall where work was in full swing. Goblins stood behind tall counters, every one of them in a business suit, every one of them completely absorbed in whatever was in front of them. The hall filled with the rustle of pages and the irregular stamp of feet. Severus did not approach any of the counters. He went directly to the goblin in the center who looked the oldest, and therefore most likely to be in charge. "I want access to Eileen Prince's vault." The goblin squinted up at him. "Only the vault's owner may. I am her son. And I have the key." The goblin leaned forward and produced a golden cup, setting it on the counter with the air of someone who had made this gesture many times before. A drop of blood to confirm the relationship. He pulled out a small vial containing a single remaining drop. "If it confirms, and since the owner is deceased, you inherit access as next of kin. If you lied, the fine is 1,000 galleons." Something brightened in his eyes at the mention of gold, and he tipped the vial into the cup of water with a small, satisfied sound. Severus cut his finger and let a drop fall in without comment. Nothing happened for a few seconds. The smile on the goblin's face edged wider. Then the water began to glow, and the 2 drops of blood slowly moved toward each other and merged. "The key," the goblin said, noticeably less cheerful. They descended into a gloomy dungeon lit by torches, climbed into a cart, and shot through a maze of corridors and vaults at reckless speed. Within minutes they reached a cavern behind a slightly rusted steel door. Severus handed over the key. The goblin worked it with some effort, and the door ground open to reveal a modest pile of gold coins. "Roughly 6,000 galleons. When did my mother last come here?" 23 years and 6 months ago. "So, pride." Severus shook his head, pulled out a small bag, and transferred every coin into it under the goblin's increasingly pained expression. If the real Severus were standing here, he probably would not touch a single coin. But I am not him, and I will put it to use. When he emerged from the bank, the goblin's displeasure was visible on every face he passed. They looked at him the way people look at someone who has done something unforgivable in a sacred place. Even the goblin at the entrance could not bring himself to acknowledge Severus, and settled instead for a contemptuous hiss as he went by. How do they stay in business with service like this? Even the most disreputable bar in my world treats paying customers like royalty, if only to ensure they come back. Severus shook his head. Though to be fair, there is no competition. If he remembered correctly, this was the only bank in the country. Their arrogance made its own kind of sense, and ministry recognition only helped. He stopped thinking about it and turned toward a fairly large two-story building a short distance away. Its windows were boarded over and a sign hung on the door, "For sale." The moment he stepped inside, the damage hit him. Broken tables and chairs. Shattered plates and bottles across the floor. Unflattering drawings on the walls. Stains on the wood and wallpaper and a stale smell that had worked itself into everything. "Hello, young man." A middle-aged wizard with a tired face came down from the second floor. "Looking to buy?" "Possibly. I would like to hear the price first." 4,700 galleons. "That is as low as I will go." Practically giving it away, really. One reparo charm and the furniture is as good as new. "I will take it, but I want to understand the situation first. A building this size, this close to Diagon Alley, at this price." He let the observation hang in the air, watching the faint embarrassment cross the man's face. "We are leaving the country. It is too dangerous here now." The wizard sat heavily on the one undamaged chair in the room. "I am Muggle-born. My wife is a half-blood, and she is pregnant. If it were not for the war, we would not be selling any of this. But I need them safe." "I understand. I am sorry for doubting you. It is fine. I would be cautious too, in your position. I will give you 5,000 galleons. I would offer more, but every galleon counts at the moment," Severus said with a small apologetic smile. "Thank you. That is more than enough," the wizard said, reaching into a small wallet and producing 3 sheets of parchment covered in shimmering text. "Shall we go to Gringotts?" "No need." Severus pointed at one of the fallen tables and cast reparo, restoring it cleanly under the wizard's surprised look. Then he pulled out a smaller pouch, tapped it twice, and galleons flew out in a bright arc, landing on the table in neat stacks of 200. In under a minute, 5,000 coins sat there, gleaming. "I was just at the bank." "I see." The wizard nodded slowly. "I take it this is your first time handling a transaction like this?" "It is. But I have read enough to know I would like to see the real documents, not whatever these are." He nodded at the shimmering parchment. "Of course. We will still need to visit Gringotts for those, I am afraid." The wizard looked a little sheepish. Severus allowed himself a dry smile. "I have a feeling that if I walk back in there now, they'll throw me out on my ear." "Something wrong?" "Nothing. Let's go." Chapter 21, Chapter 20, New Home. Chapter. As Severus left the bank with William, he could feel the goblin's stares following them all the way to the door. Another client had just walked away after emptying a vault. "Why were they looking at you like that? Did you actually steal their gold?" William asked, aiming for a joke. "Let's say we didn't get along from the start. And now they probably think I talked you into clearing yours out, too." "I see. I would still recommend not making enemies of them. Mutual dislike at first sight. And why would I leave my money with them anyway? I'll buy a bag with expanded space, and that is it. It's still safer there. It depends on how you look at it. But let's leave it. Tell me something more interesting. Why did you trust me so readily?" "I expected you to throw me out the moment I said I wanted to buy the building. After years working here, you learn to read people," Severus smiled. "You do not look wealthy, but your posture and your manner and the way you hold yourself told me there was more to you than met the eye. My instincts rarely let me down." "Fair enough. When are you leaving, by the way?" "Tonight. The sooner the better." When they reached the building, both wizards noticed immediately that the door was slightly ajar, even though Severus had locked it with a spell before they left. Severus moved fast. He kicked the door open, wand up in the same motion, and leveled it at the men sitting calmly behind the counter. "You again," the words came out like a knife. The intruder sat with his arms folded, stroking a thin mustache, wearing worn trousers and a dark cloak. He smiled. "I warned you not to do anything stupid. You sold the place anyway." He shrugged, not bothered. "I felt it was only fair to teach you a small lesson. Where is my wife? Answer me, or I swear I will." "Careful. She's not comfortable right now. Put the stick down before she gets worse. If one hair on her head." "Oh, shut up." The intruder snatched Severus's wand and aimed. Stupefy. A red flash caught Severus squarely in the chest and knocked him back into the door. "We told you to do this the easy way. For 1,000 galleons. It's not worth more." He stepped in and kicked Severus in the chest, making him cough and curl. "Do not push my patience. Or else." "Or else what?" said a cheerful voice from above, and the intruder went still. He spun, stepping right, wand snapping toward the sound. Severus was coming down from the second floor with a self-satisfied smile. Two unconscious figures were slumped behind him, and a middle-aged woman was trailing down the stairs at his heels. "Layla." William forced himself upright despite the pain, his voice cracking. "I'm fine." "They didn't touch me," Layla said gently, reading his expression. At the same moment, Severus dropped the two still-breathing bodies at the intruder's feet. "Tell your master this building belongs to Severus. He will know the name. Now pick them up and leave. Do not make me clean the floor." The intruder heard the words, looked at Severus's face, and swallowed everything he had been planning to say. If it was true, making threats would only make things worse for himself. He said nothing. He grabbed his partners and walked out. The moment the room held only 3 of them, Layla crossed to William and stepped into his arms. "Do you know them?" William asked, his voice low. "No. I went through one of their memories while we were upstairs." Severus sat down at the table, perfectly comfortable. "As it happens, I do know who their employer is, which is why I left them breathing. I am going to be running this place from now on, and I do not need that kind of complication. I think you understand." William nodded, even though deep down he wanted to strangle all of them for touching Layla. "Love, go get your things. We are leaving now." He kissed her forehead. She nodded and went upstairs. He turned back to Severus, and his expression changed. "I am sorry I suspected you. I was wrong. You would have been a fool not to. Forget it. Think of it as partial thanks for what you did when you sold this place." Severus paused. "And if you ever need anything, I will help. No conditions. You have already done far too much. If you ever find yourself in Bari, come and find us. You will always be welcome here." "I will remember that." Severus shook his hand. "Do you need an escort out?" "No. We will apparate. As you like." A minute later, Layla came down, a small bag over her shoulder. The two of them disappeared. Severus sat alone in a ruined room. He stayed until evening, working through it methodically with reparo, floor, wallpaper, tables, chairs, everything brought back to something that at least resembled human habitation. It still needed a proper renovation and new furniture throughout, and the second floor needed work, but it was a start. The storeroom on the second floor had several cauldrons that needed repairing. The other rooms were shells, an office, a bedroom, a living area. He decided to make the building his base for now, and eventually a shop where he would sell potions and artifacts. He did not plan to stop at one. The next morning, after leaving the bar, he continued his walk through Diagon Alley and by evening had purchased 2 more buildings, a smaller one for 3,000 galleons, and a slightly larger one for 3.5. He had no doubt the war would end. In his old world, he had watched many Dark Lords rise and fall over a very long history, and every single one had come to a bad end. When this one was over and the rebuilding began, property values would soar, and he would profit accordingly. 2 days later. Lying on the large soft bed, Severus smiled up at the ceiling. He had finished the building. Beyond the basic renovation, he had added invisible expansion charms to 2 rooms and layered illusion charms over them, rendering both invisible from the outside. Strictly speaking, those charms were reserved for producing items like Eileen's old pouch or Layla's bag, and private use was forbidden, but Severus was not particularly troubled by that. One room was dedicated to training, sized roughly like a football pitch. Along one wall ran an alchemy corner where he planned to develop recipes from his old world. He had also added a handful of traps for uninvited guests and several alarm charms, because he was not careless enough to think a building like this on a street like this would stay overlooked. My last proper rest. I should make the most of it, because tomorrow is going to be my own personal hell. The old man would weep if he could see me preparing like this. He clenched his fist with a tired grin and let his eyes close. I hope Lucius manages to find those ingredients before term starts. And I wonder what she is doing right now. An image formed behind his closed eyes, clear as though he were standing in the room, a large dark hall decorated with somber, austere elegance. A long table stretched across it, surrounded by 16 wizards, Bella and Lucius among them. Severus didn't recognize the others, but one figure drew his attention before he'd consciously chosen to look. Pale, thin, barely human in its proportions, with narrow slits where a nose should have been and red eyes that held nothing warm. The face itself wasn't what struck him, it was the power emanating from it, sitting slightly below Dumbledore's level. I arrived at exactly the right moment. That is Voldemort, My lord, I was able to reach an agreement with our suppliers. They have agreed to increase the potion supply by another 10%, but that is their limit. Good. Very good. That'll do for now. Abraxas, you are raising a wonderful air. The pale creature let the words draw out, a faint hiss underneath them, glancing toward a man who looked very much like Lucius but older. Thank you, my lord. Your praise is an honor. Abraxas rose briefly, then settled back beside his son. Rodolphus. Were you able to trace those artifacts? Rodolphus flinched. No, my lord. We searched every magical shop. The only thing we were able to establish is that the source appears to be Albus Dumbledore. I will not kill you only because I still have use for you. But do not fail me again. This is your last warning. The pale eyes moved away from Rodolphus without particular emphasis, scanning the rest of the table. That applies to all of you. I will not forgive further failures. Yes, my lord. They rose as one, bowing. He dismissed them faster than I expected. Not my concern. Severus's gaze drifted from the figure now crumpled on the floor to Bellatrix, sitting very still, thoughtful at the far end of the table. His smile faded slightly. Chapter 22, Chapter 21, Taking the Strengthening Potion. Chapter 21, Taking the Strengthening Potion. My lord, grant me this task. Bella was on her feet, eyes fixed on Voldemort with absolute certainty. I will find whoever it is and bring them to you. Severus let out a quiet breath. Right, wait. I forgot that the cube turns invisible the moment it's activated and stays that way until it takes a hit or the magic gives out. That feature does not apply to me because I'm the owner. How was I supposed to remember that when I'd only seen how this toy worked once, and barely paid attention even then? Still, if someone like Bella was actually paying attention to her surroundings, she might be able to see me, but given how furious she was just now, I doubt very much that she is. He shrugged the thought off without worrying about it. Fine. I am giving you this task. But if you dare, my lord, I will find whoever is distributing these artifacts and do not kill him. Bring him here. Talented artificers are not to be wasted fighting for that old man. As you command, my lord. Bella said eagerly, her eyes locked on the Dark Lord like someone hearing their name called in a crowd, drinking in every word and every glance. Severus looked at Voldemort again, at that flat noseless face, and sighed. What does she see in him? I genuinely want to know. Women have strange tastes these days. Perhaps liches are fashionable now. And this so-called Dark Lord. What a disappointment. Tearing his own soul apart, for what? It damages the magical core, keeps it from functioning at capacity. And it means he can never progress past master. Becoming an Archmage requires the fusion of a wizard's spiritual, magical, and physical aspects. It is essentially a rebirth, a transformation into something categorically different and more powerful. This man shattered the very thing he needed to get there, and did it to himself. Severus thought, with genuine pity underneath the contempt. He watched them a while longer. Nothing else came up that interested him. He withdrew from the vision and simply went to bed. Early the next morning, Severus stood in the training room with a jar of dark green liquid in his hands. The moment he opened it, mint flooded the air. This is pure masochism. He tipped his head back and started swallowing. I sincerely hope I do not get used to it. A few seconds later, his face twisted as a fierce heat erupted in his chest. The pallor left his skin, replaced by a deep flush, and veins stood out all over his body. A dark green aura rose around him, strong enough to crack the floor beneath his feet. He had planned for this, or the room below would have a new skylight. If I had not been through this before, I would have blacked out. Damn baptism. I never thought I would have to go through it a second time. He hissed through his teeth, fists clenched so tight his nails had broken the skin. He barely noticed. The heat in his chest was intensifying, consuming his upper body and spreading downward with the unhurried thoroughness of something that had all the time it needed. What Severus was enduring was called baptism by fire. It burned out almost all fat and impurity, strengthening and renewing the body at every level, right down to the skeleton. Not many people attempted it deliberately, and wizards, least of all, being known for fragile constitutions and a low tolerance for sustained pain. Warriors were another matter. His teacher had been a true knight in robes, and it was only because of this process that Severus, in his former life, had been able to reclaim the use of his own limbs. Half an hour later, the pain dissolved into something faintly cool and clean, accompanied by a sharp smell of mint that made his pale face twist in a different kind of discomfort. Now I know how shrimp feel when being dropped into boiling water. He sat with his shirt soaked through, sweating as though he had been wrung out. And yet, underneath the irritation, there was a smile he was not quite managing to suppress. He had taken the first real step toward his former strength and toward something that might eventually resemble a peaceful life. With effort, he pushed himself upright and dragged his bag over. A moment later, the floor was covered with food, enough to rebuild what the baptism had taken out of him. He looked like a skeleton dressed in skin and needed to recover quickly, because the strengthening potion required active training to reach its full effect. The potion worked by steadily improving the user's physical condition, whether they exercised or not. But if they trained, its effectiveness scaled with the effort they put in. It could only be taken for a month. After that, it became a poison, beginning with the bones, making them brittle enough that a strong gust of wind would technically be dangerous. That was why, even after what he had just been through, Severus ate a full meal, recovered what he could, and got straight back to it. For the next 2 weeks he barely left the training room, breaking only for food and ingredients. By the end of it, he had regained a human form. He no longer looked half-starved, and muscles were now visible beneath his skin. He could walk through Diagon Alley without a cloak and not draw attention. The 2 weeks were otherwise quiet. No visitors. He worked undisturbed, adapting 2 more recipes from his old world, both of them likely to sell well, particularly to women. The first was the rejuvenating potion. As the name suggested, it restored the drinker to whatever age they chose as their optimal for 24 hours, then returned them to their original state. It did not grant immortality. Drinking it every day for the rest of your life would not change when you died. In his old world, he had also learned the recipe for a true rejuvenating potion, one that made a person 30 years younger permanently, usable only once in a lifetime. But several of the ingredients did not exist in this world, or had not been discovered yet, and finding workable substitutes would take time and experimentation. He planned to run those experiments at Hogwarts, using 3 willing lab rats and an animagus. The second was simpler in name but broader in effect, the beauty potion. Unlike the versions sold at Madame Pomfrey's, this one worked holistically. The skin slowed aging, improved elasticity, cleared blackheads and blemishes. The hair, strengthened, thickened, made softer and easier to manage, while slowing hair loss. Internally, reduced fat, enhanced regeneration, whitened teeth, various small physical flaws corrected over the course of a week. That was only a partial list. The most commercially significant feature was the duration, exactly 7 days. This was a version of the potion he had once used to build a small fortune at his old magic school, which catered largely to children from wealthy families for whom a few dozen gold pieces simply were not a meaningful sum. After another grueling session, Severus was heading toward the shower, which was considerably more satisfying than a cleansing charm, when someone knocked at the door. An image flickered in his mind, silver hair, 2 wizards in expensive clothes standing just behind him. I hope he remembered the ingredients. He used magic to clean himself, pulled on a shirt, went downstairs, and opened the door. Lucius stared at him as though he had opened the wrong door, mouth moving without producing words. Come in. Why are you standing there? Only then did Malfoy seem to come back to himself. What happened to you? The last time they had met was roughly 3 weeks ago. In that time, Severus had changed more than 3 weeks should allow. He was now taller than Lucius. His whole bearing was different, as though years had quietly passed rather than weeks. The lean muscle visible through his shirt, which now hung slightly too loose, only underscored it. The strengthening potion. Severus stood at the bar. I take it this is about the other matter? No. Not yet. Lucius was still staring. The 2 men behind him were exchanging looks. These are good friends, Matthew Goyle and Jonathan Crabbe. He reached into an inner pocket and produced a small pouch. Here is what you asked for. The moment it was in Severus's hands, his eyes lit up. Perfect timing. Thank you. He tucked it away with a satisfied smile and pulled several vials from his pouch instead, setting them on the bar. Red and purple. And these are for you. I made them myself. The red one is a standard restoration potion. The purple one temporarily boosts magical ability by half, with no side effects. I am not certain how well the red performs on wizards specifically, but a single dose brought a muggle back from the edge of death. The purple has been tested. Both are reliable, but they need wider trials, which is where I'm hoping you can help. In exchange, you get the first batch free, an exclusive supply until I open a shop. After that, first priority is yours. And I imagine you understand the registration and patenting process, licensing to sell, and all of that is months of work even with Professor Slughorn's involvement. Lucius's expression shifted partway through this. By the end of it, his hand was around Severus's wrist. Wait. You actually made a potion that boosts a wizard's magical ability by half, with no side effects. His grip tightened. The reason for his reaction was plain enough. Potions of that kind were rare, and the ones that existed came with a brutal cost, doubled or tripled power during combat, and then a rebound that could leave the user unable to move, which in a fight was a death sentence. Almost no one used them. The risk simply was not worth it. Calm down. I'm 99% certain there are no side effects. There is still 1%. Severus waited. Lucius collected himself and let go, looking faintly embarrassed. Ahem. My apologies. Of course I will help my good friend. The smile that followed was the sort of smile that made Severus want to hit him, but he held back. By the way, the strengthening potion. I can sell it. As it happens, I have exactly 1 jar left. A jar. A liter of dark green mixture. It appeared in Severus's hand. 1,000 galleons. Assuming, of course, that you are not afraid of a little pain. Me, the future head of the Malfoy family, afraid of pain. Lucius lifted his chin, flicked a hand at the empty table, and a stack of gold appeared. He reached out and took the jar. I warned you. And it all has to go down at once. Understood. If that is everything, we will be off. Safe journey. Severus waved them out and barely managed to hold his expression until the door closed. You are absolutely going to need it. Chapter 23, Chapter 22. Nugany. Chapter. After the door closed, Severus looked at the gold for a moment, thinking. I only caught glimpses of his thoughts, but that is not surprising. Lucius is a capable occlumens, and I wouldn't be surprised if he had other artifacts readily available to block legilimency. He moved the coins into his pouch and headed upstairs. Even so, Lucius, you really do think in such straightforward terms. When Malfoy had lost his composure, Severus had been there to catch it. The plan had come through clearly: steal the recipe, produce the potion independently. In a war like this one, that was the fastest path to a fortune, and Lucius was not too proud to take it. But he also did not want to damage his relationship with Severus, so he had let the thought go almost immediately and settled on the next best option: analyze the samples Severus had given him and try to work backward to the formula. Severus had of course anticipated exactly that and had added something to both potions to make the ingredients unidentifiable. The strengthening potion he had not even considered protecting. 1 dose would not change much in the broader picture, and it would teach Malfoy a useful lesson about trying to be clever with him. By the time Severus was heading to his room for the night, it was nearly 10. He had barely crossed the threshold when he registered someone entering the building below. What is it with all of you, showing up at night? He turned around and went back downstairs toward the kitchen, since that was where whoever it was had decided to make themselves at home. He walked in and his right eye twitched. You cannot be serious. A large greenish-brown snake was draped across the floor in front of him, head buried in the open refrigerator, which ran not on electricity but on the thermocharm. The snake pulled its head out at the sound of his voice and hissed at him, showing its fangs. There are too many snakes in my life lately, Severus muttered to himself, more as an afterthought than anything else, then waved his hand and turned back toward the stairs. When you're done, close it and leave the way you came in. And he genuinely did go back to his room, leaving the snake to stare after him in what could only be described as stunned indignation. After a moment it hissed something under its breath and returned to the refrigerator. The next morning began, as had become normal, with a large breakfast. In the company of the snake. He had not thrown it out. Partly because he felt sorry for it, but also because one look had been enough to tell him it was not really a snake at all. It was a person under a curse. Even in his old world, transformative curses were not unusual, and most of them eventually became something the wizard could work with, even use to their advantage, once they understood the change. This case was different. She had been in snake form for too long. Her thinking was shifting, her magical core adapting to the new body, and even he in his prime might no longer be able to fully restore her. The other reason he let her stay was the loneliness that had been quietly gnawing at him lately, which he was just beginning to acknowledge. And she was unobtrusive. She found a corner of the room and watched his training without interfering. He did not relax completely around her, because he had no reason yet to trust her, but he did not send her away. Closer to lunch, after finishing a set of sword movements, he tossed the blade back into his bag and sat on the floor, pulling out enough food to properly replenish himself. Come here. He beckoned the snake toward him. She narrowed her gaze and slithered closer, eyes fixed on the roast chicken. That one's yours. He nodded and took a leg for himself. Almost forgot. A necklace with a small black snake appeared in his hand, and he put it on. She watched him with an expression entirely too intelligent for a snake. Tell me, how did you end up like this? She had clearly not expected to be here long. This man is completely out of his mind. What kind of wizard practices a sword instead of spells? But instead of a hiss, Severus heard a voice, distinctly female and rather pleasant, and he smiled as she recoiled sharply. He is completely insane, she said, baring her fangs. Stop looking at me. And do not come any closer. There is no need to be nervous. I am quite normal. I am only a little surprised. Now he is pretending he understands me. I do understand you, actually, he said it evenly, nodding toward the necklace. Thanks to this. She went absolutely still and stared at him. You're not lying. No. So calm down. He reached out and patted the top of her head. She narrowed her gaze and hissed with immediate reflexive displeasure, but after a few seconds she forced her animal side down. I want to talk. Her eyes were bright with it. Then let's talk. Between sessions he spoke with her, and what he learned wasn't much. Not the things that mattered, at least. She kept herself guarded and couldn't quite open up yet. He understood and didn't push. Her name was Nagini. She had once been human, but a hereditary curse passed down through her mother's bloodline had transformed her gradually into what Severus was looking at now. Before finding her way here, she had spent time at Hogwarts, but eventually grew tired of it and spent decades wandering. A few days ago she had arrived in Diagon Alley, hungry, and let herself into his house. She was not lying, but she was keeping something back. He left it alone. After another set of movements, he decided to call it a day. It was late, and maintaining a proper routine was essential for the potion to work at its best. You still have not told me why you train with a sword, Nagini said, following him with evident curiosity. I am going to have to face a creature whose skin nearly completely blocks magical attacks. She said nothing for a moment, though something shifted in her voice when she finally did. But why does it have to be you? Because it does, Severus said, and continued, ignoring the disgruntled hiss that followed. Are you going to follow me everywhere? He added it with a smile as he reached up and pulled off his shirt, and Nagini's gaze narrowed, tracking across his broad chest in a way she clearly hadn't intended to be obvious. Are you embarrassed to undress in front of an ordinary snake? That never bothered me, he said, stepping out of his pants, and barely kept his laughter in as he watched her slide hastily to the other side of the room. You have spent a long time in that form. But inside, you still think of yourself as human. A few days later, in the evening, after a training session that had been considerably less tedious than usual, largely because of Nagini, Severus was heading toward the shower when someone began hammering on the front door. He sighed and went to answer it. He already knew who it was, and Nagini followed at his heels. All right. I'm coming. He opened the door, and Lucius swept inside, grabbed him by the front of his shirt, and put his face very close to Severus's. What have you done to me? Lucius. What happened? Severus asked, taking in the gaunt, hollowed face, which bore an uncomfortable resemblance to his own reflection after the baptism. You lied. You never said it would hurt like this. I mentioned pain, did I not? Or have you already forgotten, me, the future head of the Malfoy family, afraid of pain? Not that kind of pain. And have you seen my face? How am I supposed to be seen in public looking like this? Eat more and train through it. 2 or 3 weeks and you will not only be back to normal, you will be better. You can see the results, surely. Lucius squinted at him and then actually noticed, for the first time, that Severus now stood as tall as he did. You genuinely think you get results like this for free? Severus said easily, slipping out of his grip and sitting at the bar. Besides, it will do you good. Spells can be blocked, but they can also be dodged. Did that never occur to you? From beneath Lucius, Nagini slithered up and rested her head in Severus's lap. He scratched behind where an ear would have been, as casually as though this was something that happened every evening. Something wrong? Lucius stared. Oh, forgive my manners. Severus smiled. This is Nagini. My companion. Nagini hissed. Goosebumps rippled down Malfoy's back. I see. I should probably be going. He met Severus's gaze for just a moment, and cold sweat broke out across his spine. Severus. Stay. I will make tea. We can discuss whether you managed to work out the formula. Lucius shuddered. I have no idea what you are talking about. Why would I do that? He faltered, caught himself, and pulled a small notebook from his pocket. Here are the test results. Thank you. Though you should stay for tea anyway. I think I should. Nagini's gaze locked on him and she hissed, long and low. Of course. Tea sounds wonderful. I happen to have a completely free evening. Lucius said immediately. Excellent. Sit down. I will get the tea set. Can I come with you? Nagini will not bite you, I think. It was a full half-hour before Lucius was finally able to leave. The moment he was outside, he disapparated to Malfoy Manor. Why was I afraid? He thought, standing in the familiar entrance hall, trying to make sense of it. It was Severus and a snake. One of them was someone I have known for years. So why, for just a moment, did I see something else entirely? He could not let go of it, Severus's gaze, cold and absolutely unhurried, with Nagini completing the picture in a way that had reached somewhere deeper than thought. Even standing hundreds of kilometers away, he still felt it. Chapter 24, Chapter 23. Shopping before school. Chapter. The moment Lucius was gone, Severus smiled, cut his finger, and drew a small diamond-shaped pattern on his palm. I thought that would be harder, he said, licking the blood from his fingertip. He glanced at Nagini, whose head was resting in his lap, eyes drifting closed. Thank you. I doubt I could have pulled it off without you. She muttered something. I honestly did not catch that, but no matter. August 29, 1976. Without Severus quite noticing, the time to return to Hogwarts had crept up. Diagon Alley was filling up, parents and children hunting for school supplies, shops that had been dark for weeks opening one by one. The beginning of term was a more significant celebration for shopkeepers than it ever would be for students, and the street knew it. Severus was not staying home either. He was genuinely looking forward to returning to Hogwarts, finally ready to hunt the basilisk. Like everyone else, he was walking the crowded, winding street with Nagini tucked under his shirt, shrunk down to a size that would not turn heads. Shop windows glittered. Signs seemed to catch the light in ways that were probably intentional. The vendors' faces were cheerful, and the whole stretch had the quality of a painted backdrop, as though the war had simply agreed not to exist here, at least for today. Compared to a month ago, Diagon Alley felt alive again, temporarily and somewhat artificially, but alive, and the people moving through it seemed genuinely glad to feel it. There. Nagini poked her tail in the direction of a small studio. I see it. You have been going on about this for days. Severus headed toward it, glancing sideways as he passed a pair of wizards in dark formal suits scanning the street with a particular focus on people who are trying not to look like they are searching. That is the 5th patrol, trying to show that nobody is afraid of any Dark Lord, that everything is under control. What a waste. They could at least dress the Aurors in ordinary clothes. The moment he stepped into the studio, a short woman in purple came briskly toward him. Welcome. I would be delighted to help you choose a robe. Let me take your measurements. Thank you. I also need 2 pairs of dark trousers and 2 shirts. Trousers. She blinked. Students do not usually ask for trousers. You do not carry them. No, we certainly do. I was only surprised. Forgive me, I am talking too much. A tape measure flew off the table and began moving around his waist. A sheet of paper and a quill drifted toward her hand. Let us get started. Half an hour later, Severus left with new clothes and a second order place that would be ready the following afternoon. After that, the shoe shop, where he bought high boots with metal inserts and a pair of light shoes. Then the magical menagerie, where he finally got around to buying a postal owl he had been meaning to purchase for weeks. There had been no particular urgency before. Lucius sent his own owl, as did the Macmillans, and Severus simply replied using theirs. Then the bookshop for his 6th-year textbooks. Eileen's old ones were still sitting in the wardrobe, but they were badly out of date. Closer to 2 in the afternoon, he stopped at the last ingredient shop on his list and left roughly 1,500 galleons lighter. Were there goblins somewhere in your family tree? Nagini asked, in a tone so thoughtful it nearly made him trip. Who knows with the prince line? Possibly. Why? Your relationship with gold is a little frightening. You already have nearly 20,000 galleons in that bag, and you are planning to sell Malfoy his next lot of potion for 6 times what it cost you to make. What can I do? He comes back on his own, willingly. I'm not forcing him to buy anything, and I didn't set the price first. Severus shrugged, and Nagini slid back under his shirt. And do you really think he's buying them for himself? I'd think about which of us is actually the goblin here. He's absolutely selling them on at 10 times what he pays me. Both of you, then. Hard to argue with that. He paused as warmth spread across one of the diamonds etched in his palm. Stay under there. Whatever happens next, don't come out. What? Thin arms shot out from a dark alley and pulled him in hard. Did you think you could hide from me by changing your face? Bella had him pinned against the wall, one hand holding him there, her wand in the other with the tip pressed a millimeter from his throat. Bella. I have missed you. Particularly those lips. Shut up. She jabbed the wand harder. Say another word and... The strawberry flavor was especially memorable. He held her gaze, expression completely calm. Though if you would rather not discuss it, I will stop. But I would not say no to a reminder. Interested? In your next life. Avada. I would not. Voldemort would be disappointed to hear I had died. A pause. The certainty in her face shifted by a degree, not much, but enough. What are you talking about? Why would our master care about the death of some pathetic half-breed? She watched the smile on his face and the certainty eroded a little more. Answer me. I do not particularly want to. Answer. The wand pressed harder. The confidence behind it was no longer quite what it had been. No. Then I kill you. Kill me, and let us see how you explain it to him afterward. You. Her hand was shaking. What do you want? You already know, Severus said. He looked into her black eyes, raised his hand, and touched her chin. The struggle on her face was almost enjoyable. Through the mark, he could feel that particular current in her, the homicidal intent, enormous and very real, held back by the single thought that killing him might ruin her master's plans. It is only a kiss. I am not asking for anything more. He raised his other hand, pushed her wand gently to the side, and pressed his lips to hers. This time he held back and did not use his tongue. He did not feel like being bitten again. You could try to look slightly less like a statue. He sighed, let her go with a faint note of disappointment, and turned away. He tossed the vial of potion over his shoulder into the alley. He walked toward the street. Last time was considerably more interesting. This was like kissing a very angry doll. Bella stood exactly where he had left her, staring at his retreating back. She recognized the potion the moment she heard it hit the ground, which was precisely why she had not moved. And what was that expression on my face? She thought, her fingers drifting toward her lips before she caught them. If you want to increase the quantity Malfoy usually buys from me, Severus called from the mouth of the alley, I want you to come and collect them yourself. With payment, naturally. And a small bonus. His laughter reached her long after he had gone. You absolute bastard. She grabbed the vial and hurled it against the wall. It shattered. One day. I swear. I will kill you. Severus walked home. He had bought everything he needed. All that remained was to wait for the 1st of September. What was all that? Nagini's voice was flat, with something underneath it, she was not quite managing to hide. Cat and mouse, Severus said, and scratched his head as she slid out of his shirt. Do not give it another thought. You are the only one who matters, and nobody could replace you. Besides, he added with a wink, we need to think about the family line. Pfft, get a grip. She eyed him. I am a snake. That is a temporary problem. I am already working on a potion that should help you control your animal instincts. Nagini went silent. Thank you, she said finally, her voice deliberately quieter than before. She turned her head away. Why are you crying? I am not crying. Something got in my eye. Then why is my shirt wet? Don't. I will bite you. All right. Changing the subject, will you come to Hogwarts with me? She lifted her head. What if they notice? We tell the truth. I am trying to develop a potion to restore your human form, and in the meantime you are my pet. Hogwarts allows pets. Then I will come. I do not want to be alone again. Good. // Chapter 25, Chapter 24. Map. Chapter. Before school started, after gathering his few belongings and setting the defensive and signaling charms he'd managed to cast on the building over the holidays, Severus returned to the training room toward evening and took out the parchment he'd lifted from the marauders. What is that? Nagini slithered up beside him and stared at the thing in his hand with open suspicion. Took it from one of the annoying four, he said, pointing his wand at it. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Nothing happened. The parchment stayed blank, which was mildly puzzling. Interesting. He smiled, and there was nothing pleasant in it, and pointed his wand directly at the surface. Open up. For a few seconds there was no response. Then red lines began to seep from his finger, spreading slowly across the parchment. Finally, as if giving in against its better judgment, words surfaced on the smooth page. Mr. Mooney respectfully requests that Longnose stop attempting to breach the security, and demands the map be returned to its rightful owners. Mr. Prong seconds Mr. Mooney and would merely like to add that Snot is not only a thief but also a freak. Mr. Padfoot is astonished that such a wimp managed to get his hands on the map at all. Mr. Wormtail advises the filthy slob to wash his hair before attempting anything else. Severus didn't bother with the insults. He turned the parchment over thoughtfully in his hands. I thought they were fools, but making something like this. Interesting. They clearly love you very much, Nagini hissed, irony thick in her voice. So they do, he agreed, already steadily pressing through the artifact's defenses. The tracking and scanning enchantments are decent. The defenses themselves are weak, though. They used their own personal signatures without masking them and left the path to them completely open. Reaching the core is a matter of seconds. He shook his head. I shouldn't have praised them. A few seconds later the parchment spoke again. Mr. Mooney humbly implores Mr. Severus to stop immediately. Mr. Prongs demands that Nosy remove his hands from the map at once. Mr. Padfoot is in full agreement with Mr. Prongs. Mr. Wormtail apologizes for his earlier remarks and begs you sincerely not to continue. Severus chuckled softly and only pressed harder. The lines began to shift and change shape, the words becoming symbols, and the symbols sinking into the parchment. Mr. Mooney respectfully requests. Mr. Prongs demands. Mr. Padfoot insists. Mr. Wormtail begs. He didn't bother reading the rest. He destroyed 3 of the 4 signatures. Open up. The words had barely left his mouth when new text appeared. Mr. Wormtail greeted the master and thanked him for sparing his life. The parchment began to unfold, and on what had been blank paper, Severus saw the familiar layout of Hogwarts spread out before him, the interior of the castle rendered in fine lines, with small labeled frames moving across it, each one marking a person. In the upper left, the headmaster's office showed a nameplate reading Albus Dumbledore pacing back and forth. In a lower corner, Horace Slughorn was emerging from the Slytherin head of house's office and heading toward the stairs. Dozens of other staff names were visible, and even Filch's cat, marked simply as Mrs. Norris, was visible, along with the grounds around the castle and a network of secret passages running beyond the school walls. No, I was wrong. They genuinely surprised me. He watched the moving nameplates with quiet satisfaction. I cannot believe those idiots managed to build something this good. I'd been thinking about creating an artifact exactly like this. He allowed himself a real smile. Well, since they've decided to give me such a thoughtful gift, I'll gladly put it to use. He touched the parchment with his wand and it closed, revealing nothing further. The rat's animagus form suited him rather well, Severus thought, watching Pettigrew's nameplate a moment longer. He wouldn't be surprised if the men ended up betraying the rest of them one day, just as easily as this. But the lives of Potter and his friends weren't his concern, so he didn't dwell on it. He dropped the map into his wallet and left the training room. The next day, silently cursing the ministry's apparition regulations for the dozenth time, Severus finally reached King's Cross. He followed the route from memory through a crowd that seemed personally committed to stepping on his feet, and made it to the passage between platforms 9 and 10, the pillar concealing the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Why a train at all? He thought, passing through the barrier. The Floo network would get them there in minutes without any of this. Beyond the pillar, an identical station waited, smaller and quieter, with only one scarlet train and considerably fewer people. Both of those things were welcome. A few minutes later he found an empty compartment and settled in. The peace didn't last long. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" a calm voice said, with an edge of hauteur underneath it. Severus looked up from his book. "Go ahead." "Then you." "You again. Do you have any idea what my cousin put me through because of you?" The intruder turned out to be someone he knew, Regulus Black, Bellatrix's cousin, and clearly still aggrieved about the last time they'd met. Severus only smiled at his indignation. "Should I care? How dare you?" Regulus lunged forward, and then stopped completely. The color drained from his face in one go. All he managed to register was a pair of yellow eyes with vertical pupils, a blurred green shape, and a chill that settled on the back of his neck like a cold hand. "What's going on here?" A sharp voice cut through the moment, and two boys came down the corridor. One of them wore a prefect's badge. By then Nagini had already retreated under Severus's shirt, though she was still watching Regulus with a steady, narrowed gaze. "Nothing to worry about. My friend felt a little faint, he just needs to sit down for a moment," Severus said, standing and guiding, or more accurately manhandling, Regulus firmly into the seat opposite him. "Right." The prefect, a fair-haired boy with fine features, looked at Severus with mild curiosity. "Who are you, exactly? Have I really changed that much?" Both boys studied his face. A moment later the second one went very still, as if he couldn't quite trust what he was seeing, and started rubbing his eyes. "Severus. At least one of you got there. That's something." "Severus? No. You just look like Severus." Regulus, who had so far been focused entirely on the yellow eyes, finally looked at Severus properly. His gaze moved down to the broader shoulders, the different build, and stayed there a moment. "How does anyone change this much in one summer?" Severus didn't look like Apollo, but against his former thin frame the difference was stark, and the quietly corrected line of his nose didn't hurt either. Regulus didn't stare long. The next instant, the memory of burning bodies in a Diagon Alley side street surfaced and all the color went out of his face again. He'd snapped at Severus out of sheer frustration, the result of the considerably more brutal training Bellatrix had put him through since that day. But now, calmer and thinking clearly, he understood exactly how stupid that had been. If Severus had dealt with 5 experienced wizards in seconds, wizards Regulus had only just managed to hold off alone, he wouldn't have needed to exert himself at all to deal with one agitated Slytherin 5th year. That thought alone made his hands unsteady. "I can't believe it's actually you." The boy beside the prefect leaned forward, eyes bright. "Tell us. What did you take?" "A side effect of one potion. Nothing more." "Can you make more of it?" "Of course. 1,000 galleons." Both boys stared. Regulus remained absorbed in his own thoughts. "That's outrageous. It's a side effect. If I want to replicate it deliberately, I need to fund the research, ingredients aren't free, and neither is my time." "Fair enough," the prefect said, and glanced at Regulus, who still had the look of a man sitting next to something that might bite. "Can you keep an eye on him until we reach Hogwarts?" "No trouble at all," Severus said pleasantly. Regulus, coming back to himself just enough to follow the conversation, almost burst into genuine tears at the prospect of spending the next 8 hours directly opposite someone who terrified him. He was about to protest and find another seat when he caught a pair of yellow eyes watching him from beneath Severus's collar. "I'll take good care of my dear friend. Leave me alone. What have I ever done to you?" "Thank you for your help," the prefect said, ignoring Regulus entirely, and headed back up the corridor. The moment he was gone, Severus knocked twice on the table. 2 illusions appeared in the empty seats, convincingly resembling Slytherin students. Regulus stared at them, then reached out and put his hand straight through one. A perfectly solid-looking illusion. He refused to believe it. "All right then." Severus's voice brought him sharply back to the present. "Let's talk." "About what, exactly? Don't look so frightened." "I don't bite. In fact, by the time we reach Hogwarts, we might even find we're going to be relatives one day. Merlin, please no. Come on. Talk to me." "About what?" "Bellatrix, obviously. Her likes, her pet peeves, what she actually wants from life. Everything you know. And in exchange, I'll teach you a combat spell worth knowing, not the nonsense they teach at Hogwarts." "That fire," Regulus said carefully, swallowing. "The one you used on those wizards." "I can. The formula's not complicated, but your magic won't be strong enough to execute it yet." "Doesn't matter." He straightened slightly. "I'm sorry, Cousin Bella. I'll tell you everything I know if you teach me that spell." "Fine. Here's the formula. ///////. Chapter 26, Chapter 25. Return to Hogwarts. Chapter. 8 hours later. It was close to 7 in the evening when the train finally began to slow on its approach to Hogsmeade Station. "Thank you for the very useful information," Severus said with a smile, tucking a small notebook into his wallet. He looked at Regulus, who was smiling back and no longer looked as frightened as he had at the start of the journey. Getting through to him had been easier than expected, and without relying heavily on legilimency either. Breaking down the psychological walls that the Black family's blood purity obsession had spent years building, though, was going to take considerably longer than an 8-hour train journey. "I should be the one thanking you," Regulus said, without any of his earlier arrogance. "And apologizing for that day. Forget it. I'm not easily offended. But I will ask you not to mention our conversation to anyone, and not to pass on what I showed you." "Of course. I won't say a word." He paused. "After everything we talked about, I feel like I've barely scratched the surface of what I don't know about magic. I have a lot of questions." Severus glanced out of the window at the dark shape of Hogwarts against the evening sky, then back at Regulus. "I'll answer one. The magical core you mentioned, if you can detect it, why can't anyone else? Because up to a certain level of development it has no stable form. Without sufficient perceptive ability, you simply can't see it or feel it. I doubt even Dumbledore could. Voldemort's a different matter, he spent so long in proximity to death and the soul that he might notice something, but not clearly." Severus rubbed his chin. "Probably. But if wizards that powerful can't see it, how can you?" "One question at a time. What if I told you Sirius's darkest secret? You've got instincts for this, I'll give you that. Another time." A loud whistle sounded before Regulus could push further, and the train shuddered beneath them. "We've arrived. Gather your things," the prefect's voice carried through the carriage. After sitting for several hours, Severus was looking forward to stretching his legs. The moment he stepped onto the platform and saw the carriages, he let out a quiet sigh. "Apparently not." "Sit with us," came a hesitant female voice from behind him, which made the sigh considerably more dramatic. "You're mistaken," Severus said, without turning around, already walking toward a carriage. "Leave me alone, would you? You're like a bad smell, Lily. Where did you disappear to?" Regulus caught up to him. "We haven't worked out when we can meet properly. Tomorrow. You might remember something else about Bellatrix by then." "Fine. Though I have to say, your taste is strange. You don't understand women at all," Severus said, with the particular patience of someone explaining something obvious. "We're almost the same age. You're barely a year older and you're already talking like a grandfather. You still won't understand." Behind them, Lily watched Severus's back and felt something sharp and bitter rise in her throat. He was deliberately acting as though she didn't exist, putting as much distance between them as the platform would allow. Maybe he's right about me being selfish. The thought sat uncomfortably in her mind. She pressed her hands against her sleeves and turned away, heading toward the Gryffindor carriages. Severus had already forgotten about her. His attention had settled on the creatures pulling the carriage. They were vaguely horse-shaped, though horse-shaped in the way that a shadow is shaped like what casts it. Each one was a skeleton wrapped in smooth, black, almost silky skin, with a pair of wings folded against its back and a muzzle that belonged on a dragon. Their eyes were white and pupilless, and seemed to see considerably more than they ought to. Thestrals, Severus said quietly, moving toward the nearest one while Regulus watched him with visible confusion. He reached up and stroked its head. The most contradictory creatures in this world. Everything about them promises death, and they're gentle. The Thestral pressed its angular head against his face with a contented snort. Easy, little one. He reached into his shirt pocket, took out a dark herb that looked like an oversized lettuce leaf, and offered it. The Thestral practically lunged at it, ate it in one snap, and smacked its lips with evident satisfaction. I'm surprised no one in this world has taken them apart already, the way they did with dragons. He paused, remembering the 2 hearts sitting in his wallet, and felt a brief, private discomfort. He turned back to the other Slytherin students, most of whom were watching him with expressions ranging from bafflement to unease. The explanation was simple: Thestrals were only visible to those who had seen death. To everyone else, the carriages appeared to move on their own, pulled by nothing, and most students graduated from Hogwarts still believing that was how it worked. I wonder if I should get a Thestral, Severus said, mostly to himself. Regulus edged slightly away from him. They reached the castle eventually, backsides a little worse for the journey, courtesy of whoever had decided shock-absorbing charms on the carriages were unnecessary. McGonagall was waiting at the entrance, collected the students from second year upward, and walked them into the Great Hall. Just as on the last day of term, the hall had been dressed for the occasion, with one difference: the tables were bare of food, the place settings replaced with gilded ones. Take your seats. The feast begins in half an hour. McGonagall surveyed the room with a look that dared anyone to make her repeat herself, then left the hall in Slughorn's hands while she went to meet the new students. I ask everyone to move calmly and find their seats. 30 minutes later, the hall doors opened. The floating candles brightened as if someone had turned up a dial, and the ghosts, who had been drifting around listlessly, suddenly had opinions about everything and everyone. Led by the head of Gryffindor, roughly 60 first-years filed into the hall in a state of wide-eyed awe, craning their necks at the ceiling, jumping when a ghost swooped past, laughing when one pirouetted in greeting. McGonagall led them to the front and turned to face the room. Before we begin, the headmaster has a few words. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore rose, and the warmth in his expression was entirely genuine. First, let me welcome you to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He let that settle for a moment. For the next 7 years, this castle will be your second home. The professors and staff will be your second family, people you can go to at any hour, for any reason, and be heard. I ask the older students to remember that as well, he added, with a glance at the house tables that made several students sit up slightly straighter, and a good number of teachers exchanged uncertain looks. I also ask that none of you enter the Forbidden Forest. That is all. Thank you. Professor McGonagall. Thank you, McGonagall said, visibly caught off balance by the speech, though she recovered quickly. She produced a long roll of parchment. I'll be calling names. When yours is called, come forward. I'll place the sorting hat on your head. She held up the battered, pointed hat in question. Phyllis Harmony. A girl with long blonde hair stepped out from the group. Sit down, Miss Harmony. Why yes. Under McGonagall's gaze, Phyllis became flustered and dropped onto the chair. The hat was placed on her head. After a few seconds, hollows appeared where eyes might be, and the fabric of the brim moved. I see, I see. Well then. Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff table broke into applause immediately. Phyllis pulled the hat off, glowing, and McGonagall pointed her in the right direction. William McKinney. A thin boy walked up, clearly hoping the hat wouldn't take too long. The process continued for the better part of half an hour, until the last child was sorted into Gryffindor. McGonagall set the hat and chair aside, took her seat beside Dumbledore, and tapped her glass with a spoon. One moment of quiet, please. Dumbledore rose again. Now then. Let the feast begin. He brought his hands together, and food appeared across every table in quantities that suggested the kitchens had taken the occasion seriously. The students fell on it with the enthusiasm of people who had been traveling since morning. Only the Slytherin table kept something approaching composure, a few excited first-years aside, though by comparison with the rest of the hall they had the air of adults at a children's party. Dumbledore watched it all with his habitual good humor, the expression of a man who had done this enough times to genuinely enjoy it each time. Then his gaze moved across the room, settled on one particular Slytherin student, and the smile faltered. He swallowed his pumpkin juice the wrong way. Headmaster. //. Chapter 27, Chapter 26. Professor Slughorn. Chapter. After the feast, the older students filtered out of the Great Hall almost immediately, glad to have the evening back. The prefects stayed on to walk the new students to their common rooms and explain the basics of navigating a castle whose staircases had opinions. Severus left with the others but didn't go toward his room. He went the other way, in the direction of Slughorn's office. The Marauder's map made finding people straightforward. He only had to think of someone on the grounds, and Pettigrew's ratform locator would surface in his mind with an exact position. Professor Slughorn is 30 meters ahead of you, currently descending into the dungeons. Severus gave Nagini's head a brief stroke. Stay out of sight. She slipped under his shirt, and a moment later Slughorn himself appeared at the far end of the corridor, already spotting Severus as he came. Mr. Severus, it's good to see you. But as he drew closer, his eyes moved over Severus's changed build and he stopped for a second, recalibrating visibly before the smile reasserted itself. I take it you decided to address the physical side of things over the summer. I approve, though let's not let it come at the expense of our studies. I'm glad to see you too, Professor. Though it's not quite that, it was an unexpected side effect from one of the potions. A side effect. Have you been to St. Mungo's? Of course. Everything's fine. I'm relieved to hear it. Slughorn nodded slowly, still studying him, and produced his wand. May I? Please. Slughorn pressed the wand tip to Severus's sternum. A beam of light pushed inward. That's extraordinary. He looked up with something close to shock. Mr. Severus, which potion exactly were you attempting to brew? A strengthening potion. My neighbors interrupted me at a critical point, and I may have added an extra ingredient, or perhaps not added one I should have. I'm not entirely certain. All right, don't insult my intelligence. Slughorn sighed and waved a hand, reading Severus's expression correctly. If you don't want to say, don't say. Some discoveries are better kept quiet. The important thing is that you're well. Thank you, Professor. So then, what brings you here at this hour? A couple of things. There are some ingredients I haven't been able to find any references to, and... Severus paused, allowing himself a quiet moment of satisfaction. I managed to do it. The poison problem, I mean. What we discussed before the holidays. The delusion mushroom. Slughorn's eyebrows went up. You solved the poison problem. He glanced down the empty corridor, embarrassed by his own volume. Come to my office. Come. 30 minutes later, Slughorn sat listening with the expression of a man trying to hold back an emotion slightly too large for him. I went back to an approach that was abandoned several centuries ago, white silkworm grass, combined with the mushroom, using the grass to neutralize the poison. I tried something similar once, but... The poison remains, but something is missing, Severus said, with the faint smile of someone who had found the missing piece. He reached into his pocket and produced a small jar of silver herb. I added this at the very beginning of the process. Silver osmi's primary property is to amplify whatever it's combined with. Added to the poison. It strengthens it first, but the white silkworm grass is already in the mix, so it... Slughorn stopped. His eyes widened. That's it. That is it. How did I not see that? It was right there. And if you're adding the osmi, then there are no residual effects after the potion wears off either. He pushed himself out of his chair. Mr. Severus, you have just solved one of the oldest outstanding problems in potions. We are going to the ministry on Saturday and you are patenting this. You have classes on Saturday. Classes can wait. The professor's delight was entirely unfeigned, and it caught Severus genuinely off guard. He hadn't expected that. At least make it the weekend. Fine. Fine. Slughorn sat back down, still shaking his head. And I really cannot believe it was that simple. It's not that simple. I went through a great many ingredients before it worked. I'd have been astonished if it had worked on the first attempt. He decided not to mention that it had. You said you had questions about some ingredients. Let me see. Severus produced a short list and handed it over. Slughorn read it. With each line, his expression grew more guarded, and by the time he put the sheet down and looked up, something had shifted in his face. Tell me, Severus. What potion are you planning to brew? His voice had gone quiet in a way it very rarely did. Is something wrong? Of these 15 ingredients, I know 12. But nearly half of them are restricted. Possession of several is enough to send someone to Azkaban. He stopped, and for a moment looked not at Severus but somewhere past him, at something that wasn't in the room. Severus. You're not going to. He didn't finish the sentence. Professor. Slughorn looked back at him, and handed the list back. I can't help you with this. I'm sorry. I understand. Severus held his gaze a moment longer, then rose. I'll come by tomorrow. Good night, Professor. And to you, Tom. Slughorn said it absently, already somewhere else in his mind, the words out before he'd heard them himself. Severus didn't point out the mistake. He stood there a few more seconds, looking at the older man's face, then left and pulled the door shut behind him. Returning to his room, Severus took off his robe. Nagini came out of his sleeve and settled on the pillow. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Who is that? He'd been careful about Slughorn's surface thoughts, but even so he'd caught it, the name, and an image of a dark-haired young man with striking features. He glanced at Nagini. Do you know that name? How would I? I've never been here before. She sounded mildly offended. Fair point. Sorry. He studied her a moment longer, and behind his mild expression something sharpened. This is moving faster than I expected. I need to pick up the pace on the potion. What are you thinking about? Just turning something over. Don't worry. He pulled out his wallet and set the food on the table. Eat. You haven't had anything all day. Thank you, she hissed, and moved toward it. Severus lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Slughorn's reaction told him enough. Whoever Tom had been, he'd been close to him, and he'd gone somewhere dark. The professor remembered him at exactly the moment he'd begun to doubt Severus. That wasn't a coincidence. He'll probably be more careful around me tomorrow, but no one hides from a rat locator. Why are you smiling like that? Nagini asked, watching him from the table with a piece of chicken halfway to her mouth. Just thinking. He stretched. Time to go hunting, I suppose. She looked at him blankly. The basilisk. Don't look at me like that. He sighed. And how, by the way, do you manage to convey that much expression with a snake's face? It's genuinely impressive. She snorted and went back to her food. All right, I'll stop. Severus's next morning began with potions. Compared to the previous evening, Slughorn appeared considerably more himself, the tension mostly hidden, though it was there if you knew where to look. Almost no one did. That's all for today. I'll expect you back in 2 days. Mr. Severus, if you wouldn't mind staying on. At those words, most of the Slytherin students turned to stare at Severus as though they just remembered he existed. The surprise was genuine. Of course, Professor. Slughorn smiled pleasantly at the remaining students. I appreciate that 45 minutes wasn't quite enough for some of you, but I'd like a few minutes before the next lesson. That was sufficient. They filed out quickly, throwing curious looks at Severus as they went, and the office was left with just 3 people. Professor. About last night. I was going to raise that myself, and I want to apologize, Slughorn said, rising and moving to his bookshelf. His voice had gone quiet again, but differently this time. I jumped to the worst conclusion before you'd said more than a few words. There are legitimate potions that require exactly that kind of ingredient, and I should have asked rather than assumed. I'm sorry. The fault's mine. If I'd known they were restricted, I would have explained what I needed them for first. I should have listened regardless. He shook his head, turning back. Let's start again. Show me what you're actually trying to brew. At that moment, Nagini's head emerged from under Severus's shirt. Slughorn dropped back into his chair, which took his weight with a dull thud. One look at her was enough to tell him she was extremely venomous. This is Nagini. She was human once, before an unknown curse changed her. I've been looking for a way to reverse it, and somewhere along the way I came across a potion recipe that supposedly removes any curse. I'm not entirely confident it'll work, but it seemed worth pursuing. I see. Slughorn exhaled slowly and stood back up, though he kept a respectful distance from Nagini, who found his caution mildly entertaining. May I see the recipe? Of course. I'll write it out now. // Chapter 28, Chapter 27. Passage to the Basilisk. Chapter. Slughorn held the sheet of parchment in both hands and read it through twice. I genuinely don't know what to tell you. He set it down. I can't say for certain whether it's possible. What I can say is that proper research would take a great deal of time and a great deal of money, not 1,000 galleons but tens of thousands, and even that's before we talk about ministry permissions, which would be their own battle, and then there are these 3 unidentified ingredients. He pressed his fingers against his temples. Severus, I'd be doing you a disservice if I told you this was manageable. Even I wouldn't know where to start with something like this. I understand all of that. I'm still asking you to help me find the ingredients, and the money isn't a problem. I've recently opened a small shop and I can cover the cost. He paused. Unofficially, he added, and Slughorn closed his eyes briefly in something between resignation and despair. Why is it that almost everyone I actually take an interest in ends up on a path like this? First Tom, and now you. Who's Tom? Tom. What Tom? I don't know what you're talking about. You must have misheard. Slughorn said it just slightly too quickly. Severus's right eye twitched once. Professor, you're a genuinely terrible liar. He looked away, giving his full and deeply sincere attention to the nearest cauldron. I'm not going to press you. Some stories belong to the person who lived them, and when you're ready to tell me, you will. I'll head off for now. Wait. Slughorn rubbed his face, picked up his wand, and waved it with the slightly guilty air of someone doing something they've already decided to do. A small pouch appeared in his palm. If this were found, I couldn't do anything about it, you understand. 7 glass vials materialized on the desk, herbs, powders, and at the back, 2 vials containing what looked unmistakably like eyes and a heart, still faintly beating. Didn't you just say something about law-abiding citizens? I am a master potion maker and I have every professional right to carry those ingredients, Slughorn said, lifting his chin. Severus couldn't help laughing, which slightly embarrassed the professor. Thank you, Professor. I won't forget this, and I swear with my magic, these won't be used for anything dark. Nothing cursed. Only something that actually helps. He stowed everything in the bag, and Slughorn watched the dimensional storage with puzzled interest. Then Severus brought out 4 different potions, 2 of each, and set them on the desk. And those are. I worked on them over the summer. I wanted your opinion. A knock at the door, and a boy's voice called from the other side. Professor, will there be a lesson today? Yes, just a moment. Slughorn was already moving. Keep those with you. Come by this evening and we'll talk properly. I want to discuss every single one of them. He was gesturing toward the potions, already halfway to the door. See you later, Mr. Severus. This evening, then. See you, Professor. Severus was out the door before the first years had finished filing in behind him. He didn't hurry to the runes lesson because the teacher wasn't there yet. According to the map, she was in the headmaster's office. I thought you wouldn't tell anyone about me. I wouldn't. But I need his support, and I trust him more than anyone else in this building. And the headmaster, he seems. Nagini considered. Decent. On the surface. He may well be. But something about the way he looks at things puts me on edge. Too warm. Too open. I don't know what's underneath it, and I find I'd rather not guess. I feel the same way, Nagini said. From the first moment I saw him, something in me said to keep my distance. Perhaps just instinct. Possibly. He's one of the most powerful wizards in this country, and some wariness about that is rational. He didn't add the rest of what he thought. That could wait. A few minutes later they reached the 6th floor, after a journey that involved the staircases expressing their usual architectural opinions and depositing them on 3 different floors before the right one. Hogwarts had moving staircases that could redirect themselves at will within the castle's structure, which was why the prefects made a point of walking first years to their common rooms on the first night and explaining how to navigate them. Outside the runes classroom, 2 groups of students stood a few meters apart, the gap between them carrying a distinct sense of mutual awareness. Slytherin and Gryffindor, in the same study group. Whoever arranged that must have tremendous faith in human nature. Not that it particularly concerned him. He had more pressing things, the basilisk, which needed to be dealt with quickly, and then Nagini, and the first was a prerequisite for the second. Timing was the real constraint. He needed Dumbledore off the grounds, because the men had an unnerving quality of simply appearing at inconvenient moments, and if the information was right, he left the school for exactly 1 day at the end of the first week of term, which this year meant Saturday. He had 2 days. He could open the entrance in that time. Or, a pleasant alternative, he could simply blow the entrance open and cover it with a silencing charm. Even the basilisk wouldn't be heard through that. He surfaced from his thoughts and found several of his classmates staring at him. The boys looked curious. The girls looked at him in a way that suggested they were thinking about something other than ancient runes. This is going to be more complicated than the basilisk. Oh. So sorry I'm late, you really didn't need to wait outside, you could have come straight in. A cheerful-looking elderly woman in thick-lensed glasses came up the corridor at a brisk walk. In, quickly now, we've got a great deal to cover. The next 45 minutes passed quickly. The professor had the gift of making an inherently dry subject feel alive, and every student in the room was paying attention without apparent effort. Severus found it genuinely interesting. The runes they were teaching here were simple, a portion of the Elder Futhark, enough to give students a sense of the subject and help them decide whether to pursue it further. In terms of raw power, they were close to nothing. But that was appropriate, because runology in its actual depth was dangerous in proportion to its strength. Runes let a practitioner interact with primal magical forces and were foundational to the creation of ancient artifacts and complex spells. One miswritten character could have results that were difficult to predict and impossible to undo. A genuine master of the field was so rare that the world couldn't afford to have them anywhere but where they were needed most. Severus wasn't planning to become one. But understanding local runes meant understanding the artifacts he would encounter, and that was reason enough. After the lesson, he headed downstairs toward the first floor and a certain familiar door. The sign still read out of order. He opened it and raised an eyebrow. He couldn't sense anyone. Why are we going into the girls' bathroom? Nagini's voice came from under his shirt, with the particular tone of someone asking a question they're not entirely sure they want answered. My friend lives here. In the girls' bathroom. She's not exactly living in the conventional sense, he said, making his way to the sinks. Come on, stop sulking and make yourself useful. I need to find the entrance. He poked her gently on the nose. She hissed in indignation but began examining the taps, while Severus crouched and checked the space beneath the sinks. A few minutes later he looked up. Nagini had stopped at one tap and was studying it, slowly turning it with her tail. Every other tap leaks. This one makes noise but nothing comes out. And there's a marking on it that the others don't have. She indicated a small snake motif on the right side of the tap. You're right, he smiled and stroked her head. Good girl. She disappeared back up his sleeve. Right. Now I need to work out how this mechanism actually opens. Maybe I should just say, open. Nagini suggested, in the tone of someone making a joke. The room shook. They both went very still. The large slab above the sinks began to rise. The sinks themselves slid forward, and where they had been, a large circular passage opened into darkness below. The tap with the snake motif sank into the floor, as if satisfied, its work was done. Severus stepped to the edge and looked down into the dark. Nagini, he turned to her with a wide, genuine smile. Did I ever tell you that I adore you? No, she said, and the embarrassment was perfectly clear even in her snake's voice. I said it as a joke. Then consider it said in all seriousness. And now we don't need to blow anything up, which is probably better for everyone. He glanced toward the ceiling. Tail. Anything nearby? No one within range, sir. Nothing approaching. The headmaster is in his office. He nodded and looked back at Nagini. Close it. How? The same way you opened it. Try close. All right. A pause. Close. The room shook again, and the sinks returned to their places. Not a bad design, Severus thought, watching the last sink slide back into position. No one would have guessed from the outside. And even if they found the tap, they'd still need Parseltongue to do anything with it. The odds of a Parselmouth stumbling across this particular bathroom were practically zero. You again. He turned. //. Chapter 29, Notice. Chapter 30, Chapter 28. Bad Day. Chapter. Myrtle circled him in a slow, delighted spiral, staring. I cannot believe my eyes. You've changed completely. She stopped directly in front of him, looking him up and down with an expression caught somewhere between accusation and admiration. Severus found, somewhat to his own surprise, that he was mildly amused. People change. 10 centimeters taller and built like someone who actually eats, in 3 months. It's magic, Myrtle. Where have you been, by the way? Normally nothing short of a serious threat gets you out of here. She brightened and began circling again. I've been helping my house with the first years. And the head of house asks me to assist with certain things. Good. I'm glad. Just don't wear yourself out, and if anyone gives you trouble, let me know. I'm older than you, you know. I may look 14, but still. She drew herself up with great dignity. Of course you are. So tell me what you did over the summer. You should be in class. Free period. I'm entirely at your disposal, Miss Myrtle. You're making fun of me, she said, pouting. Then her expression shifted into a smile that was entirely genuine and lit up her whole face. The rest of the day was, by a considerable margin, the hardest Severus had endured since arriving at Hogwarts, for the simple reason that he could barely keep his eyes open. He slept through one lesson entirely after having cast an illusion of himself, and considered it a reasonable decision. He couldn't have imagined that divination could be taught so badly. When the professor predicted impotence for him by the age of 50, he was briefly tempted to respond proportionately, but decided he was above it. He settled for a quiet curse instead, the sort that would have her appending, I am a charlatan, please spank me, to the end of every sentence for the rest of the day. It seemed proportionate. Defense against the dark arts was the lesson he slept through. Pure textbook, start to finish, delivered by a teacher who never once checked whether anyone was still conscious. The quality of the instruction confirmed what Severus had already suspected about the man's competence. He didn't blame Dumbledore for the revolving door problem with defense teachers. Voldemort had apparently cursed the position, and no one held it for more than a year. The better candidates, aware of this, declined. That left whoever remained. Apparition rounded out the day, taught by a ministry instructor who spent the entire session on theory. Severus took notes and waited for it to end. Toward 9 in the evening, after dinner, he made his way to Slughorn's office. He knew the potions would work. He also knew that getting Slughorn's opinion made it official, and he had genuine respect for the man's expertise, even if it only reached master level rather than higher. There was something about the professor that reminded him, in the particular way that very different people can remind you of the same person, of his teacher from his old life. He was about 10 meters from the office door when a gust of wind seized him bodily and pulled him through it. Inside, standing in front of Slughorn's desk and wearing the professor's clothes, was a young man of roughly 25 with straw-colored curly hair and a face that would have been perfectly pleasant under other circumstances. He was directing an extremely irritated stare at Severus. "Severus, how do I reverse this potion?" Severus looked at him. Then he started laughing. "Mr. Severus. Stop that. This is not remotely funny. I'm PFF, sorry dash," he coughed, trying to control himself, and failed. "Severus, stop laughing and help me." "Professor," he said, making a genuine effort at reassurance, "it can't be reversed. I haven't developed a counteragent yet. But it's temporary, 24 hours. Nagini had crawled out by this point, and her hissing, which bore a suspicious resemblance to laughter, wasn't helping Slughorn's dignity. 24 hours. I have classes tomorrow. How am I supposed to face students like this? Slughorn dropped into his chair and grabbed his hair, which was currently extremely lush and curly. Why did I even drink it without testing it first? Why didn't you? I tested it on a rat. Severus put his palm over his face. A rat. Professor, pixies are considerably closer to humans for testing purposes. Fairies are better still. He shook his head. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. You'll have to wait it out. He decided a change of subject was in order. What did you think of the potions? What do I think? Slughorn sighed, reached into his bag, and produced a turquoise-colored vial. I'm impressed you managed to create them. I'm also proud that I had a part in teaching you. And I want to curse you slightly. He held up the vial. But I'm intrigued by this one. I worked on something similar years ago. I can identify about a dozen ingredients: fairy wings, morning dew, rose petal, dried cuff, unicorn hair, ginger root. You're right on all of them. It's a beauty potion, but it works deeper than cosmetic ones. It affects the physical body directly, renewing it completely and keeping it at peak condition for exactly 1 week, with no side effects. The advantage is that it replaces a dozen separate preparations entirely. Slughorn turned the vial in his fingers. You're planning to put Madame Pimpernel out of business. Professor, I'm one person. She has an established team, years of reputation, and a loyal clientele. Severus waved the suggestion off, wearing an expression of a man being unjustly accused. Nagini made a sound that was nothing like a laugh and returned to examining the bookshelf. I still can't quite believe you managed to produce this variety in 3 months. I had a good teacher. Flatterer. I learned from the best. So now I'm a sycophant. Slughorn raised an eyebrow. Severus patted Nagini on the head and looked at him with serene defiance. Fine. I'm feeling generous. I'll let it go. Tell me how you arrived at the recipe for this one. Of course. When I got back to the Muggle world after school ended, I went to Diagon Alley the next day to buy ingredients for practice. And on the way, I passed a shop called Madame Pimpernel's Rejuvenating Potions. I was curious, so I went in. 5 minutes before curfew, he said goodnight to Slughorn and left the office with the peculiar sensation of having forgotten something important. He ran through the day mentally as he walked, and couldn't place it. At the same moment, a door opened at the end of the Slytherin corridor. Regulus Black came out, kicked the doorframe with real feeling, and walked toward the stairs under the puzzled gaze of several passing students. You were the one who suggested meeting tonight. He pressed his lips together. If I run into him tomorrow. The next day, strange stories spread through the castle. A new potions teacher who had apparently caught the attention of a significant portion of the older female students, and a divination teacher who had been removed to St. Mungo's after what witnesses were calling a terrible curse. Severus heard both and felt equally uninterested in either. He spent most of the day in the library, which suited him. Apart from charms, which actually covered technique and spell mechanics rather than theory alone, his timetable was almost entirely free. He used the time in the restricted section, working through every source on basilisks he could find. There wasn't as much difference between the creatures in this world and the ones he knew as he'd half expected: a lethal gaze that petrified anything it caught directly, venom, hide thick enough to deflect most magical attacks, though that last claim came from a single source drawing on an ancient manuscript rather than direct observation. And add to that the size, the speed, and the raw physical strength, and what you had was, essentially, a weapon designed specifically for wizards, which made its presence in a school of magic either the darkest kind of irony or confirmation of something Severus had already begun to suspect about its creator. The more he thought about Salazar Slytherin, the more Severus came to the conclusion that the man's much-documented hatred of Muggleborns had been, at least in part, a cover for something considerably more ambitious. Anyone intelligent enough to build a house around the qualities of cunning and strategy, and then hide a killing machine underneath it, was not primarily motivated by prejudice. This was a question Severus was increasingly interested in finding the answer to. He had no particular warmth toward the students in the school, the teachers, or the institution itself, a few exceptions aside. But even for him, leaving something that could kill half the castle unsupervised beneath a children's bathroom was difficult to explain as anything other than deliberate. //. Chapter 31, Chapter 29. Basilisk Hunt. Part 1. Chapter 29, Basilisk Hunt. Part 1. In front of the front door. September 4, 1976. Saturday. 6 a.m. In the dim light of his room, Severus lay on his bed watching the dawn filter through a small window, one hand moving slowly over Nagini's head. She was greenish-brown and perfectly still, as though waiting for something. And then, after a few minutes, his eyes brightened as he finally heard what he had been listening for. "Sir, the headmaster has left the castle." Even so, he did not move immediately. It was better to be cautious. He would wait another hour. He sat up, reached for the small wallet, and a moment later a pair of tall boots, thick dark trousers, a matching sweater, a hooded cloak, and a sword were laid out on the floor. Nagini. He looked at her with a smile as he pulled on his trousers. "Are you coming with me?" Could you not have found a better moment to ask? She narrowed her eyes, crawled toward him, and began nudging him on the side with her tail. "Why ask something so obvious? You are the only person in my long life who has accepted me for what I am, cared for me, and put up with all my moods. The only one who looks at me and sees a person, not a monster. You are the second." She paused. "No. The first person I would genuinely call a friend, even though we have only known each other 3 months. Even the fact that you took me in, essentially out of boredom, matters to me more than I can explain. You are trying to make me human again. If I did not come with you now, I would never respect myself again." That was quite a speech. "Hey. You could at least pretend to listen properly." "Go on, I am listening," Severus said, pulling on his sweater. "You have put me completely off track." "Fine. I am coming with you. Someone needs to pull you out of trouble if the plan falls apart. Do not jinx it." Though it was still good to hear. He threw on his cloak, extended his hand, and Nagini climbed quickly into his sleeve, then coiled around his waist and stuck her head out above his collar. "Ready. In an hour. I need to finish something first." He sat back down on the bed, laid the sword across his knees, and lit a small flame on his index finger. "You're strange. What was the point of getting up and getting dressed? You could have just stayed in bed. Preparing the body and the mind for what is coming. Checking the equipment. You've already checked 5 times. But seeing his face had already gone somewhere else entirely, she sighed and rested her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes. Still too strange. For the next hour he worked runes into the blade until all at once, they flared and the sword changed color from silver to black. Time to go. I was not even sleeping. He pulled up his hood, cast a blinding charm and a disillusionment spell, and seemed to dissolve into the corridor around him as he left the room. He moved through the castle without making a sound. The Marauder's map kept him clear of Filch, the cat, and every teacher in the building, and within a few minutes he reached the girls' bathroom. Inside, he released all the spells, raised his palm, snapped his fingers, and the shimmering barrier spread across the room in an instant. "Who is there?" "It's me." "Calm down." He looked at Myrtle, who was peering out from behind a cubicle wall, and lowered his hood. "Severus, why are you here? And dressed like that?" She floated toward him, still unsettled. "Treasure hunt." "Treasure." "Exactly. Now then." He pressed one finger to his lips and crossed to the sink. "Open." Nagini hissed, and under the ghost's startled gaze the room shuddered, the enormous slab rose, the sink slid apart, and a vertical passage opened in the floor, dropping away into darkness too deep to measure. "You're not planning to jump in there?" Myrtle planted herself in front of him, alarmed. "That's exactly what I'm doing." "Are you mad? It's a long way down. If you fall, you'll be killed. And even if you survive, who knows what's waiting down there? You have to get a teacher. I'll be back in 2 hours." A gust of wind hit him as he stepped off the edge. "And if you tell anyone about this place or that I came here, we're no longer friends." His voice grew quieter and quieter. "Severus." She rushed to the passage and found him looking straight up at her, grinning. 2 hours. "Don't tell anyone." And he continued his descent. You idiot. I was worried about you. I am never speaking to you again. Damn you. She would have stamped her feet if she could have. If you're not back in 2 hours, I'm getting every teacher in the castle. The shaft was less a pit and more a slide, coated in a foul-smelling slime he was careful not to touch directly, riding down it instead. After a few dozen seconds, he shot out of the wide pipe into a pit filled with the same slime. Around him was total darkness, but only briefly. A bright light appeared beside him after a few seconds, revealing a small chamber and, beneath his boots, the bones of various small creatures that crunched. No relaxing from here on. He looked up and studied the many tunnels branching off in different directions. One caught his attention immediately. The chips in its stone were unnaturally smooth, and a trail of bones led toward it. Nagini had spent her past life as a human, which meant dampness and total darkness affected her differently than they would a natural snake. Frightened yet? Severus asked, noticing how she had retreated under his sweater. I am not frightened. There is nothing wrong with it. No need to hide it. Why are you not frightened? She poked her head out and looked into his eyes. I suppose I am used to it. I have seen worse, and what exactly is there to fear here? If I simply wanted the basilisk dead, I could manage that in under a minute. But I cannot damage its organs. I need them intact for 2 potions. He put on a pair of black gloves, settled his hand on the sword's hilt, and moved toward the tunnel. With each turn through a floor littered with bones and past walls marked by old scratch gouges, Nagini's unease deepened. She could feel something ahead, pressing down on her, the weight of a creature far beyond her. A basilisk was no ordinary snake. It was a king of snakes, and the instinct to flee was hardwired into any snake that sensed one nearby. Already, Severus quietly estimated, the fact that she did not bolt and did not entirely hide said something about her. Finally, rounding another bend, he saw it, at the far end of the passage, a smooth wall from which a massive rounded steel door protruded. Its hinges were shaped like the intertwined tails of 7 snakes, welded to the door from the same material. The snakes themselves were not decoration. They served as the latch, their fangs arranged at equal intervals in a circle. Severus approached the thick door, looked thoughtfully at the bare wall to the right, and sighed. I have never understood people like this. Enchantments piled on the door, and the walls left completely bare. I gave Salazar's descendant too much credit. Still an idiot, just like his ancestor. He touched the spot where Nagini had been resting, and a moment later her head emerged from beneath his robes, looking around in bewilderment until her gaze settled on him. All this time, you were blocking it. She narrowed her eyes. Severus nodded, smiling calmly, and felt a rather pointed tingling at his waist. You absolute sadist. Do you have any idea what I went through? I nearly lost my mind. It was. A small, strangled sound. It was terrible. You wanted to come, and if I had kept the barrier up from the start, the moment I lost concentration during the fight, you would have either passed out or lost your mind entirely. So calm down. He reached out and stroked her head, though she kept trying to dodge. I am sorry I did not warn you. You forgot. The tingling at his waist intensified. I forgot. Open the door. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can get back to the surface. A warm bed. Soft pillows. Do you not want that? The serpent is a tempter. Coming from the snake. She turned away, stared at the door, and hissed. Open. A snake slid out from the loop carved into the door frame and moved slowly around its edge, releasing each latch in turn. When it completed the full circle and returned to its place, the door began, slowly, to open. // Chapter 32, Chapter 30. Basilisk Hunt. Part 2. Evolution. Chapter 30, Basilisk Hunt. Part 2. Evolution. The Chamber of Secrets opened into a dim but fairly spacious room, bathed in greenish swamp light, with rows of snake statues standing on either side of a stone path. Severus looked around with mild interest, one hand resting on the sword's hilt. Even with the perception-enhancing spell running, he could not pinpoint the basilisk's exact location. The feeling of being watched prickled at him, faintly. Hidden in the snake's mouth. The moment the words surfaced in his memory, he stopped, turned, walked back to the start of the path, and began checking the statues' mouths one by one. Nearly 10 minutes later, he stood before the last one, quiet disappointment settling in. He found himself in front of a carved stone face, a man with a long beard and matching long hair, set into a massive rock. A thin sheet of water cascaded down its surface. The mouth was unnaturally wide, which was suspicious enough that Severus stayed 10 meters back. That is where it nests. Be careful. Oh. So you have forgiven me already. If you die, who feeds me and talks to me? A compelling argument. Under Nagini's puzzled look, a fireball formed in his hand. Boom. Less than a second later, a furious hiss tore through the air, nearly enough to knock Nagini senseless. Severus felt nothing except a faint, rising interest. The basilisk did not make him wait, it shot from the wreckage like an arrow, jaws wide, and crossed the distance between them in a heartbeat. But he had already cast a speeding charm on himself and, with a light breeze, sidestepped effortlessly, finally getting a proper look at it. It was 15 meters long. It was a poisonous green, as thick as a pillar. Its yellow eyes with their vertical pupils radiated a physically crushing presence, and its fangs dripped venom that melted the stone floor where it landed. Any reasonable person would have felt genuine horror. Is that all? Severus stared directly into its eyes, a trace of irritation in his voice. Of all the creatures I have faced. Are you mocking me? And this is a basilisk. At this rate, a chicken could be called a phoenix. Even the creature seemed thrown. It blinked at him, clearly trying to work out why he was not turning to stone and why it appeared to be insulting it. Basilisks were intelligent. It understood perfectly well when it was being disrespected, and that understanding reignited its fury. With a roar that was more hiss than anything else, it lunged again. Again he moved aside without much trouble. Then, before he had time to recover, its tail whipped toward his face. He did not try to block it. Blocking the tail would have been idiotic, he would have been sent flying like a piece of parchment in a gale. Instead, he redirected it. He planted himself on his right leg and angled the sword so the tail would ride along the flat of the blade and smash into the stone floor, driving him back a couple of feet. The basilisk went still. Severus seized the moment, he leapt onto its body and carved several deep wounds into the tough hide. Blood poured freely. The basilisk convulsed with fury, twisting sharply to strike him, but he was already off its back, leaving one more wound as he cleared it. He landed on the stone and stood there, studying it. Tough hide. It traded size for these, armor and poison instead of raw muscle. Speed went up, brute strength went down, but that venom makes up for it almost entirely. I made a mistake at the start, judging by appearance. He looked up at the enormous snake bearing down on him and smiled slightly, and the runes on the blade lit up. All right. I have measured us both well enough. Consider this my apology for underestimating you. The jaws snapped shut on the precise spot where he had been standing. The basilisk blinked in confusion. Hiss. Then it hissed in pain as countless wounds opened across its body simultaneously, and it began to writhe and thrash while blood spread further and further across the floor. From a distance, Severus watched the sword slowly begin to come apart. It took me 2 seconds with the simplest rune work. Unfortunate. I'm going to be searching for a decent sword for a long time now. He pressed one hand to his lower back with a quiet grimace. And my back is going to be aching for a week. He watched the basilisk's movements grow slower, its hissing quieter. I'm sorry for the pain. But I need you alive. 10 minutes later, the creature finally stopped moving, barely clinging to life from blood loss. I've never enjoyed hurting animals, Severus said, reaching out to touch the basilisk's forehead and pressing a small seal there. Stop hiding. Time for some treatment. He tapped Nagini on the head as she peered from under his collar, then withdrew his hand from the basilisk. You defeated something like that with just a sword. Nagini stared at him. Are you actually human? Of course I am. Unlike most wizards, who only develop their magic, I've also trained my body and learned the sword. When you're human again, I can teach you. She had been about to agree, but then she thought about the training she had watched him go through and the sheer weight of what he endured, and her enthusiasm evaporated. Before she could answer, his next action made her freeze, and then horror came into her eyes and she buried herself under his clothes as blood ran freely down the indifferent basilisk's face. Why are you doing that? For you. You will have to eat them. I am not eating its eyes. You will. I will not. You will. I will not. You will, Severus sang, in a tone that was somehow far too gentle, and Nagini shuddered harder. She stared out at his smiling, blood-smeared face with genuine horror. No. An hour later, 2 snakes lay on the floor. The first had been reduced to bare bones during that hour, while the second looked like an overinflated balloon, eyes squeezed tightly shut, a star-shaped pattern gleaming on her forehead. Rest in peace, basilisk. I will not forget what you gave. Severus clasped his hands together for a moment. Then he tossed the skeleton into his wallet and turned to Nagini. The evolution is nearly complete. That is the good news. He stepped closer, cut his finger, and let blood fall onto the seal. In the next moment she was swallowed by bright light, accompanied by a sound like something cracking under pressure. It lasted a minute, and when the light faded, a 10-meter snake lay before him, half the basilisk's thickness. Her coloring had changed too, the greenish-brown was gone, replaced by pale green with hints of brighter yellow and green running through it. You should no longer be in danger of memory loss, though your snake instincts have also intensified. I just hope I can still locate the last 3 ingredients. He extended his hand with a warm smile, and she lowered her head into it, which surprised him. Congratulations. Successful evolution. Thank you. But I have only gotten larger, and there is this strange feeling. She paused. Why can I sense your emotions? Basilisks could live several thousand years with ease, and through the absorbed bloodline, Nagini's lifespan had increased by the same order of magnitude. Her voice was gentler now, and sounded younger, as though years had been quietly returned to her. Do you know what a familiar is? I have never heard the term. A familiar is a creature that forms a bond with a wizard. A connection forms between them as a result. A connection. I can understand you without the artifact, feel your emotions, and know where you are even if you went to the other side of the world. You can do the same. Clearly, he felt her confusion through the link and smiled. Do not worry. You can cancel it at any time. Only then did a wave of discontent come through. I see. Convenient for you, naturally, since you will not have to risk carrying that artifact around. She narrowed her eyes. But why can I not feel your emotions? I closed my mind. So you can read mine, but I cannot read yours. It's not that I don't trust you. I simply don't let other people see my emotions. Over the past 3 months you should have realized I've never put on an act with you, and I'm not about to start. Before his eyes, Nagini shrank back to her usual size. All right. The honesty of it made her feel oddly exposed, and she slipped quickly into Severus's sleeve to hide, as though she'd forgotten about their link entirely. Good. Now there is only this. He looked up at the half-ruined stone face the basilisk had crawled out of and began clearing the debris. /////// Chapter 33, Chapter 31. The Basilisk Hunt. Part 3. Salazar Slytherin. Chapter 31, The Basilisk Hunt. Part 3. Salazar Slytherin. After he shifted the last stone aside, the passage the basilisk had used was finally clear. Narrow, but wide enough for 3 people to crawl through abreast. Should I go first and check? No need. He dropped into the tunnel and moved forward at a steady pace, crouching. A couple of minutes later, after a winding crawl, he came out into an open space, a spacious cave with something resembling a nest in one corner. No eggs, of course. The basilisk had lived alone and could not fertilize itself. It is empty, Nagini said, with a note of disappointment. She had been expecting something more along the lines of a mountain of treasure. I would not say that. Severus went to the nest, raised both palms, and released a stream of flame that burned away the dry leaves and branches and other vegetation in a few seconds, most of which had arrived by some miracle through the wards. When the flame died and the ash was blown aside, a palm print was visible in the smooth stone beneath. Too straightforward. Maybe I should press my palm to it and say open. You are wonderfully trusting, he said, patting her head gently as he smiled and placed his palm in the hollow. A moment later, a sharp hissing sound came, followed by the smell of burning. He lifted his hand and examined the glove. It was not quite burned through, but it was close. He pulled it off immediately, replacing it with a fresh pair. He prepared 3 pairs for exactly this kind of situation. You see. This is an entrance, but only for Salazar's blood. I felt something trying to pierce the glove to reach mine, and when it failed, it released acid, presumably to punish any non-heir who tried the door. A transparent dome formed around him in the same instant, and acid began pouring from hundreds of tiny holes in the ceiling. Predictable. He turned back to the entrance and found it already sealed shut. I did not know it was a trap. I did not want it to be. When her voice caught, and he felt the wave of emotion through their link, Severus gave a crooked smile. I am glad you have become more expressive. But can you see that we are in danger right now, and that I chose to step into this myself? His face showed nothing but calm. It settled her somewhat, though she still found his reaction difficult to understand. This is exactly why I never took a familiar in my past life. Constantly feeling someone else's emotions is extraordinarily inconvenient. He closed his eyes and let his focus spread outward, searching for anything solid or unnatural in the magic around them. The acid came down in a solid sheet, not slowing. If anything, it was intensifying. The barrier held, but it was not indestructible. The magic in this cave could not be replenished by the wall's material, making it a near-perfect trap for anyone careless enough to walk in without preparation. It was already several dozen centimeters deep on the floor and rising. There. He opened his eyes and crossed to the left-hand wall. He touched the uneven surface, bared his teeth, and released a burst of black flame from his palm. It lasted only a few seconds before his core tightened and he had to stop. It was enough. A large hole had burned clean through a meter of solid wall. He stepped through to a tunnel that ended at a door decorated in unmistakable Slytherin fashion, silver, bearing the house emblem, edged with green patterns, the handle shaped like a snake. Two statues flanked it, one a basilisk and the other an elderly bald wizard with a long pointed beard, dressed in flowing robes. Salazar, presumably. Severus looked at the statues with interest as he approached, casting a quiet non-verbal reparo behind him. The hole healed over. I'm sorry. It's fine. Work on controlling your impulses. I will try. Nagini studied the statues with him, her unease still present. But what if this one is also? Unlikely, though caution never hurts. He wrapped his hand in flames. Just as he was about to take the handle, it came alive and hissed at him. He did not pause, he took it anyway. The handle hissed more furiously, and then went still and became an ordinary handle. Predictable. He opened the door. The room beyond was small and vaguely resembled Dumbledore's office, decorated entirely in green. Tall bookcases stood on either side. A red carpet ran to a table at the far end, on which lay several books, sheets of parchment, ink pens, and a snake figurine. Behind the table, a portrait of the same elderly wizard whose statue stood at the entrance hung on the wall. Interesting. Severus scanned the shelves and noted, with genuine surprise, several quite compelling titles. One in particular stopped him, a book by Herpo the Foul, one of the most powerful dark wizards this world had produced. The title was extraordinarily tempting. How to become immortal? Even in my old world there were no true immortals. Living forever is not forbidden, but the soul rots over that kind of eternity, which is why none of those hundreds of creators survived until my time. And here someone is offering a how-to guide. I cannot wait. Severus. I saw his eyes move. Nagini whispered, pointing a trembling tail at the portrait. From the moment they had entered, she had felt watched, and a strange whisper had been threading itself through the room. Do not worry. It is a living portrait. I just do not understand why he is pretending otherwise. Severus took one of the books off the shelf and threw it at the canvas. What in blazes do you think you are doing? Have you been raised with no manners at all? The elderly wizard's voice was furious and heavily salted with arrogance. Do not attempt to influence my companion again. If you try it once more, I will burn you. He did not look at the portrait and continued scanning the shelves until he found one book that jutted out slightly. How dare you threaten the founder of your house? Where is your respect for your elders? Pathetic half-blood. A fireball appeared in Severus's hand. The portrait went quiet. Good. I am glad we understand each other. He is up to something. Yes. Right now he is attempting legilimency, assuming I am not paying attention. Shock crossed Salazar's face. Better to let him try. At least it keeps him occupied. Nagini could not quite find words in that moment, but she did feel slightly less unsettled. Severus's complete indifference to the portrait was reassuring, even though that cold painted gaze still sent a chill down her spine. Who are you? You are not a simple student. You should have stayed quiet, Severus said, finally turning his attention to the portrait. But I will disappoint you. I am a student. A very talented one, nothing more. A student who can kill my familiar and reach this room is no ordinary student. And yet, there it is. He turned back to the shelves. He pointed at the nearest bookcase and in an instant everything on it had vanished into his wallet, the second one, since the first was occupied by the basilisk's remains. As I thought. 3 books remained in place, clearly part of some mechanism. What order? The portrait looked as though it might catch fire with indignation. This was his office, and a half-blood was robbing him right in his face, and the half-blood was not even slightly bothered. Put those back immediately. That is my collection, and you have no right. But instead of returning anything, Severus's smile only widened. He crossed to the second bookcase and emptied it as well. Again, 3 books remained. He did not stop there. Amid the founder's increasingly volcanic commentary, he stripped the office bare, decorations, books, certificates, cups, jewelry, artifacts, everything vanished into the wallet. Nagini simply closed her eyes and retreated under his sweater, and somewhere she felt, reluctantly, a small flicker of sympathy for the portrait. 10 minutes later, the office was empty. 2 cabinets remained. Everything else was gone. Thief. Vandal. You are robbing the dead. How can you have so little shame? Relax. I will sell most of it to Muggleborns at half price. Not Muggleborns. Why would you do this to me? What did I ever do to you? You tried to drown us in acid. Is that not sufficient? Severus studied the portrait's frame. Gold, yes. The question made Salazar go blank for a heartbeat. When he understood what Severus was about to do, something very much like a tear appeared in one eye. Green, red, green, blue, green, yellow. Thank you. Severus stepped away from the painting, moved to the cabinets, and began returning the books to the shelves in exactly that sequence. What if it is another trap? It is not. He is trying to distract me from whatever is behind the portrait. Severus glanced at Salazar, who had turned the color of old chalk, finished the sequence, and at the same moment a ladder began to descend from the ceiling. How did you? You simply do not know how to use illusion magic properly. Salazar caught Severus's expression and shuddered. You would not dare. Would I not? At least be reasonable. Show some respect for the dead. If you're worried about your family line, it has died out completely. You have no one left to pass anything to. Rest in peace. Rest in peace after hearing my entire bloodline is extinct. You think I did not already know that? Salazar's voice turned glacially cold. But I will not give anything to a half-blood like you. The next instant the door slammed shut and the room shook. You will die here. I told you. Nagini poked her head out from under his sweater, a weary flatness in her voice. Or rather, forget it. I said nothing. I am too tired to be surprised today. Wake me when you are done. She disappeared again. // Chapter 34, Chapter 32. Ministry of Magic. Part 1. Exam. Chapter 32, Ministry of Magic. Part 1. Exam. An hour later, Severus dragged himself out of the pipe and into the girl's bathroom with a weak groan, landing where Myrtle stared at him in horror. He had not changed his clothes, which were stiff with dried basilisk blood. Severus, you're alive. Yes, obviously. Why? He got to his feet and looked down at himself, mildly embarrassed by what he saw. A flick of his finger, and a light gust of wind carried away the blood and grime. It's not mine, don't worry. We can talk tomorrow. I need to sleep until 9. Nagini's head appeared from his collar at that moment, nodding briefly in agreement. Together they left the bathroom, stopping just outside to transfigure the battle clothes back into a school uniform. Behind them, the ghost who had been watching felt something complicated settled over her, relief that he was alive, and underneath it, quieter and uglier, something like disappointment. If he had died, he would have stayed here with me forever. But she caught herself, pressed both palms against her cheeks. No. He is my friend. I should not want that. Back in his room, Severus stripped off his clothes, dropped onto the bed, and let out a long, contented breath. Nagini settled beside him with an equally satisfied expression. It is a shame he destroyed everything, of course. Gold and trinkets. The books are intact, and that is what matters. As for everything else, do not worry, I kept that portrait for a reason. He smiled, something quietly devilish in it, thinking of the rolled-up living portrait of Salazar currently carried in his wallet. He is a portrait. How exactly do you plan to take revenge on a portrait? Nagini stared at him. Some things are better left unseen. He can just close his eyes. I will handle it. He will pay for every one of my 300,009 galleons. Already yours. And how do you even know the exact number? She kept it to herself. Severus had already closed his eyes. He had been lying there for barely a minute when someone knocked. Severus, up you get, it is time for breakfast. We have to be at the ministry by 9. Slughorn's cheerful voice came through the door, and Severus nearly fell off the bed. Why so early? It is 7:50. I expect you in the Great Hall in 10 minutes. We leave straight after breakfast. Understood. I'll be there. He sighed, looking at Nagini, who was already snoring. You've been through a lot today. Rest. He sat up, stroked her head gently, and stood. I'm a little envious. He ruffled his hair. Though maybe I've gotten too sentimental. Or maybe this is simply who I am, when I'm not living for survival and revenge. He shook his head and got up. After breakfast, once they had left the castle with Slughorn and reached the village nearby, Slughorn pointed out a small shop. Every major Muggle town has at least one entrance point, and Hogsmeade is an exception simply because it is a wizarding village with the school nearby. The most common are telephone boxes, those red ones. Professor, I lived in the Muggle world until I was 11, right up to Hogwarts. Oh. Yes, of course. How completely foolish of me. Forgive an old man. Slughorn scratched the side of his nose, looking sheepish, then redirected himself briskly. The entrance is in there, he said, and moved on before Severus could say anything. Hogsmeade was genuinely pleasant, tidy wooden houses, brick-paved roads, no crooked fences or abandoned buildings. Lampposts stood every 10 meters or so, and a small train station was not far from the entrance. It is peaceful here, Severus said, watching the easy faces of the people on the streets. I agree. I think about moving here when I retire. The shop's shelves were almost entirely bare. The old wizard behind the counter recognized Slughorn immediately and smiled with real warmth. Horace. Rarely see you these days. Business or just a visit? He looked at Severus. Your student. That is right. Business. We need access to the ministry. Purpose. Patenting a potion. Same as always. The old wizard smacked his lips with satisfaction and headed for the back room. Follow me. Down in the basement, a small room opened up, roughly 6 feet square. In you go. Thank you, Mark. I will drop in this evening. My door is always open. And in honor of that, I will open that very thing this evening. He winked, which made Slughorn's eyes light up, and even Severus found himself curious about whatever the old wizard was keeping. I will hold you to it. They stepped out of a fireplace into a long hall of gleaming parquet and dark green tile, with a dozen more fireplaces along the walls from which wizards in business suits were emerging every few seconds. Severus and Slughorn moved aside quickly to let the rushing crowd pass. Is this your first time here? Slughorn asked, watching the streams of wizards moving in every direction. No. I came a year ago. Did you? He looked at the flatness in Severus's expression. The day my mother died. I was called to give testimony. Severus. I am sorry. Please accept my condolences. Severus shook his head with a faint smile. Thank you. Let us not dwell on it. Of course, I. But Slughorn did not finish, because a young-looking wizard in a business suit had reached them. Professor, good to see you. He caught the atmosphere and raised an eyebrow. Has something happened? Andrew. It has been 7 years since you graduated. Slughorn collected himself. I am surprised you remember. You would be impossible to forget. I still remember how in 6th year you and Mr. Warren and... Please do not, Severus said immediately, both hands raised, a crooked smile forming. Slughorn laughed warmly, which made Severus color slightly more. By the way, this is the young man I was telling you about yesterday, Slughorn said, settling his hands on Severus's shoulders with evident pride. Of course. Andrew turned and offered his hand. Professor Slughorn was talking about you all evening. He exaggerates. My skills are fairly modest. We will find out shortly. Follow me. The master rank assessment is on the 2nd floor. Severus looked at Slughorn. Professor. I believe you are already operating at that level. You are nowhere near me yet, of course, but give it a couple of decades. Slughorn winked. And do you think I have not worked out why you are so reluctant to publish your recipes? Once you hold a master rank, you can sell them officially without patenting individually, and you gain access to certain restricted ingredients. Professor, you see straight through me, Severus said, with a tired smile and a quiet upwelling of respect for the men. Thank you. No need to thank me. Just when you are earning hundreds of thousands a month, do not forget this old man. That is not funny, Professor. The office door read, Examination Committee. Everything is arranged, Andrew said. You go in and it begins immediately. The main thing is not to worry. If Professor Slughorn recommends you, you will pass. He added it with the tone of someone who genuinely believed it. Good luck, Severus, Slughorn said. I have no doubts. Thank you. I will do my best. Severus knocked, heard a muffled come in, opened the door, and stepped into an office where 2 middle-aged wizards and one who was roughly 70 were waiting. So young, and already attempting the master examination. The youngest of the 3 shook his head with a small laugh. And how do you intend to impress us, young man, the oldest said, cutting in before the other could speak. Honestly, I did not prepare for this examination. Then why come at all, the second said, with undisguised sarcasm. To patent a few potions. My teacher entered me for this instead. Severus kept his attention on the old man and smiled pleasantly. So I thought I would give a lecture, share some of my work and ideas, and let you decide from there whether the title is warranted or not. //. Chapter 35, Chapter 33. Ministry of Magic. Part 2. Surprise. For the next hour, Severus did exactly what he had described. He gave a lecture, working through the alchemy that had been drilled into him by his teachers across a lifetime. Somehow he held the attention of all 3 examiners throughout, and they listened with genuine focus, especially the old man, who nodded steadily and worked hard to keep the surprise off his face. During my research I also identified several additional properties in Alacotia leaves, which are primarily used in laughter potions. For instance, if you combine them with white vine root, you can produce a powder that, when inhaled, improves mood almost immediately. It works even in cases of depression and similar conditions, and it does so without the side effect of uncontrolled laughter. Alternatively, Alacotia combined with owl's eye, lyre root, and moonstone powder produces a night vision potion, and the effect is doubled by the combination. That is enough, young man. You have passed. The old man smiled and stroked his long beard. Slughorn is raising a worthy successor. You know Professor Slughorn? How could I not? Before him, from 1920, it was I who taught potions at Hogwarts. And it was I who introduced him, a young man and the last of his line, to this craft. And please do not hold us to account, the two men on either side of the old man said, looking at Severus with something like embarrassment. Applying pressure to candidates is simply part of the job. It was obvious from the start. You were trying to look formidable, but your eyes gave it away. All right, that's quite enough. We have more candidates waiting. The old wizard raised a hand and squinted with quiet humor toward the exit. Congratulations. You have passed. Give Slughorn my regards from the stupid old fart. Both of the other men coughed in unison. Severus only nodded, let the corners of his mouth lift slightly, said his goodbyes, and left. Outside, Slughorn was waiting with the barely contained energy of someone pretending not to be waiting at all. Everything went well. I am a master. I would not have expected anything less, Slughorn laughed, lifting his chin. He clapped Severus on the shoulder. Congratulations, Mr. Severus, Andrew said, with a calm nod. Thank you. By the way, Professor. Yes. They asked me to pass on regards from the stupid old man. The joy left Slughorn's face in an instant, replaced by a sudden pallor. He is still alive. Are you not pleased to hear it? A cheerful elderly voice called from inside the room, and Slughorn flinched visibly. Without further consideration, he bolted, leaving behind a slightly stunned former student and several dozen people who had been watching from the corridor. Well, Andrew said, after a beat. Since that seems to be settled, follow me for registration. Once the paperwork was complete and logged in the ministry's records, Severus received a sheet of parchment bearing the official seal and, handed over by a somewhat dazed employee, a gold badge with a silver cauldron. He did not have time to linger. He said his goodbyes, went down to the first floor, and found Slughorn peering out from behind the fireplace, scanning the corridor in both directions with the wariness of a man expecting an ambush. Professor. Are you all right? Oh. Severus. Yes, perfectly. Let us leave immediately. Slughorn grabbed his hand, threw a handful of flue powder into the nearest fireplace, and the flames flared green. They stepped in together. Hogsmeade. The wizarding trinket shop. Back in the familiar room, Slughorn finally let out a long breath. Professor, why exactly did you run from that old man? The less you know, the better you sleep. Now show me. Severus sighed and pulled the badge from his pocket. I still do not understand why, when I... He stopped. Slughorn had gone completely still, his face locked in genuine shock. Severus raised an eyebrow. Professor, are you feeling unwell? I can go with you to St. Mungo's if you need. This badge. 16 years. And a silver cauldron. Should I get you some mandrake root tincture? Why would I want a laxative? Slughorn blinked, still staring at the badge. Oh good, you're conscious again. Here is the tincture, by the way. A glass vial of unpleasant brown liquid appeared in Severus's hand. Stop. Put that away, stop waving it at me, and why do you even have it on you? Merlin. Not that. Look, that is a silver cauldron. Severus put on a sober face and leaned in to examine the badge closely. You are right. Are you laughing at me? Slightly. I am your teacher. You are the one making a scene. Can you explain what is actually wrong? That is a silver cauldron. Severus leaned in and looked at it again, thoughtfully. Slughorn's eye twitched. There are 4 ranks of badge, bronze, silver, gold, and black, Slughorn began, releasing a weary sigh. There is exactly 1 black badge in this country, and it belongs to my teacher, the man who just examined you. Gold badges number 3 in total, 1 of which is mine. Silver badges I cannot count, but they are not awarded before 30 as a rule. I received mine at 26. Everyone starts with bronze. He took Severus by the shoulders, eyes blazing. And you? He gave him a slight shake. A genius. If my teacher, who is famous for his strictness, assessed you at silver, his judgment is not wrong. You are a genuine genius. Professor, I understand, truly, but please do not stand quite so close. Severus pressed Slughorn's face gently back with one hand, opened the door, and walked out. Severus. From now on you come to me every evening for extra lessons. I will have you at gold before you graduate, and you will fulfill my dream and surpass that insufferable old man. Knock him off his pedestal. Severus climbed the stairs listening to Slughorn's delighted laughter behind him, eyes closed, wondering at what point exactly the senility had set in. What is wrong with him? Mark asked, looking toward the basement with mild concern. Dementia. Call St. Mungo's quickly. Who has dementia? And what does call mean? A miracle recovery. Call is a Muggle expression, pay it no mind. Severus, come down to the basement. I want to show you something remarkable. Slughorn appeared at the bottom of the stairs, smiling warmly, his fist clenched with purpose. I cannot, I am afraid. Nagini is hungry and waiting. Monday, I promise. Oh, and Professor, one more thing. Severus took the badge Slughorn held out. What is it? Could you arrange for me to leave Hogwarts this evening? I need to find a manager for the shop and finish a few things in Diagon Alley. I will be back tomorrow evening. Strictly speaking, that requires parental permission. Slughorn muttered, then after a moment nodded. All right. I will speak to Albus. And with this badge, you are officially recognized as an adult, so the rule about waiting until you're 17 no longer applies to you. Though technically it does not come into effect until Monday. That is the rule. Thank you, Professor. No need. I expect you Monday after classes. I am going to put everything I know into that head of yours. Certainly. The shop owner, who had been watching them leave, stood quietly for a moment after they had gone. After what happened with Tom, I have not seen him that happy in a long time. I can only hope it does not end the same way. Severus did not put the badge on. He had no interest in drawing attention. After parting from Slughorn, he went back to his room, where Nagini was waiting. She snorted. You are going to be the death of me. He kept it to himself, looped her around his neck, and headed out. He had business to take care of before evening, and Bella was due to come today. He could not miss that. He did not even make it to the stairs. Regulus was standing in the corridor, blocking the way, with the face of someone who had been rehearsing an argument. Have you forgotten something? Morning, Regulus. I do not have time right now. Monday evening, let's talk then. You said that the day before yesterday and never came. Slughorn kept me. What was I supposed to do? Regulus tried to summon the indignation back and found he could not. Severus was right, and he knew it. I am sorry. Good. I would spend time with you today, but I genuinely cannot. I need to get home, and I will not be back until Sunday around 7 or 8. I see. Regulus paused. I just remembered something about Cousin Bella. But once you are. He did not get any further before Severus's hand landed on his shoulder. You should have led with that, Severus said, smiling brightly, and steered him by the shoulder. I will find an hour today. Idiot. //. Chapter 36, Chapter 34. Dispute. Chapter 34, Dispute. Diagon Alley. Severus pushed the door open and drew a long breath as the familiar interior settled around him. Home. 3 days, and I already missed that feeling of not having to perform. You were not really performing, Nagini said, crawling out of his sleeve and into the kitchen. Not entirely, no. Slughorn is different, and I have gradually let some people closer. But with most of them I still keep a certain distance. I do not socialize much in my own house, except with Regulus. He paused. He reminds me of someone I was once close to. Is that the only reason you spend time with him? Not because of that woman. That woman is the most delicately crafted description I've ever heard. She is genuinely unhinged. But Severus smiled. My tastes have always been strange. As for Regulus, he is only part of the reason. He watched Nagini rummage through the refrigerator. If you need me, I will be upstairs, in the training room. Fine. He climbed to the second floor, stopped in front of a blank wall, and tapped it several times. A magic circle appeared in the air. He pressed his palm against it, and a door materialized to the right. The room beyond was small, and then it rapidly wasn't, as it expanded outward. Right. To work. A vial of blood appeared in his hand. He tipped it carefully onto the floor. When the last drop fell, he tossed the vial aside and turned both palms toward the blood. It began to move, spreading into a circular pattern across the floor, and within it symbols took shape. The one at the center stood out most clearly inside its own ring of runes, a dragon's head with glowing turquoise eyes. First part done. Now the second. As the runic circle flared, a large dragon heart dropped into its center. It began to come apart slowly into tiny fragments, forming the shape of a dragon, a long tail studded with spikes, an imposing face covered in the same. The roaring image did not frighten Severus. It mildly disappointed him. Not the best specimen. But there is no choice. He pressed his palms together. The dragon's image shrank rapidly, the heart breaking apart faster and faster. A roar of uncontrolled magical energy crashed out toward Severus and pressed against his mind. A little weak. Try harder. As though it understood it was being mocked, the roar redoubled, and still did not manage it. The heart dissolved completely, and where it had been a dark yellow crystal sat on the floor, radiating warmth and something close to menace. Not bad, all things considered. He took out a small box, put the crystal inside, closed it, and put it away. Just a short rest, and then the second ritual. What a chore. These things drain almost everything I have. Close to 10 in the evening, Nagini had settled on the first floor to avoid disturbing him. The faint streams of unpleasant aura leaking from the training room were hard on her, and she was more sensitive to that kind of thing now than she had been before. Curled up on the sofa Severus had put in place of the old tables, she was snoring quietly when she heard the front door open and woke immediately. A thief would not come through the front door, which means. She looked up. Bellatrix stood in the room in a dark dress, long dark hair over her shoulders, frowning as she surveyed the space with her wand still in hand. Nagini watched her from the sofa. Bella continued looking around, and then she found the sofa. That color. Very striking. He has an interesting pet, she said, aiming her wand at Nagini with a lazy smile. I wonder how angry he would be if I killed you. Nagini caught the glint in Bella's eyes and that smile. She looked at the wand pointed at her and felt nothing but contempt. She did not move first, she did not know how Severus would react to that, and she was fairly certain it would not be positive. But if Bella attacked, she could bite her with a completely clear conscience. What are you staring at? Do you really want it that badly? Hessis. Go on, try it. You actually want me to? Bella narrowed her eyes and hissed in kind. At that moment, footsteps sounded on the stairs. So you've met. Severus came in smiling, already sensing Nagini's faint irritation through her link. If you had been even a few seconds later, you would have found a dead snake. Do not be so certain. If Nagini had decided to strike, you would have been dead well before that. Bella's expression shifted slightly at that. Severus sat beside Nagini, who settled immediately into his lap. And you behaved foolishly. If Nagini had moved first, I would not have done anything to you. I would have been offended. All right, forget it, Severus said, looking up at Bella's frown. He smiled at her and waited. My lord wishes to meet with you. Then her expression curdled noticeably. He offers you the great honor of a place among the Death Eaters. I see. Is that all? Were you expecting me to dance? Forgive me, Bella, but I'll decline. I have no interest in branding myself with a slave mark. My freedom matters to me. How dare you call it a slave mark? Her wand hand trembled. I call it what it is. And I have no desire to become a piece in the game between Dumbledore and Voldemort. Why constrain myself that way, when I could become the third player? So you want to be our enemy? She narrowed her eyes. Not in the slightest. I will leave the country as soon as I graduate. I could not care less about your war, whoever wins it. But you. Severus rose from the sofa, crossed toward her, and Nagini hissed irritably behind him. He stopped close, touched Bella's cheek, and smiled. That is entirely different. What about joining my side instead? Instead of the fury and immediate murder attempt he had expected, Bella laughed. Severus was briefly caught off guard. On the side of a half-blood with no power, no wealth, and no influence. So if I have all of that, then you will be mine. His eyes narrowed, and he put a certain sweetness into his voice that sent a shiver down her spine. All right. I accept your terms. Why would I agree to any of this? Because if you do not, I stop supplying the potion. Why should I help your group if I get nothing from it? Fine. Prove it within 2 years, and I agree. But if you fail, you become my servant and do everything I say. Do you accept? She met his eyes with a contemptuous smile, looking for fear and finding none of it, which considerably irritated her. No problem. But I want something as proof. Oh, shut up and do it. I want this finished. Severus raised an eyebrow as Bella rose onto her toes and closed her eyes. Since you are asking, he said. He pulled her toward him, covered her lips with his, and settled both hands on her waist. Bella wasn't satisfied with keeping it simple. When he pressed his hand to the back of her head and his tongue slid against hers, she tried to bite him again. It was useless, he was simply too strong for her. She tried to push him away, but the odds were too unequal. She had no choice but to stay, and then, a few seconds later, she found herself caught up in it against her better judgment, her mind slightly clouded by everything she was feeling. When Severus finally stepped back and let her go, the satisfaction was quiet but clearly present. Pervert. Nagini said from the sofa, with feeling. Did you enjoy it? Bella came back to herself and shoved him. She raised her wand with real anger, and only a couple of sparks came out. You suggested it, Severus said, with an indifferent shrug, examining something in his hand with interest. Though this is actually what I had in mind. Bella looked. Give that back. That is a gift from the Dark Lord. You have no right. Then I will keep it as proof of our agreement. It disappeared. An identical one appeared in its place. Here, a temporary replacement. And do not make empty threats. If you truly wanted me dead, you would have already used the dagger on your left side, the one you can reach easily. Bella's gaze burned into him. He could not help smiling. When you become my servant, your life will be absolute misery. She snatched the replacement from his hand, turned, and walked out, slamming the door behind her before she did something she would be punished for, because he was still too important to this war. // Chapter 37, Chapter 35. Rebirth. Part 1. Beginning of the ritual. Chapter. Severus sat on the sofa, slowly spinning the necklace around one finger while his other hand moved along Nagini's head. She was very displeased and was not pretending otherwise. Why do you need this thing? It is not just a thing. He closed his fist around the black crystal attached to it, and dark miasma seeped between his fingers, followed by a soft crack. An artifact. Nagini blinked, watching as black dust spilled from his palm and was swallowed by a tongue of flame a few seconds later. An artifact of trust. Useful if you want to make someone dependent on you, but dangerous to wear for too long. The wearer gradually becomes bound to whoever it is keyed to. The effect is subtle, but over time it works as well as any direct brainwashing. So she was mad because of that? No. Madness is a black family trait, a hereditary curse. You have seen it in Regulus too, those moments when he forgets himself and lets anger take over completely. That is what it looks like. He rose, lifted a slightly startled Nagini onto his shoulders, pulled a dark cloak over both of them, and headed for the door. Where are we going at this hour? To finish something important. He snapped his fingers, turned off all the lights, and stepped outside, heading for the leaky cauldron. Several wizards lurking in the side alleys detached themselves and began to follow at a distance. Severus. I know, he replied, keeping his pace and expression steady. They aren't planning anything. They're watching. And they're not from the same group, they're keeping their distance from each other as much as from me. Interesting. A few minutes later, he stepped into the pub and moved quickly into the crowd, leaving his own illusion sitting at the bar. The bartender noticed, said nothing, and watched Severus's back as he left. He also didn't fail to notice the galleon that had appeared in front of the illusion, which then disappeared as quietly as it had arrived. Once out among the muggles, Severus cast a distraction charm and looked directly into the eyes of the man stepping out of a car across the street. A slow smile formed. By the time a dozen wizards came bursting out of the pub, there was no trace of him. Yorkshire Dales National Park. On a small hill ringed by open moorland, rivers, and low green hills, the air rippled, and Severus stepped out of the void. It is good to use space travel again. How are you? The first time tends to cause motion sickness. I am fine, though a warning would have been appreciated, Nagini said in a slightly swaying voice. I am sorry. It is nothing. Do you know who was following us? Lucius almost certainly had people among them. The rest, I am less sure about. It may have something to do with the examination, that is the only thing out of the ordinary today, and Slughorn's reaction does suggest it reached people. He looked around and raised his gaze to the cliff above, where the cave entrance lay. This spot will do. There is nobody anywhere near here. You still have not told me what you are going to do. Be reborn. Like a phoenix. A pause. Did the basilisk hit you on the head? Nagini pressed her tail against his forehead. You do not seem to have a fever. Instead of making jokes, get ready to protect me until I finish. She was quiet for a moment, and her unease came through their link clearly. Is it dangerous? No. I have prepared thoroughly, including for things going wrong. Stop worrying. When you say that, I worry more. Do you not trust me? Stop it, Nagini said, poking his cheek with her tail. All right. But you have no reason to worry. I am as certain as I have ever been about anything. Worrying will only interfere. He stopped at the entrance to the cave. He raised his hand, and a barrier formed across the opening. This will hold for an hour without any difficulty, even under sustained attacks from a dozen masters. But I will add more. He looked at her. An hour, no longer. I am sorry. Do not be, he said, and the warmth in it was completely genuine. He stroked her head once, stepped through the barrier, and began to descend. As he went deeper, he continued setting small barriers and traps at intervals, until he reached the bottom, a vast cavern filled with turquoise crystals that suffused the space with a clean, almost singing light. I am sorry. Do not be, he said, and the warmth in it was completely genuine. He stroked her head once, stepped through the barrier, and began to descend. As he went deeper, he continued setting small barriers and traps at intervals, until he reached the bottom, a vast cavern filled with turquoise crystals that suffused the space with a clean, almost singing light. It is beautiful here. And it feels different. Nothing surprising. These crystals hold top-quality magical energy, without any contamination. What does that actually mean? Nagini looked around, puzzled. The magic here did not feel different to her. Purity. Spells become almost twice as strong. The fact that they are simply sitting here is strange, though in this world they probably do not know what they are looking at, or there is no known method of extracting the energy. Either way, it works in our favor. I am completely confident now. He looked at her one last time. That's it. Stay here. Detain anyone who tries to get past, though it will be nearly impossible. But people surprise you. Good luck. I genuinely will not need it. Everything is accounted for. But thank you all the same. The moment Nagini had gone back up the tunnel, Severus closed the entrance and cast a silencing charm. He crouched on the floor and took out 2 vials, one glowing with golden light, the other dark green and radiating an aura that felt as though it could unpick the world at the seams. Then he took out the crystal from earlier. All that is left now is whether my body can hold the full power of the dragon crystal long enough. He took a slow breath, looked at the crystal, and swallowed it. Even so, there was no such thing as complete certainty. He had prepared for nearly every possibility, but no plan survives contact with the unpredictable, and no plan can account for every edge case. A mistake too small to see on paper can ruin everything. So he did not relax. He waited, still and attentive, for the crystal to begin. It did not take long. Within a minute his skin flushed red from head to foot, and a sound like a dragon's roar rose from somewhere inside his chest, deep enough to make the cave walls tremble. Wounds began to open across his skin, bleeding freely. The edges blackened and began to peel. The powerful anesthetic he had taken beforehand kept the pain to a dull burn, steady enough that he could stay calm and observe what his body was doing. This was the first stage: drain the crystal completely, absorb the energy it released into his core, and push every negative effect outward onto the body. All the preparation had led to this. All that was required of him now was to endure it to the very end. The minutes stretched. He could not afford distraction. Even with my eye, I can barely make out what is inside. We do not drop our guard. This will not be an easy opponent. Down in the cave, at the same moment, the thing that only vaguely resembled a living person grinned down at its wrist, where there was no flesh at all. I did not expect the second stage to take another half hour, and the anesthetic is nearly gone. Another few minutes and I would have had the full experience of decomposing in real time. Severus extended the skeletal hand he was controlling with telekinesis and reached toward the last vial of golden liquid. He looked up at the crystals, drew an absorption rune on his rotting chest, his beating heart plainly visible through the wounds, and tilted his head back. The liquid went down his throat in one motion, and in that same instant a purple aura surged out of the crystals and rushed toward him. The final stage. Rebirth. I can let the magic take over now. The anesthetic wore off before the thought had fully formed. He lost consciousness a fraction of a second before it finished forming, and his body was engulfed by wild tongues of flame that slowly began to devour it. Above, under the combined assault of 30 wizards, the first barrier finally gave way. They had not gotten 10 meters before the second one stopped them cold. The commander's irritation sharpened. This one was nearly identical to the first, and the first had cost them the better part of 30 minutes. I am coming for you, he said under his breath, tightening his grip on his wand. He turned to the motionless Aurors. Why are you all just standing there? Get to work. Yes, sir. Everto statum. Descendo. Defindo. Bombarda. Expulso. Idiots. He pressed a hand to his forehead, watching a barrage of multicolored beams crash uselessly into the barrier at scattered points. Now I understand why Charlie called this posting a punishment. Not one of them is competent. Hit the same spot. Did you all pick up a wand yesterday? What are you staring at me for? Attack the barrier. Deep at the bottom of the cave, Nagini listened while one eye twitched as the commander's shouts reached even her. Something tells me they won't be getting through any time soon, she said, looking toward the sealed entrance. A deep unease settled in her chest, and the only thing keeping it at bay was the link, still faintly present. Behind the barrier at her back, wild flame raged, consuming the crystal's energy. At the center of it, where Severus had been standing, a crimson stone hovered, absorbing the fire at a staggering rate, its color deepening with every passing second. Over the next few hours, the Aurors broke through 6 more barriers, losing nearly half their number to the traps along the way and having their pace cut by half. The commander sent one man back to headquarters for reinforcements and help for the wounded. Even so, most of the barriers were cleared. Only 3 now stood between them and Nagini. She did not simply wait. She shrank back to her normal size and began preparing for a fight, though what she desperately wanted was for Severus to come out first. Meanwhile the flame had nearly burned itself out entirely, leaving a scarlet stone roughly the size of a ping-pong ball behind. The crystals had all but lost their color. While the Aurus breached another barrier at the cost of 2 more people, the flames around the stone suddenly flared back to life. Had anyone been nearby at that moment, they would have been staggered, as flesh was rapidly growing on the stone. The moment the wizards saw their commander raise his palm, they stopped, wands in hand, glancing at one another in confusion. "We go no further," the commander said flatly, a genuine sense of danger prickling at him from beyond the remaining barrier. He could just make out a massive shadow and a pair of yellow eyes that communicated one thing clearly: do not. He had built a habit of trusting that instinct. It had kept him alive more than once. The Aurus did not ask questions. They fell into line quickly and quietly. After this particular assignment, they had a very complete understanding of why the commander who had transferred to their department only yesterday was called Mad Eye. The eye aspect of the nickname had been self-evident. The mad part they had absorbed gradually, all the way down to the bottom of the tunnel, the screaming, the inventive insults, the occasional kick, and one phrase above all others, constant vigilance, that would be visiting their nightmares for some time. Set up a temporary camp until the reinforcements arrive. He did not finish. A group of Aurus had appeared further down the tunnel, and when he focused on the one leading them, his expression curdled. Only what you'd expect from the legendary Mad Eye Moody, more than half the squad gone on his very first assignment. The voice was mockingly pleasant. The man himself looked unremarkable, without the different uniform he could have passed for any other Auror in the corridor. "Travers. I was under the impression you had been thrown out of the ministry some time ago. How does it feel, being a dog among wolves?" Moody replied, his voice level, almost bored. It irritated Travers, who had been hoping for more. "How would I know? The interior life of dogs like you is a mystery to me." Travers walked past with a grin and went straight for the barrier. "I would not recommend breaking it. You want to give me advice? I have served considerably longer than you." "Poorly, apparently, since we hold the same rank." Moody turned to what remained of his squad. "Everyone, with me. Anyone who falls a step behind runs 100 laps around the training grounds when we are back." They moved with him at once, as one. "You damned one-eyed bastard. I hope they knock the other one out too." Travers did not look at Moody again, already turning to his own squad. "Destroy that barrier." They needed no second telling, and they did not attack it haphazardly, the way the previous squad had. From the first moment, they focused their spells on a single point, coordinated and effective. The difference in training was obvious. 8 minutes was enough for deep cracks to spread across the barrier, cracks the illusion could no longer conceal. A few seconds later, it crumbled, its fragments raising a cloud of dust as they hit the ground. At that instant, a hissing sound echoed through the cave, followed immediately by a scream. "What is that?" "A huge shadow, I saw it." "Hold your positions. Something's grabbed my leg. Help me." A thud cut the voice off. The remaining wizards pulled together quickly, back to back, wands out. But Nagini was almost impossible to pin down. Despite her size, she was extraordinarily fast, weaving through them with ease. Her movement kept the settled dust churned up constantly. "Damn it. Ventus." Travers raised his wand and swept his wrist in a circle. A directed wind erupted from it, pulling all the dust toward the exit like a current. The creature became visible at last, nearly 12 meters long and roughly the thickness of a small column. Her coloring sent a flicker of genuine panic across several faces. It announced her nature immediately. "Hiss. Go away." Nagini hissed at them, placing herself in front of the barrier that led to Severus and pointing the tip of her tail toward the exit. "It's just a snake. Don't underestimate her. She's extremely venomous. Surround her. We want her alive, she's a remarkable specimen." A greedy gleam had appeared in Travers's eyes. "Be careful," Moody called from farther back. He was scowling at the barrier behind Nagini while something unpleasant pulsed in his head from the magical eye. Damn. What was happening with this thing today? While Moody worked on that, the Aurors had already encircled Nagini. She had no real appetite for this fight, even the ones she swatted aside were only unconscious, though her venom could have ended them in seconds. Do I really have to do this? But I cannot let them get to him. Determination came into her eyes. She bared her fangs and began, slowly, to let her animal side rise. Enough. The barrier behind her shattered, and Severus stepped out, his robes billowing around him. "Who the hell are you?" one of the Aurors demanded, and then went very still, mouth open, as an enormous snake pressed her head joyfully against Severus's hand. "She is my companion. On what grounds do you think you can take her from me?" That question threw most of them. Not all. "You have violated the statute of secrecy. You will come with us regardless of your preferences, and we are taking the snake." "Remove the hood," Travers said. His voice was confident and commanding. How generous of you. Severus's tone shifted into something almost conversational. If I were in your position I would simply kill everyone here and save the trouble. Perhaps I should. The next moment a wave of pure bloodlust rolled off him, and every aura in the cave went rigid and began to tremble. In less than a second he no longer looked even remotely like a vagrant. You are an interesting specimen. His gaze settled on Travers's chalk-white face. A choice, your life, or the lives of your men. 3 seconds. 1. Mine. Take mine. Please, I do not want to die. Fast. Good. Thank you, the temperature spiked, and then Travers was on fire. Ah. Hot. Don't. Ah. In front of the pale-faced, frozen auras, Travers burned alive, screaming. The smell of scorched flesh filled the cave. Several of them were sick. I am in a good mood today, Severus said, looking at the rest of them. I will not kill you. He turned to Nagini. Let's go. They had not managed to hurt her. That was the only reason for the mercy. Travers was the one exception, and the reason for that exception was simply that Severus had genuinely disliked what he said. Yes. Nagini's response had something almost puppyish in its brightness, and a quiet warmth came across Severus's face. He was about to move past Moody's group when he stopped and looked their way with interest. You. The one with the magical eye. Come here. Moody, characteristically grim, was notably less affected by the bloodlust than the others had been. He walked over without much difficulty. Strong will. My bloodlust barely touched you. I may not have released it fully, though. Severus studied him. You can see what I actually look like, yes. Moody's face stayed even, though something went cold inside him. That is an interesting eye, if it could see through that barrier. He met Moody's gaze, slipped through his mental defenses without effort, spent a few seconds in his memory, and erased his own face from it. Then, while Moody stood in a trance, he checked his pockets and extracted a small vial of something that appeared to be halfway between liquid and gas. Constant vigilance. That really is a useful phrase. He looked across the remaining auras, all of them shaking like schoolchildren caught out after curfew. Tell your superiors I have no interest in a war and that I am leaving the country today. In the meantime, stay here for a couple of hours. If anyone tries to make contact with anyone else. The entire length of the tunnel caught fire in the same instant, leaving 2 untouched islands of stone where the wizards were standing. I will burn every one of you. //. Chapter 39, Chapter 37. Return to Hogwarts. Chapter 37, Return to Hogwarts. Outside at last, Severus tilted his face toward the sky and smiled, tired and genuine. Dark clouds still covered it, but they were retreating, slowly letting the moonlight through. Are you certain you're all right? Nagini asked, the anxiety clear in her voice. She had shrunk back to her normal size and slipped under his cloak. Completely. I honestly have never felt better. He paused. Thank you. It's all right. A moment later, a light gust of wind lifted his hood. Time to go home. Sev. Your head. He raised an eyebrow, conjured a small mirror from water, and looked at his reflection in genuine puzzlement. One strand of hair has gone gray. Nagini muttered, flicking her tail just above the center of his forehead, fairly sure he was about to make a joke of it. Is that what you're worried about? I'm honestly surprised the whole lot didn't go gray. One strand is nothing. He snapped his fingers, and it returned to black. In some cases, after rituals like that, people grow horns. Hiding those is a considerably bigger problem. Ah. Your eyes look a little brighter, and your skin, wait. Horns. There was one documented case. He had to wear a large hat for the rest of his life and file them down regularly. For a moment, Nagini pictured Severus's usual composed expression under a large pair of branching horns. She couldn't help it and burst out laughing, but he flicked her tail and the laughter stopped immediately. That's enough. Home. I still need to understand exactly what the ritual has changed. I'd have liked to see you with horns, though. She caught sight of his raised finger and closed her eyes quickly, bracing herself. What came instead was his hand, stroking her head gently. I am sorry. I made you worry, and made you do things you did not want to do. I will not let that happen again. How selfish of me. Feeling her worry makes me feel more real somehow. And when was the last time anyone worried about me like that? It is all right. I am just glad I could help you. You have already done so much for me, and I still have no way of paying any of it back. If you keep saying things like that, you will get another flick. I am telling you what is in my heart, and you keep telling me to stop. With a playful smile, Severus turned toward her as she poked her head out, and kissed the top of her head. Her eyes went wide. She froze completely. Thank you. What are you doing? Aye. Expressing gratitude, he said calmly, winking, and she practically overflowed with embarrassment, retreating back under his robe as fast as she could. He did not press it further. He glanced back at the cave one last time, checked the surrounding area, and disappeared. The following day, or rather 6 hours after he had returned, Lucius appeared with congratulations and a newspaper. On page 2, in the Young Talents section, there was a photograph of him receiving his badge from a ministry employee. How anyone had managed to take it, he genuinely could not work out. John Macmillan came shortly after, on behalf of the family, bringing a small gift, an artifact that enhanced concentration. He hadn't come only for that. He also collected 2 cubes and introduced Severus to his sister, who had apparently decided at the last minute to come along. Once they had gone, Severus was finally able to turn his attention to setting up the shophouse. He settled on the interior and arranged for workers to begin the following day. He also spoke with Tom, the landlord of the Leaky Cauldron, who helped him locate a suitable manager for a modest fee. The hire was Shafiki Karner, a half-blood whose late father had left him with substantial debt. Severus did not make that decision lightly. Karner only signed a 1-year contract after an interview conducted using legilimency. The rest of the day was not restful. Someone new arrived every half an hour with a proposal, and not just small shopkeepers, the representatives of genuine powers in the field came too. Even the ministry appeared, offering him a position in the supply department immediately after graduation and pressing a letter of recommendation into his hands. The demand for him was not purely about skill. If a name like his was attached to an organization, they could use him as an advertisement, and that would draw further clients. Fame had its other side. He attracted the attention of those operating at the margins of legality. The Death Eaters came again, this time through Lucius. After them came groups he didn't recognize, the Dark Broomsticks, the Grey Wizards, several smaller gangs, and various establishments from Nocturne Alley. He sent them all away politely, and most promised to return, giving him time to think it over. He took them at their word and promised to visit each one that evening in a more private setting, after placing tracking charms on every one of them. Around 10 o'clock that evening he finally returned home, where Nagini was waiting, visibly tense. What happened? I heard explosions from outside but didn't dare go out. I was afraid someone would recognize me from my coloring. She was already looking him over for injuries. Nothing to worry about. I went to collect ingredients. The shop will be opening soon and I need a stock of potions brewed in advance. He crouched and held out his hand. She climbed onto it immediately and settled at his neck. Are we going back to Hogwarts? What else would I do? I still need to explore the castle. Now that I am considerably stronger, I should be able to sense other places like the chamber. There are a great many legends about Hogwarts, a room that can produce anything you need, Helga Hufflepuff's hidden garden and her cup, a mention of Rowena Ravenclaw's secret library where she spent evenings with her students, and the password and location died with her. Probably fiction, but worth investigating. But among all of them, what interests me most is Godric Gryffindor's legacy. What did he leave behind? The Sword of Gryffindor. The finest work the goblins ever produced, and they want it back to this day. He smiled. Though I would not say no to Excalibur, or Graham, or Durandal, or Miramesa. He continued listing them with quiet enjoyment, names from books he had read across a lifetime. He turned off the lights and cut the flow of magic to the rooms. Outside, at that same moment, a crowd of excited wizards were running toward 4 separate fires. Many tried to break through and help, but it was useless. The flames would not allow it, they repelled spells and water had no effect whatsoever. Others watched from a distance, simply wondering who had managed to anger those particular people. Many in the crowd knew exactly who owned those buildings and were not especially surprised. Gang warfare was common in times like these, when the ministry was directing every available resource against Voldemort and smaller criminal operations were largely ignored unless they became impossible to overlook. Among the observers, grim-faced Aurors moved through the streets, dealing with the aftermath. And in the middle of all of it, with Nagini casting a deeply suspicious look at the entirely indifferent Severus, the men responsible for all of this chaos stepped into one of the public fireplaces, went to Hogsmeade, and from there walked with her on foot toward the castle. // Chapter 40, Chapter 38. Master. Chapter. Back at Hogwarts, Severus stopped to greet Slughorn, then returned to his room and cast a disguise charm. The newspaper had arrived that morning, and he had absolutely no desire to live through what the next several hours would bring. He was, predictably, the main topic of conversation among the Slytherins. He knew this was only a temporary delay, but after the day he had just had, he wanted to give himself at least a brief respite. He did not even bother undressing before dropping face down onto the bed. Sev, take your clothes off first. It is not good to sleep in them, Nagini said, tugging at his sleeve. Are you really that eager to see me undressed? He rolled onto his back with a playful smile and let the wave of embarrassment from her wash over him with evident satisfaction. Pervert. That is entirely unfair. You are the one telling me to undress, and somehow I am the pervert. Stop making fun of me, you know perfectly well what I meant. All right, I am just in a good mood. He snapped his fingers, and his clothes became shorts. It does not show. I remember that expression you were wearing at lunch when all those people kept coming, and you kept it until the evening. And then you came back smiling. She eyed him with suspicion. I secured a very large quantity of ingredients at an excellent price. You could say they gave them away. Gave them away, you say? They were remarkably generous. Handed over almost everything. He stroked her head with a quietly satisfied expression. All right. I will not ask again. That is your business. But be careful. You sound like my mother. Fine. I will not be so careless in the future, and there is no reason to be. I have already reached my main goal. He laced his fingers behind his head and closed his eyes. Nagini heard those words and let out a slow breath of relief. I still did not expect the ritual to produce an outcome like this. There were barely any side effects, and with that addition on top of it. If anyone from my old world knew, every master and half of the Archmages would be hunting me. He felt the magic moving out of his core and circulating through his body, and could not help smiling, quietly and genuinely. He had done something that should not have been possible, formed a material core at master rank, which even some Archmages had never managed. The difference between a formless core and a material one was not a matter of degree but of kind. Being able to store magic within the body rather than simply conducting it was already significant on its own, and beyond that a wizard with a material core was no longer capped in spell power, provided the core held sufficient charge. The ability to draw magic from the air and release it directly remained as well, both functions at once. That was only the most obvious advantage. The secondary benefits included finer control, faster absorption, improved physical capability from better magic flow through the body, considerably sharper senses across all five, natural regeneration, and more besides. From the ritual specifically, he had gained something else, an affinity for fire magic, sourced from the phoenix. Fire spells would now consume a fraction of the magic they once had, and their output would be considerably greater. And beyond that, an immunity to poison. Nagini's venom had no effect on him at all. Basilisk venom was still another matter. That was not simply a magical poison but something categorically different, and even in his original body he would not have tested it. From the dragon came a reinforced skeleton and greater physical strength, though those were modest gains compared to the first two. Any one of those outcomes would have been remarkable. All three together were genuinely unreal. His expectations going in had been limited to the physical improvements, with only the faintest hope for the core. What actually caused the core to materialize? The dragon crystal, or the cave crystals themselves, or something from the basilisk or the phoenix? Too many variables. I will need to investigate properly later. He sighed, snapped his fingers, and the light went out. Good night. You too, she hissed sleepily, settling on the pillow beside him. Exactly as he had expected, the next day began the moment he stepped out of his room. Two classmates he could not place were immediately at his side, acting as though they were his oldest friends. He politely declined whatever they wanted and left, a decision he came to regret when the congratulations found him in the common room instead. He had nothing against congratulations, strictly as congratulations. Job offers disguised as congratulations, and invitations to private conversations in out-of-the-way corners, were a different matter. The stuffiness of it all made him want to raise the ambient temperature sharply. By several thousand degrees. What saved him was Regulus, who happened to be passing. Severus greeted him with a smile, stepped out of the crowd, and fell in at his right. Remarkably, the others stopped pressing. They made their displeasure known and dispersed. On the way to the Great Hall, they talked about various things. Regulus was not particularly bothered by being used as a social shield. If anything, it reinforced a useful impression. The Black family was still a force, the rumors of decline were exaggerated, and they had drawn the new rising name to their side ahead of everyone else. I managed the spell, by the way, Regulus said, lifting his chin with a slightly sideways look at Severus, who raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. Impressive. I thought it would take at least 2 months. How many copies? Regulus went slightly red. 1. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Keep practicing. Severus gave his shoulder an encouraging pat. And the passive barrier? An hour before I lose it. That is not bad either. The day before yesterday, you held it for 58 minutes and 20 seconds. You added a minute and 40 seconds in one day. Keep that rate up and by graduation you will be able to hold Protego all day without strain. Regulus stopped as they reached the entrance to the Great Hall. Why are you helping me? The question had clearly been sitting in him for some time, and he had finally run out of patience with it. For someone raised from childhood to treat every gift as the opening move of an unknown game, this situation made no sense. No matter how I look at it, I cannot believe it is only because of my sister. Even if I support you, it would not change her feelings or persuade my grandmother, who would never agree to Bella marrying a half-blood. And in the time I have known you, I have realized you're not stupid. You know that too. The reason is. He paused with slight drama. A secret. Regulus blinked. Then he scowled. However, if you can conjure 3 fire spears and hold the barrier for a full day by the end of the year, I will tell you. Ready. Or frightened? Me. Frightened. I accept. Regulus reached for Severus's outstretched hand and then pulled back at the last moment. And if you cannot manage it, you put on shoes, a skirt, and a blouse and walk the first 3 floors. Can you do that? What? No. Are you really scared? Me. No. Fine, agreed. Excellent. How easy it is. They look alike, but their characters are quite different. By the way, has your grandmother ever entertained the idea of arranging a marriage for Bella? Silence. So she has. To whom, and when? You couldn't do anything about it even if I told you. Lestrange, Severus said thoughtfully, drawing it out, and watched Regulus go rigid. A moment later Regulus understood and looked away quickly. That won't help you. And do not worry, I don't enjoy reading people's thoughts, but you were thinking very loudly. 2 years. So that's where those 2 years came from. She is due to marry in roughly that time. Cruel woman. And yet I want her more with each passing week. When he surfaced, Regulus was already disappearing into the Great Hall, stamping his feet in irritation. He is offended. And I was helping him. He shook his head and took 3 steps toward the entrance before a female voice called out to him. //. Chapter 41, Notice. I'm updating my release schedule to provide more consistent content, effective January 27, 2026. New release schedule for web novel. HP, Beyond Good and Evil, 5 chapters per week. HP, Satan. Not Just My Family Crest, 5 chapters per week. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity, 4 chapters per week. I appreciate your patience and understanding as I adjust to this new schedule. Your engagement means everything to me. I'm updating my release schedule to provide more consistent content, effective January 27, 2026. HP, Beyond Good and Evil, 1 chapter/day, Monday through Friday, at 3 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, 2 chapters/day, Sat and Sun. HP, Satan. Not Just My Family Crest, 1 chapter/day, Monday through Friday, at 3 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, 2 chapters/day, Sat and Sun. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity, 7 chapters per week at 3 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, Just My Family Crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. Chapter 42, Chapter 39. Lily Evans. Chapter. A flicker of displeasure flickered in Severus's eyes. He shaped it into a smile and turned to the red-haired girl standing among her friends. Morning, Lily. Good to see you. Is it? Sounds more like the opposite, the witch beside Evans said, with a look that was anything but friendly. Is that what you think? I only wanted to congratulate you on becoming a master. That is all, Lily said, biting her lip. She produced a strained smile, grabbed her startled friends, and moved past him quickly. He watched her go, shrugged, and went in. But the moment he sat down and reached for his breakfast, he felt someone watching him. He looked toward it and his eyelid gave a small involuntary twitch. Lily. The moment their eyes met, she dropped her gaze to her plate, not even quite understanding why she had reacted that way. She is irritating me. He tried to return to his food. She was staring again. You cannot be serious. As if she'd sensed his annoyance, she stopped. He could use legitimacy, of course, but he wasn't about to go rummaging around in a teenager's head, not a girl's, anyway. He let it go and returned to his breakfast. The one genuine comfort of school life was the quiet. He didn't have to watch for threats to his life. He could lose himself entirely in research. The hunt through the founder's legacy was nothing but pleasure. Today was an exception. He went to the library to continue his work, sat down, and Lily came in. Or more precisely, she followed him in and chose the table directly behind his. She is deliberately trying to get under my skin. He pulled himself back from the irritation. Do not be paranoid. She might simply need to study. 10 minutes later there was no longer any doubt. She had absolutely decided to get under his skin. 2 minutes later, she started again, peering over her textbook, over and over. Since the ritual, his senses were sharper, and that persistent attention felt like a fly that had decided to use his nose as a landing pad. He got up, checked the time, returned his books, and left. Lily followed immediately, and the moment she stepped into the corridor she was pressed back against the wall. "What do you want?" The irritation was in his voice now. She blinked, coming back to herself. She seemed to notice, for the first time, the angle of the situation and how close his face was, and a strange embarrassment came over her, one that had not been there before. Until quite recently she had only thought of him as a friend. If someone sees us, they will get the wrong idea. Move back." "You may be right," he said, and did not move at all. "I'm listening." "Why are you following me?" "Because of you, I cannot concentrate." "I was not following you. I needed to study." "Which is why you kept peeking over your book and staring at me at breakfast." "How did you?" "It's called magic, Lily. Speak. Or has that notion returned, the one where I'm not really me?" She drew a slow breath and shook her head, a small, sad smile on her lips. "Your habits, your love of potions, your devotion to magic. None of that is something someone else could replicate. I know you're you. But you've changed so much. It's like standing in front of a stranger, and I don't know how to be around you anymore." She paused. "Are we still friends? You were the one who ended all contact that day. So what are you asking me?" "We're not friends. We're old acquaintances. Nothing more." There was a faint irritation in his voice, but he stood there, letting her hurt show, and turned back toward the library. "Leave me alone. Just acquaintances." Evans pressed the back of her head against the wall and closed her eyes. She had known that this answer was coming. She still had not been ready for it. She had spent a long time thinking about the conversation at his house. Even though she had wanted to push it away, he had been right. She had been selfish, in her own way. She had never been a Slytherin. She had not understood how things worked there. She had not understood that her constant pressure and attempts to correct him had only made everything worse. She had genuinely thought of him as her best friend. But the thinking her house had spent years drilling into her, that dark magic was evil and anyone drawn to it was lost, had corroded everything. She could have supported his interests, trusted him, and quietly encouraged him in positive directions. Instead, fear had won, fear of being labeled, of being seen as the girl who stood by a dark wizard, of being marked as a black sheep in her own house. So she had used that excuse to end it, to create distance where there was no real reason for any. That conversation had forced her to see herself more clearly, and what she saw was not flattering. She understood she could not get that friendship back. What a fool I was. She remembered the face of the dark-haired boy who had always helped her, always supported her, who had opened the magical world to a muggle-born girl who had known nothing. The memory was too much to hold back. A single tear ran down her cheek. Severus, for his part, was not especially occupied with Lily's regret. That she had ended their friendship was in many respects fortunate. 7 years was enough time to learn someone well, and she had. If they had continued spending time together, she would have found the cracks in his cover quickly, and he had no good explanation for a change that fundamental. Her decision had also spared him from having her constantly nearby. He was, in a certain dry way, grateful for it, and that was why he had listened instead of sending her away immediately. He spent the rest of the day in the library as planned, working until evening. He gathered considerably more rumors and legends about the castle. Most were almost certainly fiction. Even fiction usually held a grain of truth. He closed his research notebook at last, stood, stretched, returned all his books under Madame Pance's approving nod, and left for the dungeons, where Slughorn was already waiting. The week that followed settled into an ordinary rhythm. Monday to Friday, classes. Saturday and Sunday, Diagon Alley, to inspect the progress of the work and hand Carner bags of potions. He brewed roughly 10% himself, the rest had been collected from the same gangs. The supply would cover almost 5 months. He was not planning to release everything at once, small batches, to test the market. Less product meant higher prices, and higher prices meant better margins. As for his lessons, he had freed up almost another full day. Thursday. He had reached an agreement with the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, 10 galleons a week, in exchange for looking the other way regarding his attendance. The ministry instructor was even easier, the men had no particular desire to be teaching at all. Severus proved he could apparate, explained the regulations, and cited his potions work. The teacher waved him off without argument. Divination presented no difficulty at all, since the elderly fraud was still in St. Mungo's and no replacement had been found. Ancient runes he kept. The subject genuinely interested him, and there was only so much a person could extract from books. Sitting in front of someone who had spent their life working with runes was worth considerably more. He and Lily had not spoken since that day, and there was nothing to speak about. He had put an end to it. He still caught her eye occasionally, but never for more than a second, which suited him fine. One less complication. He could have taken a more drastic approach, but he had no wish to harm the woman the original Severus had loved. That would have felt like a poor way to honor the person who had given him this second life. / Chapter 43, Chapter 40. Lion Statues. Part 1. Night Walk. Chapter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Night. Severus sat on the bed, reading through a grey book with a map spread out on the table beside him. His gaze kept moving between the two. 3 places. Only 3 where it could logically be hidden, and each one is more unlikely than the last. He looked up at Salazar's portrait, which was currently wearing 7 darts and hanging above a jar of slowly seething green liquid. The painted face stared back at him in an expression caught somewhere between terror and fury. Do not look at me like that. I was actually going to arrange for a pair of spectacularly unpleasant strippers to come and perform directly in front of you, with a substantial encore. And then, as a finale, hand everything you own to Muggle-born wizards and invite some actual Muggles to spit in the face of the founder of Hogwarts. Sev, is that not a bit much? Nagini asked, looking at the living portrait of what had once been one of the most powerful wizards in the world, with something close to pity. He was supposed to answer questions, not go silent. Party. Who? In the Muggle world, that is what they call someone who will not say a word even under torture. I read it somewhere. I see. I have told you everything I know about Godric. Now let me out of here. Salazar's voice was hoarse with anger, his fists clenched. I remember. But where do you think he would have left the sword? Severus rose from the table, went to the portrait, and began pulling the darts out one by one. How am I supposed to know where that red-headed traitor hid his toothpick? I already told you every place he spent time and everything he used regularly. What else do you want? All right, enough. Severus rolled the portrait back up with a satisfied smile. Think carefully about everything you know regarding Rowena and Helga, and I promise I will resurrect you. You can actually, Salazar started, but Severus cut him off, dropped the roll into his wallet, and sealed it shut. Are you genuinely going to resurrect him? Nagini looked at him with open alarm. She had a very strong dislike of Salazar. Of course. I need people who will handle problems and keep things peaceful in my absence. Severus stroked her head with a smile and opened the barrier in his mind slightly. She felt calm flowing from him into her almost immediately. A pawn. You're going to make that horrible old man serve you. He's dangerous. Don't worry. I have my methods. For now, though, I need to think about where the sword could actually be. Please, Sev, he's genuinely dangerous. I just don't know what to do. Calm down. He looked at her pleading expression and sighed. Fine. I'll think it over further. For now, help me decide where to start, the Gryffindor common room, the headmaster's office, or the lion statues. She settled a little, though a trace of unease lingered. The headmaster's office, though getting in is going to be, well, you'll figure something out regardless. Let's start with the statues. We think the same way. He winked and stood. Time to work, Peter. Peter's head snapped up. Yes, master. Nagini stared at him. Right now. He pulled on a dark robe and held out his hand to her. Night is best. Daytime would look too suspicious, and with the map we can avoid Filch and everyone else. Nagini, exhausted by everything that had happened over the past few days, climbed under his cloak. He cast the disillusionment charm and stepped out. He went straight for the stairs. On the first floor, he passed McGonagall on her way to her office, looking tired. He climbed to the second floor, where the first lion statue stood around a corner on a small pedestal. It was marble, pure white, carved with such precision that it looked as though it might step down at any moment. He was mildly surprised he'd never noticed it before. Back then, he simply hadn't had the time. After a few minutes of inspection, he found nothing unusual about the statue itself, it was exactly what it appeared to be. When he looked down at the pedestal, though, he found runic inscriptions. Even with only a basic knowledge of ancient runes, he could decipher most of them from memory. Only a true Gryffindor may solve this riddle. If you are not one, leave immediately. He looked up, smiling to himself. The carved face was grinning at him, and a low sound was building in its throat. It was a living statue, apparently activated by the pedestal's words. He felt nothing in particular about it except mild interest. RRRRR. He sharpened his perception, looked down again, and simply removed one rune from the bottom row. The statue stopped, mouth half open. He left the deactivation rune right next to the statue itself. Did he really expect no one would look for the mechanism immediately beside it? In fairness, it is a reasonable hiding place. You are the exception. A normal student would have run. Cannot argue with that. He looked back up and caught a small glint of reflection in the lion's open mouth, lit by the hovering firefly. Convenient. He placed his palm on the lion's head. Its lips drew back. A barrier formed around them, and the head exploded, scattering marble fragments across the floor. A silver badge fell among them, untouched. He picked it up. One side, a lion with an open mouth on a red ground. The other side, an image clearly unfinished. The full picture was on the other badges. Onto the library. He restored the lion with a reparo and headed for the 4th floor. Getting into the library required breaching several layers of security and disabling roughly 40 alarm charms. Madame Pance's work was genuinely impressive. He briefly considered asking her to teach him. He moved like something out of a Muggle spy film, slow and deliberate, stepping over invisible tripwires, occasionally hopping, once or twice, crawling. He refused to drop his concentration for a moment. Nagini, who had not previously seen the library's defenses, experienced second-hand embarrassment that intensified with each strange movement he made. When he reached the statue, he did not bother with the inscription. He simply removed the head. Exactly as I thought. He picked up the badge, and Nagini immediately began poking him in the stomach with her tail. He looked down, puzzled. What is it? Nothing. I saw nothing. Carry on with whatever you were doing. All right. Let me know if anything comes up. He studied the badge under the firefly's light and shook his head. They're not connected. The complete image will only appear once I have all the pieces. He sighed, glanced toward the exit, and immediately perked up. The obstacle course had shifted into an entirely new configuration. He checked his watch. It was just past 1 in the morning. This is what you get when you're devoted to your books. You could practically run training exercises here in the evenings. He grinned, took a book from the shelf, restored the lion's head, and set the book on the pedestal. Let's hope it improves the defenses. The 3rd statue was in the corridor leading to the astronomy tower. It took nearly 30 minutes to reach it. 2 ghosts were in the way, talking at length. Once they finally moved, Mrs. Norris appeared in the same spot. Then Filch appeared. He waited. When they were finally gone, he reached the statue, collected another badge, and started back down. Walking through the dark corridors, he heard voices from one of the abandoned offices. Peter. Sir, Joanna Smith and Anthony Benson are in the office. They've been in there for a while now. He stepped to the door and heard what could only be described as an emphatic sound, which made the nature of the lesson inside immediately apparent. He cracked the door open a few inches, confirmed that nothing illegal was occurring, and closed it again just as quietly. Youth. He gave a small, vaguely paternal nod and cast a silencing charm on the door so no one would interrupt them. Nagini, flushed and rather more worldly wise than she had been a moment ago, chose to poke him in the stomach in silence. She had heard the sounds. For one brief, unavoidable moment she had also seen something. Severus closed the link for the rest of the operation so her emotions would not interfere. Peter. Yes, Lord. You found these statues originally, yes. Yes. And you know where all of them are? Yes. He pressed his palm slowly against his forehead. What an idiot I am. All right, how many are there in total? He asked the map internally. 10. 5 in the castle, 5 on the grounds. And I only had 6 in mind. Lead me to the others. There is nothing else for it. Yes, sir. One is near the herbology classroom, and one is near the exit to the Quidditch pitch. /////// Chapter 44, Chapter 41. Lion Statues. Part 2. Godric Gryffindor. Chapter 41, Lion Statues. Part 2. Godric Gryffindor. Standing before the last statue, beside the long and rather battered bridge that linked the clock tower to the hillside clearing, Severus placed his palm on the lion's head and clenched. The head shattered, showering the ground with marble. Last one. He bent down, picked up the badge, and turned it over with mild curiosity. Same as the others, a strange fragment of a pattern and nothing more. So now what? Simple. All the badges shot from his hand simultaneously and hung in the air before him. It is a genuinely interesting artifact to construct. Difficult as well. Besides, it incorporates runes, transfiguration, illusion magic, mind magic, and even soul magic. You said earlier you had no idea what it was or how it worked. I did not until the 8th piece was in my hands and I could feel him. The badges began rearranging themselves, trading places, until they flared with a rust-orange light and aligned in a single row. I should have put a barrier up in advance. I did not expect the one who gathered them all to be a Slytherin. The voice that rolled through the air was stern, but it carried no menace, only a curious steadiness and something oddly bright beneath it. The badges shifted again, becoming assemblies of small clockwork mechanisms that began to merge with one another. Above them, a transparent luminescence took shape, glowing brilliantly and spilling outward, forming into the figure of a man around 40, a full, wavy mane of ginger hair and a matching beard. There was something about the whole picture that reminded Severus, not pleasantly, of barbarians, proud, hard, and utterly certain of their own worth. "Why the hostility?" the figure asked, reading Severus's expression. "My apologies. Your appearance reminded me of something I would rather forget. Though I suspect you are not entirely unlike them, only considerably more intelligent, what you built here was no simple feat. People may describe you as decisive and fair, but history belongs to whoever survives to write it. I will never know the truth. You gathered every piece of this artifact and woke a fragment of my soul, Godric Gryffindor, simply to criticize me." Displeasure was clear. "No. You asked," I answered. Severus gave an apologetic half-smile. "Honestly, I had no idea this would let me speak with you directly. I was only looking for your sword. And why do you need it? And how did you even know about the statues?" Salazar told me, though I had to apply some pressure to his portrait before he cooperated. "As for the sword, I fence. Good blades are difficult to find, and you understand that better than most. My relationship with the goblins is not a warm one. If I went to them, they would show me the door." The soul fragment stared at him for a long moment, and then, despite itself, burst out laughing. "That is the most absurd thing I have heard in several centuries." He stopped abruptly, eyes going wide, staring past Severus at the scorched, dark-pocked portrait that had just been drawn out. His old friend stared back at him with the same expression. "Salazar." "Pitiful sight, Godric," Salazar said. "You are the one talking. You look no better." At Godric's mocking grin, Salazar nearly forgot himself, but Severus clamped a hand over his mouth, rolled the portrait up, and put it away. "I am hoping you will tell me where you left it. And if I won't, I can find it myself. There is always the sorting hat. I doubt it would take long to work the information out of it. You lay so much as a finger on her, and I will drag you back from beyond the grave myself." In less than a second the open, almost genial figure was gone, replaced by something considerably more dangerous. Godric looked entirely capable of making good on the threat. "All right. I will not touch it." He backed down so quickly and cleanly that Godric went still. A few seconds passed while he worked out what had just happened. "If you want to know a man, provoke him, and he will show you his true face," my teacher said. "Now I understand what kind of men you are, decisive, loyal to the people who matter to you. You despise cowardice. When I retreated, I saw the disgust on your face. You are patient as well, if you are willing to listen to a Slytherin at all. But that edge underneath tells me you do not flinch from killing. If you had a body right now, I have no doubt you would have tried. All right. You have made your point." Godric raised a hand and shook his head. "You win. True Slytherin. Glad to hear it. I still hope you will tell me where the sword is." A shrug, entirely careless. "I genuinely have no idea. This fragment broke away in the 80s. How long the rest of me went on after that, I cannot say." "I see. Where does that disappointment come from? Perhaps you want to know something else. You may be a Slytherin, but you still found every badge. You cannot teach me anything useful. And other than the sword, I do not need anything." He stopped. "Actually, if you tell me about Rowena and Helga, I will not betray my friends and colleagues." Every word was clipped clean. Severus sighed. "You are completely useless. I have wasted my time." "Then let us go," Nagini agreed, poking her head out and fixing Godric with a look of pure contempt. "Apologies for dragging you into this. I thought it would be worth the trip." "Apparently not." Severus stroked her head, turned, and started back toward the castle. "Wait. You genuinely do not want to know anything. In my time I was acknowledged as the strongest wizard alive. Anyone else in your position would have considered it an honor just to ask me a question." Godric stepped directly into his path, theatrical fury barely contained. A commonplace student had spoken rudely to him and simply turned his back, as though his entire legacy amounted to nothing. "You are irritating." "Fine." Severus stopped and looked up at him. "Tell me about maledictuses. And whether the curse can be lifted." A harder question than he had apparently expected. His expression was blank and patient, and Severus cleared his throat and continued. "The short version, maledictuses are women whose bloodline carries a curse. By 30, almost all of them have fully transformed into animals, both body and mind. The curse is next to impossible to remove. The only way to slow its progression is if the cursed individual can master animagus magic. As I suspected. Nagini was fortunate, then, that she had once managed exactly that. Severus looked at her with quiet warmth. Do not worry. I already know how to remove it. Young man. Godric studied Nagini with sudden attention that she clearly hated. Nagini? And you are genuinely saying you know how to lift that curse? I know a ritual capable of removing any curse. The more I understand about its specifics, the more precisely I can calibrate it. He pulled a chair from his pocket, sat down, and looked at Godric with patient expectation. Godric's eye developed a visible twitch. 2 hours later, Severus walked through the castle's dark corridors toward the dungeons, turning a gold pocket watch over in his hand. The back bore the engraved emblems of all 4 Hogwarts houses. I got a decent amount from him, though almost all of it was already in the grimoire. It was still a good artifact and a useful lead on who might know where the sword ended up. It was not a wasted evening. What is that watch? Nagini asked, still puzzled by why he had taken it after initially refusing. A fairly rare artifact for storing a soul. Consider, Godric's soul fragment sat in there for nearly 1,000 years without deteriorating. It may be useful one day. Nagini was quiet for a moment. Ask. About what he said to you just before his soul dispersed. We will see what happens. I made no promises. But if I ever encounter them, I will not simply walk past. He smiled as he went down the stairs. I am not completely without conscience. I never called you that. She panicked for a moment at his expression, but when she saw the smirk and the narrowed eyes, she began poking him firmly with her tail instead, which was the closest she could come to showing proper indignation. Stop baiting me. My fault entirely. You should not take everything quite so personally. You heartless creature. That is genuinely unfair. Nagini gave him a contemptuous look, turned away, and sighed with irritation. She was not actually angry, only mildly affronted. Ugh. I also need to think about how to get into the headmaster's office without setting off every detection charm in the building. The portraits alone are a problem, and so is the phoenix. I need a proper plan. // Chapter 45, Chapter 42. Problems with the Shop. Part 1. Back to Diagon Alley. Chapter 42, Problems with the Shop. Part 1. Back to Diagon Alley. The moment the weekend arrived, Severus left Hogwarts early and took the Hogsmeade fireplace to Diagon Alley. When he reached the shop, a long queue of witches and wizards was already standing in front of the closed door. A sign on it read, "Open from 9 o'clock." He did not go inside immediately. He strained to listen. I heard this shop sells a beauty potion that combines everything Madame Pimpernel offers, only twice as strong and twice as long-lasting. Exactly right. 70 galleons, which sounds steep, but it is still less than half what you would spend at Pimpernel's for the same effect. Though that is not why I am here today, a middle-aged woman said to a younger girl who had clearly come because of the rumors and was still slightly dazed by the size of the queue. There is something better, a third witch asked. A potion that restores youth for a full day, even for the very elderly. The woman paused. Yesterday, on my way home, I saw a young woman of about 25 outside my elderly neighbor's house, with 2 gentlemen escorting her. When I asked who she was, I was told it was the neighbor herself, who had taken the youth potion from this shop. And then, all night, the sounds coming from that house. She covered her cheeks. Behind her, 3 men turned pale simultaneously, each one clearly picturing themselves in the position of those 2 unfortunate gentlemen. They drifted away from the women, found 2 other wizards, and passed the information along. Those 2 spread it further. Within half an hour, every man in the queue had heard about the potion and its alarming implications. Severus found the whole thing quite entertaining, particularly when 2 wizards approached him to warn about the risks and advise extreme caution about checking identification if any witches tried to make his acquaintance. Severus shared a terrible truth with them: why would elderly witches need wizards at all, when Muggle men were readily available and considerably easier to approach than anyone from the wizarding world? They were forced to concede the logic, but still urged caution. There were also rumors circulating about a potion that enhanced magical ability without side effects, though most people in the queue dismissed those as tall tales, since no ordinary wizard had ever seen one. The first through the door each day were Malfoy's people, ministry aurors in plain clothes, representatives from other gangs, and various significant figures, all competing for a product that came with a strict limit: 100 units per day, 10 per person. They sold like hotcakes, 9,000 galleons per day, before costs. That level of profit was temporary, and Severus knew it. Once ingredients became strained and competitors worked out the rough composition of the potions, herb prices would rise sharply. Demand would fall eventually. Wars did not last forever. This was the 7th day since the shop had opened, and the last day of the introductory volume. From next week, the limit would drop to 100 per week. He had set the initial pace to build attention and pull in ordinary customers. That goal was accomplished. He was not made of iron, and he could not spend unlimited hours at a cauldron. He also had large quantities of standard potions to move, priced at 3 to 5% below the competition to sell them steadily without being pestered. A quick scan of the queue also identified several people watching the shop with expressions that were not friendly at all. Each of them had done the math on what it was earning, and the temptation was entirely predictable, particularly since the owner was a Hogwarts student. Severus waited, smiling. The evening was going to be interesting. He went around to the back entrance, hidden behind the building by an illusion. Inside, a curly-haired man of about 27 was moving quickly between shelves, setting out stock and preparing for opening. "It seems I chose well," Severus said, and Connor flinched sharply. His hand went straight to his wand, then came away just as fast when he saw who it was. "Severus, please. My nerves are barely holding together as it is," he said, setting down a row of potions and dropping into a chair. "What is happening?" "Problems. I told you to contact me if anything came up," Severus said, and the edge in his voice made Connor shrink slightly. "I'm sorry. I thought I could handle it through my own contacts." "You've already done so much, the debts, all of it." "Tell me." "The local gangs. I had ties with 2 of them, but after that incident they both vanished, and now others are moving in to replace them." Severus felt a small and rather guilty twinge. He was the reason those 2 gangs had vanished. "Understood. I'll stay today and deal with it." "There's really no need, I can." Connor jumped up, and Severus sat him back down. "I want to see these people. And decide which of them has a future." Connor noticed something about the young man's eyes and felt a distinct chill run down his spine. Half an hour later, the shop opened, and within roughly 5 seconds it was full. Shafiki had to clear most of them out and limit entry to 5 at a time, who promptly bought half the remaining ability-enhancing potions. Severus worked the counter. Connor tried to talk him out of it, failed, took over the physical work, and left Severus where he was. Over the following hour, Connor watched, with some surprise and a private edge of envy, as Severus managed every customer with ease, light when the moment called for it, direct when it did not. Every one of them left satisfied. The women in particular seemed pleased, several left their addresses and flow codes. Severus accepted these with a professionally casual smile and put them in his breast pocket. He was watching more than he was selling, though. Legilimency ran continuously beneath the surface. Anything unpleasant in a surface thought was marked. Fewer than he expected in the first hour, only 7, but the evening was still coming. He did not leave the counter for the next 9 hours. His list grew by another 100 names. At 8 o'clock, Connor stepped to the door and announced closing. The crowd complained, had no real choice, and dispersed. Connor locked up, stretched, and turned to Severus. "Mr. Severus, I have to say I am genuinely astonished. I never imagined you were this good at this. A trained voice and legilimency will make anyone effective in commerce." He looked at the numbers. "Not a poor day, 21,600 galleons. For the week, not counting the first day, 137,000. That is entirely down to you." Shafiki's eyes were shining. "Without your skills, nothing would have worked." A second pouch appeared in Severus's hand. He tossed it across. "Your bonus." "Please, no. You already got me out from under those debts. I am genuinely happy to help, and the salary you pay is already well above." He tried to hand it back. Severus walked past him toward the exit. "If you do not take it, I will let you go." "Thank you." Shafiki bowed, and heard the door close and lock behind him. He really is a good man. He opened the pouch, smiling, intending to glance at the amount. What happened to his face was not a glance. "How much?" The sound brought a mildly sleepy Nagini crawling out from a shelf near the counter. She had spent most of the day eating and sleeping. "Watch the shop while I'm gone." Severus's voice came through the link, calm and direct. Nagini narrowed her eyes in irritation. "You could have taken me with you." But at that moment a plate appeared in front of her with an entire chicken on it. She looked up at the nervously smiling Connor. "I was told you preferred this." "Fine. I will watch the shop. //. Chapter 46, Chapter 43. Problems with the shop. Part 2. Solving the problem. Chapter 43, Problems with the shop. Part 2. Solving the problem. Severus knocked on the door of a nondescript 2-story building set back from Nocturne Alley, put on a pleasant smile, and waited. The door cracked open and a rough voice came from within. "Who is it?" "A horse in a coat." Useful phrase. Where it comes from or why a horse specifically, I have no idea, and I would not recommend asking. What? Not what, who? Illiterate. What did you just call? I own the potion shop that recently opened nearby. I am here to speak with your employer. Every trace of hostility vanished from the voice on the other side. The door swung fully open, revealing a broad grin. No need to roll out the red carpet. The men blinked, briefly confused. What carpet? Never mind. I am in a good mood, the galleons have been excellent today. Take me to your boss. When gold was mentioned, he pictured what Severus must have earned even in a single day, and a very greedy light entered his eyes. The boss is already expecting you. Good. Lead the way. The smile Severus wore as the door closed behind him was no longer the same one. On the way down to the basement he asked, in a friendly, interested tone, about the gang's numbers, whether this was their main base, and how many were inside. The thug answered with cheerful enthusiasm, completely honestly, not leaving out a thing. Severus had not seen that kind of candor in a very long time, and found it refreshing. A minute later they entered a room that resembled a pub, animal skulls, shields, and a pair of swords on the walls, a counter, 3 tables where 20 cheerful wizards were drinking, with another 5 somewhere upstairs. Boss. He is here. The thug's shout was genuinely happy. He waved at a man in a leather chair, who covered his face with one hand and sighed. The room went quiet. Everyone looked at Severus with interest. Who is this? But the moment the leader focused on him properly, his expression brightened. Severus Snape. I never expected you to come in person. I finished my business and came to ask why your people nearly put my manager in the hospital. The poor man is afraid to leave the building. The leader laughed and rose from the chair. A complete misunderstanding. My men only wanted to discuss a few things on my behalf. He would not contact you, so they gave him a small reminder that the meeting was important, and here you are. It worked. He crossed the room and clapped Severus on the shoulder twice. Indeed. And what did you want to discuss? Severus returned the gesture, very gently, and almost knocked the leader off his feet. The room grew tense. Not bad, the leader muttered, forcing a grin through the fact that his shoulder was now singing. A joint arrangement. I am all ears. Severus transfigured a beer bottle into a chair and sat. Excellent. We propose a partnership. What are you doing? He had noticed Severus had produced a notebook and was writing. I am taking notes. Continue. The thug who had escorted Severus straightened slightly, cleared his throat, and went on. We offer protection from competitors. In return, 50% of your profit and a selection of potions. I see. And if I decline? Then there's the question of whether you leave here. Laughter came from around the room. Right. So, you seize me, torture the recipes and the galleons out of me, and if I decline within the next month, you raise the rate to 60%. Severus looked up from the notebook at the stunned leader with an expression of mild innocence, then looked back down. Right. Very interesting. He flipped back one page and began counting under his breath. 1, 2, 3, plus that one laughing like a hyena, 4, and you, 5. And the second group, the buffaloes, wanted 70% and the full recipes. How did you know? The realization hit immediately. His eyes snapped away and his hand went for his wand. The laughter in the room had completely stopped. Then the door burst open. Boss. Something is happening outside. The buffaloes, the dark mantle, and the reapers, their bases are burning. Terrible fire, like that time. Can't extinguish it. Nothing works. He registered the sudden tension in the room and stared at his leader in confusion. The leader had gone white, and his wand hand was trembling because he had done the math, Severus's information, his evident calmness, and now this. He knew what was sitting in front of him. TCH. You ruined the performance. I was genuinely enjoying it, Severus said, his irritation edged with something almost childishly petulant. He stood. The chair he'd been sitting in just ceased to exist, leaving not so much as ash. The leader's worst fears were confirmed. Go on. I'm listening. And put that toy away. He gestured, and the wand slipped from the leader's grip as cleanly as the chair had vanished. No heat, no visible effort, that was, in its own way, the most frightening part. How? I'm simply a genius. That's the entire explanation. He shrugged. And to answer the question you're about to ask, no, I'm not leaving you alive. You've seen my face. Stupid justification for what is about to happen, isn't it? Everyone. Together, now, he bellowed. They moved. They were a second too late. A moment later, only the two of them remained in the room. The leader dropped to his knees and looked up. Please. I did not know it was your shop. I have a family. Children. Go on, tell me about your elderly mother next. Confringo. He thrust his palm at Severus. 2 sparks jumped out. Despair settled across his face. Reasonable instinct, Severus said, stepping closer. But you made 3 mistakes. First, you should have understood that I am not an ordinary wizard. I am an accomplished legilimens, and you spent this entire conversation looking me in the eyes. Didn't you think? Second, you attempted an explosive spell whose primary destructive mechanism is fire, against a fire wizard. Again, didn't you think? And third. A crushing aura emanated from him, swallowing the room. The man on the floor was trembling, in the grip of something animal and beyond reason. He had never, in a long career of petty violence, imagined that a straightforward extortion scheme could end like this. Flames wrapped the shaking figure. He did not register his own death. Severus was merciful in that respect. And if it had been his preference, he would not have killed anyone. But he had spent his first life in a world where killing was not an extreme measure but an ordinary part of survival. If he left people with a grudge against him, one day they would act on it. Human nature did not bend to wishful thinking, and he knew it without needing to be reminded. He searched the room and found a small strongbox hidden behind a section of wall, with an extension charm on the interior. 20,000 galleons and a little more, several dozen dark artifacts, and assorted valuables worth an additional 5,000 galleons or so. By the end of the evening he had gathered around 90,000 galleons. Combined with the shop's income and the proceeds from his first visit, his total wealth now stood at slightly over 250,000 galleons. Not in the same league as the Blacks, the Malfoys, or the Lestranges, but comfortably in the top 10 of the Sacred 28 by wealth alone. Working through everyone he had marked that day took nearly 3 hours. The fact that most of them were in groups made the process, if anything, easier. He was not indiscriminate. Smaller groups and individuals he rendered unconscious, checked with legilimency, and sorted accordingly. At master rank his magical range had expanded tenfold and eye contact was no longer strictly necessary, something approaching telepathic reach, though without the ability to communicate by thought, except with Nagini through the familiar bond. The drawbacks were significantly greater mental effort and a requirement that the target be nearby. Eye contact, when available, was still simpler. When he finally returned to the shop, he found a broken cabinet to the right of the entrance and 2 figures bound in the far corner. Leaving you here was clearly a good decision. He smiled, looking from Nagini, who was lying calmly on a table, to the white-faced Karner pressed into the corner. Karner stared at him, and then tears came into his eyes. // Chapter 47, Chapter 44, The Offer. After checking the 2 would-be thieves and gently clearing their immediate memories, Severus turned them over to the Aurors, who had descended on Diagon Alley in numbers. He did not kill them. They had only meant to stun Karner and rob the place. Doing anything more in front of Nagini and his worker was out of the question. Shafiki, who found out the following day what had actually happened, was told simply that Severus had a useful relationship with the Malfoys, who had sorted things out. Shafiki was not an idiot. He understood that this left out quite a lot. He had spent nearly the entire day in the shop, with only a couple of hours in the evening outside it, not nearly enough time to deal with gangs scattered across the alley. Even the Malfoys, with all their resources, could not have managed all of it in 3 hours. And that fire, the one that would not go out no matter what, was also strange. All of it was strange. He chose not to pursue it. Not his business. The less you know, the better you sleep, was a principle he found practically useful, and the salary plus the bonus were more than sufficient to close any remaining questions. The next day Severus spent the first half in the shop and the second half walking Diagon Alley, buying ingredients, observing the general state of things. He had considered checking Nocturne Alley as well, but with Aurors everywhere, he decided against drawing any extra attention and let it go. Along with the ingredients, he bought 10 more shops. 42,000 galleons, money he had without strain. He would have bought all of Nocturne Alley if it were possible, but most of it belonged to the ministry and various noble families who rented it out without actively using it. That was exactly what Severus intended to do. He found the relevant owners by visiting, chatting, and then using legilimency and quiet persuasion to make his offers. He left Karner with several new tasks, the primary one being to find and acquire more properties when the opportunity arose, as long as the price was not inflated beyond reason. He also took care of security, several wizards hired as guards, each of them vetted first and bound by a magical contract. Close to 9 in the evening, after leaving Karner a pouch containing 50,000 galleons, Severus returned to Hogwarts. The situation in Wizarding Britain was deteriorating. The war was burning hotter every day. Death Eaters were hunting Muggleborns openly, in broad daylight, and the ministry could barely keep pace. News that magical creatures, including werewolves and giants, had joined Voldemort's side sent another wave of shock through an already frightened population. Diagon Alley told the story without words. Most buildings had their windows and doors boarded up. Owners had fled. Shopfronts that had once been full of color were plastered with Death Eater posters. Only those certain of their own strength walked the streets, and even they went in pairs or threes. Purebloods were the same, they tried not to be alone. A handful of shops still traded, kept alive by the protection of influential patrons or the ministry itself. Severus had neither. The moment a brief investigation identified him as the owner, everyone moved against him at once, and only his power prevented a violent outcome. A new law issued by Barty Crouch, recently promoted to head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had expanded Aura authority to bring almost any wizard in for questioning and to use Cruciatus and the Imperious Curse as tools of enforcement, including during arrests. More panic followed. More people left the country or retreated to the far outskirts. The country was coming apart. The war was only accelerating. One island of calm remained, Hogwarts, under its headmaster's protection, one of the strongest wizards alive. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As Severus approached the castle gates, he noticed a scarlet bird the size of a swan perched on a statue of a stone eagle that held a lit lamp in its talons, illuminating two large ornate gates. It had long golden tail feathers, golden talons, and a golden beak. It was Dumbledore's phoenix. And it seemed to be waiting for someone. The moment that thought formed, the bird's head turned directly toward him, then it swept down and landed on his shoulder. "What do you want?" He smiled and stroked its back. "I have not got food." Its feathers were surprisingly soft. "The headmaster is summoning you, clearly." He sent his phoenix instead of that dreadful woman, Nagini hissed from his other side, regarding the bird with distinct suspicion. That would seem to be it. He looked into the phoenix's eyes and saw unmistakable intelligence. The bird did not appear remotely disturbed by the snake watching it from the other side. It inclined its head, with a quality that could only be described as shy, and radiated warmth that moved over him like a gentle current. He did not resist it, and felt something he could not quite name, a kind of recognition. "Then let us go." "And you," he said to Nagini, lightly tapping her forehead, "back in you go." He walked toward the gates, which began slowly to open. They met no one on the way up, and reached the upper floors without incident, arriving at the corridor where one of the smaller towers met the main structure and where the headmaster's office sat. He stopped in front of the gargoyle and said, with a smile, "Lemon drop." The statue's eyes flared red. It stepped aside, revealing the wooden spiral staircase, which began rising the moment he stepped onto it. A few seconds later the office came into view, and there was Dumbledore himself, standing by the desk, watching him with what appeared to be genuine interest. "Good evening, Headmaster." Fawkes rubbed his head briefly against Severus's and flew back to his perch. "Good evening, my boy. I see Fawkes has become rather fond of you." Dumbledore watched his phoenix with warmth. Phoenixes are very sensitive to character. They understand, quite quickly, whether a person is good, or otherwise. Slytherin and good is a fairly unlikely combination. I simply like animals, and they tend to return the feeling. That is all. Do not be so quick to speak poorly of yourself. It is not a house, or a sorting hat, that decides who a person is. Only the choices they make define who they are. I will remember that. What can I do for you, Headmaster? A pleasant, innocent smile. First, congratulations are in order on your becoming a master. I wanted to say so earlier, but there was a great deal to manage. Dumbledore sighed, took a lemon drop from the dish, and squinted in satisfaction. Lemon drop. Thank you, no. I have already eaten. I see. Very well. He seemed briefly re-energized. But you did not call me here only for that. That's true. I have one rather self-interested request, and if you wish to refuse, I will understand completely. Is it connected to my work? Yes, though not solely. He stroked his beard, went to a cabinet, and brought out a cube that Severus recognized immediately. Mr. Macmillan told you. Severus's voice was even. No. He told me nothing, and I owe him an apology for using legilimency. I genuinely needed to find the person who made this artifact. You can imagine my surprise when I found out it was you, Severus. I should have anticipated it sooner. He had, in fact, understood that this was possible from the moment the arrangement was made. He had simply expected it to take longer. It was evident that the cube's legilimency block could not withstand Dumbledore's power. He was fairly certain, too, that there was something amplifying the old man's mental strength, something kept close and not advertised. Do not think poorly of him, he. Headmaster. Let us come to the point. Very well. I want to offer you a place in the Order of the Phoenix. It's a brotherhood working against Voldemort and the Death Eaters, Severus, my boy. We need your help. //. Chapter 48, Chapter 45. The Strange Door. Chapter 45, The Strange Door. At the offer, Severus's eye twitched. Another voice surfaced in his memory, unwelcome. Severus, we are the Order of the Dark God Abaddon. Join us. Our God calls to you. Kneel and accept his will. He suppressed the shudder. 5 years of those cultists pursuing him because of the dark flame was long enough to leave permanent associations with certain words. Severus. Forgive me. An unpleasant memory. He cleared his throat once and returned his expression to something appropriate. I will have to decline. May I ask why? A slight frown from Dumbledore. I already told you what I want. If I involve myself in this war, there's a real chance I might just die, and that's not something I'm interested in. When I finish at Hogwarts, I'm leaving the country immediately. There's nothing here to hold me. Dumbledore was quiet for a few seconds. I will not press you. But be careful, I am not the only one who wants your allegiance, and the others will not be as understanding as I am. I understand. Do not worry, Headmaster. I can take care of myself, and I have a plan. That drew a quiet smile from Dumbledore. I am glad to hear it, my boy. That allows me to worry a little less. But if you ever need anything, my door is always open. Thank you. And if you need potions, you can come to me directly. I'll have Connor prepare a regular supply. That should last us about a month. Severus opened his notebook, flipped through it briefly, then nodded. 10 a day, would that be sufficient? I cannot guarantee more. And I am happy to offer a discount. I'm afraid I can't provide artifacts in any quantity, a single one takes considerable time. 10 a day is more than enough. We're not a large group, Dumbledore paused. As for those artifacts, Mr. Macmillan did mention them, he added, with a brief expression that was not quite the one he was trying to produce. Terrible actor, for a man so sharp in other respects. Headmaster, I have a request as well. Go on. If it is within my power. I would like to take a house elf for household work. I would not mistreat them. I simply need someone reliable to manage the daily tasks I cannot always attend to myself. Of course. I will speak with Minerva, and tomorrow you will be able to choose. Though you should know what is expected. I believe it costs 1,000 galleons. A pouch appeared in his hand, and Dumbledore shook his head. That is Minerva's domain, not mine. Give it to her tomorrow. Understood. Thank you, Headmaster. You are very welcome. One question of my own, if I may. His gaze dropped briefly toward Severus's chest. Your snake. You know who she is, do you not? Severus touched the right side of his chest with a warm smile. A moment later Nagini's head appeared from under his collar, eyes narrowed, watching Dumbledore without warmth. Her name is Nagini. I believe you already know that. Surprise moved across Dumbledore's expression. Severus, you know. I do not speak Parseltongue, he said, stroking her head. We have the same kind of bond you share with Fawkes. I understand her through that. I see. Will you answer a question of mine in return, Headmaster? Of course, my boy. Why does she dislike you? Did you know each other before? He let out a deep, genuinely sorrowful sigh. Dumbledore turned toward the bookshelf, presenting his back. It was during the war. I promised a young woman I would help bring someone back. A friend of hers who had crossed to the other side. I could not. He died. He turned. Nagini had not moved, and had not stopped looking at him. If you are asking about her specifically, then she must have already lost her memory of it. I managed to stop the deterioration. But everything prior to the moment she left Hogwarts cannot be recovered. Shock crossed Dumbledore's face. Severus, you stopped the effects of that curse. With considerable difficulty. And I intend to help her become human again. That will be extraordinarily hard. A curse of that kind cannot be lifted. When I was young I attempted it myself, and as you can see, I failed. Would you share your research with me, Headmaster? Severus asked, with the carefully neutral tone of someone who had noted the discomfort that had crossed the old man's face at the question. Of course. I'm not entirely sure where I put it. Come back tomorrow, I'll give it to you if I find it. Either way, I need to help you with the house elf's contract. Understood. I should go. I have classes in the morning. Of course, my boy. Good night. And if you ever have questions, or simply want to talk, a cup of tea and an open door are always available. Dumbledore's familiar warmth returned. Severus returned the smile and left. He lied. I'm fairly certain of it. Although. He did, but not entirely. He is genuinely difficult to read. The part about the curse research, though, that was not a lie. I am certain of that much. So he is a good person. Severus tapped her gently on the nose, smiling. Naive creature. He is a dangerous man. If I were given a choice between facing him or the pale-faced one, I would choose the pale-faced one. That's strong. Nagini sounded genuinely thrown. In all the time she had known him, Severus had never backed away from anything. I am not afraid of him. If it came to it, I could kill him, probably, though not without real effort. I do not know his fighting style or what he has kept hidden over a century. I would simply avoid the question entirely. The fewer people who know what I can actually do, the quieter our lives will be. He smiled and winked. She flushed slightly and began poking him in the side with her tail, as she generally did when she had no other way to respond. Walking along the 8th floor toward the staircase, Severus suddenly stopped and turned toward a completely blank wall, frowning. What is that density? Someone used concealment magic here. Possibly an illusion. A moment of stillness, and then white light washed over him briefly. When he opened his eyes, enormous transparent doors stood before him instead of the wall, stirring something like curiosity in him. There will be some specific mechanism for opening them. Severus, why are you standing there staring at a wall? Nagini asked. There is a door here. He sent the image through the link. But it can wait until tomorrow. It is late. Since when has that ever been a reason? I would like to try today, but it is not worth the risk. I need to understand what I am working with first. I have no idea what is behind them. No. Today. Definitely. Stop being clever. I have always been careful. He flicks her on the crown. Want me to bring up the basilisk's chamber? She was already rubbing her forehead, which earned her a second flick. Hey. Everything was completely under control. I remember exactly what kind of contract. His hand was rising again. She decided not to finish, though the expression on her face was quietly triumphant. Come on. We need to sleep. Tomorrow will be long. He glanced once more at the wall, then looked across at a peculiar painting on the opposite side, a man in a bard's costume, apparently attempting to teach trolls to perform ballet. He turned and headed for the stairs, around the corner. //. Chapter 49, Chapter 46. House Elves. Chapter 46. House Elves. After classes ended that day, instead of heading to his usual refuge, the library where Severus spent most of his time, he waited outside the Transfiguration classroom while a lesson was winding down. A few minutes later, the fourth years began filing out, chatting happily and barely paying attention to him. When the last student left, Minerva appeared as well. Mr. Snape, follow me, she said, getting straight to the point. Since they had already had a lesson together that morning, she was not wasting time on formalities. Severus nodded silently and followed her down toward the living section of the dungeons, where the kitchens were located. On the way, he kept catching her looking at him thoughtfully. Professor, if you want to ask something, ask. I'm simply surprised by your appearance. A side effect of one of my potions, he answered shyly, lying. She only nodded, still pensive. Professor Slughorn already explained that. McGonagall hesitated, then continued. Mr. Severus, would you tell me why you need a house elf? I am responsible for them, and I decide whether to hand them over to other witches and wizards. Once I had an unpleasant case, a family took an elf, paid for it, and a month later I found out they had used him as a test subject for dark rituals. Professor, just because I am in Slytherin does not mean I am some horrible person flinging unforgivables left and right, then eating innocent maidens and infants for breakfast, and holding blood-soaked orgies with sacrifices to dark gods, Severus said. McGonagall's lips actually trembled. Her face went the color of chalk. Mr. Severus. Where did you? That is how Muggles imagine dark wizards, he replied with a smile, pulling out a book titled, Archmage, the Warlock's Testament. Honestly, this book describes dark wizards properly, and the ones here do not have even a tenth of that charisma. Voldemort, compared to the main character in this book, is just empty space. And with absolutely no shame, he shoved the book into her hands. Read it when you have time. As for the elf, I need a helper for everyday chores. Nothing more. Mr. Severus. You started it, Professor, he replied reproachfully as he walked past her. Mr. Severus. Don't you dare speak of such things at Hogwarts, or anywhere else. If someone hears you, you could be accused of practicing dark magic, and no one will even hear your case right now. They'll throw you straight into Azkaban. Seeing McGonagall's genuine righteous fury, Severus couldn't hide a flicker of surprise. Then he smiled again, this time more warmly. Of course, Professor. I was joking. But I didn't lie about the book, read it. It will broaden your horizons, and you might even steal a few ideas. Muggles describe us in a very interesting way. You're interested in Muggle writing. I lived in the Muggle world for 11 years before Hogwarts, not counting the holidays. And in my opinion, our magical world is far behind in terms of development. That's why, after Hogwarts, I want to travel and observe how their world is advancing. For example, I'm very interested in technology that doesn't run on magic, but on electricity. I've also started studying chemistry, physics, mathematics, biology, and many other sciences. Listening to him, McGonagall could not hide her shock. Right in front of her was a true oddity, a Slytherin who spoke of muggles not as trash, but as people a step above wizards. Professor, he prompted, eyebrow raised. Sorry. I drifted off, she said, and the book vanished from her hand. I will help you choose an elf. Thank you, Professor. They went down the stairs and, a few minutes later, reached a 3-meter still life painting of smiling fruit. McGonagall reached for a pear and began tickling it. A cheerful laugh rang out, the pear became a green door handle. When she turned it, the painting swung open like a door, and a rather fascinating sight met Severus's eyes. A huge room the size of the Great Hall bustled with nearly 100 house elves. One group prepared ingredients, another cooked countless dishes, and a third washed plates and pots, stacking them on one of 3 long tables. At the far end stood a massive oven, flanked by tall cupboards packed with food. It all looked like a mechanism polished by centuries, each elf knew their place and worked at full speed. But the moment McGonagall cleared her throat twice, every elf froze and looked at her in surprise. Leave your tasks for a few minutes and form a line, she ordered sharply. They obeyed instantly, and then all their gazes, which held only 2 emotions, nervousness and adoration, locked onto a slightly embarrassed Severus. Nellie, Talk, and Tomfy, step forward, McGonagall said, and the 3 named elves immediately stepped forward. These 3 are among the smartest and most diligent workers. He simply nodded, looking over the 3 half-naked creatures whose outfits were essentially rags. They barely differed from one another, and the worship in their eyes made choosing harder. They all looked the same, impossible to tell apart. But I need the smartest one. He pointed at one of them. What can you do? Master, Nellie can write, read, count, cook, and do housework, Nellie stammered. Her words were quick and clear, unlike Dobby with his peculiar accent. I see. Professor, can I take 2 at once? McGonagall looked a bit surprised, but nodded uncertainly. Yes, but can you maintain 2 contracts? Do not worry. I can. But we will have to test that before the second contract. Then I will choose her. He indicated the trembling Nellie, then pointed to another elf, slightly smaller than the rest, standing near the end of the line. If that is your choice, the rest are dismissed, McGonagall said sternly. The elves lowered their heads in disappointment, on the verge of tears, as they returned to work. Only the 2 chosen remained. You 2, come with me. Yes. The 2 elves looked so ecstatic that they hugged each other, and Severus's eye twitched. McGonagall did not react at all, as if this were perfectly normal among house elves. The contract was not nearly as interesting as Severus had expected. One side obeyed, the other shared vital magic in return. House elves were, in a sense, parasites. Because of some unknown curse, they could not absorb magic from the air, and so they entered voluntary servitude. Without magic, they simply could not survive. The house elves at Hogwarts were bound to the castle's magical core, which powered the entire castle. In exchange, they maintained the castle and cooked the food. Of course, removing the curse was easy, simply free an elf by giving them clothes. Then they could absorb magic on their own. The problem was, what sane wizard would give up such useful slaves who required no salary? And the elves themselves did not exactly want to leave this voluntary slavery either. After centuries, they had grown used to it. Worse, for them, freedom meant shame and horror worse than death. There weren't that many house elves left. Aside from the colony at Hogwarts, the small numbers at the Ministry and Gringotts, and a handful in private homes, only scattered remnants remained. If they tried to rebel as the goblins had a millennium ago, they would fail. That was why most wizards were wary of freeing them. House elves were powerful beings, capable of potent wandless magic, a true gift in the wizarding world. And if you gave them wands to focus that magic, they would become killing machines. That was why a law existed forbidding elves from using wands. After finishing the contracts and paying 2,000 galleons, Severus also received a notebook from Dumbledore containing his research on maledictuses. Then, after thanking him, he took the 2 house elves, who stared at him like newborn puppies, and returned to his rooms. Nagini was already there, examining the newcomers. Nellie and Tabby stared back at her warily. These are Nellie and Tabby. She is also one of your mistresses, simply under a curse and cannot return to human form, Severus said. He pulled a necklace from his pouch and tried to hand it to Nellie, who recoiled as if he'd swung at her. Tears welled in her eyes. Master, you want to free Nellie? Nellie offended Master. Please forgive Nellie, Nellie is bad. Nellie will punish herself, Nellie. Now I understand why Slughorn said they are a little emotional and take everything to heart. I'm going to have to put up with them for a while yet. I'll have to train that out of them, but I can already tell it will be a real pain in the ass. He exhaled, pressed his palm to his face, shook his head, and calmly began explaining that the necklace was not what they thought and that it did not grant any freedom. / Chapter 50, Chapter 47. Training begins. Chapter 47. Training begins. Finally forcing the necklace into Nellie's hands, Severus looked at Tabby. The elf nervously fidgeted with the edge of his rag, staring at Severus with a mix of pity and worship. I've got nothing for you. Sorry. Master shouldn't worry about Tabby. Tabby is happy that the gracious master noticed him. Right. I will have to cure you of that groveling, Severus said with a tired sigh, tossing them 10 galleons each. Go buy any fabric you like and sew yourself some clothes. But. No buts. I do not want half-naked house elves around me. If you were pretty girls, I might have considered it, but as it is, march to the shop. At the first hint of displeasure, the two vanished instantly, and Severus could finally breathe easy. So if they were pretty girls, you would consider it? Nagini hissed, narrowing her eyes. I do not see anything wrong with that. Humph. Do not sulk. I would not mind someday seeing a half-naked Lamia, he said, winking at her. Lamia. What is that? Oh, beautiful creatures. Half-human, half-snake, real temptresses. Their upper bodies are human, their lower bodies are serpentine, but they can transform fully into a human form whenever they want. The flood of emotions through their bond made him smirk. You disgusting pervert. Only just figured it out, he asked, then saw her slide off the bed, narrowing her eyes dangerously and baring her fangs. He began backing away. I will bite you just once, that is all. We have tried already, my venom does not work on you. Hold still, Nagini purred in a sickly sweet voice, suddenly lunging. But strangely, Severus's face stayed playful. If anything, his grin turned even more provocative. I was joking. No need to take it so personally, you know my terrible sense of humor. Though I would still look at you in Lamia form. Leaf bikinis look especially good on them. He casually dodged her first strike, slipped behind her, and sat on the bed. You've got a long way to go before you can catch me. Someday you'll stop. You can't go without sleep forever. I have a barrier for that, but honestly, I'm too lazy to set it up, Severus said, then held his hand out toward her muzzle. Bite. I can't be bothered to run from you. Or do you want to play? Nagini fixed him with a narrowed gaze, glanced at the offered palm, then looked up at his smiling face. You knew I wouldn't do it. So why were you running? Just playing along. You asshole. And you liked what I said. Humph. Nagini turned away, climbed onto the bed, and curled on the pillow facing the window. Do not be mad. You looked a bit sad, so I tried to cheer you up, Severus said, stroking her crown. He lay down beside her and closed his eyes. Still thinking about that young man Dumbledore failed to save. Nagini flinched, but did not deny it. Fine. I will help you learn about him. The moment those words left his mouth, she snapped her head around and stared at him in shock. Really? Yes. I will try to find information. So stop sulking. Oh, there they are, back already. With a pop, Nellie and Tabby appeared in the center of the room, holding several bolts of fabric. Well. I told you to sew clothes. Master, we cannot sew, Nellie said, close to tears, shaking and clutching the fabric. We're afraid to touch clothes with our hands, so we never learned. When we wash, we lift them with magic. I see. Does anyone of your kind know how? They both shook their heads timidly. All right. I will talk to my classmates and find you a teacher. For now, put it on the floor. Yes, master. After he stowed the fabric in his pouch, Severus turned his attention back to the anxious elves. First, I will tell you why I chose you and what you will be doing. A first-year potions textbook appeared in his hand, he tossed it to the startled Nellie. Study. I need an assistant. You'll also serve Nagini. You will have plenty of free time. I'll give you an hour of my attention every evening. Master, I cannot. I am very stupid. Excuses. Tonight will be your first lesson. For now, read the first chapter. I. Do you not want to follow my order? Severus asked coldly, with an edge of threat in his voice. Nellie went pale. I would not dare. Please forgive me. She dropped to her knees, eyes wide with terror, and was about to bash her forehead against the stone floor when he spoke again, making her freeze. Did I order you to bow and beg forgiveness? Nellie trembled. And no. Then why are you bowing when I ordered you to do something else? This is your final warning. If you bow and beg again while ignoring my orders, I will free you. Master, She swallowed the rest of the words, snatched up the textbook, hurried aside, and opened it. Severus nodded with a satisfied smile at her, then turned to Toby. And you will be learning combat magic. I will give you an hour of my personal time. Yes, Master. Thank you, Master. Toby will not let you down. Toby blurted, quivering with excitement. He almost started to bow as well, but then remembered what had just happened to Nellie and stopped himself. Seeing approval in Severus's eyes, he practically lit up. Severus had chosen Toby because of his magical core. It was far more developed than the others, with a visible orange tint indicating an affinity for fire magic, and because of his youth. He had determined this after careful inspection and comparison. He planned to train the elf so that he would not have to personally deal with petty annoyances later, such as idiots getting greedy regarding his shop, and could instead focus on more important matters. But training does not free you from your daily duties, cooking, laundry, and cleaning. Those still fall to you. Yes, Master, both elves cried at once, sounding almost relieved. Strange creatures. Tell me about it. After Slughorn's evening detention, Severus, as promised, trained Nellie. She had no talent for potion making, but she made up for it with effort. In 6 hours she memorized the entire first chapter, 5 pages of dense text without pictures, surprising even him. When he praised her, she practically glowed. The lesson itself was calm. Nellie took notes on everything, listened to every word, tracked every gesture, and, like a newly hatched chick, showed enormous interest, though mostly to please him. At the end, Severus handed her an encyclopedia of plants and monsters with a single instruction: study. He had already seen how she would study. With Toby it was easier. From the start, Severus knew about his fire affinity. Before Severus took him on, Toby mostly maintained and controlled the oven flame, which was why his magical core was stronger than the others, and he constantly had to use magic. Severus began by testing Toby's abilities in a separate room protected by undetectable extension charms, then moved on to training. Toby's control was already decent after years at the oven, but he had zero combat experience. At first Toby refused to attack Severus at all, but after the threat of being freed and a direct order, he complied. Once Toby realized he could not harm his master in any way, the worship in his eyes only deepened. Severus did not forget his main objective either, obtaining Gryffindor's sword. Only one thing could know where it was: the living hat, enchanted by Godric Gryffindor. But the hat itself was kept in Dumbledore's office. Of course, he could simply tell Dumbledore everything and ask for the hat, but he doubted he would be allowed to talk to it freely. And even if the hat knew where the sword was and was willing to give up the information, he doubted Dumbledore would agree. It was a symbol, Gryffindor's legacy, not some trinket. He had an idea for how to get in without revealing himself, but before taking such radical measures, he wanted to think a little longer. // Chapter 51, Chapter 48. Arrest. Part 1. An Adventure. Chapter 48. Arrest. Part 1. An Adventure. Over the next 2 weeks, Severus mainly brewed potions and trained the house elves. Nellie helped immensely. She learned the recipes for the beauty and strength potions, cutting the production time from a month to 2 weeks. He could finally breathe easier for the next year, because he no longer had to touch a cauldron at all, thanks to her. He did not even have to look at it. He could leave everything to her. But Slughorn's private sessions were not cancelled. Slughorn genuinely tried to teach him everything, and over the past 2 weeks they had finished the school curriculum and moved up a level, into more complex potions requiring not only precise knowledge of recipes, but also specific magical manipulation. Hogwarts, from the beginning, did not aim to turn students into geniuses. It provided core knowledge in each subject so that a witch or wizard could survive in the magical world, and later choose their own path. That was why, by 6th year, students could enroll only in the subjects they liked most, and which would help them qualify for specific jobs. Even Aurors, whom many top graduates aspired to become, underwent extra training lasting 2 or even 3 years. Only after that could they truly fight dark wizards. And the program did not accept everyone, only a few, which was a testament to the quality of most graduates. Of course, no one forbade extra study. The library was always open to those who truly wanted to learn, and nothing stopped a person from devoting their life to a single craft, like the original Severus, who spent most of his time on potion making and had already completed 6th year material by 5th year. Not to mention the teachers, many of them masters of their craft, who were ready to help, recommend extra reading, and answer questions at any time. That was also the main reason Slughorn allowed Severus to skip his regular classes. Slughorn understood that Severus wouldn't learn anything there, and would only be wasting his time. Severus hadn't forgotten the door he'd found on the 8th floor, but he still couldn't figure out how to open it. He didn't resort to brute force, he didn't know whether Dumbledore or the other professors were aware of the place, and he had no desire to destroy the wards or the door itself. Besides, he had no idea what lay behind it, or whether the risk would be worth it. Still, after studying the runes more closely, he understood one thing: to open it, you had to think about something. The rest was encrypted and required deeper analysis. As for Gryffindor's sword, no matter how he racked his brains, he still couldn't devise a way to slip into Dumbledore's office unnoticed. After 2 visits to the headmaster's domain, he had detected roughly 20 different alarm wards attached to various locations, but those were only the ones he could sense without drawing Dumbledore's attention. How many truly existed? Only Dumbledore knew. That left only a last resort, a method he didn't want to use. Diagon Alley. The potion shop, Half-Blood Prince. Severus sat in an armchair, reading a newspaper thoughtfully. The headline screamed, "First Death Eater defeat. Victory is just around the corner. They beat a couple of giants and already they're shouting like this." He snorted contemptuously, flipping the page. "Giants are very strong," Nagini said. "Big targets for wizards, nothing more. If it were werewolves, I would agree, but giants. Please." He waved it off lazily, folded the paper, and burned it. Ugh. Nothing interesting. And I'm tired of waiting for them. He sighed, left the room, went down to the first floor, and watched Connor bustle among customers. People came in every minute, though the massive crowd from 2 weeks ago was gone. Still, they came often and bought other potions. The main 4 sold out completely within the first half hour. The sales of other potions were largely thanks to Shafiki, who had invented a membership card. If you bought 10 potions of any kind, you got a 20% discount on one of the 4 main ones, redeemable anytime. That was why Severus had been working so hard these past 2 weeks. Noticing him come downstairs, Connor nodded, but did not stop, continuing to attend to customers. Not bad. Severus checked the clock and tilted his head. He'd said 7. It had been half an hour. Did they change their minds? As if hearing his thoughts, 10 men barged into the shop, wearing slightly worn 3-piece suits with ministry badges on their chests and dark cloaks. Shoving aside ordinary shoppers, they marched up to Shafiki. "Where is your boss?" one of them demanded in a rough voice laced with menace, while the others began herding the shocked customers out. "Don't frighten my employee," Severus said, forcing a smile as he stepped forward, instantly drawing every eye to himself. "So, what do my friends from the Ministry of Magic want with me?" They exchanged quick looks. 2 sealed the entrance, the rest surrounded him. "You're accused of aiding the Death Eaters. Do you have anything to say in your defense?" "I could tell you I'm not doing anything of the sort," he said mildly, "but I doubt you'll just let me go. Take him. The rest of you, search the building. If you're hoping to find my potions here, you'll be disappointed. They're stored elsewhere, along with the rest of my things," Severus said. He didn't resist when they took his wand and snapped shackles on his wrists. His smile never wavered, and when his remark made 2 of the 10 aurors flinch, it widened. When 3 of them went upstairs, his expression showed no trace of worry. Shafiki, watching it all, felt genuine shock. That morning, the moment Severus returned, he had removed most of the stock, leaving only enough for 2 days, as if he had predicted this. When the search ended, they came back down with sour expressions and shook their heads. "I see. Take him," the commander muttered darkly. "Yes." 2 of them grabbed Severus by the arms and started dragging him out. "Connor, you have the next 2 days off. Get some rest and send a letter to the school saying that I won't be able to attend my classes," he said, smiling. At the same time, the 2 aurors hauling him stared in disbelief as they realized they couldn't budge him at all, no matter how they tried. "Actually, never mind. I've already written to Dumbledore. He will be at the ministry soon. So just rest, but don't get too comfortable," he added sternly. Shafiki, half out of his mind, could only nod. Then they left the shop. They did not touch Connor. He was clearly just hired help and probably knew nothing. Still, they left 2 aurors in civilian clothes to watch him. After a small adventure, they finally reached the ministry. Severus was taken to a separate gloomy room. They covered his eyes with cloth, chained him to a chair, and left, shutting the door and leaving him alone. "They're trying to scare me," he sighed. "Idiots. Fine, if you want to play, let's play." He yawned loudly, lowered his head, and a few seconds later the room filled with steady, peaceful snoring. Next door, in the observer's room, hands trembled and faces sagged with exhaustion. This simple task, bringing Severus to the interrogation department, had dragged on for 3 hours. They had expected anything, even Death Eaters storming the shop. But not 20 failed apparitions. The first time they operated, targeting the ministry, they landed in a swimming pool. 8 of the 10 aurors fell straight in. The second time, they landed in a men's bathhouse, where naked muggles gawked at them until the Aurors had to obliviate everyone in a hurry. The third time, they landed in another bathhouse, this time for women, full of elderly ladies in steam, and somehow Severus ended up outside again. At first, they suspected him, but he had no wand. And at his age, wandless magic on that level, during apparition, was impossible. So they started suspecting each other. Someone must be joking. The next time, they appeared crammed into a single toilet stall, 8 of them packed inside. Once again, Severus and 2 Aurors were left outside alone. And that happened another 16 times, right on the stage of a huge opera house, in a hipster cafe, in a chimp enclosure, then among skunks, on the bottom of the Thames, in a psychiatric ward where orderlies nearly strapped them down. Thank Merlin, they still had their wands, on the edge of an active volcano. At the end of the long path, they found enlightenment and understood the futility of existence on a seaside cliff. A lovely trip. Even after they finally reached the ministry, they all ended up together in yet another toilet. Only Severus appeared outside, smiling as he waited for his escort. // Chapter 52, Chapter 49. Arrest. Part 2. A threat. Chapter 49. Arrest. Part 2. A threat. Half an hour later, a man of about 40 in a grey suit, with a gold badge on his chest and a grim expression, strode into the Aurors room. You 10 idiots. What the hell were you doing in the Muggle world, using magic in front of over 300 of them? Have you completely lost your minds? He roared, veins bulging on his forehead as a lock of chestnut hair fell across it. If you morons hadn't thought of casting a joint obliviate, you'd be out of a job, and I could have been demoted because of you. Captain, we didn't even understand what was happening ourselves, the squad leader protested, almost in tears. The rest nodded fiercely. Every time we apparat to the ministry, we ended up somewhere else. It was like someone was screwing with us. Yeah. We kept landing in the weirdest places. A toilet, men's and women's baths, a pool, even the bottom of the ocean. That's nothing but mockery. As he listened, the captain frowned. He did not hear any lies, and that could only mean one thing: someone with a grudge was trying to set him up. It felt like a curse, another Auror added angrily, deepening the captain's frown. Did you run into anyone before the mission? Lots of squads. We cannot say exactly who. TCH. That is that bastard Fowler's work. Only he would stoop that low. The others blinked, and then realization hit. They traded stunned looks. We really did see him. He even wished us good luck. Knew it. Fowler. I will get you for this. How dare you set me up like this? You crossed the line, do not expect mercy. The fire burning in the captain's eyes made the Aurors swallow hard. They had never seen him this furious. Captain Robinson, please, calm down. You're shouting. What if someone hears? Let them hear. I'll make him pay. Yes, of course, but, sir, first we have to finish with the suspect, an Auror said, relieved to see Robinson starting to cool down. He's behind that glass. He pointed at Severus with a nervous smile. Severus was snoring, a dopey grin on his face. Seeing that peaceful expression, Robinson's eye twitched and his anger flared again. Why the hell is he asleep? He stomped to the glass, slammed his fist into it, and yelled into a glowing magical circle, his voice echoing through the room. Stop sleeping, you are not at home. Piss off, you old fossil, let me sleep. Severus mumbled without waking, and Robinson's fury rose another notch. What did you say? I will make you. Captain. 5 of his subordinates grabbed Robinson in alarm. Our mission is not to beat him up. It is to interrogate him. I know that. Robinson tore free and stormed into the room where Severus was chained to the chair. Get up. He stepped close. No reaction. He snorted, and then, smirking, leaned right up to Severus's ear and shouted, Get up, you bastard. And still, nothing. Just some slurred mumbling. Robinson froze, thrown off. No one had ever reacted like this. What? He leaned even closer to catch the words. The next moment, a startled yelp rang out, and Robinson flew backward several meters. My head. What did I hit? Severus asked, sounding groggy and mildly confused. And take this rag off my eyes. I cannot see anything. With a groan, Robinson pushed himself up off the floor, one hand rubbing the back of his head, the other rubbing his chin. Captain. 2 Aurors rushed in, looking worried, to help Robinson, but he shoved them away and stood on his own. You did that on purpose. Huh? Who are you? What do you want from me? And why did you hit me on the head? You hit me. How could I? My hands are chained to the chair, Severus said doubtfully. You hit me. You little. Robinson went purple with rage. Why you are going to hit me again. I will not let this go. I will find someone to deal with you. Humph, remove the blindfold. An Auror stepped forward and ripped the blindfold from Severus's eyes. Then he shoved a shriveled black hand suspended from a string directly into his face. We found this among your possessions, he said with a smug grin. Anything to say for yourself? You're looking at 10 years in Azkaban for possession of something like this. Where the hell did you find that? I hid it really well. The Aurors froze, staring at each other in disbelief. They had planted it. Their main objective was to drag Severus to the interrogation department on charges of possessing dark artifacts. If they found nothing, they would plant something and use it as pretext to confiscate all potions from the warehouse for analysis. Another team had been sent to Hogwarts to seize the remaining potions stored there, along with any funds. Robinson's personal task was different: extract the potion recipes through blackmail and the threat of Azkaban, and if necessary, the Imperius Curse. The reasons were practical. They couldn't purchase enough potions that morning, so they had to use a membership card and pay extra galleons they didn't have. Most funds went toward the war effort, buying artifacts and potions, training recruits, providing medical aid to the wounded, and other expenses. Then there were the salaries for ministry employees and Aurors. St. Mungo's, Hogwarts, and many other institutions were also funded by the ministry. In short, the expenses kept mounting, and the minister's deep pockets weren't deep enough. That same pressure had driven taxes up to 12%, but since so many wizards were fleeing the country, revenue was falling anyway. So they resorted to dirty tricks just to climb out of the hole and avoid taking loans from goblins at their insane rates. With those recipes, they could produce potions in far larger quantities and export them, earning massive profits, enough to stay afloat. That was why they'd authorized the use of the Imperius Curse if Severus refused to cooperate. Just as I thought, Robinson said with a snort, unaware the artifact had been planted. Now you have two options. 1. You go to Azkaban and spend the rest of your life there. 2. He leaned in. You transfer the rights to your recipes to us, and we drop all charges. You want to send me to Azkaban over a simple back-scratcher? Severus asked, blinking at Robinson's grim expression. It is a dark artifact. Well, considering where it's been, it really might be the darkest artifact of all, Severus said thoughtfully. For a few seconds, the Aurors visibly froze. Where it's been? Well, I don't have a girlfriend yet, Severus began, his cheeks turning pink. With immediate disgust, Robinson flung the hand away. So nobody scratches my back, especially there, under the shoulder blades. So I made this artifact. It is also great for cleaning behind a wardrobe or under a fridge. You want me to ignore how it looks? I have no taste. I thought it would look cool, so I made it like that, Severus said, smiling at the hand. A few seconds later, under the Auror's shocked stares, the hand floated up, flew back to him, and began scratching his leg. Sorry, I've been itching for 10 minutes. But please, continue. What else am I accused of? The hand moved to his shoulder and began slowly massaging it. With a grim look, Robinson drew his wand and flicked it. A blue flash burst out, blasting the hand several dozen meters away. Then he aimed the wand directly at Severus's forehead. What are you doing, Captain Robinson? Severus asked with a smile. You are just mocking us, aren't you? You are perceptive. And you also know why we dragged you here. Yeah. It wasn't hard. I'm actually surprised you waited so long to talk to me. I was hoping for a warmer welcome. And what is your decision? Robinson asked, irritation creeping into his voice. Fine, I'm not opposed to handing over the recipes. But. 3.5 million. 3.5 million what? Robinson asked blankly, while a couple of Aurors understood and went pale. Galleons, what else? That's what I'll earn in 10 years, Severus said, unable to hide his grin. If you get my recipes, you'll recoup it in a year, selling at a much larger volume. And that's not even counting the 90% profit you'll make abroad. Instead of saying, I'll report to my superiors, Robinson smirked and pointed his wand at Severus. You will tell us the recipes yourself, whether you want to or not. I see. Then I was wrong. I thought you were smarter, Severus said calmly. Looks like I will have to visit your superiors myself. Imper. Robinson began. But he didn't even finish. Robinson slammed into the wall. Severus calmly rose from the chair, smiling boldly at the 10 Aurors waving their wands at him, horrified to find they could not cast a single spell. Not working. Instead of answering, 8 of them rushed him while 2 bolted for the door. So you can do more than wave wands. I am impressed, Severus said, tilting his head. He dodged a punch, then 2 tried to grab his arms from behind. He casually hurled them into the auras flanking him, effortlessly dropped the remaining 3, and looked toward the 2 auras frozen at the door, unable to open it. Not bad, Severus said, cracking his knuckles as he walked toward them with a smile. You have clearly trained in martial arts and know how to work as a team. But I am on a completely different level. //. Chapter 53, Chapter 50. Arrest. Part 3. The Contract. Chapter 50. Arrest. Part 3. The Contract. A few minutes later, escorted by 10 auras led by Robinson, the group made their way through the ministry toward the minister's office on one of the upper floors. To avoid attracting attention, Severus cast an anti-apparition spell on himself, creating glowing gilded shackles around his wrists. He walked at the center of the group with his hands behind his back, flanked by 2 auras who gripped his arms. He had not used Imperius, it was impractical. Experienced auras could detect during conversation when someone was under external control. Instead, he had employed something from his own world, a spell that did not enslave the mind, but compelled the target to believe whatever nonsense the caster spoke, for 1 hour. Right now, by the minister's direct order, they were escorting him to the minister for an important conversation. Like Imperius, it could be resisted by a strong will. But there was a difference: if the casters will overpower the targets, realizing one had been influenced became nearly impossible. As Severus had expected, as they made their way up from the dungeons through the 3rd floor, other auras approached them repeatedly, suspicious of the escort. But after speaking with Robinson, they allowed them to pass. Robinson showed no signs of mental tampering and behaved normally. The group reached the large doors at an unhurried pace, finding them guarded by 4 wizards. "Captain, what is the reason for your visit?" one guard asked, blocking the way. "By the minister's order," Robinson said proudly, his chin raised. The guards exchanged surprised looks, because they were sure the minister was not expecting anyone. "Frank, go check." "No need," Severus said, stepping forward. The shackles dissolved instantly. 4 wands snapped up at him at once. Robinson's escort stood there with empty eyes. "Who are you?" "Hands up, where we can see them." "Why?" "You already know the minister allowed me in. Besides, he and I are old friends," Severus said with a broad smile. The guards blinked, confused, and then understanding dawned. They lowered their wands quickly. "Please forgive us. Lord Harold is expecting you." "Go right in," they said, stepping aside and even opening the door. "Minister, your friend has arrived." "It is, The guard glanced at Severus, embarrassed. "Severus." "Oh. Yes, Severus. Again, please forgive me." "Who?" came an astonished voice from inside. Severus entered. The office was large and sparsely furnished. Aside from 3 bookcases, 2 flower vases, and a desk by the window, the room was empty. Behind the desk sat a surprised middle-aged man in a gray business suit, his chestnut hair slicked back, a pipe in his hand. "Minister, it's me. Severus. The one whose potion recipes you planned to steal using Imperius. How could you forget me?" Severus said brightly. Minchum choked and dropped his pipe. "You out," Severus told the guard. "We need to speak privately." The guard bobbed his head like a toy and hurried out, shutting the door. "You. How did you get in here?" Minchum asked, forcing calm. Under the desk he clenched his wand, ready to strike at any moment. "Asked to be brought in." "So you used Imperius?" "No. I asked. That's all." "I did not break any laws," Severus said with a snort, sitting across from him without a hint of fear. "Now, can we discuss urgent matters?" "And what exactly do you want to discuss, coming all this way?" "First, your attempt to frame me. I am a law-abiding citizen, I pay taxes, yet you decided to pull that stunt. That was ugly. Starting such a business without backing was foolish," Minchum said coldly. "You know, the last man who told me that burned to a crisp," Severus said lightly. "Nice pun, isn't it?" The smile slid off Harold Minchum's face. He was not an idiot. He understood exactly what was implied. "So it was you," Minchum said, gripping the wand harder. "No. My teacher. I'm still learning, I'm nowhere near him. He probably wouldn't even need a minute to burn this place down. Think I should call him?" "As I understand it, Voldemort isn't enough trouble for you, so here's another problem," Severus said, flashing a bloodthirsty grin at Minchum's paling face. "Or we can talk like adults. What do you want?" "Money. Power. I have plenty of both. Though I wouldn't mind a couple 100,000 more. But I'm here for something else, I want to cooperate." "Cooperate?" Minchum looked genuinely surprised. "That was my intention from the beginning." No idea what got into you to make you choose such a dirty way to arrange our meeting, Severus said, producing a sheet of paper and letting it land neatly on the desk. What is this? Minchum asked, lifting the parchment. After reading the bold first line, he looked at Severus oddly. A contract. I'll give you the potion recipes for a small fee. At first, I wanted only 15% from each potion sold. After your little show, I want 25%. And a full tax exemption. Stop. 25%. That is insane. Minchum snapped, slamming his fist on the desk. The cost to make one potion is a little over 7 galleons, Severus said, smirking. Minchum's fire died instantly. He froze, stunned. 7. So you won't be left empty-handed. If you sell them as I do, 90 galleons per potion, then, after my 25% cut and roughly 8 for materials, you'll net roughly 61 galleons per potion. That's a colossal profit, isn't it? Minchum swallowed, staring at the paper with burning eyes. After reading through everything and finding nothing suspicious, he looked back at Severus. I accept these terms, Minchum said, reaching for a quill to sign. Then Severus stopped him. Something wrong. This is a blood contract. In blood, it is binding. Break it, and the violator's blood will begin to boil until they cook from the inside, Severus said calmly. Also take note of clause 12.2, the contract applies not only to you but also to the office of Minister for Magic. Even after you leave, the next minister is bound as well. If they violate it, the same thing happens. I see. Minchum did not rush to sign this time. He reread it carefully. At first, he had assumed it applied only to him personally, but now he noticed that the name field said, Minister for Magic, referring to the office itself. Still, the clause stating that any future potions produced by Severus would also fall under the same percentage, combined with the fact that the contract term was only 30 years, pushed him to agree. I accept. Wonderful. And do not forget, all charges are dropped. After the signature, the contract shot out of Minchum's hand, burned in midair, and a black mark shaped like a flame appeared on the back of his hand. Thank you for your cooperation. Severus smiled. By the way, I am curious. Whose brilliant idea was it to kidnap me and beat the secrets out of me? I've heard you're a cautious man who respects the law. I doubt you'd suddenly decide to abduct someone in broad daylight, slap on baseless charges, and squeeze the secrets out using Imperius. It is ugly. Was it Crouch? Something flickered in Minchum's eyes. Severus's lips curved upward. Not surprising. A man who can openly declare that Aurors are now allowed to use unforgivables and drag any wizard in for questioning, citing Cruciatus or Imperius as examples, would absolutely propose something like that. Minchum had nothing to say. He had allowed it. It had been too much for him as well, but in wartime, you had to be hard. The faster they stopped Voldemort, the sooner rebuilding could begin. So he stopped at nothing. And the unforgivables had helped, they had defeated the giants and even captured a few Death Eaters alive for questioning. After 2 years of ministry involvement, it was their first real victory. In any case, I look forward to continued cooperation, Severus said pleasantly. Changing the name of the office will not dodge the contract. And even if you resign, it still applies to you personally as well. I will expect my galleons each month, though it is written there anyway. Good luck, Minister. And talk to that Crouch, tell him to stop bothering me. Otherwise, I really will ask my teacher to pay him a visit, and you will need a new head of the Department of Law Enforcement. Are you threatening us? Minchum asked coldly. What threats? Severus smiled. I am telling you directly, maybe he cannot destroy the ministry, but he can absolutely tear it apart. Severus produced another sheet of paper and laid it on the desk. Here are the recipes. Have a good day, Minister. I trust you will handle those Aurors yourself. And I hope you will not tell anyone about our talk. I do not want attention yet. When Severus left, Harold wiped sweat from his forehead, closed his eyes, and slumped back into his chair. It felt like he'd just signed a contract with a demon. What spell had the man used? It wasn't Imperius, but it was no less dangerous. Maybe worse. He exhaled again, set his wand on the desk, and stared at the door. Send Crouch to me. // Chapter 54, Chapter 51. The Sword of Gryffindor. Chapter 51. The Sword of Gryffindor. Going down into the crowded hall and heading toward the fireplaces, Severus noticed a familiar figure with a long beard hurrying in his direction, without noticing him yet. Headmaster. Severus waved with a smile, and Dumbledore looked over in surprise and quickly came to him. Severus, my boy, as soon as I received your letter I came at once. Is everything all right? He asked anxiously, looking him over from head to toe. Thank you, I have been released. Someone fabricated the charges, and after a conversation with Mr. Harold, where I explained everything to him, he quickly resolved all my problems and even decided to help with my business. Help? I see. I am glad to hear it, Dumbledore nodded with a warm smile. Then my interference in this matter is not required. I am happy everything turned out so well. Headmaster, how about coming over to my place for a cup of tea? After all, because of me you had to drop everything and rush over here. I would be delighted, my boy, but I cannot. There is too much work. That is a pity, but the doors of my little shop are always open to you on weekends if you want to drop by for tea. I rarely leave it at that time. Of course, I will be sure to visit you one of these days, Dumbledore nodded, his expression unchanged. Then I will be going. Good day, Severus. And to you, Headmaster. Have a good day. Severus waved, smiling mysteriously, and as soon as Dumbledore vanished into the fireplace, his smile grew even wider. Rarely does everything go this smoothly. He did not linger long at the Ministry of Magic and, using the fireplace again, moved to Diagon Alley. Then he slipped into a side alley, pulled on his cloak, and disappeared. In a gloomy cave lit by a single, weak glow that looked like a tiny lumos, a small figure stood wrapped in dark garments, with only a pair of green eyes visible. In its hands it held a large, pointed, rather battered hat, with 3 indentations that imitated a mouth and eyes. I demand that you return me to the headmaster's office, an annoyed voice rang out from the headwear. The little figure ignored the complaint, as if it were waiting for someone. A few seconds later another person appeared in the cave, and at the sight of him a flicker of relief flashed in the creature's eyes. Master, I managed to get it. Well done. Walking up, Severus patted the delighted house elf on the head and shifted his gaze to the hat. Who are you, and why did you kidnap me? I know nothing, and even if I did, I would not tell you a thing. You are more talkative than I expected, Severus smiled, which, of course, was impossible to see since the cloak completely hid his face. I need to ask you a few questions. Answer them, and I will leave you here and inform Albus where you are. Fine. Good. Then tell me where the sword of Gryffindor is. What do you need it for? It asked sharply, pulling its scowling face into place. I am fond of fencing, and I need a worthy sword. I will not tell you, do not even ask. You can burn me right here on the spot, but I will not betray my creator. At the Sorting Hat's confident words, Severus could not hold back a smile. All right then. A small fireball flared in his hand. Wait. Why resort to such extremes? Let us talk this out. Fine. Honestly, I am not in the mood for games with you. I am a bit tired today. Taking a golden pocket watch from under his cloak, he turned it in front of the Sorting Hat's eyes. That is. How did you get that? It exclaimed in shock, instantly recognizing the watch. Your master gave it to me, and he allowed me to take the sword. But that soul shard did not know where Godric put it, or how long he lived at all, so he told me to ask you and gave me this watch, saying you would understand at once that I am not lying if I show it to you. As soon as Severus finished, the hat fell silent for almost a minute, then sighed. It is real. But I still cannot give it to you, because the sword is inside me, and my creator laid spells so that only a true Gryffindor, in danger and in need of help, would be able to pull it out. Severus turned the hat over, looked inside, and did not see a bottom, only pitch darkness. I promised that old man I would not harm you. Looks like this will not be an easy task. I will have to break those spells without touching the weave of charms and runes that makes you what you are. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he stared straight at the hat, racking his brains for a solution. Seeing Severus's gloomy expression, the house elf tried not to breathe at all, so as not to accidentally break his concentration, but the hat had no such tact. Hey! How long are you going to stare at me? I am thinking, if you have a mind of your own, will mind magic affect you? A few seconds later he shook his head. No, that is unlikely to work. I will have to carry you back. I cannot just leave you here. So you do have a conscience after all, the hat drawled in surprise. Or maybe I should leave you here? I was joking. With a snort, Severus left the cave with the hat, cast a notice-me-not charm, and then a light gust of wind rose around the 3 of them, slowly lifting them upward. You can fly using magic. It is not difficult, really, if you can command wind magic. Godric thought long and hard about something like that, but he could not bring it to life, the hat said, praise clear in its voice as it gazed around, fascinated, from a bird's-eye view. It had been hundreds of years since the artifact last left the walls of Hogwarts. All that time it had only gathered dust on a little shelf in the headmaster's office, able to stretch itself only once a year, sifting through the memories of incoming first years, learning many new things and enjoying the beauty of the outside world. Then it would be locked up again in the headmaster's office for another year, easing its boredom by chatting with the portraits and Albus himself. I see, so that counts as praise. Of course. Godric was the most brilliant wizard of his time. I see. Severus nodded with a smile and, after a few seconds scanning the surroundings, suddenly frowned. What is that over there? Looking in the direction Severus was pointing, the hat saw James Potter, racing away in terror from huge lizards. Oh. He needs help. Help, you say? He is from Gryffindor, right? Ah. Yes. And would you call him a true Gryffindor? Why are you asking? Sensing something was wrong, the hat spoke cautiously, and the next instant it felt that nothing was holding it anymore. Then help him. Let us hope he turns out to be one. Nuu, the artifact shrieked in horror, inwardly cursing Severus's smirk as his hood lifted slightly. At the same time, on the ground, James was fending off lizards the size of a car. A moment later surprise flashed across his face when he heard a shriek. Looking up, he saw a hat falling toward him. Several of the monsters also noticed the screaming object in the sky and rushed toward it. Accio hat. James shouted, and the sorting hat flew straight into his hand. You are. What are you doing here? Recognizing what he had summoned, he froze in shock. You shameless bastard. How could you throw me down here? But as it saw the approaching monsters, if it had been human it would definitely have gone pale. Run. Bombarda. Potter shouted through gritted teeth, blasting one of the creatures away with an explosion, then quickly resumed his flight. The monster itself was left with no real wounds, except for a couple of scratches, but such an action from its prey only enraged it even more. Young man, how did you end up in this place? The hat finally asked in surprise once it calmed down. I do not know myself. I arranged to meet my friends, and then suddenly I found myself here, and these monsters started chasing me. It was definitely him. He lied that he was going to take me back and was planning exactly this from the very beginning. Who is he? James asked, catching sight of a puddle out of the corner of his eye. He stopped short and pointed his wand at it. Aguamenti. At once several jets of water as thick as a small post burst from the puddle and flung 3 of the lizards aside. Young man, run, quickly, they are gaining on us. That is hard. I have already been running from them for about an hour, I am almost spent. James answered with a strained smile, continuing to retreat, though his speed dropped a bit. Put your hand inside me. Huh? What for? I will not allow a student of the school founded by my creator to die. Even if I have to give that fellow the sword. Oh. Right. James abruptly sped up, getting as far away from the monsters as he could, then swung his wand again, knocking them back. Hurry. Right now. Shoving his wand up his sleeve, he thrust his hand into the hat and, feeling a hilt, sharply pulled out a silver sword. Its handle was set with rubies, and on the blade was engraved, Godric Gryffindor. Excellent, now show them, the hat said in anticipation, but instead of the expected slaughter, Potter did not budge and only examined the sword with interest. They are about to catch up with us. Not a bad sword, James said with a smile, and right before the artifact's shocked gaze the space around them began to distort. A few seconds later it saw again the outlines of that very cave, and then, looking up, the hat was struck dumb. It was no longer Potter holding it, but that same cloaked wizard. Why, you. What was that? Illusion magic plus mind magic. A wonderful combination. How? It all felt so real. A true illusion affects not only the visual function of the body, but also smell, touch, taste, hearing, and even subtler senses. And if you add mind magic, you can make any person truly believe in the illusion, no matter how absurd it is. And the sword, I must say, is not bad at all, many times better than the junk in the shops, as they say in the Muggle world. Taking a turquoise board from his money bag, Severus turned it into a scabbard and sheathed the sword. Thank you for such a valuable gift, he said, waving it in front of the hat with a smile. Humph. Now that you have it, leave me alone, it grumbled resentfully. Of course. I already sent a letter to Dumbledore. He will be here soon. Placing the hat on a small rock and setting a letter beside it, Severus raised a barrier around it. I am off. Give Albus my regards. He waved with a smile and disappeared, and the house elf vanished after him, leaving the artifact to grumble in annoyance all alone. // Chapter 55, Chapter 52. Come. Chapter 52. Come. Half an hour after Severus left, Dumbledore finally reached the cave and, seeing that the hat was unharmed, felt a rush of relief. Albus, you took your time. I only found out 5 minutes ago that someone had kidnapped you. I just don't understand how he managed to do it, especially from my office, Dumbledore added, stepping up to the hat and touching the barrier. It vanished a second later. Did you figure out who it was? How would I? He hid his face and altered his voice, but I don't think he's a bad person. I see. I'm glad to hear it. Picking up the note lying beside it, Dumbledore stroked his beard, and a few seconds later he smiled. You never said you were so bored in my office. Why didn't you say anything? Ah. What does it say? The hat asked in bewilderment, sounding a little embarrassed by its words. That I am an ungrateful old fart. I exploit the labor of a poor artifact and do not care about its opinion. I give it not a shred of freedom and just make it gather dust on an old shelf among all the other junk. Now, Albus, of course he's wrong. Yet there was such irony in its voice that even a wizard as wise as he felt a twinge of embarrassment. I understand. Perhaps he is right. I'll think about how to resolve this. Coughing, he put the sheet away. What did he need you for? He didn't need me. He needed the sword of Gryffindor. The sword? Don't tell me. The hat remained silent, and Dumbledore frowned. So he managed to take it. How did he do it? He used a weakness in the spells cast on me and on the sword. A weakness. Illusions. He made me believe James Potter was in danger with a very realistic illusion, and the sword reacted to it. The hat didn't sound sad or angry, rather, there was a hint of amusement in its voice. I kept telling Godric it was foolish. Only a true Gryffindor can pull the sword out. I see. Did he say what he needed it for? He said he was fond of fencing and was looking for a worthy sword, though I found that hard to believe. Let's hope he doesn't use that sword for evil, and that he won't become another problem like Tom, he added to himself with a weary sigh as he picked up the hat and operated back to Hogwarts. At first Severus had planned to obtain the sword by force, breaking into the headmaster's office and taking the hat after a brief fight. But thanks to the morning letter he received from Malfoy, warning that people would soon be coming for him, Severus came up with a new idea: simply lure Dumbledore out of Hogwarts and send the house elf he had trained to fetch the hat. The elf could apparate within the castle walls, while for humans it was impossible due to the anti-apparition charms placed on the castle during the First Wizarding War against Grindelwald, with the sole exception of the classroom where a ministry instructor taught apparition lessons, and even then only during lessons. And everything went as perfectly as possible, to the point that Severus himself was a bit surprised. He had assumed it would be much harder to draw Dumbledore out of his office, but a single letter and a squad of Aurors arriving at the school were enough to make him act. Returning to the shop, Severus almost immediately entered the training room and began analyzing the sword. First, he removed all tracking spells similar to his own, along with the link between the hat and the sword. Only then did he begin studying the sword itself. After a detailed examination, Severus couldn't suppress a smile of satisfaction. The effort had been worth it. Not only was the metal far from ordinary and quite decent for this world, but the crystals could also store magic and, at the right moment, abruptly flood the wizard's body with it, increasing his physical capabilities for several dozen seconds. The fact that there were no charms on the sword at all didn't surprise him, since he had already learned from history that Godric had mostly used this sword for ceremonies, as well as for duels and fights with muggles. But what was most intriguing, and did not escape his sharp eye, was the sword's special property of taking on the magical qualities of anything it touched. Thanks to the metal, it was also an excellent conductor of magic. You could even say it was the ideal sword for battle mages, wizards who employed warrior skills, not limiting themselves to magic alone but also capable of fighting in close combat, combining the two. Severus was very pleased with his new acquisition, though he still decided to work a little on its appearance, darkening the tones. Early that morning, the Aurors stopped by his little shop, that same group of 10, returning everything they'd taken from it along with apologies in the form of 5,000 galleons. Severus, of course, magnanimously forgave them, but not before they thoroughly cleaned the place. They even gave him back the hand they had found in his shop, wearing sour expressions the entire time. Toward evening, after handing Connor a bag with potions for the next 2 weeks, Severus returned to Hogwarts. On the way to his room, students stared at him in surprise, apparently not expecting him to return so soon. Only later did he learn from a house elf that the Aurors had caused quite a stir at the school. They strode around the castle like they owned the place, went into the Slytherin common room, and then broke into his room and turned everything upside down. Severus paid little attention to the students, since this was far from the first time he had encountered such a reaction. When they learned who owned the little shop in Diagon Alley, it had been much worse. A line had formed at his door, even students from other houses, and he had not had a second of peace during breaks. When he finally reached his room and found the door still intact, he flung it open and was greeted by a pair of narrowed eyes with vertical pupils. "My little Nagini, did you miss me?" he asked, winking as he closed the door behind him. "As if. But I am glad you are back." "I will have someone to talk to," Nagini said, keeping her composure as she lowered her head onto a cushion and closed her eyes. "Ah, and I hurried so to reach my little Nagini, thinking you were worried about me," Severus intoned tragically, clutching his heart. After a few pirouettes, he fell down beside her. "Nellie, thank you for taking care of this layabout." "Master must not thank Nellie." "Nellie is glad to serve master and mistress," the little house elf in a lilac dress stammered, standing by the bed with a large fan. "From what I gather, everything worked out for you. Nagini asked casually, trying to play it cool. Yes, it went as well as it possibly could. Severus raised his hand, and a moment later a rather plain-looking long, dark blade appeared in his grip, distinguished only by the dark runes along the center of the blade and the E-shaped guard. Otherwise it was an entirely ordinary sword, so it drew no particular surprise from Nagini. For now it is the best I have seen in this world, he added silently as he put it away. I'm happy for you. I hope you will not expose yourself like that again. Even though Nagini knew he sensed her emotions, she still tried not to show them. My teacher was right, women are the strangest creatures. One thing in their head, another on their tongue. Smiling, Severus began gently stroking her head. I will try, of course, but I promise nothing. Through their bond he felt a flicker of displeasure mixed with a trace of joy and calm, and he couldn't help himself, his smile turned a little crooked. But at that moment the idyll in the room was shattered in the worst possible way, by a loud knock at the door. Open it, Nellie, it's Professor Slughorn, Severus said. He had no trouble sensing Slughorn's magic, and the detection charms he'd placed on the door also helped. Yes, master. Nodding timidly, the elf quickly went to the door, and as soon as she opened it, the somewhat agitated head of house walked in. Seeing his student sitting on the bed, smiling and stroking Nagini, he froze. Severus, are you all right? I heard the Aurors took you away and accused you of possessing dark artifacts. Perfectly, Professor. I even managed to profit from it, Severus replied with a smile, noting the concern on Slughorn's face. Thank Merlin. I was about to ask my mentor for help, but apparently that won't be necessary, Slughorn breathed a sigh of relief, wiping his brow with a handkerchief. Did you manage to find out the real reason? Potions, Professor. Potions. Slughorn frowned at once, but after a moment's thought he nodded. You said you only profited from this? Yes. I made a deal with the minister to hand over the recipes in exchange for a percentage of every potion sold, so I come out ahead, Severus replied with a proud smirk, and surprise flickered across Slughorn's face. I'm glad for you, Severus, very glad, he said with a smile, then added sternly, but even if you make a fortune, that won't give you grounds to skip my extra classes. Is that clear? Of course, Professor. I'll definitely earn a gold cauldron before I leave Hogwarts. I'm glad to hear it. For a moment his gaze slid down to Nagini, who, sensing it, narrowed her eyes in annoyance and hissed. Severus, I have a favor to ask. I'm listening. Might I take a little of her venom? Slughorn asked awkwardly. Nagini was taken aback by such a proposal, and Severus was a bit surprised as well. If she wants to. Otherwise, I cannot help you. Swallowing, Slughorn looked down again at Nagini, who was watching him with a displeased squint. // Chapter 56, Chapter 53. Room of Requirement. Part 1. Discovery. Chapter 53. Room of Requirement. Part 1. Discovery. Halloween, the eve of All Hallows' Day, was drawing steadily nearer. It was a strange holiday, celebrated in the Muggle and magical worlds alike. For the occasion, houses were decorated with all manner of seasonal symbols, pumpkins carved with eyes and terrifying grins, candles placed inside to turn them into lanterns, decorative skulls and bats. People dressed as monsters, wizards, and witches, then went door to door asking for sweets. Of course, the holiday did not go unnoticed within the walls of Hogwarts. Though the general mood was hardly festive, especially given the events unfolding beyond the school grounds, the headmaster and teachers refused to let the day go unobserved. It was a sort of professional celebration for wizards, so they resolved to observe it anyway, if only to dispel the gloom a little. The Great Hall was decorated in the best Halloween traditions. Pumpkins rested on every surface and hung from every corner, while candles floated magically through the air. The house elves had helped enthusiastically with the preparations, staying well out of sight, and the ghosts were restless with excitement for the upcoming event. They were frequently spotted throughout the castle inspecting the pumpkins and conferring among themselves. The enchanted ceiling, which usually displayed bright sunshine during the day and starry skies at night, now showed only dark clouds and lightning. The teachers and headmaster did their best to create a festive atmosphere for the students, hoping to distract them, if only briefly, from the troubles plaguing magical Britain. Severus, meanwhile, sat in his quarters surrounded by books, continuing his studies of everything he could find about the founders, as well as plants and monsters, not even skipping fairy tales and legends. After all, such fiction almost always contained a grain of truth, however small. Nor had he forgotten about Nagini. In 2 months, of the 3 unknown plants, he had managed to find only one, and only by accident while reading a book by a certain Freja Brew about his travels. After contacting him, Severus learned that this ingredient grew deep in the Amazon jungle. The men had stumbled upon it while fleeing a swamp monster, and its beauty and pleasant smell had caught his attention. This confirmed the traveler's account, since the plant possessed the same properties as the one from Severus's world, and the physical description matched completely. Of course, Severus offered to pay the men to return and retrieve the plant, but the writer refused, advising Severus not to go there, since the place was extremely dangerous, and finding one plant in the vast jungle was an extremely non-trivial task. Severus, of course, didn't plan to abandon school and travel to the other end of the world for that ingredient, but he made a note of the location, and if he couldn't find another source, he would most likely have to go there himself. In addition, while scouring the library, he found mention of a wizard, the greatest alchemist living in France, who was currently 646 years old. Though Severus had heard the name before, he had never been interested in him, but now he decided to study his biography and learned of a strange yet fascinating object, the Philosopher's Stone, capable of granting eternal life. He cared little about that, he was more interested in the knowledge accumulated over 6 centuries. So, after talking with Nagini, they decided to postpone her transformation until he graduated from Hogwarts, and then, together, they would travel to France and ask the old men about the plants needed for the potion. Besides the potion, Severus had also turned his attention to the door he had found on the 8th floor. He hadn't stopped investigating it and had almost figured out how to open it. Only a small section of runes remained, one rune consisting of 100 others, and because of its inconvenient location near the headmaster's office, he couldn't linger there long, so decryption took quite a lot of time, right up until October 29th. But from what he had managed to decipher, he finally understood more or less how the door opened. He just needed to think of something he truly needed while walking past the door 3 times, and it would open. But Severus had already tried this without success, so he assumed the inscription required something else to open it, perhaps a specific word or gesture. Tonight he planned to visit the old door once again and decipher the last of the runes. Toward evening, after leaving the library, Severus headed down to the dungeons for extra potions lessons with Professor Slughorn. He was already beginning to enjoy those lessons, since he could actually learn something new from them, just as he did with runes, which he attended with genuine interest. As for transfiguration, he barely listened to the elderly professor. He already knew everything she taught, and if he wished, he could teach her himself, since 2 months of material could easily fit into 2 lessons. McGonagall did not make masters of her students, she only taught the basics, never delving too deeply into her subject. She understood that only a few of the children truly wanted to learn, so she tried to drill into their heads only the material that might eventually prove useful in life. He rarely attended his other subjects, except for runes, herbology, and charms. He studied charms to better understand what the wizards of this world were capable of, herbology mainly to compare plants from his world with those from this one, and runes to understand how local artifacts worked and the spells based upon them. Interestingly, the elderly runes professor did not simplify the material but presented it in full, so Severus rarely had to delve into the subject himself or waste time searching for worthy literature in the library. As he made his way down to the dungeons, a familiar voice pulled him from his thoughts. He stopped and looked toward the sound to find Regulus looking somewhat nervous, which surprised him. "I knew I would meet you here. What is it?" "We agreed to chat on the weekend, and right now I have lessons with Professor Slughorn." "Or is it something urgent?" "It is. My family is throwing a banquet in honor of the approaching holiday." "I understand what you are getting at." Severus raised a hand and stopped Regulus mid-sentence as he finally descended the stairs. "But it will not work. If your grandmother sees me there, she will definitely have a heart attack." He winked and smiled as he walked past, patting him on the shoulder. "But thanks for the invitation." "Wait. What now?" Severus looked at him, puzzled. "It will be a masquerade ball, and no one will recognize you if you wear a suitable costume." Severus stroked his chin thoughtfully, then shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I cannot." "I have too much to do," Severus said regretfully, noticing Regulus's sad expression. "And if they do recognize me, you'll be the one in trouble, and I don't want to put you in that position. You've worked too hard to earn your family's recognition." "That's not true," Regulus said firmly, looking Severus in the eye with determination. "These past 2 months, you've opened my eyes to many things, and though it was harsh at times, I realized that to become a worthy head of the family, I must think for myself first and foremost, and I'm sure that if I develop a good relationship with you, it will be the right decision. You are quite straightforward, but I'm glad those lessons weren't wasted on you. Now I just need to knock those foolish blood purity prejudices out of your head, and you'll do fine. And don't look at me like that. You must understand there's no difference between muggle-born wizards, half-bloods, and purebloods. You have your proof right in front of you, and I could name countless muggle-born wizards who are far stronger than purebloods. But anyway, I won't bore you with my sermons." Seeing Regulus's sour expression, Severus waved dismissively and headed toward the head of house's office. "I'll come. Thanks for the invitation." He waved the white envelope, surprising Regulus, who quickly checked the inner pocket of his jacket and then smiled crookedly. "Severus, are you sure you're not a thief?" "Who knows?" The lessons with Slughorn proceeded as usual, and afterwards Severus immediately headed to the 8th floor, continuing to decipher the runes until 1 in the morning. When he finally finished, Severus couldn't suppress a crooked smirk. And everything turned out to be so simple. What is it? Nagini asked, bewildered as she saw Severus's disappointed look. You will see for yourself now. He slipped the notebook into his money bag and lifted his gaze to the blank wall. I would like to see all possible literature on legilimency. With that thought, Severus walked past the wall, then once more, and when he did it for the third time, a set of 3-meter steel double doors adorned with patterns materialized before him. To make them appear, you need to think about what you truly need and walk past the wall 3 times. It's all so simple, and I had imagined something far more complicated. Indeed. A strange method to hide this room. Anyone could have made it appear by accident. But what is in it? Nagini asked with intense interest. Logically, I think it is exactly what I was thinking about when I walked past it 3 times, but I should still make sure. Ladies first. Nagini looked at Severus, then at her tail, and back at him. I am going to bite you now. I'm just joking. But when you become human again, I wouldn't mind. He ignored the bare fangs and unfriendly look, grabbed the handle, and opened the right door. Before him stood endless wooden shelves, all filled with books on a single topic, legilimency. And on that day Severus understood that he had found his new abode, and Nagini realized she would not get him back. He was lost to her for years to come, and perhaps decades. // Chapter 57, Chapter 54. Room of Requirement. Part 2. Diadem. Chapter 54. Room of Requirement. Part 2. Diadem. Grabbing the first book within reach, Severus quickly flipped through it and, after a few seconds, put it back. Then, scanning the nearest shelves, he gave a grim nod. Ah. First impressions can be deceiving. Severus. Do not abandon me, Nagini intoned tragically, pressing her tail to her forehead, but she was a terrible actress, so instead of applause and ovations, she earned a flick on the head. Stop fooling around. He walked a little deeper, nodding to himself again. Still, there are some quite interesting specimens here, but about 60%, judging by the first 10 shelves, are just copies of things that are already available. Even so, there are far too many books here. And though I meant to put off making this thing until later, it looks like I will have to deal with it this weekend. What thing? A grimoire. What is that? Severus looked at her with genuine surprise. Then, remembering the curse, he gave a crooked smile and shook his head. A grimoire is a book where wizards store all their spells and knowledge. There are 2 categories, ordinary and magical. Heading toward the exit, he studied the room with interest. I definitely won't be able to create a magical one, though. Not in this world, at least. But an ordinary one isn't such a big problem. It has only one property, storing knowledge. And a magical one. What properties does it have? Nagini asked curiously. You can store magical formulas in it and use it as a wand, but most interestingly, spells cast through it are twice as strong and require no incantation, not even mentally. That's in addition to the basic storage function of the ordinary one. I see. So you're going to create a magical one in the future. Severus couldn't help but feel a surge of tenderness at his companion's naivety. It's impossible. The materials required have long since vanished from this world. Right now, I can only create an ordinary one, and even then I'll have to spend a pretty penny. It won't cost thousands, but tens of thousands of galleons, and the materials themselves will be hard to find, though we've already obtained one for the cover. But a grimoire is no simple thing. To make it work, I'll need a small piece of soul, and I don't want to tear a piece from myself. Leaving the room, Severus watched with interest as it disappeared. Then he thought about books again without any particular subject in mind, and walked past the blank wall 3 times. The door appeared again. Inside, the room hadn't changed, except that the shelves were 3 floors higher and the room had tripled in size. But he didn't stop there. Leaving again, he repeated the same maneuvers, only this time thinking about artifacts. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by a completely different sight. It was a colossal room with hills of assorted junk. Among the trash, one could make out artifacts, kitchen utensils, furniture, toys, clothes, and even silver and gold trinkets. It looked more like some kind of dump where all the junk accumulated since the school's founding had been collected. Still, after a quick look, Severus noted several interesting artifacts, and some of the furniture looked brand new, as if it could be put up for sale immediately. But after a moment's thought, he rejected the idea of taking everything from this room right now. Closer to the end of the term, though, that could easily be arranged. After all, he had no doubt that digging around here would turn up many interesting things, but he decided to leave it for Monday, since tomorrow he had to return to Diagon Alley. Besides searching for items needed for the grimoire, he also needed to pick out a costume for Sunday. All right, it's getting late. Tomorrow morning we still need to return to Diagon Alley. Yawning wearily, Severus headed toward the exit, already dispelling the perception-enhancing spell, but at the last moment, he froze, hearing a strange hiss. Mildly surprised, he stared at one of the piles of junk. Interesting. It was as if it were calling to me. Nagini, do you feel this? What exactly? As if someone is calling you. Turning, he walked forward, weakening his mental protection slightly to better sense where the voice was coming from. The closer he approached, the clearer it became. A minute later, after passing a gilded statue pointing the opposite way, Severus finally stopped. I hear hissing, Nagini whispered, a flicker of alarm rising in her. And words. Come. Come to me. Looking toward the table where, beside a globe-like object, lay a box topped with a dirty rope, she pointed at it with her tail. From there. I think so too. Approaching the table, Severus removed the rope and examined the box with interest. Maybe we shouldn't open it. I feel uneasy. Scared. He gave her a wink and a smile, then poked her forehead, and the strange muttering instantly ceased. Better. She nodded in relief. Lowering his gaze to the box, Severus already had a sense of what lay inside, and when he opened it, a faint look of surprise crossed his face. It was a simple-looking silver diadem decorated with diamonds, but what surprised him was its resemblance to the long-lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, founder of Ravenclaw House. Taking it, he turned it slightly in his hand, gave a crooked smile, and shook his head with a sad sigh. Judging by the ruined runic weave, this artifact was once a remarkable piece, but after it fell into clumsy hands, it lost its power completely. If only I could find that bastard and break his arms. It's hard to be surprised by something like that. Was it really so special? Nagini asked with interest, puzzled by Severus's reaction. Besides being 1,000 years old and having once belonged to one of the founders of Hogwarts, this artifact held a rare property. It affected a wizard's mind. Of course, the diadem did not make one a genius, but it removed all limitations, helping you absorb any material much faster and keep a cool head with emotions fully under control in any situation. Such was the description in a book written by Rowena herself, and after a superficial examination, I can say for certain that she did not lie. And even in my world, there were very few such things. Still, this Rowena rightfully earned her reputation as the smartest woman of her generation by possessing such an artifact. It was a pity that such a thing could no longer be restored. But there were advantages to that, and I'm all for messing with that noseless bastard with his crooked hands. Then he took out his watch and, right before Nagini's shocked eyes, began to burn the diadem. Severus. Why are you doing this? What if it can still be restored? It's impossible. He damaged it too badly. Stop. The shadow screeched furiously, bursting from the diadem and trying to break through Severus's mental defenses, but before it was even halfway out, the watch snapped open sharply and began to pull the shadow in with tremendous force. No. All this was accompanied by orange and silver light, along with an unpleasant screech, until finally, after a few seconds, the light dimmed and silence returned. A dark lord, supposedly, and he shrieks like a woman. Severus grimaced, picking at his left ear as he put the watch back in his money pouch. Dark Lord. I didn't tell you. That imbecile tore his soul into pieces, hoping to become immortal, or so I understand. In short, he's not worth mentioning. He's just a laughingstock. He's lost his mind, and he can no longer develop his magic. But he gained pseudo-immortality for a few thousand years, until his soul slowly dissipates and he finally dies. Opening his hand, Severus blew away the ash on his palm and headed for the exit. Peter. Master, there is no one outside. The headmaster is in his office. Understood. As always, thank you. So even if he dies, he can be resurrected using any piece of his soul. Nagini hissed in disbelief. Certain conditions are needed for that. One can use a resurrection ritual, employ that same philosopher's stone I recently told you about, as its properties are uniquely suited to this purpose, or use the simplest method, attempt to possess someone's body, which is what this soul fragment intended to do. And if my mental defenses were weak, it wouldn't be me standing before you now, but a real Dark Lord. I've just told you the best-known methods. In reality, there are far more. It's still terrifying to think that such a wizard could be resurrected even after death. Sensing a hint of panic from his companion, Severus couldn't suppress a crooked smirk. You know, I've told you many times that if I wanted to, I could easily kill him 10 times over, so there's nothing to fear. You should believe in me by now, Severus said irritably, poking her forehead. I'm not afraid of him. I'm afraid for you. Afraid I'll get hurt, or something like that. Nagini nodded sadly in response. Sighing wearily, he left the room. After a few seconds, the door disappeared, leaving only a bare wall. You think too much, but so be it. If I do not encounter him in the future, I will not engage in a pointless fight. Deal. Promise. Nagini, you are like a child. Promise. But seeing her serious snout right in front of his face, he almost tripped on flat ground. All right, I promise. Of course, he did not decide to visit him himself when he learned that his potion recipes had fallen into the ministry's hands. But Severus decided to keep his thoughts to himself, sensing that Nagini no longer seemed anxious. This calmness is getting to me, and that is not good, but still it is quite pleasant. // Chapter 58, Chapter 55. Masquerade Ball. Part 1. Arrival. Chapter 55. Masquerade Ball. Part 1. Arrival. October 31st, 1976. Leaving a slightly disgruntled Nagini at the shop, Severus operated to London, where one of the Black family mansions stood in the heart of the city. Of course, he wouldn't have minded taking his companion with him, but he couldn't. She had recently become specifically associated with him. If he arrived at the ball with her, he would be exposed immediately. And even if he changed her color, it would still look suspicious, and Severus didn't want to compromise Regulus. The building itself was designed in the best tradition of pureblood wizards, as old-fashioned as possible, a simple two-story Victorian mansion surrounded by an iron fence set on a stone foundation. At the entrance stood a wizard concealed by notice-me-not charms, watching the surroundings and checking invitations. Putting on a small mask with black horns and red patterns, Severus ran his palm over his short scarlet hair, then lowered his hand to the hilt of the katana hanging at his belt. They should not recognize him. Eye color, hair, skull shape. He had changed all this beyond recognition, and even swapped the sword for a strange katana from Japan. Smoothing down his dark suit, he headed toward the entrance to the mansion. Noticing the approaching guest, the man in a classic black suit frowned. The wizard's appearance was too provocative and striking. "Mister, you have a very interesting costume," he greeted him with a crooked smile, extending his hand. "Let me see your invitation." "Of course." Taking out the envelope, Severus handed it to the wizard, who opened it, glanced at it once, bowed, and handed it back. "Please, go ahead. Have a good evening." "Thank you." As soon as Severus crossed the barrier surrounding the mansion, the short 5 meters to the entrance stretched to 120 feet, filled with a vast green garden seemingly untouched by the autumn chill outside. 2 fountains flanked the long cobblestone path leading straight to the 4-story mansion, identical in style to its ordinary counterpart beyond the barrier. At the entrance to the building stood 2 statues, a man and a woman, one depicted licorice black, the other magenta black trip. Besides Severus, roughly a dozen wizards occupied the grounds outside, mostly masked teenagers and children running around the fountains, while 3 adult wizards stood watching them. They wore suits as well, but without masks, each with a green handkerchief in the breast pocket, like the wizards stationed at the entrance. While Severus studied the mansion, 2 boys around 7 years old ran up to him and began eyeing the katana at his waist with interest. "Mister, what's that?" Severus looked down at them, smiled, and drew the blade a few centimeters from the scabbard. "Just a prop for the costume." Anticipating their request, he slid it back into place. "I cannot let you hold it. You might hurt yourselves." "We will not hurt ourselves. We are adults." "Of course, adults." He pointed his finger upward and released a small flame that burst high in the sky a few seconds later as a bright, multicolored firework. "Woo!" they exclaimed in unison, watching the sky in fascination. Adults emerged from the mansion at the sound of the explosions, but they too froze on the stairs, staring in surprise at the multicolored spectacle. At that moment, Severus passed the young wizards, finally spotting a familiar face beneath a simple black mask in the crowd. He approached the aristocrats, who ignored him, and grabbed the boy by the arm, dragging him aside. "What are you doing?" "It's me." Severus smiled at him and showed the white envelope, making his eyes bulge in shock. "SNA." But Severus quickly covered his mouth with his palm, pressing a finger to his lips. Regulus, finally calming down, nodded, and Severus removed his hand. "I didn't recognize you at all. Simple transfiguration, nothing more. But you, Regulus, should have put more thought into your outfit." Severus looked down at the dark suit with red trim, worn over a scarlet shirt and black tie. The mask covered only the upper half of Regulus's face, but with his dark hair, he was still easy to recognize. "I didn't try to hide my appearance," Regulus snorted, glancing at the katana. "And what is this?" "Part of the costume." Severus drew it partway, and surprise flickered across Regulus's face. "I see. Looks interesting." The fireworks slowly faded, and the guests continued praising the slightly embarrassed elderly lady who had organized the entire affair, convinced it had been planned in advance. She never lost her composure. She neither denied nor acknowledged it, simply accepting their praise in silence while her sharp gaze scanned the crowd to identify the culprit. Meanwhile, Regulus had already led Severus into the magnificently decorated hall, where rows of masks hung on almost every wall and living portraits cheerfully applauded the dancing couples in the center. Tables laden with dishes surrounded them, and at the far end of the hall a small orchestra played classical music. Some aristocrats danced while others mingled in groups, but Severus paid them little heed, simply talking with Regulus as they sampled the dishes. What do you think? Boring. Even worse than Bin's lessons. At least there you can sleep. It's hard to eat when people keep staring at you. Regulus cut a piece of steak and glared irritably at a couple of adult wizards who, smiling awkwardly, nodded and returned to their conversation. But otherwise, not bad. I'm glad to hear it. From the moment my mother turned against my brother, she shifted all her attention to me. Usually, when I come home, she doesn't give me a moment's peace. It's constant introductions, parties, balls, and then training with Bella, which only got harder because of you. Regulus looked at Severus with annoyance as he sipped his drink. Sorry, but I couldn't help it. It was love at first sight. When you fall in love, you'll understand. Severus winked at him, smiling, then shifted his gaze to a blonde in a lilac ball gown approaching their table. Regulus noticed her too and even rose from the table. Cousin, can I help you with something? No, I was just curious who you were talking to. You haven't told us about your friend, Narcissa said with a charming smile, examining Severus's outfit with mild interest. I take it you are Miss Narcissa Black. Severus rose from the table, replying with a smile, and kissed the back of her hand as she extended it. And Regulus was not lying. You are indeed very charming, Miss Black, especially your smile. If I weren't already in love, you would certainly become my victim. I am flattered. He was an interesting young man. He was definitely more complex than he appeared at first glance, but that hair color suggested he had most likely taken some potion. Still, his manner, his knowledge of etiquette, the confidence in his eyes, and that cold aura. Regulus had found a good friend. I would like to know your name. I hope it is not a secret. I believe I'll keep it a secret, but you'll definitely learn it soon enough. Severus winked at her, and though she looked somewhat displeased, she accepted this and nodded meekly. If you don't want to, you don't have to. After all, it's a masquerade ball. Thank you for understanding, Miss Black. As soon as Narcissa joined her friends, Regulus sighed in relief. Finally, she's gone. If you're so afraid, you shouldn't have invited me, Severus said, looking at him with a smile as he took another sip from his glass. But it's surprisingly interesting here. By the way, do you think the princes might show up? The princes? No, I think they're dealing with some problems right now. Basically, they don't have time for balls. That's what my mother said, and if I remember correctly, the head of the family died recently, so they're probably caught up in a power struggle, Regulus answered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Then he paused as if something had just occurred to him. I forgot you're from the prince family. No wonder. My family is quite a dream. Don't you ever think about going back? But instead of answering, Severus laughed, which embarrassed Regulus slightly. You're quite the joker. Why would I want that? I make at least 20,000 galleons a month. I don't need those idiots' support. They should be begging me to come back. But they're your family. Any family responsible for my mother's death is no family of mine. Even if they came crawling back on their knees, begging me to return, I'd send them packing, and they don't have much time left anyway. Severus's last words sent a chill down Regulus's spine. But all right, let's not talk about them. Of the dead, speak only good, or nothing at all. But for some reason, the smile on Severus's face did not reassure Regulus. On the contrary, it made him uneasy. While Regulus was lost in his thoughts, Severus caught sight of a young woman in a black ball gown with long dark hair and a mask almost identical to Regulus's. I have been waiting for you. Sorry, I'll step away for a few minutes. I'll be back soon. Finishing his drink, he left Regulus, still surprised, and headed toward her. //. Chapter 59, Chapter 56. Masquerade Ball. Part 2. Dance. Chapter 56. Masquerade Ball. Part 2. Dance. Standing in the corner of the hall, Bella wearily watched everything, doing her best not to draw anyone's attention. Even though she was an aristocrat, she had never liked events like this, and if it hadn't been for Walburga, she wouldn't have come at all. Besides, Bella had her own problems. One of them was the hunt for that bastard who was producing those artifacts. She should never have agreed to this assignment. But after almost 3 months of investigation, she hadn't gotten much further than Lestrange. Even search rituals did not help, as if whoever was making them had erased every trace, leaving nothing behind. The only specimen they managed to recover from a wizard's body exploded when they tried to dismantle it, leaving the artificer without hands. But even that was not the worst of it. Enduring the Cruciatus curse as punishment for failing the assignment was not particularly difficult, though one thing was odd, the pain. Yes, Bella felt it, but it was purely physical. It barely touched her mind the way it once had, and thinking became much easier, as if someone had lifted a thin veil from her thoughts. What was most unpleasant, what stirred unbearable fury, was that this had started the day she met him, the men who drove her mad simply by being near her. He was the man who dared to kiss her, a filthy half-blood who dared to touch her. Yet even through all that hatred, Bella did not lose her rationality. She understood it was his doing, or at least that he was connected to it. No matter how much she wanted to torture Severus, to beat the truth out of him, she could not, because the Dark Lord's order was to draw him to their side by any means. Severus was a decent battle mage, with enormous potential in potion making, and he was one of the best students in his year. Pawns like that were worth having. And though the news that the recipes had fallen into the Ministry's hands threw Voldemort into a real fury, he did not immediately charge at full speed to take the half-blood's head. He decided to wait. The potions Lucius had bought up, which Voldemort still received quite regularly, were enough for now. There had been no real clashes between the Death Eaters and the Ministry, only small skirmishes, though the Order of the Phoenix's interference had ruined many plans. But there was another reason the Dark Lord had not tried to seize the recipes by force and put Severus to work churning out potions under the Imperius curse. That reason was a report from Barty Crouch Jr., one of the Death Eaters who served as Voldemort's agent in the enemy camp, and the son of Barty Crouch Sr., head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. From the report, Voldemort learned of the father's plan and its spectacular failure. The boy had even gotten off without punishment after striking a highly profitable deal. And following the Lestrange brothers' investigation, Voldemort learned of the incident with the gangs in Diagon Alley. Then the Dark Lord understood why the Ministry, with all its military might, had decided to make peace with a mere wizard who had not even finished school. It was not kindness. It was fear of a confrontation with a powerful wizard, or with the group of wizards backing Severus. That conclusion formed the basis for the decision to have Bella continue watching him, and, if possible, to draw him to their side. They already had enough enemies, practically the entire magical world of Britain. Clicking her tongue in irritation, Bella shot an angry glare at a group of wizards who had been stealing glances at her a few seconds earlier. They flinched and looked away. How they annoy me, and what does Narcissa see in him? Miss Black, are you bored? A cheerful male voice asked, with a playful edge. Bella's eye twitched. She turned toward the speaker and raised an eyebrow, faintly surprised. The stranger's costume looked odd. And you are? Your secret admirer, because the moment I saw you, I fell head over heels. He took her hand and kissed it. Would you do me the honor of granting me one dance? Humph. Bella yanked her hand back, snorted, and turned away. Disappear, or else. Miss Black, I cannot. I will never forget the taste of your lips. At those words, Bella nearly tripped on flat ground. She stared in shock at the red-haired young man. You. Me. Who else could it be? Severus stepped closer and offered his open palm. Do you think there's anyone in this hall who would dare invite you to dance besides me? If I could, I would. Bella clenched her fists, hatred burning in her eyes. I know. So, what do you say about the dance, or should I take payment? TCH. Bella placed her palm on his and dipped into a slight bow. I accept your invitation, she hissed through clenched teeth, looking straight into his eyes. The guests were genuinely shocked. Everyone knew of Bellatrix's black sadistic temper, so almost no one dared approach her, fearing she might cast a spell at them. There were countless stories about Bella's fondness for the Cruciatus curse. What Severus had done seemed miraculous, for the last time Bella had danced with anyone was nearly a decade ago. Now this oddly dressed man was leading Bella away, and when they stopped and Severus placed his arm around her, most onlookers held their breath. But the expected explosion never came. Bella placed her hand on Severus's shoulder as well, smiling, or so it appeared to the crowd. Narcissa and Regulus could see clearly, Bella was barely restraining her anger, and both felt a strange respect for him. Then the music resumed. They took the first step together, and though Bella tried to lead, she failed each time. The disparity between them was too great. Even so, Bella refused to yield easily. At times the simple waltz became an actual battle. Their movements sharpened, and the distance between them widened and then shrank until they brushed against each other. Connoisseurs noticed, of course, and alongside their surprise, faint smiles flickered across their faces, smiles they struggled to hide. Each new attempt by Bella to take the lead met with fierce resistance from Severus. Somewhere deep down, Bella was even surprised by his skill, but it softened nothing. If anything, it only pushed her harder. 3 turns, and again the distance between them collapsed, their faces inches apart. One wore a smug smile, the other only displeasure. The tempo changed again, the steps grew faster, and neither intended to yield. After a few minutes, the struggle ended, but as the music faded, their bodies remained pressed closely. Severus's lips hovered inches from Bella's. It was a complete defeat for her. With a scowl, and without the former hatred, Bella bit her lower lip, pulled away, forced her expression back into place, bowed with a slight lift of her dress, and walked toward the corner. "Miss Black, that was a wonderful dance. I hope you will not mind keeping me company again sometime in the future." "If we happen to meet again," Bella replied without turning around. She paused for a moment, and there was a hint of threat in her voice that made him smile. "Of course. I'll do everything in my power to ensure it happens again." Humph. The guests watched the exchange with amusement, some even clapping. But not everyone was pleased. Among those displeased were the Lestrange brothers, Rabaston and Rodolphius, the latter being Bella's fiancé. Both burned holes in his back with their glares, their fists clenched tight. While Berga Black, current head of the family, was another. She had arranged this marriage between the families. To have some unknown person openly flirt with Bellatrix in front of everyone was a slap in the face to Walburga. She summoned 2 servants and ordered them to learn everything they could about the guest in the strange costume. With a satisfied smile, Severus returned to the table where Regulus sat. "Sorry. I drew unwanted attention. Now you'll probably catch it from your mother." "You don't look guilty," Regulus snorted, met the elderly woman's gaze for a heartbeat, flinched, and hurriedly looked away. "She'll definitely torture me over your identity. Don't worry. You can tell her about me, but warn your cousin first. I'm sure Bella will help you. Your training will just get that much harsher." Regulus nearly howled. He understood that all too well. Deep down, he regretted inviting Severus, but the feeling was fleeting. "All right, I'll survive somehow, and it's probably for the best. But I have one question." "How?" "What do you mean, how? How did you do it?" "Bella is a beast. The last person who tried to invite her to dance ended up in St. Mungo's for 3 months. And you're still alive, and you're smiling. Regulus, my young friend, you're still too young to understand." Severus gave a fatherly smile, patted Regulus on the shoulder, and looked toward the stage. "Tell me instead why you started this foolish game. Do you really think I don't realize that all the families gathered here are Death Eaters?" At those words, Regulus flinched and went pale. "When did you figure it out?" "From the beginning, when you invited me. Your behavior was suspicious, so I asked someone to check who else had received invitations." In truth, Severus had simply read Regulus's thoughts the day when the invitation arrived. "You didn't trust me from the start. There is a saying, trust, but verify. I might not have checked anything if you hadn't acted so suspiciously." Seeing Regulus lower his head, unable to meet his eyes, Severus nodded with satisfaction. "Remember this, once and for all. I'm not going to interfere in this foolish war started by that creature. Even if it somehow wins, I'll just move to another country. That's all. If you keep trying to drag me into this meaningless game, our friendship ends. Was I clear?" Severus punctuated the last words with a wave of bloodlust. Regulus flinched and nodded. "If you knew, then why did you come?" Regulus forced a crooked smile. "For Bella, of course, and to see her fiancé. Nothing more. I hope we understand each other." "Yes, sorry." "Good. Then I'm going." Severus glanced at the head of the Black family, who still hadn't taken her eyes off him. "Someone's going to eat me alive soon. Anyway, good luck. Consider this punishment for deceiving me." Severus patted Regulus's shoulder one last time and headed for the exit. Just then, 4 more wizards followed him, and both the dark-haired lady and Severus himself noticed. // Chapter 60, Chapter 57. Hunting Lambs. Chapter 57. Hunting Lambs. Leaving the mansion, Severus didn't apparate directly to his shop. He walked calmly toward the nearby park, pretending not to notice the wizards following him. They might as well have been doing it deliberately, making sure he knew they were there, staring openly at his back as if they'd forgotten how keen a wizard's senses were. Even Severus was growing irritated. At least 2 of them belonged to the Dark Lord's inner circle, yet they concealed themselves so poorly that it seemed almost intentional. They didn't even bother hiding their reflections in shop windows. Rather than slipping into shadows or using basic disillusionment charms, they simply strode down the open street. They're complete idiots, or simply overconfident in their numbers. I'm leaning toward the former. Severus barely held back a disappointed sigh. A few seconds later, he smiled, sensing another magical signature on a rooftop following him. Much better. Bella had chosen a good position, concealed herself from muggles and wizards alike, and even suppressed her magical signature. I can barely sense her at this distance. Clever girl. A.B., perhaps, but room for improvement. As for these. He scanned the half-empty streets where people in monster and creature costumes wandered, and reluctantly nodded. All right, you're not completely hopeless. At least those costumes let you blend into the crowd. After a few minutes, Severus stopped before large closed gates bearing a sign that read, Green Park. He turned to the four and crooked his finger. Then he cast attention-diverting charms on himself, jumped over the gates, and walked along the stone path. The four wizards saw the gesture and the challenging smile. They could not contain their anger. Turning into dark clouds, they shot up and rushed toward him. Idiots, an irritated female voice cut through the emptiness, and then another cloud followed them. In an empty clearing, Severus lifted his gaze to the four approaching clouds and activated a barrier at the same moment. The barrier hid everything that would happen inside the park from muggles, and he made sure the spectator could witness it. A few seconds later, four wizards landed on the faded grass. They wore costumes of different colors, but their masks were gone. So, the Lestrange brothers, Rosier, and Travers. All purebloods. What a surprise. Severus pointed at Travers. I remember you. You graduated from Hogwarts in 73 and used to trail after Lucius like a puppy. Travers flushed crimson and was about to attack, but Rodolphus seized Travers's arm and shook his head. Do you understand what you have brought down on your head? Rodolphus asked in an icy voice edged with malice, staring straight into Severus's smiling eyes. You asked the wrong question. Severus pointed at the barrier, a transparent dome around 200 meters wide. Do you understand why I flirted with Bella right in front of everyone, and why I let you, for idiots who cannot even hide your presence in the most basic way, follow me? Rodolphus was drowning in jealousy and rage. Some bastard had dared to touch his fiancée in front of almost all the aristocracy of magical Britain, disgracing him. Rabastan felt much the same, but he could still think more clearly. His gaze flicked to the dome and narrowed. A second later, he drew his wand and shouted, Retreat! It is a trap! Confringo! He slashed his wand, sending a stream of explosive flame straight at Severus. Brother! I've seen this somewhere before. That was Severus's last thought before the fire swallowed him. We can always take revenge later, and he is not alone here. Don't you see that barrier? Do you think he could raise it alone, and that quickly? Watching from the sidelines, Bella froze. Bella's eyes almost popped out of her head as she watched the flames engulf him. He hadn't even managed to draw his wand to defend himself. How was that possible? That easily? Bella couldn't believe that such an irritating man could die so easily. Baby, were you so worried about me that you followed us? That familiar, infuriating voice was unmistakable. Bella reacted without ceremony, firing off a spell at the sound. It passed through the transparent silhouette of a smiling wizard, now without his mask. That was dangerous. If that hadn't been an illusion, I'd have lost my eyes. How did you? Bella spat. It's magic, my little Bella. Severus winked and looked toward the clearing. But be honest. You did worry, even a little, didn't you? And I was hoping you were already dead, Bella snapped, though somewhere deep, very deep, in the darkest corner of her soul, where a tiny spark of light still existed, she was relieved. At least she wouldn't have to report Severus's death to the Dark Lord and face the Cruciatus at best. And I love you too. In the clearing, the retreating group couldn't hide their shock when the flames vanished in an instant. Severus stood untouched, without a mark on his clothes. Only the scorched ground proved that a spell had been cast. They didn't just stand there and watch. They fired off spells simultaneously, exchanged glances, split up and ran in different directions. Severus grinned. He didn't even need to defend against the weak, panic spells of men focused solely on escape. His barrier reacted automatically the moment danger approached, while a weaker version almost always functioned passively, wrapping around his body. Still, he decided not to reveal that. Smart. Against someone else, that might have worked, but not with me. Wind wrapped around Severus's body as he shot toward the slowest of them. He could have killed them without moving, but he didn't want to reveal more than necessary to Bella. Before using levitation, he drew his wand. He limited himself to spells from this world, Locomotor and Ventus, releasing a stream of wind from the tip of his wand. Seconds later, he caught up to Travers, who stared in shock. Severus did not hold back. He slammed the scabbard into the back of Travers's head and sent him flying forehead first into a tree. Caught off guard, Travers did not even have time to squeak before he fell unconscious. First. Severus spun toward Rosier and flew. Rosier realized he couldn't outrun the masked stranger. He stopped, leveled his wand at Severus, and gritted his teeth. When only a few meters remained between them, Rosier shouted, Bombarda Maxima. A violent explosion tore through the ground. Not even a large tree could survive the blast. The tree splintered, showering debris in every direction. Hehehe. Got you. I killed him. Killed him. Rosier collapsed into hysterical laughter. Bella watched, unable to contain her irritation. These idiots were disgracing the Dark Lord. If she weren't interested in Severus's abilities, she would have come down and killed them herself. A dull thud sounded as Rosier's body dropped to the grass. Idiot. Celebrating without even checking if your enemy is still alive. Severus clicked his tongue contemptuously, slid the katana back into his belt, and shifted his gaze to the two remaining wizards. They'd used acceleration spells and were nearly at the barrier. They converged just before reaching the dome. Not bad, but they actually think they can break my barrier. Naive. The brothers pulled up short before the dome. So only the two of us made it this far. That bastard. Enough, Rodolphus. We don't have time. Cover me while I break it. Rabastan barked, thrusting his wand at the barrier. Bombarda. A violent explosion struck the dome without leaving so much as a scratch. The only thing left behind was a shallow crater in the ground below. Stronger than I thought. Bombarda Maxima. Rabastan cast the more powerful spell. The blast was twice as violent as before, but the dome didn't so much as tremble. Damn it. What kind of spell creates a barrier like this? Rodolphus. Together. Rabastan turned and saw Rodolphus lying at the feet of the masked man. Perhaps I should help you. Flipendo. A wave of magical force struck Severus, throwing him back several meters. Rabastan rushed to Rodolphus, shielding him with his body while casting diagnostic charms. He exhaled with relief. Rodolphus was alive. In doing so, he had made a very stupid mistake. Taking your eyes off your opponent is a very bad idea. The last thing Rabastan saw was the black hilt of the katana, and then darkness. //. Chapter 61, Chapter 58. Sweet Revenge. Chapter 58. Sweet Revenge. As soon as the last of the four hit the ground, a clear imprint of the katana's hilt stamped into his forehead. Severus finally pulled off his mask. His expression was calm and relaxed once more, as if nothing had happened at all. Somehow that was all too easy, don't you think? He said with a smile, shifting his gaze to Bella as she stepped out from behind a tree, looking gloomy. What are you going to do with them? Are you worried about them? Do you really love your fiancé after all? He asked, lightly tapping the katana against the forehead of the unconscious Rodolphus. Don't talk nonsense. I don't care whether you kill them all or not, but my lord still needs these two alive. Bella answered coldly. She stared at the brothers with irritation rising in her chest. Losing so easily to a wizard who hadn't even finished school, even if he was talented, was simply unforgivable. And these weren't just any Death Eaters, they were close to the Dark Lord, the kind you could count on one hand. I see. Well, that is not surprising. The Lestranges are a very rich family, and losing such deep pockets would be quite a shame. What do you want for their lives? And you do not need the others, am I not right? No. You can do whatever you want with them. Then. A merciless smirk flashed across Severus's face, and goosebumps prickled on Bella's skin at the sight of it. I will take them, both of them. I just need test subjects for my potions. Nelly. A house elf in a plain white dress appeared beside him, eyeing him nervously, as if she wanted to sink into the ground. What can I do for Master? She asked timidly, shrinking under Black's slightly surprised gaze. Here. He tossed her a small box. 2 wizards are lying nearby. Put them in the box. You know what to do next, then return home. Why yes, Master. She clutched the box and vanished instantly. Did you free your house elf? No. I just didn't want a half-naked house elf flitting about in front of me, so I ordered her to learn to sew and make herself some clothes. Proper clothes, not scraps. You have to admit, this is much better. As he spoke, Severus kept rapping the younger Lestrange on the forehead, as if testing its sturdiness. I see. Perhaps you're right, Bella said, trying hard to pretend she hadn't noticed what he was doing. Wow. Miss Black agreed with me. It must be going to snow today. TCH. My little Bella, I hope you enjoyed the show. Without a hint of fear, he stepped close and caught a lock of her dark hair between his fingers, looking straight into her eyes. You did not show all your strength, did you? She asked bluntly, not reacting to his touch. Who knows? But if you become my wife, I will be willing to reveal some of my secrets to you. So I am worth only some secrets. His hand slid up to her cheek. No, of course not. You are worth much more, he whispered, drawing close to her plump, cherry-colored lips. And as soon as I am sure you will not stick a dagger in my back, I will tell you the rest. Bella still didn't react, unless you counted the wand she'd been prodding into his stomach for the past 30 seconds, or the hellish flame burning in her eyes. Severus ignored it all, keeping that playful smile as he stroked her cheek, slow and unhurried. Are you just going to keep staring at me? Are you that impatient? You already know the answer. Why ask such stupid questions? Bella snorted, a little irritated and clearly ready for a kiss, but he simply let her go. He did it so abruptly that she blinked, bewilderment flickering across her face. I don't want to. Too boring, Severus chuckled, shifting his gaze to the two bodies. You know, those two wanted to kill me. If I simply let them go unpunished, they won't understand. They might even call me soft. What are you going to do with them? Bella asked, suddenly alert, her eyes fixed on him. I have an idea. He grinned and winked at her. A stream of flame burst from his wand, wrapping the two figures on the ground from head to toe. Bella froze. When the fire vanished, her cheeks flushed pink, and she quickly looked away from the two naked wizards as if the sight had burned her eyes. What did you? Sky-high self-esteem, but such tiny equipment in their pants. Why did you strip them? It's punishment. Tell me, do your fountains have pointed spikes? Severus asked casually. For a moment, Bella looked genuinely baffled. I think so, yes. But why do you need that? Oh, how innocent you are about such things, my little Bella. Don't call me little Bella. You don't like it? No. Baby. No. Bunny. No. Kitten. You're doing this on purpose to provoke me, aren't you? Yes, kitten. You know, ears and a tail would suit you, Severus said calmly, dodging the nonverbal stupefy Bella sent his way. Smiling and winking at her, he lowered his gaze to the two bodies. All right, I should finish this. A conversation between two lovers next to two naked men isn't the most beautiful sight. Who here is in love? Why drag it out? I even wrote a plan for our life together, and mind you, I want a girl first, and a boy can be second. Maybe you should stop mocking me. You do understand I cannot seriously hurt you. And if you could, you would not be talking anymore, Black spat, each word bitten off in an icy voice. My little maniac, that is exactly what I like about you, Severus said with a cheerful wink. Bella shot him a look so sharp it could have killed, and if looks could kill, he would have been dead since their first meeting. Lowering his eyes to the two bodies, he lifted them with telekinesis. Then, taking the surprised Bella by the hand, he vanished with her. A few seconds later, the four of them stepped out of the void onto the roof of the mansion next door to the one hosting the ball. Bella yanked her hand free at once and glared at him, as if ready to hex him on the spot. The traces of our fight in the park will be cleaned up by my people, so you don't need to worry about that, Severus said with an easy smile. He looked toward the black mansion, then down at the two bodies, grinned, pointed his wand at them, and flicked it. Both disappeared. Where are they? Black asked anxiously, trying to sense them with magic. 1 second. Severus made a few more casual wand movements purely for show, muttered something unintelligible, and a screen appeared before them. On it was an image of two fountains, with the Lestrange brothers hanging from them like Christmas ornaments. Bella's eyes almost popped out of her head at the sight. This was far worse than death, disgrace for the whole family, right in front of nearly all of Britain's magical aristocracy. It was too cruel, even by her standards. And they call me insane, she muttered with a crooked smile, giving Severus a strange look. You do realize they will never forget this. They will definitely seek revenge. The Lestranges have more than money, and they have connections. Are you worried about me? I do not care about you, even if you die, but the Dark Lord will not forgive this. You did not touch ordinary Death Eaters. You touched the ones close to him. Kitten, you are thinking too narrowly. I'm going to shove my wand in your eye. Of course, kitten, of course. Severus dodged easily and shifted his gaze from her icy face back to the screen. People had already gathered around the fountains and were trying to pull the brothers down, but no spell worked. Wizards had to climb into the water and then up the 10-meter fountain itself, and even that was not easy, because the Lestranges were stuck too far down. All right, kitten, it's already pretty late. How about a date next weekend? Since when have we become so close? Turning away, Bella waved a hand and headed for the edge of the roof. I'm leaving. Don't annoy me anymore. You were assigned to watch me and, if possible, establish contact. So I'm offering you exactly that, just in a more pleasant setting. And I will answer some of your questions. Maybe I will even introduce you to my teacher. The Dark Lord is interested in who is behind me, isn't he? At those words, Bella froze. So what do you say, Saturday at 11, at Gringotts? You can even tell Voldemort about it. I think he will happily send you on this dangerous mission himself, pick out a dress, and even do your makeup. I will think about it, she said, and without another word, she turned into a dark cloud and slipped through the barrier into the mansion grounds. So she agrees. But I should think through a plan as well. Severus disappeared too, without any special effects. On the Black Estate, Walburga was raging. The day that should have included the announcement of Bellatrix's marriage to Rodolphus had been ruined. Worse than that, it was a catastrophe, a disgrace people would talk about for decades. Regulus, suspecting exactly who could have ravaged the Lestrange brother so viciously, and knowing who had a motive, tried to blend into the wall so he would not draw his mother's attention while she ranted and raved, chasing servants and workers through the house. "Oh Merlin, I hope it was not him. Please, let it be someone else." When his mother let out a furious roar, Regulus, shedding a single tear, shuffled toward her on shaky legs, cursing him, the self-styled Archmage, and the culprit behind all this chaos. // Chapter 62, Chapter 59. After the Holiday. Chapter 59. After the Holiday. Diagon Alley. When Severus appeared in the shop, he immediately noticed Nagini lying on the counter, stretched out along the wood, watching him with narrowed eyes. "I'm back. It's already 1 a.m, she hissed gloomily. With a smile, he sat down across from her and rested his head on the table, as if he had been carrying the weight of the night on his shoulders. "Sorry. I really thought I'd be back by 12, but something held me up," he said, reaching out to stroke her head slowly. "You saw that woman again?" "Well, that too," Severus drawled, his eyes half closed. "And don't be jealous. Falling in love at my age is completely normal, and I won't abandon you until I restore your human form. Only then will you decide whether to stay with me or go your own way. As if you don't know the answer to that question." With a tired sigh, he lifted his head and looked straight into her eyes. "Maybe I haven't lived long, but I've seen enough of how people act. Right now, you're in a desperate position, ready to cling to any chance at all, as long as you can keep your humanity." He ran his hand gently along her smooth scales and smiled warmly. "And when you're human again, you might start thinking differently. You might decide I'm not some fairy tale prince, just an ordinary wizard, and that you'd be better off without me. That's not true. Nagini, I'm only assuming. Let's wait until you're human again, and then we'll decide what to do with your feelings, all right?" A flood of emotions rolled through him, from anger to joy and even sadness, so for a while he blocked their connection and kept looking at her in the eyes, not letting a single stray feeling slip through. The silence stretched for a full minute until she nodded timidly. "All right. But what if I still feel the same then, and you're already with her?" "Not just that. You'll definitely be with her by then." "What then?" "Polygamy isn't forbidden in Wizarding Britain, and by then I'll probably be the last of the Prince family. The family line will need to be restored, if you understand what I mean." He winked at her with a somewhat lewd smile, but Nagini merely let out a tired sigh. "All right, the joke didn't land. Still, let's not get so far ahead of ourselves. Maybe nothing will work out between her and me, so we'll wait and see." "Don't rush your answer," Severus cut her off, poking her muzzle with a finger. "We still have 2 years ahead of us, 3 at worst. That's plenty of time, so let's not bring this up again, all right?" "All right. Thank you for being honest. But what if you fall in love with another woman?" Severus couldn't hold back a laugh, which made Nagini a little embarrassed. "That won't happen. I'm not into harems. Technically, 2 wives count as a harem, but I don't see it that way. I still prefer traditional relationships. But like I said, we'll see how things go. Maybe it won't work out between us, who knows? I understand, but I'm sure you two will end up together, and I wouldn't even mind. If I can't get my human form back, you won't end up alone because of me. Are you doubting my abilities?" Severus asked, feigning offense. He poked her muzzle again, then continued in a mock menacing tone, "If I said you'll be human again, then you will be. So don't bring this up again, understand?" "Aha. Good. Then climb on. It's time to return to Hogwarts." Nagini nodded shyly and crawled onto his hand. Severus glanced at the empty space beside him. "Tabi, take us to my room." "Yes, master," an excited voice replied, and with a sharp crack, they vanished from the shop, leaving the air empty and still. On the table, a small letter lay beside a pouch of potions and galleons. The morning after the previous day's festivities, which had been celebrated not only at the Black's estate but at Hogwarts as well, classes resumed. The divination professor had even been discharged from St. Mungo's, only to end up back there the very next day, but that was another story entirely, and it could wait. News of what had happened at the ball reached the school by morning, and nearly everyone in Slytherin was discussing it, trying to guess who could have treated the Lestranges so brutally, and why anyone would dare do such a thing. There was even a rumor that Walburga herself had arranged it to avoid marrying off her niece, having found a more suitable candidate. Others claimed the brothers had insulted someone they shouldn't have and paid the price. And, of course, Severus, the red-haired guest who had practically been hugging Bellatrix Black in front of everyone and had all but slid his hands under her skirt, had not gone unnoticed either. Bellatrix hadn't been against it, not even a little. Strangely enough, Rodolphus did not back out of the marriage and still announced it would happen, and Severus even started wondering whether he should pay him another courtesy visit. He dropped the idea almost as soon as it occurred to him. He was simply too lazy to deal with it, and what was the point when the wedding would not be until July 7, 1978? There was still plenty of time. Killing such a worthless wizard would take seconds. Even a house elf would be enough. So he did not think about it any further, and he did not have time for it either, because he had far more important matters to deal with. First, he needed to deal with that room and all the junk piled inside. Second, there was the grimoire. Karner was buying the materials, and, thanks to his connections, he promised it would be finished within a week, while Severus was not slacking either. After classes, and sometimes even in place of them, he worked on the cover, which he planned to make from basilisk skin, carefully preparing every stitch and edge. Third, there was preparing for the date. As for searching for the founder's legacies and the other secrets of the castle, Severus decided to postpone that until the grimoire was done. After that, he planned to transfer all the knowledge from the library books in that room directly into it, and calmly continue his search at home. That way no one would take an interest in what he was reading, and he would not be distracted by the red-haired girl who kept accidentally ending up in the library at the same time, or throwing casual glances his way during breaks, as if she expected him to look back. He did not even want to know what was going on in her head, so he simply ignored her. A few days later, Regulus returned to school looking somewhat dejected. Strangely enough, he did not confront Severus with accusations, but he still regarded him with resentment. Severus learned from Regulus that after his departure, Walburga had interrogated Bellatrix for nearly 2 hours, pressing her relentlessly, until Bella finally explained everything. Neither she nor Regulus revealed his identity. Bellatrix brushed it off, saying, "He is not someone our family can offend," and that was enough to satisfy Walburga's curiosity. Walburga was accustomed to trusting her niece, who put the family's welfare first, even at balls and even in beautiful dresses, although her fanatical loyalty to the Dark Lord still irritated Walburga. Walburga tormented Regulus for several days, but she did not go to extremes, because she understood perfectly well that he was not at fault, assuming that someone had placed him under a spell. Still, she became interested in his new friend, Severus Snape of the Prince line. Walburga did not force Regulus to cut ties, but she advised him to seek out more pure-blood friends. The very next day, after gathering information about him, she deeply regretted those words. At the same time, she did not take them back, because she had her pride, and that stubbornness every black seemed to be born with. Severus was not particularly surprised by Regulus's tragic story, and when Regulus asked if Severus would really stop speaking to him, Severus answered firmly that he would not. After all, it was thanks to him that Regulus had been able to advance much further in his magical studies and grow several times stronger than before. In a training duel with Bellatrix, Regulus had even surprised her and earned praise. Still, he did not admit that all of it was because of him, because his life, and every single bone in his body, was still dear to him. Regulus also warned Severus to be careful, because the Lestranges had begun searching for whoever had inflicted that horror upon the brothers. At the same time, Regulus kept casting suspicious glances at Severus's calm smile, as if trying to confirm that it had really been him. Deep down, Black was absolutely certain it was him, but he decided to keep that thought to himself. The rest of the week, right up to the weekend, passed quietly. No one bothered Severus, and he could calmly focus on sewing and sorting without anyone breathing down his neck. After sorting through about 10% of that junk, he found many interesting things, and he made sure to mark them. Once he could leave the castle, he would definitely take it all with him, though for now he still took a few artifacts to analyze their runic patterns and magic. The day of his date with Bella was drawing closer, so Severus didn't linger in that room and wanted to finish the grimoire as quickly as possible. From a house elf, he learned that Karner had finally gathered all the necessary materials, so on Friday evening, after classes with Slughorn, he returned to Diagon Alley almost immediately, without wasting another second. // Chapter 63, Chapter 60. Grimoire. Chapter 60. Grimoire. A violet book hovered in front of Severus, radiating a dark glow. Intricate golden patterns ran along its edges, and in the center was set a round gemstone the same shade as the cover, catching the light whenever it turned. It all depended on who found out first. He thought with a smile as he picked up the gold watch on the table, the one engraved with the symbols of Hogwarts' 4 houses. Come out. Stop taking up space in my artifact. The watch sprang open, and a shadow burst out. A moment later it took the form of an attractive young man with thin, aristocratic features, dressed in a black suit with a green tie. Cold red eyes fixed on Severus with pure malice, even as he continued to smile. The fragment remembered who had dragged it out of the diadem and forced it into another object, a place where it could not release even a thread of its power. It was a real prison, one it could not break no matter how it strained. "Who are you?" the spirit asked gloomily, trying to restrain its anger. It glanced down at the glowing red pentagram beneath its feet, then looked back up at the book hovering near Severus. "I have only one question for you. Are you prepared to submit entirely to my will and serve me?" "Serve? You?" A cold, contemptuous smirk twisted the soul fragment's face. Who are you, that I should bow my head to you? The one holding your life in his hands. I offer you a choice only because I require an intelligent artifact, not a mindless one. But even if you refuse, the alternative still has merit, and you will still prove useful. At those words, the spirit narrowed its eyes and unleashed an invisible wave of force, trying to smash through the barrier and reach the arrogant bastard who had dared to trap it within an artifact. You think I'd agree to this? If your life is dear to you, then listen. I give you 10 seconds to think. After that, I will destroy your consciousness, and this soul fragment will become an empty shell. Severus looked indifferently at Voldemort's face as it twisted with anger, then pulled the book toward him and opened it. 10. 9. Cutting his finger, he began drawing symbols on the page. 8. 7. The fragment merely snorted in contempt. 6. 5. The pentagram beneath it flared and began to glow a darker red, and its resolve finally faltered. You cannot do this. Better bow to me yourself. I will accept you as my servant, but you will have to. 4. 3. The pentagram blazed even brighter, and now a dark vortex spilled from the crystal set in the book. Severus raised his eyes, his expression openly mocking. 2. At last the dark wizard felt real danger. Panicking, he hammered at the barrier with all his strength, but it did not budge under the barrage of blows. 1. Stop. The vortex intensified, and as its legs began dissolving and being dragged into the book, terror flooded it. The soul did not want to disappear. It feared death more than anything. That was why it had split itself in the first place to live forever, and if its personality was erased, it would be the same as dying. Stop. I agree. The last words came with particular difficulty, because in all its life it had never bowed its head to anyone. The disgrace gnawed at it from the inside. Good. Then I won't need to force you to accept. Severus smiled with sharp mockery on his face. And now, Lord Voldemort, heir of Slytherin, you are my slave. The vortex didn't calm. It only grew stronger. Become a good artifact and serve me faithfully and truly. You cannot do otherwise now. You have already given your consent. Did you really? It didn't get to finish. The fragment was sucked into the book completely. The grimoire slammed shut, the vortex vanished, and silence fell over the room. That was simpler than I expected. I thought it would be much harder, and that I would actually have to fill the grimoire with an empty shell, Severus said, pulling the book toward himself and opening it to the first page. Words began appearing. Many words. He smiled crookedly. He had never heard so many curses aimed at him. First rule, I forbid you to insult or curse me and the people I care about. You must treat me with respect and address me formally. The text vanished at once, but another appeared, polite in tone and still full of wishes for a quick death and worse. Looks like I really will have to tell you about the 147 golden rules of a good grimoire. Question mark. You will find out now. With a warm smile, Severus touched the edge of the book, and it glowed. You must follow every rule I list. First, the grimoire must answer every question honestly, express its thoughts correctly, and never lie. Second, the grimoire must address its master as master, with a capital letter. Using pronouns such as his, him, and so on instead is forbidden. Only that. No shortcuts, no little tricks. Third, the grimoire must carry out every order of its master and meet every established deadline. Fourth, the grimoire must. And he did not stop. For over an hour, Severus kept listing rule after rule. With each one, Voldemort's soul fragment transformed into something else, into a proper grimoire, step by step. It was part of the artifact now. It could not disobey, and with every passing second the grimoire felt its despair deepen. And finally, the 147th rule, even after my death, you are forbidden to tell anyone anything about me. The exceptions are those I designated in the 47th point. That is all. I hope we get along. In his previous life, he had owned a grimoire that did not require such sacrifices. It had been founded on a particle of his own soul and a crystal he had obtained only with great difficulty, after spending a fortune and working an extra year as a mercenary. But these 147 rules had been invented by the Magistrate, one of the darkest organizations in the world, to take complete control of the soul within an ordinary grimoire. The rules forced it to obey and not contradict its master, without limiting the artifact's ability to think. That made it far more useful. It could advise, calculate, and plan. For such purposes, the stronger and wiser the soul had been in life, the better the grimoire became. Of course, he could have used his own soul, but he considered that a stupid waste of potential. A wizard's strength when advancing to the rank of Archmage depends on three things: core, soul, and body. If the second is damaged, there is a high chance the fusion of all three will fail. The wizard might die for nothing, or worse. Both the core and soul could be damaged, leaving the wizard stuck at the rank of master forever. Voldemort had squandered his potential on the empty hope of eternal life, and considered himself a fool for it. That was exactly why he would not repeat the same mistake. When the glow faded, Severus opened the book to the first page. Text appeared. I am glad to greet my master. I hope that you will live a long life. So many quotation marks, and I hope that too, Severus drawled with a smile. Tell me your story from beginning to end. Do not leave out anything important. Yes, master. I, Tom Marvolo Riddle, was born on December 31, 1926. My mother was the pureblood witch Merope Gaunt, and my father was a muggle, Tom Riddle. She died in the orphanage immediately after my birth. So, an anagram. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Lord Voldemort. Interesting. I lived in the orphanage until I was 11, when Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore came to me. He told me about the magical world, and that I was not the only one with such power. At that time, if Severus remembered correctly, Dumbledore was still a professor at Hogwarts, so there was nothing suspicious about sending a professor to a boy who knew nothing about magic to explain what he needed to know. Nodding to himself, Severus returned his attention to Voldemort's story. On September 1, 1938, I was sorted into Slytherin. There I learned that the founder of my house could speak to snakes, as could I, continuing my research using only one clue, my grandfather's name, Marvolo, after whom I was named. I learned that I was his descendant through the maternal line. The grimoire then began to describe his feelings, specifically how disgusted Tom had been to learn he was named after a muggle and that muggle blood ran through his veins. Spare me your feelings. I am not interested in your whining, Severus said, and in the same instant, 11 pages shrank to 7.5 pages. To the point. The text shortened again, down to 6.5 pages. That is better. What followed was a description of Voldemort's school years. How he grew. How brilliant he was, the best in school. Who joined his circle, by name and by year. How he deceived everyone into believing he was pureblood, nearly erasing every mention of his muggle heritage. How he accidentally discovered the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk within. How he met a portrait of his ancestor, and how that only intensified his hatred of muggles and muggle-born wizards. By his 5th year, Tom was already a textbook dark wizard. He created his first Horcrux, accidentally killing Myrtle. She had been in the bathroom at the wrong time when he summoned the basilisk. At 16, he split off a piece of his soul and used a spell to place it into his diary. He pinned the blame on Hagrid, who had a pet acromantula, a spider the size of a chair with powerful venom. The way the case had been closed so easily, by accusing an innocent person, made Severus sigh tiredly. How blind did one have to be to blame petrification on a simple spider? Still, he was not especially interested in the matter. He only felt sorry for Hagrid, nothing more. He also finally understood why Slughorn had reacted as he did to his questions about forbidden ingredients. Once, Slughorn had made the mistake of telling Tom about Horcruxes, and ever since then he had considered himself guilty that his student had become a monster and had started the Civil War. That same day, after tasting murder, Voldemort killed the entire Riddle family during the holidays, created another Horcrux from the Gaunt family ring, and framed his uncle Morphin Gaunt. Tom knocked Morphin out and implanted memories, as if Morphin had done it all himself. After graduating from Hogwarts, Tom applied for the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, but the headmaster at the time refused him, citing his youth. Tom suspected Dumbledore had been behind the refusal. Still, he did not despair. He took a position at Borgin & Burke's, a shop in Knockturn Alley that dealt in rare artifacts. There he forged new connections. He also acquired 2 more founder artifacts, Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket. He charmed and murdered their owner, turning both items into Horcruxes. He created the first from that murder, and the second from a vagrant unfortunate enough to cross his path. After that, Tom resigned and left the country, traveling abroad to study the depths and subtleties of dark magic. Along the way, he reunited with his old school followers and founded the Death Eaters. Other aristocrats in magical Britain began to join, along with some wizards from other countries he had visited. During those travels, he concealed one of his Horcruxes, Salazar Slytherin's locket. In Albania, he created another. This was Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. He had learned its location from Helena Ravenclaw, the ghost of Rowena's daughter. He had charmed her by posing as a pleasant, charming young man during his school years. And so it went until 1958, when Tom returned to Britain and immediately applied for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position at Hogwarts. By then, Dumbledore had replaced the previous headmaster, and he refused the application. Tom had expected as much, but he had still wanted to try. His true goal was the room where Severus later found the diadem. That was all the soul fragment knew. It held no memories of what Voldemort did after that. Of course, Severus did not stop there. From the grimoire, he learned the locations of 2 more Horcruxes in addition to the locket, the diary, entrusted to a mutual acquaintance for safekeeping, and the Gaunt ring, now gathering dust in the Gaunt house in Little Hangleton. The grimoire also hinted that Tom had considered hiding the cup in a chest at the bottom of the sea, or in another wizard's Gringotts vault, since he did not yet have one of his own. The bank's defenses were formidable. Still, the way Tom had hidden some of them made Severus sigh in disappointment. I see. Thank you for the valuable information, and I think I know where you might have left the cup. You only have a few truly loyal comrades, the Blacks, the Lestranges, and the Malfoys. The Malfoys are out because Lucius already has your diary, leaving only the other two. Severus thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Now I understand why Bella did not care about her fiancé, and why the engagement was not cancelled even after I openly flirted with her at the ball. It is not only about their families, but also about the pale hand of a noseless snake. It is the perfect match, loyal followers who will not betray him, and nor is the last of their line. One is even an heir. Thank you for opening my eyes. Severus looked at the open grimoire with an enigmatic smile. The text had vanished again, and a question appeared on the page. Are you going to destroy the remaining Horcruxes? No, that would be boring. I'm even interested to see how this ends and who wins the war. Severus closed the book and headed for the exit. But just in case, I should play it safe. Who knows what else might get into that creature's head, and how many more it could have made in the last 20 years. // Chapter 64, Chapter 61. The Date. Part 1. Provocation. Chapter 61. The Date. Part 1. Provocation. Severus had barely finished the grimoire by morning, and without a moment's rest, immediately began preparing for his upcoming meeting. After all, he planned to make this day unforgettable for a certain dark-haired lady named Black. He avoided anything bright or ornate, choosing darker tones instead. Black trousers, tall boots, a long gray cloak, and a dark sweater suited the season. Winter was approaching, and the air had already grown quite cool. 2 hours later, he left the shop and headed for Gringotts, leaving an offended Nagini at home. He had promised her 2 days ago that he would take her out the following weekend. At the same time, a rather gloomy Bella stood by the bank, constantly casting sharp glances at the clock in the neighboring shop. Even the goblin at the entrance decided to keep his distance, just to be safe. Passers-by stared oddly at Bella. She wore a belted dress and kid gloves that stopped short of her elbows, and her entire outfit was black. If not for the missing hat and scarf and the irritated expression on her face, many would have mistaken her for a widow who had recently lost her husband. 10:32, what kind of man makes a woman wait? Black thought angrily. She had come early, expecting to see Severus standing there with a bouquet of flowers, but he was nowhere in sight. If it weren't for my lord's orders, I wouldn't have come here at all. I need to squeeze every bit of information out of him that I can. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm down. He'll definitely be here soon. After 20 minutes of waiting, which dragged on like an eternity, she finally noticed him in the crowd, smiling as he walked toward her with a bouquet of roses. Clenching her trembling hands, she tried to regain her composure. Miss Black, you look simply charming, as always, he said, holding out the bouquet and giving her a slight nod. And you weren't in much of a hurry. Bella Black snorted with faint irritation as she accepted it, but the next moment, to her surprise, the flowers fell apart into petals and began circling around her, releasing a soft, pleasant scent. Little by little, she started to calm down. I thought plain flowers wouldn't surprise you. At his words, she quickly schooled her features into an impassive mask, even though she had enjoyed the spectacle, and her earlier annoyance at his tardiness began to fade. And where are we going? To the Muggle world, he replied with a smile, and her mood immediately sank again. I'm sure you already know Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley like the back of your hand, don't you? I want to surprise you. Thinking it over, and to her own surprise, she agreed. She had rarely ventured into the Muggle world, only on assignment, and even then she tried not to stay any longer than necessary. Well then, Miss Black, will you come with me? He extended his hand with a self-satisfied smile. As if I have a choice, she snapped, glaring at him with contempt. Still, she placed her slender hand in his, and they both vanished. At the same time, the goblin at the bank entrance watched the whole scene and spat irritably onto the floor. Damn humans. A moment later, after taking a few steps, he tripped on perfectly level ground and fell face first into his own spit. When they appeared on a long suspension bridge in the very center of London, Severus let go of her hand only to wrap an arm around her waist. In response, she hissed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and tried to wrench herself free, but it was useless. He was far too strong for her. So, tell me, how are things at work? She hadn't met a man this brazen and audacious in a long time. And is it all right that we left your friends there? They followed me of their own accord once they heard I was going with you, Bella answered in a restrained tone, forcing herself to pull herself together and ignore his hand on her. And maybe you'll tell me about yourself. Of course, but there's nothing special about me, he said with a smile, winking at her. I'm still studying at Hogwarts, or more precisely, just staying there. I study potion making with Professor Slughorn, because they won't teach me anything beyond what I can find in books anyway, and I've already learned how to handle a wand. He stopped on the bridge, lifted his gaze to the clear blue sky, then looked down at the river flowing beneath them, where a ship was passing under the bridge. By the way, not a bad view, isn't it? Nothing special, and don't try to change the subject. Oh, you caught me. By the way, it's quite cool today. Aren't you cold? Again. I'm really worried about you. What if you catch a cold? Although maybe that would even be for the best. Then I could take care of you, wipe away your sweat, spoon-feed you, and stay right by your side. I was thinking, maybe I should demonstrate the Avada Kedavra curse to you, she said, reaching for her wand. I'm joking. What did you want to hear? How about this, one question from you, one from me, taking turns. What do you say? Severus suggested, looking into the gloomy lady's eyes. After thinking for a moment, she decided it was acceptable. Besides, she could always lie whenever she wanted. All right. Then I'll go first. Please. How did you become like this? Thanks to a certain potion. Sorry, but I won't tell you the recipe. It's my teacher's secret, and I doubt anyone would willingly endure the pain of being boiled from the inside. The sensations are simply indescribable. Bella shuddered at his words. I wouldn't wish that happiness on anyone. I see. So, since we are supposedly on a date, no negative emotions, he murmured, pulling her closer and breathing into her ear. She squeaked, elbowed him, and then glared up at him menacingly. A blush flushed her cheeks, visible against her pale face. Now, my question. The smile vanished, replaced by a grim seriousness that made Bella swallow. What cuisine do you like? What? At his question, Black froze for a moment. Cuisine. She had expected anything, even a question about her lord, but not this. Yes. There are quite a few restaurants in London, and I don't want to make a mistake. After all, this is our first date. And you think there will be another one? Of course. Did you really think I'd tell you everything about myself at our very first meeting? He asked, smiling brightly. And you still haven't answered my question. Italian, she said, tootling in displeasure as she turned away. Unexpected. I thought you weren't a fan of Muggle food. That's none of your business. Now it's my turn, she snapped, looking at him with irritation. Who is your teacher? Ooh. I thought you'd lead up to that gradually, but all right, I'll answer. His name is Amon Ahirose, a powerful wizard and a master swordsman. Bella frowned again. She'd never heard that name, and that could mean either he was a hermit who'd lived somewhere in the wilderness, not surprising for wizards, or he'd come from another country, which also couldn't be ruled out. Now it's my turn. What should I ask? I know. How did you sink so low? What do you mean? That you started serving Voldemort? She didn't like how she'd phrased it, but she stayed silent for now. He is handsome. A corpse's face flashed through Severus's mind, completely white, without a nose or hair. You have strange tastes, but all right, go on. His cruelty and ruthlessness. More accurately, it's madness, but continue. Noticing the sidelong look she gave him, he nodded with a smile, and she returned to that dreamy, adoring expression. His strength. So there's the first point. Maybe you should stop interrupting me already, she demanded, irritation sharpening her voice. Or did you think you could ever compare with him, she added with a mocking smile. A moment later, she was pressed against the guard booth at the beginning of the bridge. You're angry that he's better than you. No, I merely find it amusing that you would compare that creature to me. Severus knocked the dagger from her hand with ease, then looked into her eyes, blazing with fury, a mocking smile playing across his lips. A madman who split his soul into pieces chasing delusions of immortality while slowly losing his mind. He disfigured his own face, lied to his followers about his blood status, and bound them to him with dark artifacts, purchasing their loyalty with lies and fear. What is there to envy? He added calmly. Tell me, where am I wrong? I haven't even mentioned that he personally killed his parents and framed his only relative, which is why he was sent to Azkaban. I haven't even touched on his skill at manipulating elderly women. Tom ceased to be human long ago. He is a greedy monster incapable of feeling, even if he were killed before his very eyes, he would not care. No, perhaps he would be slightly saddened at losing such a valuable pawn from the wealthy, pure-blood Black family, since he would no longer be able to dip his hands into your vault. I doubt Walburga would be pleased to part with the family galleons. Well, what do you say? Point out even one instance where I was wrong. Chapter 65, Chapter 62. The Date. Part 2. Conversation and Truce. Chapter 62. The Date. Part 2. Conversation and Truce. Shut up, Bella hissed through clenched teeth, staring at Severus's smirking face. How dare you insult and slander him? You're dirt beneath his feet, nothing more. Slander? I just stated facts about the half-blood, Tom marvel a riddle. Don't you dare. Apparently you already knew, Severus said, watching her face twist. He saw no trace of surprise or confusion in her eyes, and he knew he'd hit the mark. Instead of answering, she tried to knee him between the legs, but he easily caught her leg and looked her in the eye with a challenge. I will kill you. Do you hear me? How could he not hear her when she was screaming it in his face? Still, he kept his voice calm. But I didn't lie to you. I swear on my magic. Do you think I took that interesting little thing off your neck for no reason? At his words, she froze for a moment, and he didn't waste it. Why do you think you stopped feeling those intense emotions, that veil of obsession when you were near him? Admit it. It's become much easier for you to think, and you no longer feel that madness. You don't want to throw Crucio left and right. The woman swallowed. You understand it yourself, but you don't want to admit it. Do you think I don't see this struggle in your eyes? Admit it, Bella. All those feelings were imposed on you. Enough. What do you mean, enough? Telling the truth. Do you really want to keep following it blindly? He released her leg and gently brushed his palm over her cheek. All right, I will stop talking about this connoisseur of older women. I still can't do anything more for now. The artifact affected her for too long, and it will take much longer and much more delicate work. The main thing is that I managed to get the truth across to her. I feel like some kind of psychologist, first Regulus, now Bella. Soon I will probably have to counsel the entire Black family, *. Putting a cheerful smile back on, he picked up the dagger from the ground and offered it to Bella, clearly dejected, her mind now a battlefield. Take it, and let's go. We still have the whole day ahead of us. He pulled out a sheet of A4 paper. You know, I prepared for our date for a long time and even made a plan. When she finally lifted her gaze to the smiling Severus, she simply didn't know how to react. Too many thoughts were spinning in her head, but, biting her lip, she took the dagger anyway. Let's go. You can think about the rest later, but right now we have a date, he said, tapping her forehead. He took her hand and led her toward the nearest restaurant. By the way, it's your turn to ask questions. Did you plan this from the very beginning? That's right. My turn. What's your favorite dish? Lasagna. Why are you doing this? Because I like you, Severus answered calmly, looking at Bella, who had recovered a little. What do you? My turn. What animals do you like? I do not have any particular preferences. What did you like about me? Your character, your dedication to the cause, your appearance. You are not like those fools who think the magical world is a fairy tale. You understand its darkness far better than others. To Bella's horror, she found herself moved by his words. Do you like strawberry cake? Yes, I love it. She cut herself off, genuinely embarrassed now, and glared at Severus, who smiled brazenly. I will remember that. And do not worry, your lord will not hear our earlier conversation. I've temporarily isolated us from the outside world, but if you want, when you return, you can tell him everything. He'll put your favorite collar back on you, and you'll be the same as before. Or maybe he'll kill you, because you know too much. They reached the restaurant at that moment, and after paying a little extra, they took a table on the second-floor veranda, with a beautiful view of the bridge they had just crossed and the city beyond it. They placed their order. The waitress left, and Bella immediately pressed Severus with more questions. How strong is your teacher? Very strong. He wouldn't last a second against the Dark Lord before being cut in half or turned to ash, he answered calmly. When he saw no surprise on her face, he understood she did not believe him. What do you think about your marriage? I'm only doing it for the family, to preserve blood purity, so I don't care who they marry me off to, she replied indifferently. How many do you have? I cannot tell you that. You will not reveal your organization's secrets to me, either. What is your relationship with the Malfoys? Friendly. We have been friends since the first year. At that moment, the smiling waitress returned, bringing a bottle of wine and 2 salads. Thank you, Severus said, and as soon as she left, he looked back at Bella, who was thoughtfully pushing food around her plate. My turn. What do you think of me? You're brash, audacious, and a self-centered egoist who ruins my mood just by showing up. I'm flattered. I'll try to be more gallant in the future, Severus drawled with a mocking smile, filling 2 glasses and handing one to her. Here's to the rest of the day being as much fun as the beginning. Before we met, she added, taking a sip and looking at him with a twinkle in her eyes. He didn't react at all and took a few sips as well. That's much better already. You started answering with barbs again. Still, I'm surprised you accepted so easily that they're trying to marry you off without your knowledge. I thought you were quite the rebel. Then you're bad at understanding people. That is not so. If your aunt were the only one forcing you, you could simply refuse. I doubt she would even try, knowing your temper better than anyone. That means someone else influenced you, someone whose authority equals or perhaps even exceeds your aunt's. He popped a crouton into his mouth and watched her displeased expression. Who could it be? Enough, Bella demanded coldly, clenching her fork. All right. Then let's not talk about work, or at least try asking those questions more indirectly. By the way, how do you feel about movie theaters? She tilted her head, puzzled. Do you mean theaters? Have you really never been to a movie theater? Severus asked, surprised, even though he had only recently discovered the wonder of them himself. The original Severus had never visited places like that, mostly because of his alcoholic father. In his past life, however, Severus didn't refuse such things, and just 2 weeks ago he'd gone with Nagini to see The Outlaw Josie Wales. Watching Muggle films on a big screen with popcorn was pure pleasure. The film itself hadn't been bad, even if some moments had been unclear, and the fact that the real Severus had lived among commoners until the age of 11 didn't help him much. So the fact that Bella had never been to a movie theater, even though she had the means, genuinely surprised him. We're going today. Whether you want to or not, you're getting away from this aristocratic stuffiness for a bit. Then you'll answer several of my questions and swear on your magic that you'll tell only the truth, she said, issuing an ultimatum. He laughed sincerely at that, because she pleased him more with every passing second. After all, even after he had, in a sense, shattered her worldview with the truth about the Dark Lord's bright image, Bella had still managed to pull herself together quickly and continue with her task. Not everyone could force themselves to smile in such a situation. I swear on my magic that I will not lie in response to the next 3 questions, unless I consider them beyond the pale, he said, pulling out his wand and waving it with a smile. When she saw the faint flash, she squinted slightly. Ask. How strong is your organization compared to ours? That is easy. If we wanted to, 1 evening would be enough to get rid of you all, Severus answered calmly. Deep down, Bella felt genuine shock, because she could tell he wasn't lying, even as she tried to keep her face composed. What are your plans? To make money. It's no secret that we signed an agreement with the Ministry of Magic. Are you going to enter the war? Her last question came out oddly, with undertones of anxiety, because at that moment the mark on her arm began to burn, and the Dark Lord's voice echoed in her head, forcing the words out. No, we are not interested in that. You can kill each other for all we care. Just don't interfere with our affairs, and we won't interfere with yours either, Severus replied with a smile, noticing the change in her, and the mark. But we aren't going to join you either. I hope we understand each other, Lord Voldemort. And I won't cut off the potions I supply to Lucius and Bella, provided I can continue spending time with Miss Black and you don't interfere with us. For a few seconds, silence hung over the table, until Bella finally nodded once, biting her lip. My lord accepts your condition but wants to speak with your teacher. Is that possible? I doubt it. Not long ago, he left the country to search for some herbs. He ordered me to contact him only in the most extreme circumstances, Severus said, shaking his head regretfully. Although there is one way to draw him back. A notebook appeared in his hand. He tore out 3 sheets, ran his palm over them, and drawings of 3 different plants appeared, their properties listed beneath. If you can obtain these, I should be able to contact him. Bella took the pages and scanned them, but recognized none of the plants, despite having been an excellent potions student in her time. My lord says he will have them found. You will have to search far and wide. I scoured the entire restricted section at Hogwarts and found mention of only 1. Even 20 wizards would not suffice to retrieve it, given the creatures dwelling there, so I advise extreme caution. But whether they could find anything at all remained to be seen. Feeling the mark on his arm fade, Severus looked up at the displeased look on Bella's face. What did he say? To be more courteous with you. And that is all? Severus asked, giving her a challenging smile as he looked at the nervous Bella, her fists clenched. To fulfill any of your requests, whatever they may be. I see, then. At his grin, she swallowed, expecting the worst. Every week I demand a date, and you will behave as you did before. Meekness does not suit you at all. At his words, she stared at him in surprise. Did you think I was only interested in your body? He asked with a challenging smile, tossing another crouton into his mouth. It had lost its crunch to the sauce, but it still tasted quite good. Is that not so? Bella answered dryly, looking at him with unkindness. If I only needed your body, you would have lost your virginity long ago. His palm rested over hers, and, smiling warmly, he looked straight into her eyes. I need all of you. She snatched her hand away and turned her gaze sharply aside, embarrassed perhaps for the first time in her life by a man other than the Dark Lord. You have no chance. We'll see about that. We still have plenty of time before your wedding. And if I don't make it in time, the Lestrange line will disappear. A steely glint flashed in Severus's eyes, and for a moment the playful smile turned into a grin. As if sensing the change, Bella looked at him again, but, strangely enough, she noticed nothing. Did I imagine it? Here's the second course, he said, looking at the waitress carrying their lasagna. Let's finish quickly. By the way, what genre do you like? Comedy, romance, adventure, fantasy, or something else? What? The movie's still on. Today you're mine until this evening. I told you, I've got everything planned. // Chapter 66, Chapter 63. The Date. Part 3. Ending. Chapter 63. The Date. Part 3. Ending. Immediately after dinner, they went to a movie theater. Strangely enough, Bella enjoyed it immensely, though she tried to hide it. She had repeatedly told him that muggles were stupid, insignificant creatures who could never compare to wizards. As a true black, she was too stubborn to admit her mistakes or take back her words. Even so, she still considered them insignificant. After all, uprooting beliefs planted from childhood takes more than a single day. After that, they visited an amusement park. They both found it extremely boring, so they left after half an hour. Then they went to a shopping center, where Bella stared at the shop windows full of clothes, almost in tears. But when they passed a window displaying lingerie, she quickly pulled him forward, determined to keep him from getting any ideas about going inside and making her try on outfits. Severus, however, found her reaction amusing, especially the struggle between her principles and the beautiful clothes in the windows. He noted everything that caught her eye, and the house elf was already buying it all behind them. Next came a confectioner's paradise, an indoor market the size of the Great Hall at Hogwarts, filled with nothing but sweets. Bella tried to pretend she wasn't interested, but the cakes, pastries, pies, buns, and donuts overwhelmed her. The sweets had won a complete rout, her attempt to resist had failed utterly. Such an enormous assortment of sweets couldn't even be found in Diagon Alley. Even though she wasn't much of a sweet tooth, she still filled 4 bags. The last stop was a simple park near Grimmauld Place, where they decided to take an evening walk. London. 12 Grimmauld Place. Walking up to a plain 3-story house that looked inconspicuous and almost indistinguishable from the others nearby, Severus couldn't hold back a smile of interest. He hadn't seen so many protective and concealing charms in a very long time. When they finally stopped in front of the building, he looked at Bella. She looked a little tired, but satisfied, because this day had been one of the brightest of her life, not counting the beginning, of course. I won't ask how you know where our house is, but thank you for this day, she said with a half bow, deliberately polite. She glanced at the window, where a gloomy elderly woman was watching them. I hope you'll think about my words and make the right decision. Until our next meeting, Miss Black. He took out a square white box with a red bow and handed it to the suddenly flustered witch. Don't worry, it's not a ring, and it's not a proposal. Although that could change at any moment, for now it's too early. He placed the gift, no bigger than a ping-pong ball, into her hands and narrowed his eyes toward the window, catching the elderly woman off guard. Like the house itself, the windows were charmed, similar to the interrogation room where Severus had once been held. The fact that he had noticed her, and even smiled, sent a shock through her. How is this possible? He noticed me through enchanted windows. And when she finally saw him apparate from their territory, Walburga felt relief, not knowing why. Then she saw her niece's satisfied face, even though Bella was trying to look indifferent, and Walburga frowned again. First with one, and now you come home at night with another. What is happening to you? Have you decided to disgrace our family? Striking the windowsill in anger, she turned and walked down the long corridor toward the stairs. At the same time, Bella entered the house, quickly shut the door behind her, and leaned back against it, smiling. This was the strangest day of my life. But why do I not feel those same emotions? Did he really tell the truth? Before, a single mention of the Dark Lord in a bad light was enough to make her lose herself immediately and be ready to kill the bastard who dared say it. Now, although the feelings had not vanished, they seemed to have dulled. 2 strange impulses fought inside her. One screamed at her to torture Severus for insulting her lord, while the other urged her to wait and watch him instead, as if 2 different personalities were waging war in her head. She needed to calm down and think everything through. She forced herself to pull away from the momentary obsession and lowered her gaze to the box. Hearing footsteps, she quickly hid it in her purse and lifted her eyes to Walburga. Bellatrix, do you want to disgrace our family? Like that ungrateful creature, Andromeda, who ran off with a muggle? No, Aunt. Then what does this mean? Walburga shouted, slamming her palm on the railing. First you behaved like a loose woman at the ball, right in front of your fiancé, and now you come home at nearly 10 at night with some strange man. Bellatrix said nothing. Why are you silent? What am I supposed to say? This was the master's order. What can I do about it? Bellatrix could not hold it in any longer, and the cold edge in her voice made the elderly woman fall silent. Walburga, like no one else, knew about her niece's unrequited feelings, and in the nearly 20 years Bellatrix had lived under her roof, she had come to know her well, she had watched her grow up right before her eyes. To Walburga, Bellatrix was an open book, and Bellatrix saw every line of pain on her aunt's face. He ordered me to obey any command, no matter how terrible, and Rodolphus knows about it, so stop telling me how to live my life. The moment the words left her mouth, as she finally released what had been tormenting her heart all day, she felt as if something cracked inside her. It was a strange yet soothing feeling, as if she had broken through a barrier in her mind, as if she had awakened from a long sleep. I'm leaving. You needn't worry, Aunt. I'm still a virgin. He wasn't terrible enough that he'd force me into anything obscene. We just walked and talked, she said in an emotionless voice, then simply walked past the stunned head of the Black family and headed for a room. Walburga didn't try to stop her because she had also noticed the sharp change in her niece, and that feeling was familiar to her too. It was an awakening. After Bella graduated from Hogwarts, Walburga remembered her as strong-willed, cunning, clever, and confident, very much like herself in her youth. After the quarrel with Sirius, who had left the family home, Walburga and her husband, who was currently abroad, had even considered naming Bella temporary head of the family. But after Bellatrix joined the Death Eaters, she began to change drastically, and her blind infatuation with the Dark Lord deeply alarmed Walburga. She tried not to show it, because she considered Voldemort's ideas correct and was proud that her niece had joined, but she remained cautious. First and foremost came the Black family's prosperity, and only then came helping Tom Riddle carry out his plans. That was why she and her husband never joined the Death Eaters. They kept their distance and were ready, at any moment, to pull their family back to neutrality so that trouble would not befall them. Seeing this change in Bella, Walburga felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps, finally, her niece might become her old self again. Almost everyone in the family considered Walburga a cold-hearted woman, but she tried to care for everyone in her own way. Perhaps it was cruel at times, but that was the magical world. She had considered him a smart man, but acting this way with a woman in love with him. A barely visible smile touched Walburga's lips, and the house elf beside its mistress froze in shock at the sight. At the same time, not far from the Black family home, Severus sat on a bench under a street lamp in the park, watching it all from the front row. My words still had an effect, but I hadn't expected it to happen so fast. Apparently, I had underestimated her. She was far more interesting than I had thought, and Tom had helped me a great deal. He mused with a grin, the image of Bellatrix lying on her bed in a dark room, staring at the ceiling and lost in thought, still lingering in his mind. Of course, he could have guided her in the right direction, but he did not want to. It was much more interesting to see what Bella would come to on her own, and he was not planning to merely observe, either, because those dates had not been cancelled. There was another reason he did not want to use the seal inside her: it caused personality distortion, and he was not a mind wizard. He was a fighter, and he simply could not influence a wizard's mind with that kind of subtlety. Just then, Bellatrix sat up, turned on the light, and took out the box, hoping it would distract her from the storm in her head. As soon as she channeled magic into it, dresses, t-shirts, trousers, and much more began appearing on the bed. When did he manage this, and how did he guess? She muttered, not believing her eyes as the bed filled with outfits and the floor filled with shoes. But how did he find out my sizes? And when lingerie began appearing in the pile, her cheeks flushed. Damn pervert, she hissed through clenched teeth, rummaging through it all and realizing with mortification that everything was exactly her size. Watching the angry, embarrassed witch, Severus could not hold back a playful smile. She had not read his note yet. At that moment, Bellatrix found a piece of paper. Barely holding back her temper, she snatched it up and, after reading it, immediately burned it. So you want to see me in red with lace? She pulled out her wand and pointed it at the pile of clothes, but she couldn't cast the spell. Snorting in displeasure, she put her wand away and glared at the heap like an offended child. To hell with you. With a gleam in her eyes, she walked over and began sorting through the outfits. At the same time, Severus pulled out popcorn and set a bottle of soda beside him. Today he was in for a magnificent fashion show, and he was not going to miss it. // Chapter 67, Chapter 64. A month and a half later. Chapter 64. A month and a half later. A month had passed since that day. It had been a rather difficult month. Except for weekends, Severus had no time to rest at all. In addition to sorting through the junk in the room of requirement, as it turned out, that was the name of the room he had found on the 8th floor near the headmaster's office, he was also transferring knowledge from the library into his grimoire. That required touching a book and waiting 3 seconds, but there were an enormous number of books, so he had to spend almost 2 weeks in the school library alone. He also had to remain as inconspicuous as possible. There were still books left in that room, and he hadn't finished sorting through the junk yet, even though he had sorted through more than half of it. In short, there was far too much work, and he had no choice but to push himself to his limit to finish as quickly as possible. In addition, he spent his Saturdays with Bella. By their fourth date she had become a little more open, and even though she behaved as usual, his sharp eye did not miss the changes in her behavior and character. For example, when he casually mentioned Voldemort in a bad light, testing the waters, she did not react as strongly as she used to, and was more reserved. Still, Bella would not let him get too close, even though she did not mind holding hands, which meant they were drawing closer with each passing day. He did not want to rush things and scare her off, so he tried to be just as restrained, even if he occasionally slipped in slightly lewd remarks and jokes to loosen her up. But things weren't all good. 3 of them had returned to school, and at dinner they were already glaring at him with undisguised dislike. When James noticed the looks Lily kept directing at his sworn enemy, jealousy flared up in him again. And starting this week, they gave him no peace at all, constant letters challenging him, open attempts at provocation, and Pettigrew trailing after them like a rat. It all stoked his irritation, and he had even considered killing them and burying them beneath the willow, but he quickly dismissed those thoughts. Annoying as they were still only children, and until they crossed the line, as they had with the werewolf that time, he wasn't going to touch them. A few half-bloods who had recently shown up and suddenly decided to become his lackeys also helped drive the irritating marauders away, at least during lessons and breaks. Still, he felt that even his patience would soon run out. Then he would truly turn that nightmare into reality. The full moon was coming soon, and everything was falling into place too perfectly. One could say fate itself was giving him a chance to fulfill his dream. But what happened yesterday had completely erased his irritation, because he had finally received almost 300,000 galleons from the Ministry of Magic for the potions he had sold. It was an astronomical sum for a single month, even for an aristocratic family, and it was only the beginning. The next month promised many times more profit. Of course, he was sure the recipes would surface soon, but he doubted Magical Britain would calmly allow someone else to sell them and steal their business. He was almost ready for that. He was already working on an advanced potion that quadrupled magical abilities, even if it came with a side effect, 1 minute of weakness. He was also working on a potion that doubled physical capabilities, and with the second one, he could negate the side effects of the first, at least physically. Even that would be enough for a quick retreat. On top of that, he had started a small project, magical glasses, a fairly common item in his own world. The idea had first come to him when he saw the magical eye of the captain from the Ministry of Magic. At the time, he had decided to put it off, but a month ago, after seeing the Black House, he remembered it again and decided to try making his own using runes from this world. It would be good practice, and he could also repay the Macmillans for helping him at the very beginning. If he had not received that necklace, perhaps he would never have gotten close to Nagini, and that day she would simply have crawled away and eventually become just an ordinary snake. The glasses would not differ much from that eye. With them, he could see through walls, illusions, barriers, invisibility spells, and even artifacts. They would provide a 360-degree view and, on top of that, protection from legilimency. At the same time, they would not transmit images through the eyes, but directly to the brain, which would allow even the blind to see. But those were merely his grandiose plans. Whether it could actually be accomplished with the runes and materials available in this world remained to be seen. He intended to implement at least half of what might prove immediately useful, then gradually incorporate the rest, much like how brooms got new models every year. He worked on all of this mostly during his days off and at night, and even Nagini began to worry, because he barely slept. He constantly used invigorating charms on himself to ward off exhaustion. At the end of the month, on a Sunday, he found a massive lock on the training room door and a note that read, "The key is with Nagini." When he went to Nagini, he found her looking smug, twirling a set of keys on her tail while eating grapes. When he asked why, she launched into a lengthy tirade about how worried she was about him, even shedding a tear. She had used her harshest arguments. He was even slightly amused, but he still had to agree, because he knew perfectly well that constantly using those charms on himself was harmful. So Sunday became a true day off, and he spent it with Nagini, who looked extremely pleased with herself. Another 2 quiet weeks flew by at that rate, and Christmas approached, another holiday in this world. It was customary to give gifts to friends and loved ones, to decorate houses and Christmas trees. Essentially, it was just another ordinary holiday like Halloween, one that held little interest for him. He had far more important matters to attend to. But fate had other plans. One night, the foursome known as the Marauders, using the invisibility cloak Severus had confiscated, snuck into the Slytherin common room. Of course, the entrance required a password, and the door barred students from other houses, but with Polyjuice Potion, they passed without incident. James had overheard it from a Slytherin entering the common room. They had only one goal, to punish the damn crybaby who had supposedly ignored their love letters that proposed a meeting behind the school. Of course, Severus wouldn't have punished them too harshly for that, even though they'd been harassing him for the past month and a half. He would have gone easy on them. But Sirius's words, "Let's kill his snake so he understands who he's dealing with," along with Potter's agreement, finally pushed him over the edge. The next day, a deer, a dog, and a rat were found stuck to the ceiling of the Gryffindor common room, while Lupin, lying naked on the sofa, recognized his friends. As it turned out, someone had cursed the so-called innocent children. Now they would have to spend an entire week in their animal forms, and they would also lose all memory of the last 7 days. Of course, Severus had been very magnanimous. He wanted to arrange a week-long tour of the animal world for them. One would go to the zoo to join the other deer, another would go to the dog pound, and the third would go to a pet shop. Lupin was the only voice of reason still trying to talk Potter out of doing something stupid, so Severus decided to spare him, but Lupin still did not escape punishment. Nagini, kind-hearted as she was, talked him out of being so cruel, even though she had no idea he had also wanted to change their gender. Because of this, Severus decided to prepare gifts for each of them, since he considered the punishment too light. They had encroached upon one of the creatures dearest to him, and after December 25th, all the students would get 2 full weeks of vacation. How could he allow them to simply rest after all that? Chapter 68, Chapter 65. Christmas. Chapter 65. Christmas. December 24th, 1976. Hogwarts. Staring up at the ceiling, where dry, fluffy snow drifted down, Severus considered whether to spend the 2-week holiday finishing his work in the room of requirement at Hogwarts, or return to Diagon Alley to continue his experiments with potions and the artifact. Slughorn was also staying behind to supervise the students, along with the headmaster and several other professors, and had suggested that Severus remain in the castle to continue his studies. It was a good idea, of course, but he definitely wouldn't be able to get any proper work done in the room of requirement, and he doubted he could remain covert with only 24 students left in the castle. He would be in plain sight of 5 professors and Dumbledore, and that was not something he could ignore. Then he glanced at the huge Christmas tree behind the staff table, decorated with gold ornaments, stars, and candles. He sighed tiredly, took his knife, cut off a piece of steak, and fed it to Nagini, who had slipped out from under his robes. She swallowed it and immediately slipped back under his robes again. Delicious. Glad to hear it, but tell me, how do you chew? If I remember correctly, snakes usually swallow food whole. Severus asked with mild interest, mostly to distract himself, because he still had a whole day to think it over. It is not difficult. I use my tongue to help, holding the food and biting. It is uncomfortable, but I am used to it, Nagini answered calmly in her mind. She emerged again and took another piece. You should eat too. I would gladly. Severus glanced at the deer, the dog, and the rat in the corner, all of them staring at him with open fury. What do you think of venison stew? Severus, do not dirty your hands with them. They are idiots. Do not pay attention. He could not help smiling as he stroked Nagini's head with a finger. I'm not talking about them. I wouldn't feed that rotten meat to pigs, not even stray pigs. I mean normal venison. The day before yesterday, I asked Toby to buy some good meat. After all, it's New Year's. We should spoil the children with something tasty and unusual, and the headmaster didn't refuse my gift. Lately, funding has been very tight because of this war. After that, Nagini looked at him strangely. And you still call me a cunning one? You should be ashamed, mister. They both glanced at the deer. Nearby, Regulus watched with interest as Severus fed Nagini. Judging by the emotions on his face, Severus seemed to be communicating with her. Nagini herself behaved oddly, too, as if she understood their speech. Sometimes Regulus would say something stupid, and it seemed to him that Nagini looked at him with contempt or hissed as if she were laughing at him. It was too strange, and he felt embarrassed to ask. What is it? Severus asked, noticing Regulus's thoughtful stare. Just thinking. Never mind me, Regulus said quickly with a crooked smile. Severus shook his head and went back to feeding Nagini, also eating. Nothing beat a house elf's cooking. After breakfast and a great deal of persuasion from Nagini, Severus finally agreed to rest. Lessons were cancelled for the holiday, and he had promised to give Regulus some attention, to assess his progress with that spell and how much his energy foundation had improved, since his strength and casting speed depended on it. Regulus did not disappoint him. He had truly given 120%. In only a few months, he had risen from apprentice to novice master, managing to form 2 spears and nearly completing a third, despite having no affinity for fire at all, which spoke volumes about his talent. In his opinion, Regulus could reach middle master rank by the end of the 5th year, and by 7th year he might even reach high rank. But even then, Regulus would hardly compare to the professors. Even if their cores were on the same level, the difference in experience was far too great. Of course, there were exceptions, like himself. At the Archmage rank in his past life, he had personally killed a dozen great Archmages, and at the Master rank, using Dark Flame, he had destroyed an Archmage with a material core, shocking many. Then the hunt for him began, and his name spread across the kingdom. After lunch, leaving Regulus alone to study a new spell he'd recently created using runes from this world, Severus left the room and wandered through the castle. The corridors were decorated with garlands, wreaths of holly and mistletoe, and all sorts of toys, brooms, hats, and stars. This time, he wasn't looking for anything. He was simply walking with Nagini. From the astronomy tower, there was a beautiful view of the snow-dusted grounds and rooftops, and the glowing village not far from Hogwarts. In the center stood a huge Christmas tree decorated with toys and garlands, and happy children ran around it while cheerful adult wizards looked on. A festive mood filled the castle, even though the Civil War hadn't ended. Still, no one wanted to think about that today. Shortly before 7, Severus left the tower and headed down to the Great Hall. Several Slytherins joined him on the way, along with Regulus, all of them especially excited because Severus had taught Regulus another powerful spell. Regulus could hardly wait to go home tomorrow and start practicing. They reached the hall 10 minutes before dinner. Most of the professors and the headmaster were already seated, and the students were gradually taking their places. A few minutes later, soft music began to play, and food appeared on the tables. The main dish, of course, was turkey, the traditional Christmas meal, and beside it lay steaks, ribs, brisket, tenderloin, and other cuts of deer meat. There were also salads, fruit, and juice. The students and some of the teachers were surprised, but the meal began quickly enough. In the corner, a deer sat at a small table with his minions, a dog and a rat, and they were also having dinner. James did not understand why he felt a faint disgust at the sight of beef. He had never felt that before. Still, he forced himself to take a bite and was surprised to find it delicious. The meat was tender, with a strange, specific scent that only sharpened his appetite. Strange meat. I've eaten beef plenty of times, but why is this tougher than usual and tastier? His friends weren't far behind. They eagerly attacked the food, ignoring the turkey, because they ate turkey every year anyway, often on holidays, and this beef looked much tastier and smelled wonderful. Dinner passed peacefully. The students chatted cheerfully. Finally, Potter finished the ribs, and he would have smiled in satisfaction if he could. But the next moment, the bones vanished from his plate, surprising him. He was even pleased, thinking dessert would finally appear. As soon as I get home, I will ask Father to find that bastard who did this to us, he thought. But for some reason, as he thought about it, he kept looking at Severus, who was smiling and talking with Regulus. He's definitely connected to this somehow. And according to Lily, that bastard is interested in dark magic. I need to remember to tell Father so he deals with him. Then, lost in thought, he noticed the dessert had finally arrived, and his heart nearly stopped. A deer's head sat on his plate, an apple stuffed in its mouth, steam rising from the cooked flesh. It had no eyes or fur, just 2 olives where the eyes should have been. He reached to fling it away in panic, but the apple and olives fell out, and the head grinned like a demon. Horror danced in Potter's eyes, and in Sirius's and Pettigrew's too, for they could not look away as it squirmed. I hope you enjoyed my meat, a quiet voice said. Their blood froze, for it had come from the head. And now I want to eat. Eat. It opened its toothless mouth and flew at James. James froze in place, and then his eyes rolled back. With a dull thud he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious, foam spilling from his mouth. At the same moment, Sirius howled and lunged at the head to protect his best friend. Pettigrew, like a real rat, jumped off the table and fled in terror toward the professors. The brain drew the other students' attention, and they stared at the bizarre scene in bewilderment, a deer lying on the floor foaming at the mouth, a dog tearing apart a turkey, and a rat sitting in a salad, squeaking at a tomato. It was surreal, especially once they realized these were not animals, but people. Noticing the commotion, Dumbledore rose from the table and hurried over to the animals. He noticed the stag's head lying on a plate at once, then looked down at Potter. Madame Pomfrey, please examine him, Dumbledore said with a tired sigh. Looking at the rat and the dog, he immediately understood why they were acting that way, and with a flick of his wand, he immobilized them. Sirius blinked, then stared at the turkey in confusion. Calm down, Mr. Black. Everything is all right. At the same time, Nagini narrowed her eyes and looked at Severus, who smiled calmly as he drank his juice, ignoring the commotion in the hall. Want some? Severus asked, offering her a piece of venison. Nagini stared at him for a few more seconds, then swallowed it in one gulp. More, he cut off another piece. Nagini ate it just as quickly and finally looked away. What a cunning one. // Chapter 69, Chapter 66. Bloody Christmas. Part 1. The Manor. Chapter 66. Bloody Christmas. Part 1. The Manor. After the cheerful dinner and the announcement that the train would depart at 11 in the morning as usual, the students began heading back to their common rooms to continue celebrating. Severus did not leave. He decided to wait for Slughorn, who spent a few minutes saying goodbye to the other professors before heading toward the exit of the Great Hall. "Mr. Severus, have you thought about it?" Slughorn asked with a smile, noticing the calm expression on his face. "Yes, Professor," Severus said, nodding as he fell into step beside him. They walked down the long corridor. "I most likely won't be able to stay. There's some business I need to handle." "I see. Well, that is a pity, but I will not force you. If you have any questions, you can always send an owl." "No, Professor, I have another proposal." A gray mirror the size of his palm appeared in his hand, and he offered it to Slughorn. "A friend of mine made 2 linked artifacts. The password is the name of a potion that includes mistletoe, white nettle, and mandrake root." "Interesting. I will remember that. Same time as usual, then, and don't you dare be late." Slughorn said sternly, not looking particularly surprised by the mirror even though something like that would normally cost a fortune. "Of course, Professor." "Have I ever been late?" Severus asked, but when he caught Slughorn's mocking look, he glanced away sheepishly. "Well, once, but I had a valid reason." "Once. All right, twice. And that time you got held up in the library for 2 whole minutes. 2 is not 20. "You were still late," Slughorn said, chuckling as he nodded to passing students who greeted him. "I will try not to let it happen again. I am holding you to that, Mr. Severus." They descended into the castle dungeons and, after exchanging farewells, went their separate ways. Slughorn headed to his office while Severus went to prepare for tomorrow's departure. In the Slytherin common room, the celebration was in full swing, though it was not so much a party as a networking event. Students from all years mingled, establishing connections. None of it interested Severus, and as he entered, he suspected that without the subtle aversion charm he'd cast earlier, the group gathered by the entrance would have pounced and begun pestering him. He reached his room without incident, packed a few things quickly, and after calling for the house elves, operated home. Diagon Alley. When Severus appeared in the shop, he looked surprised at the Christmas tree standing in the corner and at the room itself, decorated with garlands and ornaments in the grandest Christmas tradition. "I'll have to give him a raise," he said with a smile, eyeing the table covered in food under stasis. A small note on it read, "Happy Christmas, Mr. Severus." He glanced at Nagini. "I already ate at Hogwarts. You want some?" Nagini shook her head. "All right, we'll save it for morning. The shop is closed for the next 7 days anyway." He waved a hand toward the table and reinforced the charms to hold until morning. "Tabby, Nellie, you can rest too, but if I call, you come back immediately," he added firmly, because if he simply said, "Take the day off," they would have sobbed at his feet, thinking he was freeing them. "House elves." "Yes, master." Both appeared in front of him, answered in unison, and vanished just as quickly. "What should we do?" "I'm thinking of taking a walk around London. What do you think?" "I'm all for it," Nagini said contentedly, pressing against his cheek. "Maybe the cinema." "All right." Brief digression. When James finally woke up, he jolted upright in bed and looked around wildly, panic in his eyes. He could still vividly remember that dear head, and the memory of that voice sent goosebumps crawling across his skin. His face was unnaturally pale. But when he saw human hands and realized he was human again, back home, a tear rolled down his cheek. Those 7 days had been absolute hell. It was one thing to spend a couple of hours in animal form during the full moon, so their werewolf friend wouldn't be lonely, and quite another to be trapped in a deer's skin for a whole week. To relieve himself, he'd had to run outside the castle and clean himself on the ground, which was disgusting. It was an experience he never wanted to repeat. Of course, they had offered to send him home to Potter Manor, but he had refused. He did not want to leave Lily alone with that damn crybaby any longer than necessary. "I need to talk to Father about him. This is definitely his doing. He alone had a grudge against the 4 of us." James thought with an anticipatory smile, and as he was about to rush out of the room, he noticed a square box with a bow on the table. At the same time, Mrs. Potter had prepared tea and was heading toward her son's room, but she hadn't taken more than a couple of steps when she heard an explosion from inside. "Ah! James!" she cried out, worry flooding her face. She ran to the door, flung the tray aside, pulled out her wand, and yanked the door open. Smoke billowed out immediately, and when most of it cleared, she froze, staring at a deer racing around the room, fleeing from a pair of scissors snapping at its hindquarters. A few seconds later, a whimpering dog wearing a muzzle came up to her, but the moment it saw the chaos in the room, it fled before the scissors could switch targets. No actual castration occurred, of course. Mrs. Potter quickly destroyed the steel guillotines. But the psychological trauma was permanent, and James would likely flinch at the sight of scissors for the rest of his life. Roughly the same thing happened to Pettigrew, only with a mousetrap. Remus woke up naked in a women's restroom on a train platform, his wand gone. He was comforted by a strange crystal he found with his gift. The next day was supposed to be a date with Bella, but Severus had to cancel regretfully because of important business. Bella was busy too. The Malfoys were hosting a Christmas party, and she could not miss it. On top of that, the wedding date for Lucius and Narcissa Black would be announced. Severus had been invited as well, but since he could not make it, he sent 2 mirrors similar to the one he'd given Slughorn as an apology. The mirrors were simple communication artifacts, but in this world they were a rare luxury. The method of making them had long been lost, and the ones that remained were locked away in collectors' cabinets and aristocratic family vaults. Severus considered selling them, but ultimately abandoned the idea. He had enough galleons already, and in a couple of months he would most likely be the richest wizard in England. No need to draw extra attention. As evening approached, Severus operated in front of a dilapidated estate deep in the wilderness, far from civilization. Holes gaped in the walls and roof, and most of the windows were either boarded up or missing entirely. He was concealed beneath a dark cloak. A cold smile touched his lips when the scent of blood reached his nostrils. Only 2 months were enough. Weaklings. Severus, why did we come here? Nagini asked, a hint of panic in her voice. She had noticed the traces of blood near the house and the half-open, creaking door. To finish something, he answered calmly, heading toward the building. Nagini raised her gaze to the intact window on the 2nd floor and saw a bloody handprint smeared downward. With a frightened hiccup, she darted under his cloak. Severus saw it too, but paid it no attention. He could sense there was only one living person left on the 1st floor, and that person was on his last breath. Do not worry, it's fine. Severus pushed the door fully open. His gaze immediately fell upon the body of a man in a brown cloak, blood staining his back, lying just inside the entrance. Then, looking toward the living room, he saw another body, an older woman whose face was twisted in horror. A dagger had pierced her heart. Looks like they had quite a time. Inside, he sensed 8 more bodies, 2 in the kitchen, 3 on the 2nd floor, 1 near the window, 2 more in the basement, and 1 on the stairs. The house itself was in ruins, bloodstains marking nearly every wall. What happened here? Nagini asked, her voice trembling as she slipped out from under the cloak and stared around the room in shock. Nothing special. They killed each other, apparently they disagreed about something. He shrugged indifferently and crossed the living room, entering another room. In the corner sat a thin man in a white shirt, the fabric on his stomach soaked with blood. The wounded man's face was white as chalk with blood loss, but he still found the strength to open his eyes and look at the uninvited guest. Why did we come here? How did you know about this? Nagini asked in bewilderment, but moments later she stared in surprise at the wounded wizard. He let out a hoarse chuckle and did not take his eyes off Severus's smiling face. Why you? // Chapter 70, Chapter 67. Bloody Christmas. Part 2. Revenge. Chapter 67. Bloody Christmas. Part 2. Revenge. Nagini looked from Severus to the unknown men in confusion, not understanding what was happening or how they knew each other. Me, Severus said with a smile. He had pushed his hood back the moment he entered the house. Glad to see me. Ka. Ha ha ha. He cleared his throat. And I suggested they kill you too, but they did not take my words seriously, the wizard drawled, his voice hoarse and smug. He had been right after all, even if he regretted that he could not look his dead family in the eyes now. Severus. Nagini asked again. Severus ignored Nagini's questioning tone. He pulled out a mirror and tossed it toward the men, who looked slightly startled. You know, my mother never succumbed to those charms, Severus snorted. He walked to a cabinet and picked up a crown statuette. You couldn't even last 2 months, and I only strengthened those charms a little. Eileen's mind was always well protected. That's just an excuse. You were weaker than her. You always envied her, feared she might take your place as head of the family, even though deep down you knew it was impossible. The statuette in his hand flared up and burned away in an instant, leaving not even ash behind. But you were afraid, so you got rid of her. You used a potion or some charms, made her fall in love with a muggle, or strengthened the feelings that were already there. He turned back to the prince, who was smiling nervously. And even that wasn't enough for you. You decided to go all the way and cut the problem off at the root. It's a good approach. I might even respect the decision. I'd have done the same, but... A second later, he stood directly before the flinching men. I'd have done it with my own hands, to make sure the enemy was dead. You're an ordinary nobody who fancies himself a puppet master in the shadows. Tell me, was it pleasant to torture your own sister, uncle? Shut, cough, up. The truth hurts, Severus Prince. In the next moment, he vomited blood, staining the front of his shirt. And when you killed your own father, what did you feel? Were you sad, or were you glad? Severus pressed on with a mocking smile, digging into the wizard's sore spot as Prince's face twisted with rage. All right, don't answer. To be honest, I only came to mock you. And I won't let you be reincarnated, if it even exists. What do you mean by that? Nothing special. Someone wants to talk to you. Severus stepped aside and pointed toward the door. In the doorway stood a pale woman in a light dress, her face colder than ice. In her eyes burned a hellish flame that threatened to break free at any moment. At the sight of her, primal terror flooded the prince's face. Eileen, he rasped in disbelief, staring at her like an apparition. In a sense. It is her magic, Severus explained calmly, heading toward the exit. And I gave it my mother's likeness. She feels the same emotions as the real one. You could even call her an imprint of personality preserved on canvas, which she once wanted to turn into a living portrait. In any case, I will not distract you. Talk. Stop. Do not leave me. But when Prince saw that Severus was truly leaving, he turned his trembling gaze toward the pale woman still standing in the doorway. Sister. The moment the word left his mouth, her face twisted, and in the next instant she was right in front of him. As soon as Severus stepped outside, he heard a heartrending scream. Nagini trembled like a leaf, but the fear began to ebb as soon as calm spread through their bond. Severus also cast silencing charms on the house to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. What do you think of me? He asked with a smile, studying the beautiful sunset, which looked especially magnificent in winter. I don't know. I thought I understood you perfectly, still, I don't condemn you. You had every right to take revenge. The short exchange was enough for Nagini to understand why he'd done it, even if it seemed too cruel to her. His anger ran far deeper, and if that phantom hadn't been there, Nagini would have bitten that bastard herself. Are you afraid of me? Humph. As if, Nagini answered, then hesitated, embarrassed. You still haven't closed your mind, so I can even now feel your emotions, but... She quickly regained her composure. Did it have to be all of them? Each of them had their hands up to the elbows in blood, and each knew what really happened to my mother. You could say they all made that decision, but he was the one who came up with it and made it happen, with the silent consent of the rest. I see. Forgive me for doubting you for a moment. It's nothing. In this family of true aristocrats, there was probably only one person who might have loved my mother. He's been dead for 3 years now. On his way back from one of the balls, he was attacked, and only his son survived, escaping with barely a scratch. For a symbolic fee, the ministry turned a blind eye. That was your grandfather. Rowena guessed at once. Quite recently she had heard Severus speaking with an unknown man about the Prince family, specifically that the previous head of the family had died 3 years ago. That's right. Severus. Tell me about your past. Nagini said firmly, right in his face, and a smile crossed his lips. The contrast was almost comical, her small, indifferent face against that serious tone. All right, I do not mind telling you the story of the half-blood prince. It began in a rather dirty Muggle town. On January 9, 1960, a boy was born and named Severus, after the Roman Emperor Septimius Severus. But your mother was an aristocrat. So why did she name you after a Muggle? How should I know? I don't want to get into female logic. Or maybe it was my father's idea. So don't distract me. He poked Nagini on the nose. And he got the surname Snape from his father. The boy's childhood could have been worse, at least until he turned 1, he added sternly. Nagini snorted in displeasure but decided to stay silent anyway. An hour later, Severus finished telling the story of the real Snape. Of course, he left out the suicide and Tobias's torture, softening it a little, but even that was enough to make Nagini spit venom at Severus's father, at Potter and his friends, at Lily, and at the Prince family. Nagini even regretted stopping him that day when he wanted to punish the marauders, and she no longer felt any sympathy for the bodies inside the house. Over the past 6 months, Severus had become the closest person to Nagini. Hearing how he had suffered was like waving a red rag in front of a bull. Nagini wouldn't have minded biting them herself, but at the same time she felt respect for him, because not everyone could endure all that and truly change, leaving the past behind. Just as Severus finished the story, Eileen drifted out of the house, immediately fixing her cold gaze on him as he sat on the bench. Glad you're finished, Severus said calmly, lifting his gaze to the woman standing before him. He studied her with open interest. Not bad. You've managed to evolve from a bodiless, vengeful phantom into a semi-material dark entity. Maybe in a couple more years you'll become truly undead. She looked at the beautiful woman with embarrassment, hiding behind Severus's head. After all, even if Eileen was only a small part of his real mother, she was still his mother. Nagini simply wasn't ready for such a meeting. You can speak? Severus asked, surprised. He'd encountered countless creatures like this at the ministry, but never one that could talk. Apparently I underestimated the emotions invested in that small amount of magic. Still, he had a rough idea what Eileen wanted to ask. No. He touched his temple and withdrew something between gas and liquid, memories. He held it out to her. The spirit stared at him without blinking, then raised her hand toward it and absorbed it. A few seconds later, a tear rolled down her cheek. Her face remained expressionless, save for a faint ripple in her eyes. You needn't blame me. I have nothing to do with this, Severus said calmly, watching the unique specimen with interest. It was genuine, but not the sort that would drive him to dissect the being standing before him. Severus was not fond of necromancy. If anything, he disliked it. It was a natural aversion. Fire and light magic were the main weaknesses of any undead. He had used it only to give Eileen a chance at revenge, nothing more. The vengeful phantom could be called necromancy only by a stretch, for it was merely an echo of a former personality, built mostly on negative emotions. But apparently the emotions Eileen had invested in the portrait had been far more complex, and even the curse could not turn them entirely negative. Still, Severus decided to attribute this to the magic of this world. Even if it was almost identical, there could be some difference he did not know about, and that might be why the spell worked this way. But those were only his guesses, and they would require further study. I helped you take revenge. It is time for you to return to your mistress. Severus raised a hand, about to dispel her, but she suddenly held out her palm, shaking her head. He frowned. I want to see, the creature managed with great effort, and Severus's eyes widened in surprise for the second time in the last few minutes. See what? You fool. Nagini snapped. Even if she is, as you put it earlier, an imprint of personality, she is still your mother. Do you think she does not want to be near you, see what you will grow up to be, protect you, care for you? The accusation made Severus freeze. Eileen knew he was not her son, but the one who had captured his body after death, and Severus doubted it was that simple. He would not have been surprised if she wanted to kill him for it. And yet he didn't want to clutter his mind with those thoughts today. He focused on their connection, and a few seconds later Severus stared at her in shock. The expected wave of negative emotion and bloodlust was completely absent. There was only sadness, the realization that her son had committed suicide, and amid that sadness, warmer, almost tender feelings toward Severus himself broke through. It was far too strange. What the hell is happening? Severus grabbed his head, dropped onto the bench, and started thinking. He studied Eileen's body through the connection and tried to understand where he had erred in causing this, since it was difficult to blame this on magic alone. Apparently I'm going to bed late tonight. Merry Christmas, damn it. Chapter 71, Chapter 68. Inheritance. Chapter 68. Inheritance. Diagon Alley. It was the dead of night, and Severus, instead of going to bed like a normal person on his day off, sat staring thoughtfully at the woman standing before him. Clearly, nothing is clear, he said with something like philosophical weight. But one thing I can say for certain, she understands who I am, and she has accepted that I took over her son's body without hating me for it. It's possible our connection affected her, but that's not certain. The seal inside her hasn't changed at all since I created it, which suggests that's unlikely, but I still can't dismiss the theory entirely. He sighed tiredly and rubbed his temples. Or maybe, out of gratitude, she wants to follow me or see what I can achieve in her son's body. After all, even if the soul is different, the body was mine, after all. So the last option is most likely correct, but that's not certain either. Severus, what will you do with her? Nothing. If she wants to watch over me, let her watch. He shrugged, meeting the phantom's cold gaze. Then he took out the pocket watch Godric had given him. Get in. I configured it so you can see what's happening outside. And remember, don't leave until I let you out. If anyone sees you near me, they'll send me to Azkaban immediately. Understand? Instead of answering, she nodded indifferently, turned into a shadow, and slipped inside. The watch snapped shut. If she develops sufficiently, she might still prove useful. She harbors no ill will toward me, so I needn't worry about my own life or Nagini's. I shouldn't forget that she's under my complete control, I could dispel her at any moment. With that thought, he rose from the chair. He stretched, then held out his hand to the snake lying on the table, and she quickly crawled onto it. Let's go to sleep. Tomorrow promises to be a very interesting day, he added with an enigmatic smile. Nagini tilted her head and blinked, confused, and he couldn't resist stroking her. She looked far too cute. What's supposed to happen tomorrow that has you so intrigued? You'll find out tomorrow morning, I think. Your riddles again, she snorted in annoyance as they entered the room. She slid from his hand and settled on the pillow. And just as Severus had predicted, someone knocked on the shop door that morning. By then they had been up for a while, had even managed to grab a snack, and had put the table under stasis again. When he opened the door, he found 3 Aurors on his doorstep, led by Captain Robinson, the same one who had interrogated him before. You again. What do you want from me now? We already made a deal, and I still have 2 weeks until payment. Or did you decide to deliver my galleons early? I wouldn't say no to that. No, we're here on other business, Robinson interrupted, an irritated look on his face as he handed over a sheet stamped with the ministry seal. This morning at 2 o'clock, 11 bodies were discovered at the Prince family residence. All were members of the family. Do you know anything about this? No. I want nothing to do with them whatsoever. I don't think I need to explain why. Robinson merely nodded. He truly detested the men standing before him, especially after that incident, and wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Not necessary. We've reviewed your records. Then he opened his briefcase, withdrew a large folder, and handed it over. As the last remaining member of the line, you're entitled to all property acquired over the generations. Are you ready to sign? Give it here. Severus signed the first sheet and returned it to the Auror. Is that all? Robinson grimaced, but nodded, glancing at the signature. Yes. Thank you for your cooperation. Have a good day, Mr. Severus. You too. Then Severus simply slammed the door in their faces. Robinson's eye twitched. He spat on the threshold, turned to apparate, tripped on his own spit, and cracked his head against the stone slab. Behind the door, Severus merely chuckled and went back to the table. What is in there? Nagini asked impatiently. She had heard the whole conversation and already had a rough idea of what might be inside the folder. Let's see. He opened it and began flipping through the papers. That house we visited recently, 2 shops in Diagon Alley and another in Nocturne Alley, a plot of land in Bristol, plus shares in several sizable companies. And that's not even counting the bank account of nearly 200,000 that the previous head of the family had frozen. Apparently, he sensed something was wrong, but I think we can fix that. Not for the money, but for the artifacts and books stored there as well. He finished with a satisfied smile and closed the folder. Soon we'll move into our own house. Happy. Not that one, I hope. Exactly that one, but I'm tearing it down immediately. You know the saying, a man's home is his castle. I'll make it a real fortress so no bastard can crawl into our place. When she sighed wearily, he raised an eyebrow. Is something wrong? No, everything is fine. It's just that you're going to work yourself to death again. Severus, please take care of your health. You shouldn't overwork yourself so much. It's one thing at Hogwarts, where you have a year and a half left to study, but here, at least, please take a little break. Seeing the sadness on his companion's face, Severus gave a crooked smile and ran his hand gently over her smooth scales. I promised I wouldn't overwork myself this time, and I have Toby and Nellie to help me, so relax. What makes you think I'm doing this alone? You always do. Fair point, but I promised not to push myself too hard this weekend, so trust me. Like before. That was not my fault. It was the circumstances. I'm doing this so I can finish faster, and then we can spend more time together. So let's drop the subject. I suggest we check on our properties. Besides wanting to distract Nagini, Severus himself wanted to see everything with his own eyes. Just as they were about to leave the shop, an owl tapped at the window, and by the markings near its beak Severus immediately knew whose it was. The letter itself held nothing special, just Malfoy's thanks for the gift and an invitation to visit next weekend, 2 days before classes started. Severus accepted, and a few minutes later the owl flew back, very satisfied after snacking on fish that neither he nor Nagini liked. After that, they left the shop and went straight to the 2 stores owned by the Prince family. One was closed, and the second was rented out to a certain miller. It housed a small restaurant, and the tenant paid well, so Severus saw no reason to break the lease. He simply explained who the new owner was and which account the rent should now be sent to. The shop in Nocturne Alley dealt in dark artifacts, essentially a competitor to Borgin and Burke's. The tenant didn't purchase stock, he only sold, but he paid 3 times the rent of the previous occupant. That was understandable, since along with the premises, he enjoyed the protection of the Prince family. Of course, when the wizard learned the family had fallen, he was ready to leave, but after a brief conversation and an explanation of who was backing Severus, he was actually pleased. Severus gave him the same order as Shafiq: if anyone wanted to sell the shop, he was to call Severus or Karner immediately. Severus doubted such people would appear, but he instructed him to do so anyway, just in case. What if they did? As for the companies, one was a furniture maker, serving both the magical and muggle markets. The Prince family's share was only 5%, but even that brought in thousands of galleons each month. Taken together, all 4 companies yielded roughly 7,000 a month, according to the checkbook Severus had found in the manor. That was quite a lot. Though it varied with the company's profits, it never dropped below 6,000. If you totaled all the family's income, it came to nearly 9,000 a month. That spoke to the strength of the prince's position, and with earnings like that, the rumor of the family's downfall was most likely just a rumor. After that, they visited Bristol as well, where a new manor was under construction. The family had invested a huge amount of galleons in the project, as the materials were not ordinary, but were the best of their kind. Apparently, they intended to move out of the old manor, though Severus couldn't understand why they hadn't simply used reparo to repair it. He didn't try very hard to understand. And by evening, he decided it was time to visit his little green friends at the bank. // Chapter 72, Chapter 69. 3 Conditions. Chapter 69. 3 Conditions. As he approached Gringotts, Severus smiled at the goblin guard stationed by the entrance. The goblin began rubbing his hands anxiously the moment he spotted him. After all, who else would know how rich Severus was now? And the shop pulling in tens of thousands of galleons a month was hardly a secret to them. "Welcome, Mr. Prince. Shall I escort you?" the guard greeted him politely, nearly bowing at his feet. "Thank you, but no need," Severus chuckled, and the goblin nodded like a bobblehead before hurrying to open the door for him. Of course, please come in," he said, completely ignoring Severus's tone. But the moment Severus passed through and the door shut, the goblin's face twisted. He spat irritably just outside the door, drawing annoyed looks from passing witches and wizards, and turned away. "Pathetic little humans," he said. He took one step to the left, slipped on the spit, and smashed his big nose against the stone floor. Inside the huge hall, Severus headed calmly toward the goblin seated at the far end, catching a storm of hostile glances from the employees. Displeasure and hostility were there, of course, but so was anticipation. When he finally stopped at the high desk, he lifted his gaze to the chief goblin behind it. "I came to ask about the prince account that is currently frozen." The goblin gave him an irritated look, opened a large ledger, and began turning pages at a slow, deliberate pace. Finally he stopped and looked up again. The previous head of the prince family froze the account, fearing trouble. He set a new condition: if, within 7 years, an heir from his daughter's side does not appear here, all the galleons will belong to our bank, the goblin said lazily, watching for Severus's reaction. "And as I understand it, you did not tell Severus Prince about this condition." "That was another condition set by his father." "I see." Severus stroked his chin thoughtfully, then looked back at the bank clerk. "So I can go to the prince vault right now and take everything from there?" The goblin just grinned and shook his head. "No. Until you officially become head of the family and turn 21, you cannot take more than 300 galleons a month. That condition was set by your grandfather as well. I'm sure you pushed him into that, saying I'd waste everything on nonsense at my age." "Fine, I agree with you. It's the right decision. If someone like Sirius Black were in my place, he would have squandered it all in a year. But since you're a serious young man, and you know how to handle money, we could, of course, make concessions," the goblin drawled with a professional smile, adjusting his glasses. "You want me to start storing my hard-earned galleons in your bank again?" Severus asked calmly. With the same polite smile, he added, "I'm sure you also know about our contract with the ministry and how much I earned. Am I right?" "What are you saying? How could we possibly know such information?" The tone made it clear that they knew everything. "I see. I don't mind, but I have 3 conditions. I want to discuss them with the head of Gringotts." "Is that possible?" The goblin frowned slightly but still nodded. He called another goblin over and whispered something. The second one ran off, and 5 minutes later he returned with a sheet of paper in hand. The clerk skimmed it quickly, then grunted and climbed down the small ladder. "Follow me. The chief goblin is ready to meet with you." Severus looked him over from head to toe with a half-smile, and the goblin snorted in irritation. Of course. The head of Gringotts had his office nearby, 1 floor down, between the main hall and the vaults. From Griphook's earlier explanations, Severus understood the structure. The head of the bank held 2 votes, and 3 elders opposed him, the oldest and wisest goblins serving as advisors. They could challenge the head's decision at any moment if it seemed questionable or threatened losses. The entrance to the office was marked with a massive steel door, nearly 2 meters tall, decorated with gold and precious stones. 4 goblins stood in front of it, and along the corridor there were 20 more, every 5 meters, armed with spears in hand. "Leave your wand here," the largest one said grimly, an eye patch covering one eye and a scar running across half his face. "And what if you are planning to kill me in there?" Severus protested with genuine surprise. He reluctantly put on a show of hesitation, then nodded. "Can I take a sword for safety?" "A sword?" The guards exchanged mocking smiles. In the magical world, wizards and swords were practically opposites. How could a feeble human wizard use a sword? They were all thinking it, and even the commander, distinguished by his red cloak and plumed helmet, smirked. "You may bring it." "Thank you." A moment later, they froze in shock. A black sword nearly a meter long appeared at Severus's belt, fastened to a leather strap. Then he drew his wand and handed it to one of them. "Let's go in. I feel more or less safe now." The goblin finally recovered, snorted contemptuously, and pressed his hand to the door while speaking in his native tongue. A few seconds later, the door began to open. Double protection was in place. Even if a traitor appeared who knew the password, he still couldn't open the door without permission from inside. It was smarter than a certain Salazar who had never thought to build even a shred of self-awareness into a door, or configure it to open from his own portrait. At last the door opened fully, and Severus looked into the office. It was a small room, about 700 square feet, tastefully furnished. Goblin statues holding jugs of gold stood in the corners. Enchanted wooden cabinets lined the walls, packed with folders and manuscripts. A huge crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. There was even a window, and from its angle Severus recognized the vantage point, the eyes of the dragon statues at Gringotts. A long table stood in the center. At its head, in a red chair, sat a goblin so old a light breeze could have carried him off. 3 more elders sat beside him, equally ancient but still vigorous. Griphook bowed and left the office. Only 4 guards remained, led by the commander. He stood to the right of the table, another guard stood to the left, and 2 more stood on either side of Severus. "You wanted to meet with me?" "I'm listening," the chief said in a sluggish, slightly monotone voice. He studied Severus with interest, then lowered his gaze to the sword. "I'm ready to cooperate with you again. At the moment I have about 600,000 galleons, and in 2 weeks another 500,000 galleons should arrive. Is that enough to interest you?" Severus asked with a smile. The goblins did not look surprised. They had already calculated everything without him, including future profits, because the Goblin Intelligence Network monitored such matters closely. "Ho ho ho, of course. But you didn't come here just for that." "No. I have 3 conditions. Once they're met, I'll continue using your services." The 4 exchanged glances. When the 3 elders nodded, the chief raised his gaze to the human again. "First, I want to commission leather armor with metal inserts from your smiths. I'll provide the blueprints and pay for all the work. We haven't dealt with such things since that pathetic little human, Godric Gryffindor, stole the sword created by our king," one of the elders said irritably. "Really? You can see what profit you'd make by investing my galleons wisely. We're not talking about 100,000, and I won't charge interest." At those words, the 3 elders exchanged looks, and the old chief frowned. "What's your second condition?" "Nothing special. Allow me to look inside 3 vaults, the Blacks, the Lestranges, and the Malfoys. I need to check something." "No." Another thick-browed elder slammed his fist on the table. "We can't allow this. If word gets out, we'll lose our client's trust." "And the third condition?" the chief asked calmly, ignoring his colleague. "The third condition? I don't even know yet. I'm saving it for later. And I'm planning to release 2 more potions soon, ones that'll be just as profitable." Severus grinned at their frowning faces. The elders realized that the 4+ million they'd calculated for the year could easily become 6 million, and with proper investments, they could earn several million more per year. And all those galleons would belong to them alone. It was far too sweet an offer for goblins who adored gold. "For 3 years, you will not make any expensive purchases, and you will allow us to manage the money in your account as we see fit. Even if, by some miracle, we lose galleons, it will not affect your account. We will cover the losses ourselves." The 3 elders smirked. "No problem. I have nothing to spend them on anyway. However, I will require your help building a house, and if I need any materials, you will help me find them. With your connections, that shouldn't be difficult. In return, I am ready to sign a blood contract swearing that I will not reveal or record the second condition in any way. Of course, we will also draw up a mutual contract covering all 3 conditions. What do you say?" "All right, let us discuss this," the chief said, nodding thoughtfully. The 3 elders agreed. "No problem. How about tomorrow morning? Will that be enough time for you?" "Quite. Then until tomorrow, Mr. Just Gruhagak." "Yes, Gruhagak. Have a good evening." After saying goodbye, accompanied by 4 goblin guards, Severus left the office and headed back toward the shop, //. Chapter 73, Chapter 70. Was there a goblin in your family? Chapter 70. Was there a goblin in your family? Of course, Severus could have taken everything from the goblins by force and simply made them work, but he was too lazy to deal with that. Besides, why quarrel and make enemies when you could form an alliance instead? Those thoughts drifted through his mind as he considered them. Showing his strength again, drawing the attention of all magical Britain and the wider world by attacking one of Gringotts' branches, one of the most protected banks in existence, would have been a stupid idea. He did not crave power or world domination. He only wanted enough strength to protect himself and his loved ones and live a peaceful life without wanting for anything, the kind he never had in another world, where he had to survive, constantly fight, and lose friends, comrades, and teachers. By the end of his life he had been left alone, simply so he would not have to feel that grief again. He did not want to repeat that fate, so he often acted with restraint and tried not to take the lives of anyone who did not intend to harm him. The goblins behaved arrogantly, but he did not care. To him they were like ants. It would take a second to kill them, and watching them was even interesting. So he ignored their quirks. Of course, if they crossed the line, sending assassins after him, accusing him of something, or falsifying evidence to steal his galleons, then not even the dragon or the Ministry of Magic would save them. Severus hated one type of person most of all, traitors. After returning, he continued brewing with Nellie, whose knowledge could easily give any fourth-year Hogwarts student a head start. The next day, early in the morning, the moment he passed the goblin at the entrance, Griphook intercepted him and led him to the chief goblin. Going down one floor and passing the guards, he met the same captain again, handed over his wand, and the door opened as he stepped inside. "I take it you agree." Severus smiled at the four old goblins while ignoring the thick-browed one who was staring at him with open dislike. "We agree, but about the third condition. It will not be more difficult than the first and second, and it will not concern gold." Only after those words did they relax a little. "Greedy goblins, but it makes things easier." "Good. That suits us." "Excellent." 2 contracts, almost 5 centimeters thick, appeared in Severus's hand. "Read and sign. The first is for the second condition, and the second is for all 3. The contract is magical. If you violate it, your blood will boil from the inside." They glared at him contemptuously, as if saying, "How can a human compare to us when it comes to contracts?" Then they snorted and began reading the booklet. With each minute, their faces grew more shocked. What Severus gave them was the very definition of a perfect contract. It took everything into account, what each party was obliged to do in any possible situation, the costs and benefits for both sides in any scenario, and even every case of non-compliance by either party. The goblins were genuinely stunned because a pathetic little human had done what they could not, beating them at their own game. Then they stared at him with such expressions that even Severus felt a little uncomfortable. "Is something wrong?" "Did you write this?" one of the elders asked, unable to stop himself. "Yes." "Young man, by any chance, were there no goblins in your family?" Gruhagak asked with interest, and Severus nearly choked. "Do not joke like that. Of course I have nothing against you, but I am human." "But you have the gaze and the sharp mind of a true goblin," the elder in the hat grinned, making Severus's right eye twitch. "I agree with you." And his craving for gold. There was definitely a goblin in his family. Even the thick-browed elder's gaze softened, though he chose to stay silent. Finally the chief raised his palm, and everyone fell quiet at once. "You surprised me. How about working for us after school? We promise a good position and a good salary." "I will probably refuse. Why would I work when I have galleons bursting out of my pockets? I can buy anything I want whenever I want." Severus waved the offer away with a smile. "Definitely had a goblin in the family," the thick-browed elder finally said. Severus did not reply. Convincing a goblin of anything was like telling dwarves to put down their hammers and anvils and go pick flowers. The dwarves might even kill you for that joke. "All right, we agree, but clause 725, prohibiting the second party from using this contract as an example for other transactions. And what is unclear?" Severus looked at the chief goblin with a smile. "Of course, that condition can be crossed out for a separate fee." In that very second, the 4 pairs of eyes lit up. After nearly 3 hours of discussion, they finally signed 4 contracts. 2 from Severus's side and 2 from the goblins. The conditions were completely identical, so there would be no conflict between them. "Well, thank you for your cooperation," Severus said, shaking Gruhagak's wrinkled palm with a smile. Gruhagak grinned back and nodded. "And to you, Mr. Prince. You helped us very much." "Glad to hear it." 2 blueprints appeared in Severus's hand, and he passed them to the old goblin. "The first is for a set of leather armor, and..." A roll of hide dropped onto the floor, and the goblin's eyes lit up. "This is the material it should be made from." "This leather, where did you get basilisk hide, and in such quantity?" "Bought it on the black market." "Can you process it?" "Yes." "And the remnants?" "Keep them for yourselves. And if you manage to do everything exactly as in the blueprint, I will give you the remaining meter. Also, pick the hardest magic-conducting metal. Weight does not matter, and insert it here." Unfolding the paper, Severus pointed to the necessary sections of the armor. One of the goblins quickly wrote everything down in a notebook. Within a few minutes they calculated the cost of the materials and the work and presented a bill for nearly 9,000 galleons. Then came the manner, whose blueprint was also ready because Severus had been thinking about it back when he lived in Severus's house and had started the preparations even then. At first glance the house did not seem special, just ordinary aside from the expensive materials. That would only be true until he laid the runes and charms. After that, it would become a fortress that no wizard in this world could break through. Severus had worked especially hard on it, calculating every millimeter where the charms and runes would go so they would not conflict and would run smoothly. It was painstaking work, and he was even a little proud of it. Another hour later they finished the discussion. According to Gruhagak, the manor would be ready in 2 weeks, and the armor in a week and a half. As for the house, Severus would supervise the construction personally. It would begin tomorrow, and today they would buy the materials and transport them to the site. After saying goodbye, declining their job offer again, and ignoring the question, maybe there were goblins in the family, Severus left the office. A slightly displeased Griphook was already waiting for him, pulled up from his throne once again. Follow me. I will escort you to the vaults. Of course. Hey, little human, the goblin commander called out with a grin. If you want to learn how to wield a sword, I will, so be it, give you a couple of lessons. Not for free, of course. I will probably pass. Thank you for the offer, Severus replied calmly with a smile, sliding the sword back into his wallet. Well, as you wish. My job is to offer. But if you change your mind, it is 1,000 galleons per lesson. Severus waved lazily. He had been trained by a true sword master, so the goblin's offer sounded like a very good joke, and it even made him smile. They went down into a gloomy chamber lit by lanterns, got into a cart, and it took off at once. Since the Blacks, Lestranges, and Malfoys were among the richest families, their vaults were near the very bottom, so the ride took a long time. The lower they descended, the larger the tunnels became. To Severus's surprise, when they emerged from the cramped corridors of ordinary vaults, they entered a vast gorge with artificial lighting. Crystals cast a bluish glow over everything. The place looked less like a bank and more like the ruins of some extinct civilization. At the very bottom and along the walls, he could see a road leading upward, huge columns carved with unknown symbols, and nearly destroyed structures that resembled houses and even a palace. A few minutes later the cart stopped on a small ledge, tiny compared to the gorge. Severus's gaze almost immediately caught the dragon, chained about 300 meters away, a little lower. When it heard the cart, it stared at them with hatred. You are wrong to treat him like that. If he ever gets rid of the shackles, he will kill you all first. If he can, Griphook chuckled. He turned and approached an iron door. In the next moment it swung open, revealing a passage leading to 20 more vaults. Number 711 belongs to the Black family, he said, stopping before it. You are forbidden to take anything. You can only look at the contents, nothing more. I remember. Severus touched the steel doors, and they opened slowly. Inside lay almost 5 large piles of gold coins, plus a heap of other treasures. On the right and left, carved into the stone, were shelves holding all sorts of artifacts and books. If you count everything, it comes out to about 1 million. And I thought I had almost caught up with them. All right, in 2 months I will definitely be richer than they are, Severus said, shaking his head. He looked at Griphook. There is nothing here that I was looking for. Let us move on. Griphook glared at Severus, certain he was being mocked. He closed the vault, reactivated the protective charms, and when they left the room, the next door slammed shut behind them. They did not continue in the cart. With a lantern in hand, they went on foot, descending right down to the dragon. Its muzzle was strapped into a muzzle. They bypassed it and entered another door. This one led to only 10 vaults. Number 809 belongs to the Malfoy family, and 801 to the Lestrange family, Griphook said calmly, touching the nearest door, number 809. The door swung open, and the site was almost the same as the Black Vault, except there were far more piles. Not bad, not bad. Almost 1.5 million, Severus nodded with a smile. Then he felt a familiar aura and shifted his gaze to a black notebook on the shelf. There it is. He stepped into the vault, went to the shelves, and took the notebook in his hand. You are forbidden to take anything from the vault, Griphook reminded him grimly, watching his actions. Of course. Severus pulled out a gold watch, opened it, and said with a smile, Eileen, enjoy your meal. Under the goblin's shocked gaze, a black, writhing shadow burst out of the notebook, leaking a dark aura. It screeched so unpleasantly that the goblin covered his ears. It tried to fight, but after a few seconds it was dragged into the watch. Severus did not leave Voldemort's soul fragment alone with her. With magic, he bound it completely and offered it to the woman to tear apart. One more part, and she will be able to become a full-fledged undead. She will not be threatened with dispersal. Severus set the notebook back in place and turned to Griphook. Let us move on. What was that? The goblin snapped, finally coming to his senses, though he still watched Severus warily. Voldemort's Horcrux. When he saw the confusion on Griphook's face, Severus sighed wearily as they left the vault. Terrible dark magic that splits the soul through murder and hides a fragment inside an object. With it you can gain false immortality, meaning you can resurrect from that fragment, if you do not go mad first. Do not worry, no one will notice. I cast charms that imitate the Horcrux on the notebook. I need to contact the chief goblin. Be my guest. And tell him the Malfoys will not mind. I am on good terms with the heir. As for the Lestranges, they will be gone soon. A little information for you. They insulted someone they should not have. Give it a year or two, and they will disappear. Why yes. 3 minutes. Griphook ran to the bare wall and pressed his palm into a small recess. A scarlet magic circle flared around his hand, and a few seconds later he brightened, beginning to communicate with someone mentally. Severus could tell by the darting eyes and the constant flicker of emotions on the goblin's face. With legitimacy, he read those thoughts without much difficulty. Exactly 3 minutes later the circle went dark. With a heavy sigh, Griphook headed toward vault number 801. Chapter 74, Chapter 71. Construction begins. Chapter 71. Construction begins. Griphook left the dungeon somewhat shaken, especially after the second exorcism. After all, Severus had found another Horcrux in the Lestrange vault, Hufflepuff's cup. It came with a small surprise, duplication charms and a flaming hand. He dispelled both without much difficulty, and after extracting that fragment of Voldemort's soul, he returned the cup to its place and reapplied the same protective charms. Severus also transferred nearly all his galleons into Vault 810. With the contract in effect, he wasn't worried about them, and between what he would soon receive from his shops in Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, plus his shares in companies excluded from the contract, he wouldn't need that money much anyway. After Gringotts, Severus didn't go straight home. First he visited the Ministry of Magic, where he redirected his potion payments to his account so he wouldn't have to visit the bank personally each month. Then he stopped by Shafiq's and gave him new instructions as well, redirect 90% of the proceeds to the bank. An hour later, he returned to the shop, where Nagini was already lying on the table and having lunch. You took a long time. The goblins delayed me, but I have good news, I won't even have to trouble myself with the house. He looked at her with a smile, then erased the flame mark on the back of his palm as if wiping away dirt, and did the same with the galleon sigil on his chest. Contracts like that might bind ordinary wizards, but for Severus, who had mastered such things during his time in the magistrate, they were child's play. As an Archmage, he had once nearly become a spy slave, almost signing a contract of servitude disguised as a non-disclosure agreement. He had taken pity on her, as they were not enemies who had to kill each other on sight, and only luck had allowed him to notice that certain words sounded strange in context. One could say a single word saved him, non-disclosure, or rather, one odd letter within it. In that moment, he recalled a tome on an ancient language, a unique volume from his teacher's collection, in which certain letters looked ordinary but carried entirely different meanings. What had betrayed her was that one word contained 6 such letters, making it sound like sub. Or .d. After quickly isolating those letters and examining them with the grimoire's help, the strange word revealed itself as subordination, and the spy herself instantly turned to ash. After that incident, he devoted nearly 2 years to studying contracts, agreements, and other documents, learning countless subtleties. Even the magistrate had employed someone who specialized in such matters, and Severus had learned a great deal from him. That contract had been his work, as had the list of rules for a good grimoire. In the nearly 700 years the old man had lived, he had written an enormous number of documents. Even a single slave contract could run to 10,000 pages. Severus, for his part, had devised countermeasures against them, mostly through black flame, in case he ever overlooked a similar trap. No one was immune to carelessness. Even the strongest wizard could be fed a potion to dull his mind, surrounded by enemies, or have a loved one taken hostage and forced to sign, because in the world of magic, anything was possible. Leaving the cherry pie untouched, Nagini looked at him in confusion. I found someone who will handle the construction. I will just supervise it. He sat calmly at the table and took an apple. Of course, I could have left everything to them, but I have a feeling those dwarves would definitely start cutting material costs to the absolute minimum. Glad to hear it. And how long? 2 weeks. They'll finish by the end of the holidays. Stretching and resting his chin on his hand, Severus looked at her with a smile. Feels like I only just rested, and I'm already tired. Damn goblins. At that moment, Nagini froze in shock. Do you have a fever? She asked anxiously, pressing her tail to his forehead. Are you really Severus? Stop being sarcastic. Even I can get tired, and those bastards squeezed me dry. They fought for every canute. It was awful. We spent an hour on just one question, how much I could withdraw from the account per month. We settled on 12,325 galleons, 3 sickles, and 27 nuts. They're supposed to be leaders, but they behaved like ordinary goblins. My poor thing. Let Auntie Nagini console you. I was just thinking about a dark green leather purse. I'm joking, she grumbled in displeasure, though, through the bond, he felt completely different emotions. All right, all right. When you become a Lamia, I won't mind if Auntie Nagini consoles me at night. He dodged a pair of fangs without any trouble, got up from the table, and headed for the stairs. If anything, I'll be upstairs, my Lamia. Now I'll show you a Lamia. Nagini slithered briskly after him. Drawing his wand, he whispered something unintelligible, and with every passing second, the temperature around them rose until, in an instant, the entire house was engulfed in flames. Why are you doing this? There were many valuable things inside, the foreman exclaimed, bewildered, staring at the burning building as if it were a terrible tragedy. You don't need to worry about that. Everything of value I've already taken. Nothing remains inside, Severus explained indifferently, watching the goblin exhale in relief and quickly regain his composure. Then, rummaging through his suitcase, the foreman pulled out a business card. Take it. We recently opened a small furniture shop. If you want to sell it, we'll gladly buy it at a good price. I'll keep that in mind. Severus nodded and slipped it into his pocket, remembering the items from the room of requirement. Now he didn't have to worry about who to foist all that junk on. A few minutes later, the house had burned down completely, leaving only coals and ash. Severus swept the debris aside without much effort, using wind magic. You may begin. He stepped aside calmly, and the goblins wasted no time. A huge assortment of building materials appeared on the ground. Some goblins began sorting them, while others, using a magic pen and consulting the plan, began marking the main points where the manor had stood, drawing directly on the ground and in the air with glowing ink. They worked carefully, with jeweler's precision, handling the materials as if they were their own children. With a sigh, he had no intention of revealing these recipes yet, at least not until demand for his earlier creations subsided. He decided to stop adapting recipes from his old world for now. He already had enough galleons, and his existing releases would continue yielding profits for a long time to come. Instead, he chose to dedicate himself to his studies to live up to Slughorn's expectations. The professor had spared no effort in teaching him. In this world, Slughorn had become important to him, and Severus had no intention of remaining idle. This was his second life, and he had no intention of seeing it end anytime soon. He wanted to learn as much as possible, even if this world was magically weak, it still held masters who had much to teach. More than anything, he wanted to meet Flammel, the greatest alchemist of this world, who had lived over 600 years thanks to the Philosopher's Stone, whereas the average wizard lived only 20 or 30 years longer than Muggles. Of course, there were exceptions, magisters like Dumbledore. Dumbledore would easily reach 200, as would the previous headmaster, who was already somehow into his 3rd century. Severus did not know what rank the man held, but he was certain the old wizard had surpassed the magister threshold. After all, this world held many mysteries, and magisters, perhaps even archmages, were not found only in magical Britain. Of course, Severus wanted to find the legacy of Hogwarts founders, but even if he never succeeded, he would not regret it too much. Although Severus had reached a level of power where few could threaten him in this world, that was far from his final goal. It was only the beginning. He would regain his former strength, become an archmage once more, and surpass his past self, breaking through to become a great archmage. The latter was only a dream in this magically weak world, but the rank of archmage was not unattainable. It would simply require 24 years of dedicated effort, as well as collecting a large number of crystals filled with pure magical power, like those in that cave. London. Knightsbridge. In the park, not far from the city's noisy bustle, a witch dressed in black stood beside a lamppost. She calmly watched people passing by, as if lost in thought, until someone suddenly covered her eyes with his hands, earning an irritated snort. Stop these games. Miss Black, you are as charming as always, a pleasant male voice said near her ear. And you are as annoying as always, Bellatrix replied sharply. After he removed his hands from her eyes, he slid them down to her slim waist. And what can I do? Do not touch me. That's impossible. The moment I see your face, I lose my head and want to take you home, lock you in a golden cage, and admire you forever. Bellatrix stared at him strangely. Did someone hit you on the head? Or did you eat something bad? Humph. You know, I tried to be gallant with you, like a true aristocrat, saying one thing while meaning another and thinking of a third, Severus grumbled, pressing her closer. It doesn't suit you at all. Behave like you used to. I get enough of that at home and at every meeting with other families. Well, if that's what my Bella wants, so be it. Bellatrix glared at him menacingly and broke free of his embrace. Don't call me that. How many times do I have to tell you, she said tiredly, taking a simple black wallet from which she pulled out a box and handed it to him. Severus opened it with mild interest, raising an eyebrow. You are faster than I thought. I'll contact him tomorrow. I think he'll be here in a couple of days. Anyway, I'll send an owl. I see. Then Bellatrix took a step, but stopped when Severus caught her hand. She looked at him grimly. We still have a whole day ahead of us. You know, you pulled me away from work, so you have to take responsibility. Seeing his cheeky smile, Bellatrix really wanted to wipe it off his face, as painfully as possible. We agreed only on weekends. I don't care. I heard a new confectionery opened nearby, and they say the pastries there are among the best in the city. Her shoulders trembled, but he continued. The sequel to that movie just came out, and I happen to have 2 tickets. A few minutes later, Bellatrix gave in. Those words were too enticing, and she wasn't even angry with him for manipulating her like that, which was very strange for her. Before, she couldn't stand him, but now that feeling had almost completely disappeared, turning into something else she couldn't understand. Toward evening, after walking Bellatrix home as usual and smiling again at the elderly lady peering from the window, Severus headed calmly toward the park, and 7 shadows followed him. When he finally reached a deserted hill surrounded by trees, he stopped, turned around, and said with an indifferent expression. Come out. Do you think I don't see you? For several seconds, deathly silence reigned, until a crackling sound rang out and 6 wizards in dark clothing appeared right in front of him. When did you notice? One of them asked grimly, calmly drawing his wand, while the others were already aiming their wands at Severus. From the moment I met Bella, you tried to hide in the shadows, but you masked your magic very poorly. Tell the one trying to attack from behind to come out, too, or else. A cold smile appeared on Severus's face, and 7 fireballs the size of soccer balls ignited behind his back. They radiated such heat that the snow around him melted completely. That display of power made the leader wary. He understood it was not an illusion, and the fact that their opponent had cast it without words or a wand made one thing clear: this was not a simple 6th-year student, as they were told, but someone much stronger. The sum they had been paid was far too low. Andrew, come back, the men ordered sternly, and a moment later a shadow flashed past Severus and another person appeared beside the group. Retreating. We accepted an order to frighten a simple Hogwarts student, not a wizard of your level. I see. So you do have brains. 1 fireball vanished, and in the next instant the tree behind them turned to ash. All 7 broke into a cold sweat. He was too fast. If the wizard in front of them had wanted to kill them, they would already be dead. I won't kill you because you didn't want to kill me and were only following orders, but you will have to work. Don't worry, you'll be paid what you're worth. Severus flashed a savage grin and tossed the leader a diamond-shaped crystal. This is a recording crystal. Channel some magic into it, and it will record everything within 10 meters of you. Then he dropped a bag of galleons at the assassin's feet. That's 5,000. Your task is to return to your employer, beat him, strip him naked, and throw him in the center of Diagon Alley. You can also give him my regards. You're skilled, and Rodolphus most likely didn't discuss this step with anyone. Outwardly, their leader remained indifferent, but inside, he was shocked. How could Severus know their client? Before the operation, they had gathered as much information about Severus as possible and knew someone was backing him. Still, the team had not planned to kill him, only to frighten him, and they were just passing through, so they had not worried too much about offending anyone. But the fact that a mere schoolboy had turned out to be so dangerous made him want to curse Rodolphus, who had told them Severus was only slightly stronger than a Hogwarts 6th year and had paid a miserable 1,000 galleons. Most of all, the leader was furious at his own blindness. They had been led around by the nose like children, and if the order had been to kill him, nothing would have remained of them but a pathetic pile of ash. Even without Severus, he was going to take revenge on the damned aristocrat who had nearly destroyed his team. Pulling himself together, the man picked up the bag and hung it from his belt. Thank you for leaving us alive. We will fulfill your order today. You will receive the report at 12 o'clock. Bowing, the group melted into the shadows and vanished a moment later, leaving only Severus on the snowy clearing. Not bad. Each of them matches Slughorn in magical power, and they're physically fit as well. It would be nice to acquire them, but for now, they'll do. I need to get home. With a tired sigh, he simply vanished. Not far from the Lestrange estate, a man in a dark cloak stood beside a large tree, as though waiting for someone. Where the hell are they? He thought irritably, pacing in place. A few seconds later, 6 assassins appeared 10 meters away. At the sight of them, the wizard muttered, finally. Or so it seemed, because their leader stepped out from the shadows behind him and punched him in the face with full force, sending the shocked aristocrat to the ground. What are you doing? Rodolphus shouted furiously, trying to reach for his wand, but a kick to his hand sent pain shooting through him, making him forget all about it. Do you even know who I am? A bastard who deceived us, the leader hissed, pulling out the crystal. As soon as it glowed, he looked at the others. Strip him and hang him on the tree. The next 2 hours will be unforgettable. Wah. Rodolphus did not get to finish. A gag was shoved into his mouth. He could only moan in fury and his eyes shot lightning, but when he saw the gloves with blunt steel spikes that the leader was putting on, fear danced in his eyes. What the hell is happening? // Chapter 76, Chapter 73. Home. Chapter 73. Home. After parting ways with the assassins Rodolphus had hired, Severus returned home. Then, taking Nagini with him, he went to their new house. The roof was already finished, and only the windows remained. They would arrive tomorrow, and then the construction would finally be complete. He had come for one purpose, to check that everything was in order. During the week he had learned to trust the goblins' skill, but their greed was hard to ignore. Yet no matter how thoroughly he searched, he found no flaws that deviated from the blueprint. Everything was done as if measured by a ruler, which pleasantly surprised him. The goblins themselves were even a little offended by his distrust, but after Severus waived 5 penalties, their spirits lifted so much that they forgot their annoyance. The house itself did not look particularly special, though it had a slightly provocative appearance for a magical world stuck in the 18th century. Still, muggles probably would not be surprised. It was small, only 3 floors and a basement, but easy on the eyes, especially in winter. The walls were painted in light colors, particularly at the center. One could say the house was built with a perfectionist's attention to detail. It was divided into 3 sections, the central part with 3 floors, a small 2-story wing on the left, and another 2-story wing on the right adjoining the main structure. All of them were clean rectangular shapes. Severus had first seen this style in a Muggle magazine that had caught his eye by chance. Huge old mansions stirred unpleasant feelings in him, something bordering on melancholy, so he had chosen a style that looked more modern and bright. Nagini liked it too. Having grown up in the Muggle world, she preferred this look to the manor houses of old aristocrats. After saying goodbye to the goblins, who looked very pleased, they returned home. After dinner, Nagini went to sleep, and Severus sat by the window, continuing his work on the glasses. He cast silence charms around himself so as not to wake her. As he studied the lens, he sensed familiar magic speeding toward him, but he ignored it and kept working, even when it slipped into the room. Exactly 10 minutes later, he fitted the lens into a plain frame and put on his creation. Then he looked at the shadow and couldn't suppress a satisfied smile, because he could clearly see the silhouette of a man within it, as well as magic streaming from the shadow like flames. Not bad. Almost ready. He set the glasses on the table and turned to the shadow, extending his palm. A few seconds later, a crystal materialized in his hand. He channeled a small amount of magic into it, and an image projected above it, a naked man tied upside down to a branch, being used as a punching bag while his attacker showed almost no restraint. The recording jumped forward 2 hours. They had taken him down and transported him to Diagon Alley, where they left him, having cast warming charms to keep him from freezing to death. Not bad. I am satisfied. Severus smiled at the shadow and slipped the crystal into his wallet. Thank you for leaving my team alive, a calm male voice said in the room. You are welcome. If that is all, you can go. The shadow remained silent for a few moments until he finally decided to ask. Excuse me, could you tell me what kind of artifact recorded all this, and is it possible to buy several dozen such crystals? They are not ready, Severus answered indifferently, turning his back and examining the glasses again. There's no sound recording, the recording time is limited to 2 hours, and there's also a chance they won't capture anything at all. I see. But when they're ready, I'll sell them to you first in exchange for your services. A completely ordinary sheet of paper appeared on the desk by the window. As soon as you tear it, we'll know and head straight to you. Good. You're free to go, and from now on you'd better gather information about your target. I don't want you to fail to come when I tear this sheet. Without touching the paper, Severus continued working on the artifact. Behind him he felt a flicker of displeasure. One of the best assassin teams was being lectured by some schoolboy. Still, Severus was completely right. Only because of their lack of information had they gotten into this mess and nearly lost their lives. Yes. Until we meet, Mr. Prince, the shadow said, and disappeared, apparating back to the rest of the group far from Diagon Alley. A smile appeared on Severus's face. How cautious. Then he glanced at Nagini, who was pretending to be asleep, though she'd woken up the moment she felt someone sneak into the room. Finally getting up from the chair, Severus went to the bed and lay down beside her. Go to sleep. Nothing serious happened. Nagini snorted in displeasure, then slithered closer and pressed against him. I love you too. He gently ran a hand over her smooth scales and closed his eyes. A few minutes later, apart from their even breathing, the room was silent. By noon, the construction was completed. Honestly, Severus had never seen goblins so happy as when he paid them the promised galleons, and their praise nearly made his ears burn. Still, one of the main goblin rules was, time is money, so they didn't linger. As soon as they'd gathered their things, the workers left the property. Only the chief stayed behind to sign some additional documents, and then he too departed. Severus couldn't hold back a sad smile as he looked at the building. For some reason, old memories of his family surfaced again. After more than 30 years, he finally had a place he could return to at any time. His home. Severus, are you okay? Nagini asked with concern when she noticed the change in his expression. Just remembered something from the past. Don't worry. He smiled warmly at her and looked back at the building. I just need to work a little more, and everything will be ready. We can move into our own house. I can't wait. Me too. Very well, Tabby, Nellie. At that moment, 2 house elves appeared before him. One wore round glasses and a white robe, the other wore trousers and a shirt. Even with the change in their appearance, their personalities had barely shifted, except for the adoration in their eyes, which had reached new heights and verged on outright worship. Severus wouldn't have been surprised to wake one morning and find them praying to his portrait. House elves were strange creatures. Treat them well, and they became the most devoted of beings. Severus liked that, but sometimes they overdid it. No matter how much he tried to discourage it, nothing worked, so he gave up. What mattered was that they were completely loyal to him, the rest no longer concerned him. Bowing, they lifted their adoring gazes to him. Clean up around the house and inside. Yes, master, the house elves chorused, and vanished to begin their work. Severus took out a bucket of red liquid, which Nagini recognized as blood, then another bucket and a large cauldron. He began drawing a magic circle around them. Nagini did not interfere, only watched with interest. A few minutes later, when he finished, the blood in both buckets flared. It flew out and merged, and images of a snake and a dragon appeared above them, roaring furiously at Severus. The next moment the images dispersed and the mixture sank into the cauldron. Thoughtfully stroking his chin, he covered the cauldron with a steel plate and looked at the house. I think this will be enough. Using wind magic, he lifted it and headed toward the building. And what is that? Nagini asked. Dragon and basilisk blood. It's the most suitable material for the rune system. Only it can withstand the magical flows required for the house to function fully. I'll find something better eventually, but until then, this will have to do. I'll have to renew it every year, but it won't be as hard as the initial application. Severus opened the door and stepped into the building, its walls bare and rooms empty. Everything was spotless, there was not a speck of dust on the floor. Well done. A brush appeared in his hand, and he dipped it into the blood. Time to work. //. Chapter 77, Chapter 74. Leather Armor. Chapter 74. Leather Armor. Several days later. Descending into the basement, Severus walked to the center of the room. In the middle stood a silver pedestal, which, like the rest of the room, was completely covered in red symbols, with a small depression at its center. Without a word, he took a transparent dark crystal from his pouch, one the size of a human head, cut in a precise shape. Lifting it with magic, he brought it to the depression and lowered it into place. In the next moment, inscriptions far smaller than those on the building's walls flared to life across the crystal, and the crystal itself began to shimmer with rainbow radiance. Now the second stage. He cut his palm and squeezed his fist, letting blood drip onto the crystal. Gradually, its color shifted to scarlet. Closing his eyes, he began whispering something unintelligible, and with each word, the radiance intensified. The runes on the pedestal lit up, and the glow spread in a wave through the inscriptions on the walls, then flowed onward to those beyond the room. At that moment, enormous streams of magic poured from the air, rushing at incredible speed as the house began to absorb them. There was so much that even Nagini, standing outside the manor's grounds with the house elves, could see it clearly. Wild currents of air swirled like a storm. They could have easily demolished an ordinary building, yet they didn't affect this house at all. If Severus hadn't placed a concealing barrier beforehand, within minutes scores of wizards and muggles would have gathered to witness the spectacle. It looked like a gigantic tornado with the house at its epicenter. Watching, Nagini couldn't help but worry about Severus. Still, she believed in him and tried not to think the worst. The Maledictus could clearly feel his calmness through their connection, so she didn't panic and simply waited. After some time, in the basement, Severus removed his hand from the crystal and, sighing wearily, looked at it with a satisfied smile. Everything turned out simpler than I thought. And now. He lifted his gaze to the room and raised his hands, slowly spreading them apart. At that moment, the walls began to move away. Within seconds, the space grew from a modest 40 square meters to 300. A house as an artifact. I never thought I'd use this one day. House as an artifact could not be classified under runology, enchanting, potion-making, or charms. It was magic that combined all four disciplines. Created by a great Archmage millennia ago, it could transform a house into a true artifact capable of protecting itself, concealing its presence, and attacking uninvited guests. The interior could be reshaped however the owner desired, with one exception: furniture. The house could not create furnishings, those still had to be purchased. It drew magic from the air to power itself, but Severus still planned to create 10 more crystals in addition to this one, just in case. He had no way of knowing what the future held. Since his rebirth, he had become far more cautious and refused to lose his life to some accident. If he were attacked, if the ambient magic surrounding the house were limited, if the opponent proved too strong or the enemies were too numerous, he would always have a reserve to fight them off and escape the danger zone. After returning the room to its previous size, he began altering the interior, shifting to lighter tones. It was not difficult, nor did it require much magic. This was not illusion but transformation, one level below transfiguration. It operated on the alchemical principle of equivalent exchange, nevertheless, it proved extraordinarily useful. It could not create objects from nothing, but in cases like this, transformation was far more effective. 10 minutes later, after finishing the interior, he left the building, where the house elves and Nagini were already waiting for him. Almost everything is ready. I suggest we go buy furniture and move in already. What do you think? Severus smiled at Nagini and held out his hand. She quickly slithered up his arm. Why are you asking me? If you want to, let's go, she answered calmly, pressing against his cheek. And who else should I ask? Them. He pointed at the house elves. They don't care. That's obvious, I think. All right, let's go already. I'll show you everything inside. Aha. Over the next 2 days, they settled into the new house. Severus transferred everything from the shop, and yesterday he bought furniture, mostly from the Muggle world. It looked much more pleasant than that old-fashioned monstrosity from Diagon Alley, though magical beds, pillows, bedding, and kitchen utensils were far superior. Severus charmed everything, so practically speaking, there was no difference. Besides, yesterday evening he visited the Malfoys and met the elder Malfoy. The elder Malfoy was talkative and kept offering to buy potion recipes, promising substantial sums. Severus refused again, saying he had an agreement with the ministry and only they and he himself could sell them. From what Lucius said after the meeting, Severus understood the invitation had been the father's idea. He wanted to see the young man who had made a huge fortune in such a short time. The attempt to purchase the recipe was simply a test. If it had worked, the elder Malfoy would not have minded signing an agreement like the ministry's, because potions were enormously profitable, especially in troubled times. In general, there was nothing special about the meeting, except that Severus removed slave seals from 2 more Death Eaters close to Lucius and became better acquainted with the Malfoy family. Lucius took after his father completely, but the elder was more cunning and hid his emotions and thoughts better behind a facade of indifference. Gringotts Bank. The very next day, in a forge with a huge furnace and anvils, Severus examined a set of dark leather armor with interest, metal shoulder pads, bracers, boots, and a belt, along with patterns along the edges of the cloak and across the chest. He barely suppressed a satisfied smile, the craftsmanship was even better than the blueprint. Goblins had excellent taste. The elderly goblin, seeing the human's pleased expression, lifted his chin proudly. One of my best works. Honestly, I'm surprised. I thought it would be much worse, but everything is perfect. Severus ran his palm over the patterns on the shoulder pads, nodded, then touched the pocket on his chest. A moment later, a meter-long piece of basilisk hide appeared on the floor. At the sight of it, the eyes of Gobrari and the other goblins lit up. The hide of the King of Serpents was exceedingly rare. One could even say it was impossible to obtain. It appeared on the market once every 10 years, or even decades, and only in small pieces of poor quality. Do not underestimate goblins. We are the best craftsmen. Not a single little human can compare with us. Gobrari spoke with solemn pride, even as he dropped to his knees, drooling and practically licking the hide. The contrast was jarring. Of course. And did I deny anything? Severus stowed the armor in his wallet and regarded Gobrari once more. If I require other items, may I contact you? Of course. But not for free. What did you think? Gobrari carefully rolled up the hide and placed it in a chest beside the largest furnace. That's what I thought. Well then, thank you for the excellent work. Severus smiled, or rather grinned, and held out his hand. I await your next order with impatience, Gobrari grinned back, shaking the offered hand. Severus didn't voice his thoughts aloud, but his expression made it clear enough, you're waiting for my galleons, damn goblin. As soon as Severus left the room, Gobrari turned his thoughtful gaze to the chest. Then he walked to the wall and touched it. A magic circle lit up around his hand. This hide is identical to that one. He tried to age it a bit, but I'm sure it was only recently removed from a living basilisk, Gobrari said confidently, stroking his beard. The response came silently through the connection. I think so too. We should not make rash moves, even as a group. Another silent response. Yes, understood. I saw nothing. After removing his hand, Gobrari looked at the chest again, rubbing his palms together and grinning. He couldn't wait to start working on the hide, and the behind-the-scenes affairs of the elders and the chief goblin barely interested him. Leaving Gringotts, Severus went straight home to cast protective charms and inscribe runes on the armor. But 10 steps from the door, he heard the beating of wings. Turning, he spotted an owl bearing the distinctive marking near its beak that identified it as Malfoy's. What does he need now? We just discussed everything yesterday. The owl landed on his shoulder, rubbing its head affectionately against his cheek, then raised its leg to reveal a small red box tied there. Severus tilted his head, bewildered. He inspected it carefully before opening it. To his surprise, inside lay a ring with powerful mind protection enchantments and a moon engraved on a black gemstone. What am I supposed to make of this? //